Chapter 1, That Man Has Problems. At the end of August, the climate was still a little hot. On the K5866 train to Smoky Sea City, because it was the beginning of the school season, there were extraordinarily many passengers, and almost all the carriages were full. However, there was a strange scene in the 11th compartment. Some passengers who didn't have a seat would rather stand at the interface of the carriage, or stand at the aisle, rather than sit on the empty seat, simply because there sat a man with a mask, sunglasses, and a duck-tongued hat, covering himself up tightly. No one could stay around him for more than 3 minutes. Even if they accidentally swept by the afterglow, they would feel a gust of heart palpitations underneath the mask that the crowd couldn't see. Yibinian glanced at the corner of his mouth and a bitter smile spread inside. He really wasn't a bad guy, and he was super good-tempered, never red-faced with anyone. It was a sunny and vibrant big boy. It was his system that was to blame. 5 years ago, as a 886 poor man, he played a hand game on the way from work, did not look at the road, and fell into the sewer with a flutter, and then woke up and traveled to this parallel world that is similar to the Blue Star, and awakened the temperament transcendent system. Originally Yibinian thought he was going to the peak of life, but I didn't expect it to be the beginning of tragedy. Completing the tasks randomly released by the system would result in various rewards, but this strange system, not reward extraordinary ability, not reward a large amount of cash. All it rewards is viciousness +1, cruelty +1, murderous aura +1, brutality +1, indifference +1, physique +1. All of them are such ethereal things in terms of temperament. Looking at the only little bit of cash rewarded for each mission, Yi Beiyan reluctantly accepted the mission. Originally, it wasn't much in the beginning. It was just a slight change in temperament that made him look badass. With the constant task, do the task, day after day, set the armpit into a fur. His own temperament is already like a substance, completely a state of living things do not approach. A single look can scare the most vicious dog in the neighborhood into incontinence on the spot. Mosquitoes, bedbugs and flies do not dare to approach within 3 meters of his side, all around him to fly. The people who come near him are not to mention. Like now this situation he is already accustomed to. Luckily in this world he was an orphan, and just needed to get by on his own, and wasn't afraid of scaring his loved ones. There was also no way to go to work, and could only rely on the small amount of money rewarded by the system to get by. Going to school is even more needless to say. The teacher took one look at him and couldn't even speak well. He can only learn at home, so he has no friends and no classmates. In the end, he relied on self-study and a lifetime of knowledge to get into a pretty good university. He also brought a hat, sunglasses, and a mask in order to cover up his aura a bit, lest he scare people. But even with most of it covered up, it was still a stranger and super perverted murderer kind of thing. With the conductor's voice announcement, the train slowly came to a stop. Immediately after a rush of footsteps and the sound of box rollers, another batch of passengers came up. The passengers who got off the train were not many. Lin Xiano came up panting and dragging a suitcase. A large Chinese red mask covered most of her face, revealing a pair of soulful eyes. The crowded sardine can-like environment in front of her made her willow brows frown lightly. There were really too many people, causing the air in the carriage to become a bit dirty. What made it even more difficult for her was that she hadn't grabbed a seat ticket yet, so she could only return to school standing up. The good thing is that it's only a 3-hour drive from Smoky Sea City, so it's just a matter of enduring it. Suddenly, Lin Xiano's eyes lit up. Just in front of the actually empty a few seats no one sat. The people standing in the train aisle are as good as invisible. This is the people who bought a seat have not yet come up? Then she should sit down for a while and wait for the owner of the seat to come and then give it to him. Lin Xiano made up her mind, and with her petite body she quickly squeezed through and sat on the seat with her butt. Shu Tan. Yi Beiyan sat straight in his seat, and through his sunglasses he saw a petite and cute girl who actually sat straight across from him. The distance was so close that he could smell a faint fragrance. He pressed down his excitement and used his afterglow to look at the girl. What a cute girl! Seeing a girl near him, Yi Beiyan was careful for fear of scaring her. Lin Xiano had just sat down when he heard the people around him talking. This little girl looks soft and weak, but her guts are too big. Anyway, I don't dare to go near that person. Me too. As soon as I get close it feels like my spleen, liver, lungs and kidneys are going to jump out from inside. Lin Xiano looked suspiciously at the people standing in the distance. They said the little girl was her? Retracting her gaze, Lin Xiano swept a glance at the people on the opposite side of the room. Masks, sunglasses, duck-tongued hats, covered tightly on a hot day. Like a murderer, Lin Xiano spat in her heart. She also took a look at the passengers standing not far away. Very incomprehensible. So many seats, why not come over to sit for a while? Her slender hands went into her pockets, intending to take out her cell phone and play for a while. Suddenly, an incomparable feeling of trepidation rose in the bottom of the heart, as if something big was going to happen at any moment. There was constantly a slight coolness spreading on her back, like someone had used a dagger to gently scratch across her skin. It made her feel like she was on pins and needles. What's wrong with me? Such a scared feeling. Could it be that watching the mysterious recovery last night gave me a fright? Don't be afraid, oh no. There are so many people in this carriage. Besides, there are no ghosts in the world. She forcefully tried to calm herself down, but her trembling hand could barely even hold the cell phone. Large beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead and ran down her cheeks. What the hell was wrong with her? It felt like she was dying and the world was going to end. Yi Nian saw the reaction of the cute girl sitting across from him and let out a deep sigh in his heart. Scared like this just by sitting across from himself? He clearly hadn't shown a single emotion, and had only held an admiring gaze. This nymphette was outrageous. This really couldn't be blamed on him. Escape. Hurry up and escape. Escape far away. This thought kept popping up in Lin Xiano's mind, and it was out of control. She pressed down on her seat and stood up violently, holding onto the back of the chair and forcibly moving her weakened legs. After taking a few steps away, she felt the panic inside her disappear all of a sudden. If it wasn't for the cold sweat on her body, it was as if she had just been having a nightmare. At this moment, she seemed to understand the reason why people who would rather have their seats empty and standing there were not willing to sit. That feeling of despair and panic was really unbearable for the average person. Lin Xiano looked over from afar and once again saw the tightly covered man. The moment she had just touched eyes with him, a chill went straight to her head from the bottom of her heart. An uncontrollable trepidation kept surging out. It was as if someone was pointing a gun at her head. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to cast another glance. There was something wrong with that man, and it was all because of that man. Chapter 2, Lin Xiano, the Netflix school flower anchor. The train slowly drove into the Smoky Sea City railway station, and just as it stopped, Lin Xiano picked up her suitcase and took the lead to get off the train. As the schoolgirl of Yanhai University, she was also the Netflix anchor with millions of fans. Because of her beautiful appearance and extremely attractive dance, she was called the pure desire ceiling by netizens. She came to the school early, in order to be responsible for welcoming the new students, and became the ambassador of the University of Smoky Sea. Lin Xiano walked out of the train station and looked around. Xiano, here. Lin Xiano searched for the sound and looked sideways, and saw Chen Haoyang with a few classmates, not far away pulling a banner that read, Smoky Sea University welcomes new students from all directions. How where there are all him. Lin Xiano walked over, put the suitcase on the ground, opened the cell phone live broadcast, and smiled sweetly at the live broadcast. Hello everyone. Today, as a new student orientation volunteer, I will only watch and not talk in the live broadcast room. Everyone understand? She wiped the sweat from her forehead. The fall tiger at the end of August was still going on. If it wasn't for that Principal Chow pleading with her, she wouldn't bother coming here for orientation. She was also asked to open a live broadcast to advertise the school. Lin Xiano didn't need to say anything. She just stood there and directly crushed the other school's orientation teams. Instantly, the live broadcast was a buzz. Xiano is pretty again today. Love it. I'm so angry. Why, I've already graduated from college. I also want to go to Smoky Sea University to go to college with Xiao Yi. Ha, brothers, I am this year's freshman at Smoky Sea University. Tomorrow I will be able to see my goddess. Xiano, YYDS. There were constant pop-ups in the live broadcast room, and from time to time, various gift special effects would appear as well. In response, Lin Xiano's expression was flat, and there was no excitement. Originally, fans would also make various requests, such as dyeing her hair black, her hairstyle not looking good, her clothes not looking good, and so on and so forth. After being disliked by her a few times, they all became well-behaved now. Yibianian on the train breathed a sigh of relief and waited until all the passengers had pretty much left before he stood up from his seat and walked out. Because it was the beginning of the school season, there were student volunteers from all the major colleges and universities welcoming the new students at the exit of the train station. Would take the enrolled freshmen to the school buses and drive them to the school for free. Yibianian saw the banner of the Smoky Sea University and hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if he should go over. There was really some fear that it would give these older students a fright. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a beautiful sight, and he turned all his eyes over, only to see a woman standing not far away. Her white skin was like condensed fat, her palm-sized face was detailed and moving features, phoenix eyes, thin red lips, plus a pair of star-like black and soulful eyes. Although she was wearing a wide lake blue dress, she still couldn't hide her proud figure. The only bad thing was that her hair was yellow. Black would have been more pleasing to the eye. Isn't this the girl we just met on the train? It's just that she was wearing a mask before. Seeing that she was standing in the welcome team of the Smoky Sea University, Yibianian guessed that this person was a sister of the Smoky Sea University. With the attitude of looking at beautiful women, Yibianian took 2 steps forward and came to the front of the welcome staff of Smoky Sea University. She was busy arranging matters for the new students to get on the bus when suddenly she felt her body was a little cold and couldn't help but shiver. She raised her head to look at the sun hanging in the sky. It was a bit strange to feel cold on such a hot day. Lin Xiaono's actions caused a hot debate in the live broadcast room. Xiaono, what's wrong? Is there a lewd man out there? I'll call the police right away. Do you guys know why she shook a bit? Because I pressed the switch. Oh no, do a dance. School sister, I'm right in front of you. Do you see me? Lin Xiaono took a few steps back and came under the sun. A wave of heat spread out, and one could clearly feel that the ground was hot, but her back was still cool, making her a little uneasy. Classmate, please show your acceptance letter and ID card. Chun Haoyang, who was standing in front of Yi Bianian, said. He saw Yi Bianian's star-like traveling outfit, and then continued. Classmate, please take off your sunglasses, mask, and hat, so that we can confirm if you are the person. After saying that, Chen Haoyang didn't know why he felt like someone behind him was pointing a knife at him, and an unwarranted trepidation rose in his heart. He scanned back with some doubt and saw his classmates with smiles. He tightened his shirt and licked his lips. It was very tempting to scream out loud and get away from this place. Yi Bianian raised his hand and was about to remove the mask, thought about it and then put it down, and finally did nothing. Seeing his senior in this appearance, he really didn't dare to take the mask off. He was bitterly fully armed like this. The senior couldn't even stand it. Taking it all off. Wouldn't that kill people? Yi Bianian didn't even dare to say anything. He could only shake his head at that senior. The senior frowned. He had never seen such a rude freshman. His voice slightly bored urged, you hurry up. Don't be so ink. After. The back. Face. Also. Someone people. It. Just said a few words. He felt cold all over. As if he was in the endless universe of the stars. Cold and dead and lonely. His upper and lower teeth were fighting. His body trembled. And there was no way to say the words completely. Haoyang, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaono asked as he noticed Chen Haoyang's abnormality. Chen Haoyang didn't know what was going on, why he had this strange feeling. Could it be that something big would happen? He frowned, feeling his frantically beating heart. Ever since he was a child, his premonitions had been very spiritual. The last time he was terrified for no reason was when his mother was involved in a car accident and was hospitalized for emergency treatment. And this time it was going to be even more violent and powerful than the last time. Was there going to be some calamity here? Would one be in danger of death? The sunlight burned the back of his neck, but his heart was as cold as ice. Yi Bianian was helpless. Why do you have to say heavy words to me? I didn't even do anything. And you were taken in by my aura. Really cannot blame me. What should we do? Just go? It doesn't seem to work. He's dressed like a fugitive. Then there's no way out. Why don't we look at a beautiful woman? Yi Bianian turned his head to look at Lin Xiaono. There is no way out of the situation. Looking at beautiful women can make their mood happy. To maintain an optimistic mindset. It just so happened that Lin Xiaono was also looking over it this time. And the two men's eyes met as if they had rubbed sparks in midair. Lin Xiaono touched Yi Bianian's gaze and felt a bolt of lightning pierce into her eyes, paralyzing her on the spot. This man was the strange man he had just encountered on the train, but with just one look at him, it was as if she was completely stripped of her clothes and presented naked in front of everyone's eyes. Terrified, helpless, terrified. All sorts of negative emotions filled her mind, almost driving her entire being insane. Just then a sharp voice reached her ears. Call the police. Call the police. There are terrorists here. It was as if a spring breeze had blown into the Jade Gate. Lin Xiaono instantly felt psychologically reliant. There was a police uncle. What was there to be afraid of? Even if it's some kind of demon or devil, demon or ghost, in front of the police uncle, also have to be restrained obediently. Under the clear sky of China, no criminal can escape. She directly turned off the live broadcast and dialed the police. Hey, police uncle, there are terrorists. Here the location is at the train station. Chapter 3, Taken for a Terrorist. Public Security Bureau, Changlai District, Yanhai City. Location, Smoky Sea City train station exit. It's the time when students start school. There are a lot of students. Remember to make sure you don't provoke the suspect, or we can't afford the consequences. Protecting the safety of the people is the first rule. A dozen police officers walked quickly onto the police car. The leader Wang Jiangwo ordered quickly, and all of them were carrying firearms. Terrorist. This was a word that was both familiar and unfamiliar in China. Regardless of whether what the alarmist said was true or not, they had to be on standby with 100,000% spirit. Yi Bianian looked at the screaming senior in front of him and was really dumbfounded. The surrounding people quickly moved away from Yi Bianian, forming a no man's land of more than 10 meters around him. One by one, they secretly looked at Yi Bianian and whispered, "Holy, is he going to blow up the train station? I just look at him and I feel a chill at the bottom of my heart. This murderous aura, it's too scary. If he runs, should we stop him or get out of the way?" We've already called the police. Let's just wait for them to come. They won't be able to turn the terrorists into anything. With a mask, sunglasses, and tongue cap, he's probably a major fugitive, so calling the police might be rewarding. Lin Xiano whispered to his classmates. Inexplicably being treated as a terrorist, Yi Bianian was really hurt. This senior what the hell can't withstand a little wind and waves, not just being scared a little, as to summon the police uncle? Also, Nima did not confirm on the shouting. I am the new century of the 5 good young people, okay? You're the one who's a terrorist. Your whole family is a terrorist. It's really a knife to the ass. It's an eye-opener. And that pretty girl who called the police with her cell phone. Don't look pretty, but you're not that big. Why are you so brainless? If people tell you to call the police, you call the police. Other people let you marry him, you married or not. Outrageous. Outrageous. Yi Beiyan now dare not voice defense. Also dare not take off the cover. Really afraid to scare the senior in front of him to a heart attack. At that time he will really become a criminal. Really unlucky. Everything is not good. Drink a mouth of cold water or stuffed teeth. He could only wait for the arrival of the police uncle at the same place. Anyway, he also had a clear conscience. After about 10 minutes or so, the ear-piercing sound of sirens came from far and near. 3 police cars drove directly to the square in front of the train station. More than 10 police officers came out in a line and quickly walked over. Who called the police? What exactly is the situation? Wang Jiangwo swept around to look at the situation, and sighed in relief when he didn't find any thugs with murder weapons. Without waiting for Lin Xiano to speak, Chen Hao Yang ran over at once. It's me, police uncle. Someone here is going to blow up the train station. As he spoke, he hugged the righteous old policeman in front of him and cried out in a hoarse voice. It was too scary. No one could understand how he had gotten through these 10 minutes or so. It was as if he had fallen naked into the freezing water of dozens of degrees below zero, and as if he had been set on fire. Every second was a huge ordeal. He didn't dare to run, didn't dare to move, and could only stay where he was in order to stabilize that horrible person. When he accidentally skimmed a glance at that person, he felt his eyes blacken and his mind giddy with dizziness. It was just him, who had seen great storms and waves and was strong in his heart. If it were anyone else, he would have fainted from fear long ago. Bomb the train station. Wang Jiangwo was violently shocked. How could this be possible? Under China's strict weapons and explosives management, there was no way anyone would have collected enough explosives. Could it be that certain countries had smuggled it in and wanted to create panic in China? Where are the criminals? Are there any large weapons? Wang Xin. Prepare to inform the train station to evacuate the crowd and suspend train operations. Qian Shenlin. Inform the armed police to come and cooperate. Wang Jiangwo gave 2 orders in a row, and his subordinates immediately led the way. Bombing a train station, if not handled properly, this was a big case that would shock the whole country. Even though he, Wang Jiangwo, had been a police officer for more than 20 years and had caught countless hooligans, thieves, and fugitives, he couldn't help but get nervous. It's that person with the mask, sunglasses, and duck-tongue hat who tried to blend into our school bus just now. It was discovered by me. Police uncle, you guys hurry up and go catch him. Chen Hao Yang pointed at Yi Beiyan and said. Yi Beiyan faced Wang Jiangwo with his hands spread out and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't have any murder weapon and wasn't a bad guy. And his expression was kept as harmless as possible, not wanting the police uncle to misunderstand him. Wang Jiangwo narrowed his eyes slightly at Yi Beiyan. An ordinary-looking person was the one who covered his face. A fierce and sinister aura was vaguely felt from his body. This kind of aura he had only seen on the fugitive who had killed several people in a row. It was something that only people who were indifferent to life and death and had blood on their hands could have. This was a big fish. He patted Chen Hao Yang's shoulder to calm him down, signaling his colleagues with his eyes. He slowly walked towards Yi Beiyan. Wang tried to soften his eyes and face as much as possible for fear of angering the dangerous man in front of him. Although the other party didn't have anything in his hands, it was not guaranteed that there was a bomb in the bag behind him. Hello, I'm the captain of the Changlai District Public Security Bureau. You can mention anything or any request to me. Don't hurt the innocent people. The closer he got to this person, the more he could feel the ferocity of the murderous aura coming from his body. It was even more terrifying than the most murderous aura he had ever seen. Could it be some murderous mercenary? Was there some conspiracy behind it? Yi Beiyan saw the police uncle walking towards him in this manner. He felt that his life had dimmed all of a sudden. Maybe it was a bad decision for him to come to college. It was better to rely on doing tasks at home and eating takeout for a living. He shouldn't have come all the way to college. All that effort and it was still a mess. He took a deep breath. His hand slowly reached for the bag behind him. Wang Jiangwo watched as the criminal reached for his backpack. Could it be to get a weapon? He hurriedly touched his hand to his waist. As an experienced police officer, it only takes 2 seconds to take out the pistol and finish shooting. However, the other party's next move confused Wang. only to see the dangerous man in front of him put his bag on the ground. He also took off his jacket, leaving only a small undershirt on his upper body, wearing pants or casual shorts. He even pants pockets also gave the reverse, put his cell phone and wallet ID on the ground as well. Then both hands were forward with palms facing upwards, and the 5 fingers were separated. Wang Jiangwo could clearly see that there was nothing on his hands, not even a ring. Those hands were slender and white, not callous like he guessed from holding a gun for a long time. Yi Bianian could only prove his innocence this way. He also didn't dare to open his mouth to defend anything, in case the police uncle was startled and treated him really as a vicious criminal to be shot. Chapter 4. This is the courage to do illegal things. Seeing that the dangerous person in front of him was cooperative, Wang Jiangwo moved his hand that was reaching for his waist away. Phew! Yi Bianian and Wang Jiangwo both inwardly breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Please follow us to the Public Security Bureau. Immediately after Wang Jiangwo finished speaking, 2 police officers walked behind Yi Bianian. Yi Bianian raised his hands in the air and made an OK gesture, walking towards the police car. School has not yet arrived first to report to the police station. Yi Bianian inner depression to the extreme. Seeing the dangerous person get into the police car, Wang Jiangwo said to Chen Haoyang, "You reported to the police, come with us as well. Make a statement." Before Chen Haoyang could say anything, Lin Xiano hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Police, I'm the one who called the police." Wang Jiangwo glanced at Lin Xiao slyly. "Go." Inside the police car, Yi Bianian looked at the 2 police officers who were staring at him with full body alertness, their foreheads constantly sweating, and was inwardly speechless. He was so close to going out and playing Mosaic. The 2 policemen still had this look. It was really too embarrassing. The police car whistled all the way to the door of the Changlai District Public Security Bureau. Has been feeling the car horror air pressure of the 2 police officers. Trembling legs first got out of the car. Today is their decades from the police most grey days. Yi Bianian just got out of the police car. He saw a police officer hurriedly ran to Wang Jiangwo. "Captain, the higher-ups are holding an emergency video conference. The entire police force must attend." Wang Jiangwo frowned, not knowing what big deal had happened again. He looked at Yi Bianian's dangerous appearance and instructed the police officer beside him, "Lock him up. Hurry up and come to the meeting," and looked at Lin Xiano. "Little girl, if you're in a hurry, leave your contact information. We'll come back after the meeting to get your statement." Lin Xiano waved her hand. "I'm in no hurry. Just wait in the hall." Lin Xiano took another curious look at Yi Bianian and hurriedly lowered her head. She didn't dare to gaze directly at him at all. Wang Jiangwo nodded his head and shouted towards the police officers who were out, "Gather in the conference room." "Yes." The police officers present answered in unison. Just like this, Yi Bianian was very hastily locked into a room. Just walking in, Yi Bianian saw a chair in the room and directly sat on it. Ding! The temperament transcendence system refreshes the mission. Let the criminal in front of you confess to the crime. Reward, 1 point of vicious value, 1 point of physique, $1,000, another mysterious gift bag. What made Yi Bianian very surprised was that the system didn't know what wind it had taken today, but it gave him $1,000 in cash rewards. Usually a mission is at most $100 to the top. Dozens of dollars is the norm, and there is a mysterious gift bag. How could Yi Bianian not be excited? At this time, a voice rang out. "I told you guys, no matter how many waves you change, I will not confess." "You." The one who spoke was a person with his hands handcuffed to a chair, sitting right across from Yi Bianian. Yi Bianian surveyed the room before realizing that this was an interrogation room, and the task assigned by the system was to make this person in front of him confess to the crime. Yi Bianian surveyed the criminal in front of him. The criminal also looked at him, and the two looked at each other. You are delusional. Delusional. Is talking to the criminal suddenly felt a burst of cold, as if the eyes look at him like a flood of beasts in general. Panic, helplessness wrapped him. The person in front of him seemed to be able to devour him in a moment. The criminal could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Oh, who are you calling delusional?" Yi Bianian opened his mouth, but the words he said gave the criminal a feeling like announcing death. I. The criminal's mouth and his legs began to tremble together. Yi Bianian slowly walked towards the criminal step by step, but every step he took was like stepping on the criminal's heart, making the criminal unable to breathe. The criminal even brought the stool backward vigorously. His mouth kept shouting, You don't come over." Yi Bianian suddenly brought his face closer to the criminal and removed his sunglasses. "Ah!" The criminal let out a pig-killing howl. He hastily covered his eyes with his hands and tumbled straight to the ground with his stool. Trembling all over, he said intermittently, "I plead guilty. I plead guilty. Please, Don, come over." The criminal lay on the ground, eyes closed, mouth constantly begging for mercy. The man's eyes were too scary. He felt that his eyes were like sharp blades, lynching him with a knife. Suddenly Yi Bianian heard the sound of dripping water, followed by an unpleasant smell of urine. He looked at the puddle of water stains on the ground and couldn't help but fan his hand on the end of his nose, snorting lightly. With your guts you're still doing illegal things. After saying that he put on his sunglasses. Ding! Mission completed. Reward has been issued. Please check and receive by the host. Mystery gift pack has been opened, rewarding the host with 80% of the extraordinary temperament put away. Whoa! This reward he liked. He could finally be a normal person. As soon as Yi Bei-nian got excited, he released even more murderous aura. The criminal was like the end of the world, wailing on the ground. His mouth kept shouting, I plead guilty, I plead guilty. Wang Jiangwo, who had just finished the meeting, opened the door of the interrogation room from outside and saw the scene. Wang Jiangwo. They had interrogated this criminal for 2 days and 2 nights and hadn't heard a single word from the criminal's mouth. And this was only a short while ago. And he confessed. He turned his gaze to Yi Bei-nian. Yi Bei-nian, who had already collected 80% of his extraordinary temperament, quickly shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't touch him. Wang Jiangwo looked Yi Bei-nian up and down. He always felt that this young man in front of him was different from the feeling he gave before. Looking at the fallen criminal again, he shouted towards the door. Wang Xin, Qian Shenlin. The criminal confessed to the crime. Seize the time to interrogate him. Yes. Standing outside the door, Wang Xin and Qian Shuelin also had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. The two of them froze for a moment and hurriedly walked towards the criminal. They should hurry up and kill you while you're sick. Interrogating the criminal was the way to go. Police office. Lin Xiano to the police colorful description of the scene at the train station. Wang Jiangwo brought Yi Bei-nian into the office as well. Name? Yi Bei-nian. Identity card. Yi Bei-nian took out his ID card and college acceptance letter from the pile of his personal belongings piled up on the police desk and handed them to Wang Jiangwo together. Police uncle, I still have the acceptance letter from Smoky Sea University here. I'm here to report to the school. Hearing what Yi Bei-nian said, Lin Xiano, who was recording a statement next to him, hurriedly ran over, picking up the acceptance notice and taking a look. It was indeed the acceptance notice of their college. At that time, this seal was still stamped by her. She then took a look at Yi Bei-nian, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and covered up tightly. She was a little alarmed by this glance, but she no longer had the feeling of death before. Could it really be a mistake? Wang Jiangwo also felt that he had made a mistake at this moment. This is a hot day. Why are you wearing a mask and covering up so tightly? Thinking about the previous appearance in the train station to be strict. Really sweaty. I have a bit of a cold. So, Chapter 5. Keep an eye on Yi Bei-nian of Smoky Sea University. Before Yi Bei-nian finished his words, Wang Jiangwo directly waved his hand and said, Alright, the transcript is here. You hurry back to school to report. Your studies are important. After saying this, he got up and walked towards the interrogation room. After a few steps, he turned back and looked at Lin Xiano, who was looking down thoughtfully. Little girl, the police call is not a casual call. Yi Bei-nian and Lin Xiano walked out of the police station one after the other. Lin Xiano, who was still thinking, looked up and realized that Yi Bei-nian had already walked away, and hurriedly jogged and shouted, Classmate Yi, wait a minute. Yi Bei-nian, who was striding forward, heard what looked like someone shouting at him behind him and suddenly stopped walking. Lin Xiano, who was running towards Yi Bei-nian, couldn't break in time, and his face hit Yi Bei-nian's back solidly. Yi Bei-nian turned around in a hurry and saw that it was the beautiful woman who had called the police earlier. Sorry, the two said in unison. Lin Xiano pinched his sore nose. It should be me who's sorry, causing you to be misunderstood, and also being brought into the police station. That's okay. Is your nose alright? Yi Bei-nian knew that in these years, his physique was like bronze cast iron, and it was definitely not good to hit his nose. My nose is fine. Lin Xiano just finished his nosebleed. Yi Bei-nian quickly said, No, you have to go to the hospital for this. Yi Bei-nian knew that his body was no different from a wall. After saying that, he directly stopped a cab on the side of the road, and jogged to Lin Xiano, who tilted her head and pinched her nose in front of her. Regardless of the matter of fact, he directly picked her up horizontally. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Bei-nian, who easily picked himself up. She was actually being princess hugged. She was at least 168 tall and weighed 110. Just like this, easily being princess hugged. Don't be too manly. Thinking like this, Lin Xiano even forgot to pinch her bleeding nose. Waiting until she had a salty taste of blood in her mouth, she realized that she was being nymphomaniacal. The cab finally stopped at the entrance of the Smoky Sea City Hospital under Yi Bei-nian's urging. Smoky Sea City Ear, Nose and Throat Department. The doctor took the film taken at Lin Xiano's nose and frowned. How did you walk? You hit the wall, didn't you? You can fracture your nose. Lin Xiano. Yi Bei-nian. Then what should be done? Yi Bei-nian asked hurriedly. It's good that it's not misaligned. Pay more attention to rest, reduce activities, and I'll prescribe some oral medication to reduce swelling and pain relief. Thank you. Doctor. Walking out of the hospital, Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian. I had a nosebleed. How come you seem more nervous than me? Yi Beinian said back very seriously. A good man shouldn't let a beautiful woman suffer a little bit of injury. Lin Xiano. Why did she always feel that this sentence was a bit off? It's been more than 3 years. Yi Beinian was finally able to get along with people normally, and he was excited inside. Yoo-hoo! Thinking of this, Yi Beinian excitedly did a backflip in place. After finishing, he looked back at Lin Xiano with an embarrassed face and explained, I was just too happy to. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian with adoring eyes. I can see you're happy, but this looks awesome on you. Yi Beinian smiled awkwardly. I've practiced before. This is actually purely due to his good physique. Looking down at the place where he had just jumped, it was good that Lin Xiano didn't notice a crack in the ground there. Yi Beinian realized that the system rewarded could only put in and out ferocity, cruelty, murderousness, brutality, and indifference by 80% respectively. As for the physique, it was still the same as before. You look happy, Lin Xiano asked with a sweet smile. Yi Beinian said pleasantly, believe it or not, today is the day I've talked the most in a few years. Lin Xiano recalled that earlier at the train station, the police were on the verge of pointing a gun at his head and still didn't say a word. She cheerfully returned, I believe it. Thank you. Thank you for believing me. Thank you for accompanying me to say so many words today. These words Yi Beinian didn't even say. In the past 3 years, because of the transcendence system, Yi Beinian had almost never left the front door, never stepped out of the second door, except for doing missions. Lin Xiano asked suspiciously, what are you thanking me for? Yi Beinian laughed. In short, thank you. Which department are you in? The two talked and laughed as they walked towards the school. Only because the Smoky Sea Hospital is only 1 street away from Smoky Sea University, Smoky Sea City Chianglai Public Security Bureau. Wang Xin and Xian Xianlin walked into the office smilingly. Team Wang, the criminal Ding Li has fully confessed to what he did. I can't believe the interrogation went so smoothly today. Wang Jiangwo, who was staring intently at the computer screen, pondered for a while and turned the monitor towards Wang Xin and Xian Xianlin. You two take a look at this video. Wang Xin and Xian Xuelin looked toward the computer screen. Isn't this the interrogation room? Team Wang, are you spying on the fruits of our victory? Xian Xianlin teased. Wang Jiangwo slapped Xian Xianlin on the head. Peeping your ass. Look carefully. Wang Xin on the side saw Xian Xianlin receive a slap and pursed his lips to stifle his laughter. The two stared at the screen and realized that Yi Beinian, who had just gone in for a while, hadn't said anything yet, and the criminal Ding Li had already started begging for mercy. When Yi Beinian took off his sunglasses, Ding Li directly pissed himself. Wang Xin pointed at the screen with a large question mark drawn on the top of his head. Ding Li, is this scared? Wang frowned back. It should be, but that young man didn't do anything. Xian Qianlin said doubtfully. Wang Jiangwo recalled the situation at the train station at that time and frowned. At the train station, at that time, this young man gave me the feeling that he was one of those vicious people. That ferocious aura on his body made me a bit terrified. It's not as serious as you say. Maybe you're too tired from the Ding Li case. Right. I think he's a bratty teenager at best. Where's the killing spirit? Team Wang, the Ding Li case is over. You'd better go home and get some rest first. Wang Xin and Xian Xianlin said with 1 word from you and 1 from me. Wang Jiangwo, who hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days, rubbed his temples. Maybe. His eyes saw Ding Li's horrified look on the screen. Obviously frightened. Wang Xin pushed Wang Jiangwo towards the office door. So, your old man's priority now is to go home and rest. Xian Qianlin slapped on his chest. Don't worry. We're here. Alright, old age really can't survive you youngsters. Wang Jiangwo smiled and walked out. Walking in the doorway, he stopped and said, you guys keep an eye on Yi Beinian from Smoky Sea University. Yes sir. Wang Xin and Xian Xianlin responded. After Wang Jiangwo left, Wang Xin and Xian Qiangxuanlin sat by the computer and carefully watched the video from the interrogation room. It was watched back and forth, repeatedly, several times. Wang Xin frowned and said, you say, is this youngster really as horrible as Team Wang said? Xian Qianlin laughed. I didn't feel it in the interrogation room or the office. Could it be that my sensory system is out of order? Wang Xin directly kicked Xian Qianlin. Q. Could it be that both of our sensory systems are wrong? Xian Qianlin touched his head and said with a smile. That's true. No matter what, this young man has problems. It's better to listen to Team Wang and keep an eye on him. Chapter 6, Children. Father, I'm back. At the entrance of Smoky Sea University, Chen Haoyang paced back and forth, seeing Lin Xiano and Yi Beinian, who were talking and laughing in the distance as they greeted him. He felt that it was exceptionally blinding. He hurriedly walked up to Lin Xiano and asked suspiciously, why are you with this person? Lin Xiano smiled. At the train station, it was our mistake. This is Yi Beinian, a freshman at our school. still in the same department as us. She also pointed at Chen Haoyang and introduced Yi Beinian. This is Chen Haoyang, our school's recognized school bully. There are a lot of fangirls. Oh. Hearing the first half of Lin Xiano's words introducing him, Chen Haoyang's heart was happy, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his heart felt like it was splashed with cold water. Many fangirls but not her. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Yi Beinian nodded to Chen Haoyang out of politeness. Chen Haoyang felt that Yi Beinian's body completely lost the aura that had frightened him before, straightened his chest, a proud posture, gently Lin Xiano has long been accustomed to Chen Haoyang, that noble gentleman posture. No longer pay attention to him, to Yi Beinian said, "Go, I take you to enroll." Yi Beinian followed Lin Xiano into Smoky Sea University. The entry point was 2 rows of ginkgo trees. It was full of yellow butterflies. When the autumn wind blew, they fluttered to the ground. It was unthinkable that the campus in the fall was also this beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. It is quite beautiful. Yi Beinian, who was immersed in admiring the scenery, concurred. It's even more beautiful in real life than what you see in the live broadcast. Suddenly Yi Beinian's arm was hit by someone. A boy with glasses crossed over Yi Beinian and went straight to Lin Xiano, saying excitedly, "Hello Xiano, I'm a freshman, Du Yajun from the Data and Computer Application major. I've been watching your live stream of solving puzzles. Can I take a picture with you?" He was afraid that Lin Xiano would refuse, then added, "Because of watching your live broadcast, I was able to get into Smoky Sea University." Before Lin Xiano could say anything, Chen Haoyang, who came from behind, directly stepped forward and said, "You don't even look at your poor appearance. Is Xiaoyi something you can take a picture of just because you want to? If every single person in the entire school comes to take a picture with Xiano, wouldn't Xiano?" Du Yajun hurriedly defended. I admire her problem-solving ability," he said and lowered his head in self-abasement, holding the cell phone he had just taken out tightly in his hand. Because his family was poor, he simply couldn't afford to attend remedial classes, and fortunately, with Lin Xiano's live stream of problem-solving, he was able to get into this national key university. Lin Xiano frowned. "Chen Haoyang, don't talk to your schoolmate like that." She smiled and reached out her slender hand to Du Yajun. "Give me your cell phone." Du Yajun looked at Lin Xiano doubtfully. "Don't you want to take pictures?" A smile immediately appeared on Du Yajun's face as he hurriedly handed Lin Xiano his cell phone. Lin Xiano turned around and handed the cell phone back to Chen Haoyang, saying with a smile, "Classmate Chen, take a picture for us." Although Chen Haoyang was not happy, he still took the cell phone. Lin Xiano walked to Yi Beinian and pulled his arm, saying, "Let's take a picture together. Maybe you're still in the same class." Du Yajun looked at Yi Beinian, although there was a little bit of timidity, still hardened his head and said with a smile, "You are also a freshman. We are even in the same department. Come and take a picture together." Just like that, Yi Beinian, dressed in a black undershirt, wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a duck-tongued cap, stood in the middle of Lin Xiano and Du Yajun and took a group photo. Lin Xiano took out his own cell phone and said to Yi Beinian and Du Yajun, "Come on, let's add each other on WeChat so I can send you the photo." Yi Beinian, "The photo doesn't seem to be on your cell phone." But he still smiled and opened the QR code of his WeChat. Several people added WeChat to each other. At this time, Lin Xiano's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was a call from Principal Chow. She hurriedly said to Yi Beinian and Du Yajun, "Go straight ahead and turn left to our department's freshman registration center. I have an emergency here and I'm leaving first. Bye." Looking at Lin Xiano's jogging away silhouette, Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders. Let's go enroll." "Alright, boss Yi." Du Yajun hurriedly picked up the bag he had thrown beside him when he took the picture and smiled back. "Just call me Yi Beinian." Du Yajun looked at Yi Beinian, who was almost a head taller than himself, and said with a smile, "You just came to the school and you know a goddess-level character like the school flower Lin Xiano. Buddy, I'm going to mix with you in the future. You have to cover me." Oh, said also did not forget to raise his hand, and Yi Beinian's shoulders pinched twice. Yi Beinian, seeing that Yi Beinian didn't retort, Du Yajun farted and followed behind him, leaving behind a dumbfounded Chen Haoyang, MMP, blind letting him, a rich second generation, not flatter, but flattering a YYYYYYYYYYYYYYGQ guy. The president's office of Smoky Sea University. Principal Chow Wunmao saw Lin Xiano walk in and hurriedly got up from his chair and said, "Student Xiano, didn't I tell you to pick up your new classmates live at the train station? Why did you run to the police station?" Lin Xiano laughed. "Principal Chow, you don't know, the train station was that situation." Just as Lin Xiano was about to colorfully describe the situation, she saw Chow Wunmao's gloomy face. She smiled and hurriedly changed her words. "Principal Chow, big deal. I'll put a sign of Smoky Sea University next to the live broadcast in the future. It's always okay." Only then did a smile appear on Chow Wunmao's face. "That's more like it." Getting up, he walked to the cabinet and took a bag. handing it to Lin Xiano. This is the chili sauce your aunt just made. Take it home and let your parents try it. Lin Xiano took the bag and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Uncle Chow. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the dormitory first. Chow Wenmao nodded. Lin Xiano walked to the door and turned back towards Chow Wenmao to make a face. Our school is a key university among key universities. Is it necessary to let me, a rookie anchor, do publicity? Chow Wenmao smiled mysteriously. It's necessary. Of course it's necessary. You just need to publicize our school when you go live. Lin Xiano shrugged helplessly. Fine. What she didn't know was that because of her live broadcast, many top students who excelled in math chose to enroll in their Smoky Sea University. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiano clicked on the 4 beauties group and dialed the group video. The rest of the 3 avatars in the video were connected in almost seconds. Lin Xiano spared his cell phone in the dormitory, gave a thumbs up, and shouted towards the cell phone, Kids, Dad, I'm back. Zhang Jingjing, your dad. I'm packing. Zhang Yanyan, look, where is your dad me? Lin Xiano and Zhang Jingjing and Guan Weiwei exclaimed in unison. You're on a train now. Zhang Yanyan in the video snapped her fingers. Clever. Guan Weiwei, what are you doing? Lin Xiano asked as he looked at the sullen Guan Weiwei. Guan Weiwei was a bit frustrated and returned. Me. My mom is letting me go on a blind date tomorrow. It's being depressed. Lin Xiano exclaimed. Ah, your mom lets you go on a blind date, and my mom won't let me fall in love in college. What's the big difference? What? You want to fall in love? You have a goal? Zhang Jingjing asked as soon as she got interested. Chapter 7 Please drink milk tea. Lin Xiano sat down in front of the desk, one hand propped up on her jaw, thinking, it's just that I feel like he's very man, and I want to know more about him. Only just met? Yeah, the freshman who just came to report today, said Lin Xiano suddenly remembered something. I have a picture. Send it to you guys. Lin Xiano switched to the chat box to send out the group photo of them today. Looking at the photo, Zhang Jingjing immediately shouted, don't tell me it's the one covered tightly above the head. Of course. What does he look like? Is it handsome? Guan Weiwei asked in a hurry. Lin Xiano shook his head helplessly. Never seen him. You haven't even seen what he looks like. And you've got a crush on him. Right. What if he's ugly or has a scar on his face? What if he looks like Harley? Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Yanyan, and Guan Weiwei said as you spoke. Lin Xiano bristled. You guys just know how to look at looks. Don't you think he's very manly, and you feel safe standing next to him? You guys don't know how manly he was when he easily princess hugged me today. Saying that, Lin Xiano smiled floridly. Zhang Jingjing teased. Che, look at your nymphomaniac look. Lin Xiano rolled his eyes and bristled. Your boyfriend can easily princess hug you? Zhang Jingjing and Lin Xiano were almost not much different in height and weight. My boyfriend can hold me in the pool and run laps back and forth. Zhang Jingjing was greeted with 3 light snorts when she finished speaking. Cut. It's over. It's over. The goddess of Smoky Sea University has been completely abducted. Oh no. You've broken the hearts of millions of young men. In my opinion, the one who is the most heartbroken should be Chen Haoyang, who chased Xiaoyi from high school to university. Zhang Yanyan sniffled and feigned sadness. Sigh. I'm not going to chat with you guys. I'm going to find my boyfriend who is thousands of miles away to talk about princess hugs. Alright. I also have to think about how to ask him out for a meal tomorrow. I don't believe he's still wearing a mask when he eats. Cheer up. Bye. Bye. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiano tossed and turned in boredom, his eyes staring at Yi Beiyan's WeChat name. Even the most powerful name is not as good as a note. He is really different. Even his WeChat name is so special. What should I talk to him about? Lin Xiano muttered to herself in a tangled voice. Her slender fingers tapped on the screen. Today. I'm really sorry. Oops. No way. Snapped again and deleted it all. To apologize for today. Tapping still felt lame, and deleted it straight away. After thinking about it, she wrote directly on the screen, are you done with the names? Click to send. Yi Beiyan, who was making his bed in the dormitory, heard the WeChat ding-dong ring and knew it was from Lin Xiano. Simply because his WeChat friends are only Lin Xiano and Du Yajun. Open the cell phone. Yi Beiyan hooked his lips and smiled. His long and slender fingers returned, finished. Seeing the 2 words finished, Lin Xiano skimmed her mouth. Can't you return a few more words? Lin Xiano was muttering. Yi Beiyan sent another message. Where's the boiler room? I don't see it in the school store either. I'm a bit thirsty. Lin Xiano, who saw the message, immediately bounced up from the bed. Wait for me at the entrance of the boys' apartment. I'll be right over. Lin Xiano ran towards the dormitory with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Yi Beiyan received the message and hesitated for a moment, saying to Du Yajun, I'll go out later. Du Yajun, who was wiping dust everywhere in the dormitory, smiled and responded, okay, boss Yi. Yi Beiyan made his bed before slowly walking outside the dormitory. When Yi Beiyan came out of the boys' apartment, he saw that Lin Xiano was already waiting on the side of the road. pacing back and forth with a cup of milk tea in her hand. He hurriedly walked over and said with a smile, "Sorry, was packing up the dormitory, so I came out late." Lin Xiano hurriedly smiled and shook her head. "It's okay." She handed the milk tea in her hand to Yi Beinian. "Please drink milk tea." Yi Beinian gave a puzzled cry. Didn't you say you were thirsty?" Yi Beinian smiled and took the milk tea. "Thank you. I'm afraid you can't get used to drinking too sweet, so I had a little less sugar added." Yi Beinian tugged the mouthpiece towards his jaw and tasted it. "It's quite sweet. Just right." Lin Xiano's face twitched and laughed. "Good as long as it tastes good." But inwardly, he said, "Can't you take off your mask when you drink milk tea?" But his lips are so angular, they look quite sexy. Thinking this way, Lin Xiano directly asked, "Why don't you take off your mask when drinking milk tea?" Yi Beinian casually returned, "Used to it." "Oh, this way let's go, I'll take you around the school to familiarize yourself with the environment." The two walked side by side, and as they walked Lin Xiano introduced the layout of the school. At this time, Chen Haoyang and his roommate walked out from the boys' apartment. Luo Tao smiled and asked, "Young Chen, where are we going to get high today?" Zhang Zhahahad, of course it's. Halfway through his sentence, his afterglow saw Lin Xiano not far away and said in surprise, "Ha, Chen Xiao, isn't that your goddess Lin Xiano?" Pang Liang was also surprised. "Yeah, she seems to be acting as a campus guy for that boy." Luo Tao, what's that boy's background that made Lin Xiano condescend to be a guide for him? It's. Zhang Zhe wanted to continue, but was suddenly bumped by Pang Liang. "Stop it." He saw Chen Haoyang's gloomy face and hurriedly shut his mouth. Chen Haoyang said in a cold voice, "Bah, a freshman who just reported here wants to compete with me." "Right, he's not worthy of it." "Young Chen, should we make him learn a lesson?" Chen Haoyang nodded. "Well, just find a place where no one is around and teach him a little lesson." Luo Tao laughed. "No problem, let's go." "Young Chen, don't let that kind of person spoil our fun," Pang Liang said with a smile. Chen Haoyang put his hand in his pants pocket. "Let's go." When the four of them were very close to Lin Xiano and Yi Beinian, they faintly heard Lin Xiano say, "To express my apologies to you for today's oops, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow." Yi Beinian smiled and said, "You already treated me to milk tea today. I'll treat you tomorrow. You booked the place." Lin Xiano smiled cheekily. "Alright then." The two of them didn't even notice the four Chen Haoyangs who had passed by them. Only when they walked a bit farther away from Lin Xiaoyao and the others did Chen Haoyang say, "Did you guys hear that? Xiaoyao is only treating them because he screwed that kid over at the police station today." Luo Tao, Pang Liang, and Zhang Zhe nodded their heads in succession. "We heard that." Suddenly, Chen Haoyang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Suddenly, I thought of a way to fix him. You guys stay out of this matter for now. Let's see how I can clean him up tomorrow." Luo Tao asked curiously, "What good idea did Chen Xiao think of?" Chen Haoyang laughed and said, "You guys will know tomorrow. It seems like young Chen's idea should be very good. There's some anticipation. Ha ha ha." Chapter 8, Pigs Need to be Picked to be Fattened. The next day, Lin Xiano did not go to the train station to pick up the new students because he promised Principal Chow to advertise for the school during the live broadcast. In the afternoon before the time agreed with Yi Beinian, Lin Xiano specially dressed up and waited at the school entrance early. When she saw Yi Beinian, who had changed into a casual outfit, appear at the school gate, she stood on her tiptoes and waved with a smile. "Yi Beinian, this way." Yi Beinian nodded his head and walked to Lin Xiano without haste, asking with a smile, "Waiting for a long time, right?" Lin Xiano smiled sweetly. "It hasn't been long." At this time, Chen Haoyang drove a BMW car and stopped beside them, dropped the window, honked the horn and shouted, "Xiao Yi." Lin Xiano walked to the front of the car, looked down at Chen Haoyang inside the car, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Chen Haoyang swept his gaze over Yi Beinian who still had his face covered airtight. "Is it his treat?" Lin Xiano let out a light laugh. "What does this have to do with you?" Chen Haoyang wasn't annoyed and smiled back. "Don't you think it's too few people for you to go by yourself? I'll add one for him." Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian and hesitated. "Where does that go?" Chen Haoyang put his hands on the steering wheel and raised his eyebrows. "Get in the car. You'll know when you go." Yi Beinian looked at Lin Xiano's hesitation and smiled. "Let's go." A meal he could still afford. Chen Haoyang kept the car parked in front of the most luxurious Tanghui Hotel in Smoky Sea City. While walking towards the hotel, Yi Beinian whispered to Lin Xiano, "He's trying to rip me off." Lin Xiano smiled mischievously. "Don't worry, all pigs are killed by picking the fat ones. I'll make him pay for it later." "I said I'll pay for it. How can I be embarrassed?" "How embarrassing. I didn't choose this place either." Walking into the private room, a large round table that could sit 20 people was set with a table full of dishes. Yi Beinian and Lin Xiano shrugged their shoulders, smiled at each other and sat down. Chen Haoyang picked up his highball glass, shook it, and let out a light laugh. "That what year?" Lin Xiano hastily corrected. "Yi Beinian." Oh, right, Yi Bei Nian, you taste it. This is the 82-year-old Lafite. You shouldn't have drank it before. Let's see how it tastes, Chen Haoyang said with a smile. Yi Bei Nian picked up the goblet, pulled the mouthpiece to his jaw, took a light sip and praised. Not bad. At this time, Lin Xiano got up and said to Yi Bei Nian and Chen Haoyang, I'm going to the restroom. Seeing Lin Xiano leave, Chen Haoyang also put away the false smile on his face and said to Yi Bei Nian, as a human being, first of all, you have to put yourself in the right position. Yi Bei Nian raised his eyebrows and sneered. What do you mean? Chen Haoyang spread his hands and said, what I mean is, things come in groups. Xiaoniao is not something that a poor boy like you can expect. Yi Bei Nian shook the wine in his hand. His eyes stayed fixed on the wine in the cup, and said without any tone of voice, you think that with your pattern and cultivation you are worthy? Chen Haoyang immediately turned ugly and said angrily, you. At this time, Lin Xiano walked over and asked with a smile, what are you guys chatting about? Chen Haoyang hurriedly changed his smile again and said, we're just chatting casually. Ding! The temperament transcendence system refreshes the mission. Near Tanghui Hotel, someone is committing a robbery. Please stop it. Reward, 1 point of fierce god value, 1 point of cruelty, 1 point of killing spirit, 1 point of physique, and 1 VIP black gold card of Tanghui Hotel. Does the Tang Fai Hotel VIP card work? No matter what, first complete the mission. Yi Bei Nian got up and said to Lin Xiano, I'm going out. Lin Xiano didn't ask too many questions and nodded his head and smiled as he responded. Aha! Watching Yi Bei Nian leave, Chen Haoyang let out a light laugh. He couldn't have been unable to pay for the meal and borrowed it from a friend. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiano clamped a chopstick of vegetables and dug a glance at Chen Haoyang. Eat without saying a word. Chen Haoyang gently laughed and closed his mouth. He was just waiting for Yi Bei Nian to make a fool of himself. After that, only the sound of clashing chopsticks could be heard in the entire private room. Over here, Yi Bei Nian walked out of the hotel and looked around. The street was filled with pedestrians in twos and threes. There was no robbery. Suddenly a voice broke into Yi Bei Nian's ears. Stop! Do not run! Give me back my money! Yi Bei Nian looked for the sound. An old man behind a teenager desperately chasing. The teenager's hands are tightly holding a bag. Head nor return. Eyes closed, gritted teeth and struggled to 50 meters sprint speed forward. The boss chased after a while, and really had more than he could handle. He propped his right hand on his thigh, panting heavily, his left hand pointing ahead, shouting, robbery ah! Quickly come to people ah! At this time, Wang Xian followed Yi Bei Nian all the way to Tanghui Hotel. He looked at Yi Bei Nian standing at the entrance of the hotel, and hurriedly sidestepped and pretended to straighten his trench coat, and pressed open the intercom to report. Reporting to Team Wang, there's been a robbery at the entrance of the Tanghui Grand Hotel. Wang Jiangmo's grumpy voice came from the intercom. Hurry up and stop it. Yes, Wang Xian just wanted to rush out, but he saw Yi Bei Nian catch up with the teenager in a few arrow steps. Wang Xian rushed back to his original position and reported, Team Wang, the target has gone up to catch the robber. Do I step in? Show up my ass. You hide in the shadows and observe. Don't expose yourself. Yes. Yi Bei Nian caught up with the teenager who robbed the money, grabbed him by the collar and angrily said, give the money back to that old man. The teenager held the bag tightly in his arms, desperately struggled a few times, could not break free, angrily said, none of your business. Let go of me. Ha! Yi Bei Nian slapped the teenager's shoulder sharply. The teenager immediately experienced severe pain in his shoulder. His entire face became distorted, and the bag in his hand fell to the ground. Yi Bei Nian let out a grunt. He had collected quite a bit of force for this, attached himself to pick up the bag on the ground. The teenager saw that the old man was going to catch up, and then looked at the baggage in Yi Bei Nian's hand, and said fiercely, you wait for me. After saying that, he ran away holding his aching shoulder. Ding! The task is completed. Reward has been issued. Please check and receive by the host. The mission was completed. Yi Bei Nian didn't bother to chase after the teenager when he saw him running away. At this time, the old man ran over panting. Yi Bei Nian handed the bag to the old man and said with a smile, Grandpa, look at the number of money inside right. The old man hurriedly squatted on the ground and opened the package, looked at the 3 neat stacks of plutonium inside, and let out a long breath. Enough! Enough! Seeing the medals in the baggage, Yi Bei Nian dropped his sunglasses. The old man also saw that he was surprised, and quickly explained, I'm not hiding. I'm planning to go back to my hometown, to burn some paper money for my dead old lady. I hope she'll be better off over there. Saying this, he also tightened the bag into his arms again. At this moment, those 3 stacks of medieval coins were his lifeblood. No one could snatch them away. Chapter 9, Mr. Yi please. Under the boss's 10,000 thanks, Yi Bei Nian returned to the private room. When Chen Haoyang saw Yi Bei Nian come in, his body lazily leaned on the back of the chair and said cynically, the person who borrowed the money is back. Yi Beinyan lazily ignored him and directly said to Lin Xiano, "Have you eaten yet? Eat well and let's go." Lin Xiano asked suspiciously, "Didn't you not eat yet?" Before Yi Beinyan could answer, Chen Haoyang laughed. He's afraid that he won't be able to pay for the meal if he eats. Yi Beinyan laughed coldly. Earlier, Chen Xiao said that things come in groups. People come in groups. After I thought about it, myself and Chen Xiao really aren't in the same category, so this meal will be exempted. But since I said before that it was my treat. Saying this he directly shouted outward, "Waiter, check out." Lin Xiano rushed forward and tugged on Yi Beinyan's sleeve, winking at him. "Didn't we agree that I'll treat this time, and you'll treat next time?" Yi Beinyan left and thought carefully. It was better for her to settle the bill. If Chen Haoyang settled the bill, I don't know how to bury Yi Beinyan in the future. Yi Beinyan would smile. How can I let a lady treat? At this time, a uniformed waitress came over and bowed. "Sir, the total is 100,600. Yi Beinyan frowned and muttered, "Ah, so much." Chen Haoyang snorted. "You have to understand that pretending to be also requires the resources to pretend to be." Yi Beinyan's eyes faintly swept over Chen Haoyang. Chen Haoyang's voice Heron and stop. Only because he suddenly felt a burst of cold light shot to him, making him shudder voice Heron and stop. Although Yi Beinyan had taken away 80% of his extraordinary temperament, the rest of his fire was not something that ordinary people could withstand. This was also the reason why Yi Beinyan still covered himself tightly. Yi Beinyan took out the bank card from his wallet, and when he was about to hand it to the waiter, he suddenly realized that there was a black gold-rimmed card lying quietly in his wallet. Before the system said this is what Teng Hui Hotel VIP black gold card, Yi Beinyan took back the bank card and pulled out the black gold card from his wallet and handed it to the waiter, asking, "I don't know if this card is enough to pay?" The waiter took the card with both hands and said excitedly, "Enough, enough. Wait a moment, sir. I'll go ask our manager." Hey! Yi Beinyan wanted to ask why he still needs to call the manager, but before he could say anything, the waiter had already run out of the private room in a hurry. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinyan and asked suspiciously, "What's the point of checking out and asking them for a manager?" Yi Beinyan shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. "I don't know," Chen Haoyang on the side said in a conspiratorial manner. "It must be afraid of eating a king's dinner," shouting people to go. At this time, Lu Yu, the manager of Teng Hui Hotel, walked in with his hands holding the black gold card. He came straight to Yi Beinyan and said respectfully, "Honorable Mr. Yi, your presence makes our Teng Hui Hotel feel very bright." The hotel manager's respectful attitude, as well as the 2 rows of service personnel following him, left Yi Beinyan in a daze. Yi Beinyan awkwardly smiled and asked, "Is my card enough to pay for this meal or not?" Hotel manager Lu Yu immediately and seriously returned, "Mr. Yi, on behalf of all of our staff at Teng Hui Hotel, I sincerely apologize to you." Just when Yi Beinyan thought that it wasn't enough to pay, he heard the hotel manager continue, "You have come to visit us. We should have thanked all the guests and served you alone." But Yi Beinyan hurriedly interrupted him and asked, "You directly say how this card actually works?" "Hiss," Yi Beinyan asked and then heard a sigh of relief. Lu Yu wipes his sweat. "It turns out that this Mr. Yi does not know what this card does." He hurriedly explained, "This is our Teng Hui Hotel in the world to open the first 100 hotel chain. For the world to send only 8 VIP black gold card. The card holder can be in any one of the Teng Hui Hotel consumption, and consumption of the day only for the card holder 1-person service." Yi Beinyan puts his sunglasses in place, thinks for a moment and asks, "That means I can wrap up my consumption today?" Lu Yu wiped his sweat. "Precisely. Today there is some slack. So today this meal is free as compensation." Mr. Yi you see cannot? Towards the end, the hotel manager had a completely consultative tone. Can hold their hotel black gold card person. The identity is bound to be prominent. Today, this matter must be dealt with. Otherwise, his hotel manager is also considered to be the end of the line. Lin Xiano next to him was also shocked. Chen Haoyang, on the other hand, had a look like his jaw was about to drop to the ground. Yi Beinyan said without any tone of voice, "A waiver is not necessary. After all, I was the one who presented the card rather late." The system finally rewarded for once to match his temperament. The hotel manager bowed and said, "A bill waiver is necessary. This is all our work error." Hearing the hotel manager being so persistent, Yi Beinyan said, "Whatever, we still have things to do, so we'll leave if we can." Wait. At this time, Chen Haoyang, who was stunned at the sight, finally came back to his senses. He had previously sent someone to check Yi Beinyan's information, a thoroughly poor boy. He looked at the hotel manager and angrily rebuked, "You guys don't confirm whether this card is his or not. What if it's picked up to act like a pussy here?" Hearing Chen Haoyang say this, the smile disappeared from the hotel manager's face as he straightened up and turned his head to look at Chen Haoyang. "We've already verified that this card is under Mr. Ye's name." Chen Haoyang questioned, "How is that possible?" Have you guys checked it clearly? The hotel manager did not pay attention to Chun Hao Yang's words and announced, due to this gentleman's defamation of Mr. Ye's reputation, all of Tang Hui's hotels will refrain from serving him in the future. After saying that, the hotel manager looked at Yi Beinian and asked with a smile, Mr. Yi, do you think this is the way to deal with your friend? Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. I don't have such a friend. The hotel manager understood, and with a wave of his hand, 2 tall and strong security guards immediately stepped forward and directly racked up Chen Hao Yang and walked outside. The framed Chen Hao Yang's legs kept struggling in midair, twisting his head to look at the hotel manager, shouting, You can't do this to me. Do you know who I am? My father is Chen Nan. I'll make you guys can't eat. Take a ride. Lin Xiano looked at Chen Hao Yang, who was making a fool of himself, and shook his head helplessly. As Chen Hao Yang's voice disappeared, hotel manager Lu Yu hurriedly held up his black card, sidestepped to make a path, reached out to make a gesture of invitation, and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, please. The 2 rows of waiters also followed to make an invitation gesture, shouting in unison, Mr. Yi, please. Mr. Yi, please. The voices tumbled, loud and distant. Yi Beinian and Lin Xiano walked out of Tang Hui Hotel amidst the crowd's respect. After walking for some distance, Lin Xiano looked at the hotel's crowd disappearing behind him and said with a smile, Eating a meal with you even ate out the feeling of a gangster boss. Did it? No? Ha ha ha. Chen Hao Yang, who was thrown out, hid in the dark, clenching his fists, a cold light in his eyes. Yi Beinian. We'll see. Chapter 10, Su Jigang has met the boss. Inside the Tang Hui Grand Hotel, the shift supervisor on duty saw Lu Yu breathing a sigh of relief and stepped forward to gently remind him. Manager, the one we just threw out was the young master of the Smoky Sea City Star Group. Lu Yu puts his hands behind his back and glares at the shift supervisor. What do you know? To be able to hold a black gold card is to be a person of honor in the world. He, Chen Nan, is nothing, but if we offend the Star Group, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time in the future, right? It's alright, I'll report to the higher-ups. I don't believe Star Group dares to offend Tang Hui's higher-ups. Lu Yu left with a cold snort from his mouth after saying that. On the other side, Lin Xiano and Yi Beinian walked for a while before remembering Chen Hao Yang. How come I didn't see Chen Hao Yang when I came out? Probably already went back to school. Lin Xiano nodded, her small mouth turned up. That guy of his is usually like that. You'll know if you stay at school for a long time. Aha! Yi Beinian softly hummed. In the evening, the autumn wind blew. The leaves of the sycamore trees on both sides of the road fell one by one. The temperature difference between morning and evening in autumn was still relatively large and cool. Yi Beinian, who was walking in front, found Lin Xiaoyi falling a few steps, looked sideways and found her hugging her arms tightly because of the cold. Yi Beinian took off his jacket, walked over and handed it to Lin Xiano. Lin Xiano shook her head. No, I'm not cold. Yi Beinian directly draped the clothes over Lin Xiano's body. Lin Xiano tilted her head and looked at Yi Beinian. Her heart warmed. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Thank you. It's fine. You don't have to be so polite to me. Wearing Yi Beinian's wide jacket, Lin Xiano flung her long sleeves around in place. She smiled sweetly and said, You haven't eaten anything yet. I know there's an extraordinarily delicious food stall in this neighborhood. I'll take you to try it. Seeing her cute appearance, Yi Beinian hooked his lips in a smile and said softly, Aha! Without walking a few steps, the keen Yi Beinian realized that they were being followed by a few people. He hooked his lips and let out a light smile. When he and Lin Xiano walked into an alley, the people who had been trailing behind them finally surrounded them and blocked them at the root of the wall. Each of these people had beer bottles clutched backwards in their hands. The leader was the teenager who had robbed them this afternoon. Lin Xiano was so scared that she clutched Yi Beinian's arm tightly and hurriedly hid behind him, asking softly, You messed with this gang of punks this afternoon? Yi Beinian patted Lin Xiano's hand that was gripping his arm tightly due to his nervousness and comforted. Don't be afraid. At once, Lin Xiano's heart was much more at ease and responded, Aha! The teenager put the beer bottle on his shoulder and said in a hangdog manner, See, you're quite a hero this afternoon. Yi Beinian looked at the teenager and said in a cold voice, What? You came back because you want me to personally send you to the police station? The teenager's face showed anger, tapping the beer bottle on his palm, and said fiercely, I hope you'll still be so tough talking in a while. I'll let you know what happens when you mind your own business. Yi Beinian sneered. Oh, this is bringing your gang of brothers to seek revenge. The young man let out a laugh. Why are you afraid? He then beckoned behind him. Brothers, go. Instantly, 5 gangsters slowly walked towards Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyao. Yi Beinian hurriedly pulled Lin Xiano to the side, took off his own head cap and buckled it on her head, using the brim to purposely cover her eyes. Stand here and don't move. Don't look either. Yi Beinian instructed as he pinched Lin Xiano's shoulders. Lin Xiano, who had her eyes covered by the hat, obediently stood still and nodded. Yi Beinian turned back, took a stride, and raised his slender leg to directly kick one away. He also grabbed the other two people's collars with both hands and yanked hard, and the two people collided together with a bang. Immediately after, the left hand grabbed a person's collar, right hand clenched into a fist, rushed to his face as a punch. Instantly, 4 punks all fell to the ground, leaving only the robbery of a teenager. Yi Bei-nian walked towards the teenager step by step. The teenager's face was full of panic. Backing up, the beer bottle in his hand was pointed at Yi Bei-nian. "Don't you come over," Yi Bei-nian sneered. A prancing jumped in front of the teenager, one-handed as if carrying a chicken to carry him in midair. With a slap on the teenager's buttocks, he said sternly, "Not yet an adult and you're robbing and fighting in the street." Seeing this scene, the remaining few punks were completely dumbfounded. Their big brother Su Jigang was a clanking man of 1 meter 7, but in this man's hands, he was a complete chicken. Lin Xiano, who had been having his eyes covered by the brim of his hat, finally couldn't help but turn his hat a little to the side. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was also completely dumbfounded. Is this the power of a man? A few punks endured the pain and hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. "Big brother, this is also our first time fighting. Spare us." "Yes, beg Big brother to spare us. We were all forced to do this. Big brother, he is also the first time to rob money. Big brother, spare us." The teenager hanging in midair was scared to death in his heart. The man's power was too terrifying. He said with a trembling voice, "As long as you spare us, we will recognize you as our boss in the future." Yi Bei-nian sneered. His hand loosened, and the teenager fell to the ground with a thud. With a bang, he fell to the ground. "You guys have the guts to be gangsters." The teenager who fell to the ground let out a cry of pain, hurriedly climbed up and knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with determination, cupped his fists and said, "Su Jigang has met the boss." Only now did he realize that he was the head wearing an official hat. The remaining 4 followed suit and clasped their fists in unison. "Boss." Yi Bei-nian put his hands into his pants pockets and slowly said, "You guys go pick up 2 pounds of garbage from the neighborhood." The teenager and his partner looked at each other for a few moments, and a few of them endured the pain in their bodies and hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, boss." Seeing the 5 of them kneeling on the ground, Yi Bei-nian chided, "Don't go yet." "Yes, yes, yes." A few people hurriedly got up and ran towards the outside of the alley. Watching the few punks leave, Lin Xiano walked up to Yi Bei-nian and asked, "Do you think they'll pick up the trash like you said?" Yi Bei-nian shrugged. "It doesn't matter if they pick it up or not. I just hope they don't go down a crooked path in the future." The 2 of them walked through another alley before arriving at the food stall that Lin Xiano said. Yi Bei-nian then smelled a foul odor. "What smell is this?" Yi Bei-nian asked with a frown. Lin Xiano smiled and said, "This is stinky tofu. It smells bad and tastes good, but it smells good to me too. He. After saying this, she spat out her tongue mischievously and turned her head to the stall owner and said, "Boss, 2 portions of stinky tofu." Yi Bei-nian frowned, pinching his nose under the mask. "Can you eat this? I guarantee you won't forget it after eating it." Not long after, the stall owner shouted, "Girl, the stinky tofu is ready." "Thank you, auntie." Lin Xiano took the stinky tofu and turned around to hand one to Yi Bei-nian. "Here, try it. It's delicious." Chapter 11 Drunken Heart Lake Rumor. Yi Bei-nian looked at the stinky tofu in front of him and unconsciously ducked back. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Bei-nian's appearance and smiled mischievously, putting a piece of stinky tofu into her mouth, saying as she ate, "It's delicious." Yi Bei-nian frowned tightly and pinched his nose and put a piece in his mouth. After eating a few bites, his tightly locked brows relaxed. Lin Xiano hurriedly asked, "Delicious, isn't it?" Yi Bei-nian put another piece of stinky tofu into his mouth and ate it, nodding his head repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad, didn't lie to you." The 2 walked while eating. After walking for some distance, Lin Xiano saw that Yi Bei-nian had removed his mask, but still wore sunglasses, and asked suspiciously, "It's nighttime now, can't you take off your sunglasses?" Yi Bei-nian said back seriously, "I'm afraid that taking off the sunglasses will scare you." Could it be that he really had a scar on his face or something? As Jingjing and the girls had said, Lin Xiano sighed inwardly, but smiled on his face and comforted. "In fact, you boys don't need to pay too much attention to your looks. Inner cultivation is also very important. You have to believe that there will be a girl who will find your beauty." Yi Bei-nian was first stunned, then smiled. The 2 returned to the school. It was already more than 9 o'clock in the evening. There were few pedestrians in the school. Yi Bei-nian smiled and said, "Are the students very self-disciplined? What time is the school's lights out time? No one will be sneaking around outside this time." 10 o'clock at night. After Lin Xiano finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked around. A cold wind blew by, and from time to time, the rustling of wind-blown leaves could be heard. The silence around him was a little scary. Lin Xiano hurriedly moved 2 steps towards Yi Bei-nian and walked forward next to him. She lowered her voice and said, I'll tell you, never go out of the dormitory after 11 o'clock at night. Especially don't go to the drunken heart lake in the center of the school. Yi Beinian's face was full of doubts. Ha, I heard that there is something in the center of that lake. It's very evil. Just last year, a freshman disappeared for several days. Finally from the school surveillance to see him drunk back late. Over the wall into the school, to the direction of the center of the lake. On the way to the phone fell, he did not pick up. Finally, the body was recovered from the lake. The key to the lake around the railing. Over the railing from the center of the lake there is a long way down a flight of steps. He fell into the lake like that. Simply too weird, Lin Xiano said and tightened his clothes. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. There are no such things as ghosts and monsters. Don't scare yourself. Lin Xiano looked around and whispered. I hope, but the older students all know about this. After a while, she added, oops, it's creepy to talk about in the middle of the night. Ha ha, let me walk you back to your dorm. She didn't even dare to go back to the dormitory alone after saying this. Yi Beinian sent Lin Xiano to the entrance of the girl's apartment and reminded her before saying goodbye. Remember to go to the hospital tomorrow to check the recovery of your nose. Okay. Lin Xiano raised her hand and gestured an okay sign. Watching Lin Xiano's silhouette disappear at the entrance of the girl's dormitory, Yi Beinian only turned towards the boys' dormitory. When Yi Beinian returned to the dormitory, the two new roommates in the dormitory were chatting eloquently with Du Yajun. Wu Feiyang, who was chatting vigorously, suddenly saw Night Beinian standing in the doorway with his afterglow, and was so shocked that he stood up in a hurry. Bang! Carelessly his head directly hit the bed on the upper floor. Yuan Kaiwan also had a panicked expression. Seeing Wu Feiyang and Yuan Kaiwan's expression, Du Yajun hurriedly walked to Yi Beinian and said with a smile, don't panic, this is Boss Yi. Doesn't he look extra manly? Only then did Wu Feiyang and Yuan Kaiwan breathe a sigh of relief. In the middle of the night, you were armed from head to toe in black, and wearing sunglasses, causing me to think that there were thugs killing their way into the dormitory, Wu Feiyang said as he rubbed his aching head. Yuan Kaiwan also patted his chest. We were chatting about the bizarre events in this school, and you ended up standing at the door all in black. Didn't scare me to death. Wu Feiyang followed and chimed in. Yeah, people scaring people will scare them to death. Yi Bei gave a young laugh and said, oh, you guys are too timid, sat on the stool in front of his computer desk. Yuan Kaiwan walked to Yi Beinian. You do not know. Today I went to fetch water. A few seniors colorful chat about the school. The drunkenness lake, in broad daylight, froze to me out of a cold sweat. Yi Beinian took off his hat and mask and said, rumors can't be trusted. And don't scare yourself, said wearing sunglasses straight to the restroom, ready to wash and sleep. Yuan Kaiwan shrugged his shoulders. On the other hand, Lin Xiano returned to the dormitory, opened the dormitory door, saw Zhang Yanyan in the dormitory, ran over and gave her a big hug, Mua, and ended up giving her a kiss on the cheek. Zhang Yanyan hurriedly pushed Lin Xiano away, put her hands on her chest in a stop gesture and said, stop, this welcome of yours is too warm. Lin Xiano didn't answer Zhang Yanyan's words, pulled a piece of paper from the table, wiped it on his mouth and kissed a mouthful of foundation. Cut. I was planning to remove my makeup. Zhang Yanyan sat down in front of the desk and said while looking in the mirror, you still haven't answered why I'm so enthusiastic. Lin Xiano told Zhang Yanyan roughly what she felt when she just came back and walked into the campus, as well as what she said to Yi Beinian. Zhang Yanyan instantly felt the hairs on her body stand up and sweat. Ooh, I'm timid. Why are you scaring people in the middle of the night? You're the one who asked me why I'm so passionate about you. Without you, I'd have to be alone having to spend the night in the dormitory. It's scary to think about. Now that you're here, you're my light. Can I not be excited to see you? Zhang Yanyan. The next day, Lin Xiano came to the Smoky Sea City Hospital accompanied by Yi Beinian. After a checkup, it was determined that the 2 days of recovery were okay, and that a review would be opened after another week. From the ear, nose and throat department out, Lin Xiaoyao smiled and said, I told you, my nose is definitely no problem. Yi Beinian laughed softly. Yes, no problem. The two of them joked and walked towards the outside of the hospital. When they walked to the outpatient hall, they saw a bunch of people gathered there in a mess. Lin Xiano laughed and muttered in a low voice, why is the hospital like a food market? While Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyao were leaving, a voice came, please save my sister. Yi Beinian stopped and looked at Lin Xiano and asked, how does this voice sound familiar? Lin Xiano also frowned lightly. I also feel familiar. Yi Beinian Jabati again walked back, peeling through the crowd. He saw the teenager from yesterday's robbery kneeling on the ground and pleading, Su Ji Gang, what are you doing here? Yi Beinian asked in a cold voice. Hearing a chiding sound, Su Jigang hurriedly raised his head. Seeing that it was Yi Beinian, Su Jigang lowered his head in shame. Su Jigang's reaction caused Yi Beinian to directly burst into flames and kicked him, saying, I'm asking you. Su Jigang whispered back. Boss, I've embarrassed you. Chapter 12 The Hospital Without Medical Ethics. Hearing Su Jigang answer but not what he asked, Yi Bianian frowned unhappily. Lin Xiano hurriedly asked, what are you doing kneeling here? Hesitating for a moment, Su Jigang raised his head and returned. My sister is sick. There is no money to pay. The hospital interrupted the treatment and directly pushed my sister's hospital bed to the aisle. He knelt there and said with red eyes, pointing not far away. Following the direction he pointed, Yi Bianian only saw a bunch of people surrounding another place. Get up, Yi Bianian said in a cold voice. A single sentence instantly made Su Jigang a little confused. Ha! Yi Bianian kicked him in the ass/shaft and said angrily, I said for you to stand up. Su Jigang's ass/shaft hurt and he stood up in a panic. Yi Bianian turned around and walked to the payment office, took out his bank card and placed it on the cash register with a pop. Pay the fee. Lin Xiano stood on her tiptoes, glanced at the crowd not far away, and hurriedly ran over. Then she heard the people surrounding her talking. The little girl is so pitiful. This has been pushed and left here for an hour. Yes, the hospital how also have to save people first. Now this hospital. Alas, please give way. Lin Xiano shouted from behind the crowd. Finally squeezed to the front of the Lin Xiano saw a 7 or 8 year old girl lying on the hospital bed, tightly closed eyes, and do not know what the situation is. Lin Xiano anxiously looked around and shouted, what kind of hospital are you? Do you have any medical ethics? Just leave the patient here like this. 2 security guards walked by at this time. One of them said in a cold voice, it's good that you didn't pay the outstanding fees and throw them on the road. That's right, no money and you still want to be cured. The surrounding people agreed. How to save people first? What if something happens this way? The security guard looked at the crowd and said in a cold voice, if you have a disease, see the doctor. If you don't have a disease, don't gather here. At this time, another security guard looked at the time and said, the hour given to the patient's family has arrived. After saying this, he pushed the hospital bed and headed out of the hospital. Su Jigang stepped forward and pulled the bed, shouting, it's being paid for. Who are you bluffing? Pay the fee before you push/come in. The 2 security guards pushed the hospital bed outward without being told. The scene was a bit chaotic. Lin Xiano angrily took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast. The camera pointed at the hospital bed as well as the 2 security guards. Look everyone, this is our Smoky Sea City First People's Hospital, placing patients in the aisle for an hour, and now pushing them directly outwards. Everyone take a look. This is. A security guard stepped forward and directly knocked down the cell phone in Lin Xiano's hand. Stop filming. Another security guard directly pushed Lin Xiano to the side. Lin Xiano fell backward with an unsteady body. Yi Bianian, who had just finished paying his bill, turned his head and saw such a scene. He took a big stride over to support Lin Xiano who was about to fall to the ground. Lin Xiano, who had closed her eyes, thought that she would have a close kiss with the earth. Who knew that she would fall into a warm embrace? Are you alright? Yi Bianian asked worriedly. I'm fine. Hearing Lin Xiano say that she was fine, Yi Bianian saw that she was standing steadily before he let go of the hand holding her up. Yi Bianian walked to the 2 security guards and asked without any tone, where do you intend to push the hospital bed? The 2 bodyguards who were busy pushing the hospital bed outside the hospital after pushing Lin Xiano did not even look at Yi Bianian. Of course it's thrown on the road. Should we let her die in the hospital? The 2 security guards who were talking suddenly felt their bodies hanging in midair. Turning their heads to look, the 2 of them were actually picked up by a tall and sturdy man with one hand. One of them took a look at Yi Bianian's dress and angrily rebuked. You put me down. Be careful of the old man. The other security guard hurriedly and angrily rebuked his own companion. Shut up you dumbass. He turned his head again to look at Yi Bianian, revealing a fawning smile and said, Big brother, let's have a good conversation. Ha ha ha. Yi Bianian snorted coldly. Who did you just talk to? He said and carried the 2 men towards the hospital. The crowd of onlookers also followed out of the hospital. Without any words, Yi Bianian directly threw the 2 security guards at the bottom of the steps at the hospital entrance and turned around to walk inside the hospital. Bang! Bang! The 2 security guards' body heavily smashed on the ground, lying in pain and shouted, beating people in broad daylight. The crowd of onlookers were silent, casting deserved looks. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, it's too valiant. Instantly the crowd of onlookers burst into applause. Some people even picked up their cell phones to snap pictures. On the other side, Lin Xiano picked up his still strong cell phone to take a look, and the live broadcast room had long since exploded. What kind of hospital is this? Where did medical ethics go? Was Xiao Niaoyi beaten up? It should be. What we're seeing now is the roof, which means the phone is lying on the ground. Ouch. If my goddess is even a little bit injured, I'll kill this hospital straight away. Ono is here. Ono, are you okay? Xiano smiled at the camera. I'm fine. Let everyone worry. There's something else over here. Down first, 88. After saying that, Lin Xiano turned off her cell phone. What she didn't know was that her short 3-minute live broadcast had already exceeded 1 million clicks/hits. The hospital's inpatient department received the payment information and finally agreed to continue hospitalizing Su Jigang's sister. Inside the hospital room, Su Jigang excitedly knelt on the ground with a thud. "Thank you, boss. Get up," Yi Beinian said sternly. Su Jigang continued regardless. "If it wasn't for you, my sister wouldn't know what would have happened to her. Do you want me to kick you again?" Yi Beinian's voice carried a hint of impatience. Lin Xiano stood on the side, understanding Yi Beinian's meaning, and said to Su Jigang with a smile, "Since you're calling him your boss, if you don't help you, who do you help? And don't you always kneel around?" Kneeling on the ground, Su Jigang looked at Yi Beinian, thought for a moment, got up and said, "Boss, don't worry, I won't kneel to anyone in the future," because he knew that kneeling was useless. Only by becoming strong himself could he protect the people he wanted to protect. Yi Beinian was more satisfied with a soft gave a sound. After understanding, it was realized that Su Jigang's siblings followed their grandmother since childhood, and last month their elderly grandmother died of illness. After a period of time, the skinny sister often cried for grandma, somehow suffered from acute myocarditis. He looked for relatives and friends to borrow money and neighbors to help. Only just enough sister 3 days of treatment costs. Yesterday the hospital notified me that the arrears of fees and then do not pay the fee to let my sister out of the hospital. Su Jigang clenched his fists and pursed his lips. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows and asked, "So you were robbing on the direct street yesterday?" Su Jigang lowered his head in shame. "Yes." At this time, Xiaoniao's cell phone rang, picked up to see that it was his own mom calling. Just after connecting, he heard his own mom's eager voice. "Nyo, are you alright?" Chapter 13, "Are you in love with my family, Xiano?" Lin Xiano looked at her gaze resting on Yi Beinian and said to the phone in confusion, "I'm fine, Mom, why are you asking this?" On the other end, Lin Qiushim, who loved his daughter like his own life, snatched the cell phone from his wife Yin Shirlan's hand and said anxiously, "You were beaten up in the city hospital and you still say you're fine." "Ah," Lin Xiano exclaimed in shock, and continued, "How did you guys know?" Lin Qiushing's complaining voice came from the phone. "The video of you getting beaten up in the hospital is on the hot search, and you're still asking us how we know about it. You girl." "Ah," Lin Xiano exclaimed, holding her forehead in depression. She had seen that little sister thrown down the aisle like that at the time, and had turned on the live broadcast in a flash of anger. The phone rang. Fei Shirlan's faraway voice again. "You quickly ask her how people are doing? Girl, how are you in the end? Your mom and I are worried to death." "I'm fine," Lin Xiano explained again and again before hanging up the phone. Yi Beinian, who had already seen the online news, shook his cell phone at Lin Xiano. "I can't imagine that your appeal is so great." Lin Xiano took the phone. It turned out that someone had been in the habit of recording her live broadcasts so that she could go back and study and brush up. It just so happened that the entire process of Lin Xiano's live broadcast in the hospital was recorded and posted online. Lin Xiano looked at the big headline, "City Hospital Medical Style Corrupt, Beating Anchor," eyelids unconsciously jumped. This must not let her grandfather see. Otherwise, just thought so. Lin Xiano's cell phone rang. A look as the father opened, hastily picked up. "Girl, you now hurry to come to the city sanatorium. Your grandfather had a sudden heart attack," Lin Qiushing said and directly hung up the phone. After receiving the phone, Lin Xiano instantly panicked. What to do? What to do? Yi Beinian quickly asked. "What happened?" Lin Xiano said with red eyes. "My dad called and said that Grandpa had a heart attack." "Grandpa, he must have been shocked by the online video." She pursed her red lips. "Grandpa loves me the most." After saying that, she had already reddened her eyes. Yi Beinian stood up from the stool and walked to Lin Xiano, comforting. "Don't worry, it's definitely fine." Lin Xiano gripped her cell phone tightly and nodded her head vigorously. "Well, Grandpa is definitely fine." Su Jigang, who had been quietly listening to the two at the side, said in shame, "It's all because of me." He looked at Lin Xiaoyao, who hurriedly ran out, and continued, "Boss, you hurry and accompany your sister-in-law to take a look." Yi Beinian, patting Su Jigang's shoulder. He wanted to explain but felt it wasn't the right time. "Over here, you keep an eye on it." After saying this, he strides outside, catching up with Lin Xiano, who is in a trance and pale. "I'll accompany you." Lin Xiano thought about it, nodded her head and said seriously, "Thank you." The more anxious she was now, the more chaotic her heart became. Yi Beinian stopped a cab on the side of the road, and the two of them hurriedly rushed towards the city sanatorium. On the way, Yi Beinian also learned that the original Lin Xiaoya's grandfather is a national scientific research personnel. That is the panda of the panda. The city sanatorium is the state specifically for this kind of key figures set up, although called sanatorium, but inside the medical facilities than the provincial 3 hospitals more superior. Arriving at the entrance of the city sanatorium, Lin Xiano took out his visiting card from his bag, and the two of them entered the sanatorium smoothly. Seeing how familiar Lin Xiano was, Yi Bianian asked suspiciously, "Your grandfather has been living here for a long time?" "Well, ever since my grandfather had a heart attack a few years ago, the state has directly allowed my grandfather to move in here, with specialized care." The sanatorium was situated at the foot of Fengshan Mountain. As soon as one stepped into the sanatorium, it was like a large natural oxygen bar inside, with lush trees lining both sides of the road. As they walked further in, they saw small bridges and water, rippling microwaves, green trees, pavilions covered in them. It was a realm on earth. Lin Xiano and Yi Bianian followed the road signs, and after walking for 10 minutes, they finally arrived outside a house. From afar, Lin Xiano saw Lin Xiaoxing and Fei Shilan sitting on a bench. Lin Xiano hurriedly ran over and anxiously asked, "Dad, Mom, how's Grandpa?" Lin Xiaoxing hurriedly got up and said, "Dr. Li said that your grandfather has passed the danger. Go in and take a look at him." Lin Xiano slowly pushed the door and walked in, then turned back and gently closed the door. Looking at his grandfather lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, Lin Xiano reddened his eyes. Walking over and gently holding Lin Jingqing's hand, he cried, "Grandpa, Xiano came to see you. Open your eyes and see Xiano. You wake up quickly, okay? It's all Xiano's fault." Lin Jingqing, who was lying on the bed, slightly opened one eye and observed Lin Xiano through the slit of his eye. Lin Xiano said as he crawled on the side of the hospital bed, sad tears dripping down, right onto the back of Lin Jingqing's hand. "Woo woo." Lin Jingqing, who was lying on the bed pretending to be unconscious, finally couldn't help himself and sat up straight, his white eyebrows furrowed together. "Why are you crying even after talking about this?" Seeing that his grandfather was fine, Lin Xiaoyao wiped the tear tracks on his face in surprise. "Grandpa, you're awake." Lin Jingqing laughed. "Your grandpa, I've lived for so long. What big storms have I not seen? How could I possibly faint from fear just because of a video?" Lin Xiano pouted. "Then how come Dad said you had a heart attack?" Lin Jingqing put his hand to his mouth and whispered, "I was lying to you guys." He let out another cold snort and continued, "If I didn't say I was sick, you guys would have come to see me?" Said Lin Jingqing with a sigh. "There's been no progress at all in the research lately, and your grandpa and I would like to let our heads empty and rest for a while." Lin Xiano spat out her tongue, sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Lin Jingqing's arm, her little head resting on his shoulder, pampering herself. "I'm not afraid of disturbing your research. Since you said so, in the future, I will come over every Saturday to accompany you." "Okay." Lin Jingqing laughed. "That's more like it." The grandparents and grandson were talking and laughing inside the ward. Outside the ward, Yi Bianian saw Lin Xiano walk into the room and looked at Lin Xiaoxing and Fei Shilan and politely asked, "Hello uncle and aunt." Lin Xiaoxing and Fei Shilan both glanced at Yi Bianian. Both nodded gently and stopped talking. Yi Bianian stood quietly against the wall. Fei Shilan had already recognized that the man-boy in front of her was the man who had stood up for her family Xiano in the hospital and through the security guard. After a few minutes of silence in the aisle, Yen Shilan finally couldn't help herself and asked, "You've been with Xiano before you came to the sanatorium?" "Aha!" Yi Bianian softly replied back. "Did Xiano give you a word that I don't allow her to fall in love in college?" Yi Bianian gently shook his head a little. "You're in a relationship with Ono? We are currently just ordinary friends." "Currently? You mean you intend to chase after my family's Xiano?" Yi Bianian. Chapter 14. You'll regret if you don't fall in love in college. Yi Bianian froze for a moment, answering that it was wrong to chase or not to chase, and finally could only say, "Xiaonyao is a star-studded goddess-like figure. I believe that many people want to be her boyfriend." Fei Shilan glanced at Yi Bianian slyly. The young man looked silent and detached, but he was quite good at talking. "The one our family Xiano will marry in the future must be a successful person." Yi Bianian. Inside the hospital room, Lin Zhengqing suddenly remembered something else and asked, "Who was the Hercules who was at the hospital with you today, carrying a security guard with one hand?" After his grandfather mentioned this, Lin Xiano suddenly remembered that Yi Bianian was still outside and exclaimed, "Oh no!" Hurriedly turned around and ran towards the door. Opening the door to his room, Lin Xiaoyao heard his own mom's last words to Yi Bianian. "Mom, what did you say?" Lin Xiano shouted with a not-so-good look on his face. Yen Shilan hurriedly explained. "What Mom said to the student of yours means that you have to establish a career first in any case." "You still say that?" Lin Xiano was shamed and angered by his own mom. Lin Xiaoxing hurriedly rounded up the situation and said to Lin Xiano, "Your mom is also doing this for your own good." He then looked at his wife. "You should also say less." Yen Shilan opened her mouth to say something, but finally closed her mouth. Lin Xiaoxing turned his head again and said to Yi Bianian with a smile, "Xiaoya's mom is just like that. Don't take offense." Yi Bianian shook his head and smiled back. "It won't be." At this time, Lin Jingqing shouted from inside the hospital room, "Xiano, Bring your Hercules classmate in to let Grandpa take a look. Lin Xiaosheng listened to his dad's muddy and powerful voice and asked suspiciously, when did your grandpa wake up? Lin Xiaono shrugged. Always awake. Lin Xiaosheng. Let's go. My grandfather wants to meet you. Lin Xiaono said with a smile. Yi Bianian followed and walked into the room. The room was not like a hospital room, but rather like a luxury-style hotel suite. The outer room was entirely a small study. A whole wall of bookshelves, neat book table. The bookshelves were filled with a wide array of books as well as trophies and certificates, fully proving how powerful his owner was. Walking into the inner room, Yi Beiyan saw an old man with gray hair but high spirits lying on the bed. Good day, Grandpa. Yi Beiyan politely greeted. Lin Zhengqing laughed. You're that Hercules boyfriend of Shan Yao's? Yi Beiyan smiled awkwardly. A friend. Lin Zhengqing pretended to be puzzled and asked, could it be that you're not a guy? Yi Beiyan. Lin Xiaono hurriedly laughed. Grandpa, don't tease Yi Beiyan. Lin Zhengqing laughed. Ha ha. So protective of this friend of yours. Lin Xiaono stomped his foot. Grandpa, if you keep saying that I'll leave. Alright. Isn't it okay if I don't say it anymore? Lin Zhengqing feigned compromise. Then he added, Xiaoyo, why don't you go get your friend a glass of water? Shan Yao nodded with a smile and walked out. Seeing Xiaoyo go out, Lin Zhengqing lifted the quilt sharply, nimbly got out of bed and walked to Yi Beiyan's front, surrounding him and looking up and down. Yi Beiyan was creeped out by the look. Could it be that Lin Xiaono's grandfather could see that he was a geek with a system and was planning to study? Yi Beiyan was thinking like this when he heard Lin Zhengqing say, nice aura on you. It gives an old man like me a feeling of intimidation. And your outfit is so cool. Lin Zhengqing said and was about to touch Yi Beiyan's sunglasses. Yi Beiyan quickly dodged. I'm afraid of scaring you. Lin Zhengqing's hand stopped in midair and froze for a moment, then smilingly pulled Yi Beiyan to sit on the edge of the bed and said, a man's appearance is not important. Do you like my family, Xiao Yi? Yi Beiyan. I'm telling you, my little wild man is beautiful and kind-hearted and talented. Yi Beiyan nodded. Xiao Yi is quite good in all aspects. Don't listen to what Xiaono's mom said. Not allowed to fall in love or anything. If you don't fall in love in college you will regret it. Your love at this time is the purest. Yi Beiyan sweated inwardly. This family was really lively. Lin Zhengqing was talking at length. At this time, Lin Xiaono walked in with a cup of tea, just in time to hear her grandfather's words, and said with petulant anger, Grandpa, what are you talking nonsense there again? Lin Zhengqing said with a straight face, Grandpa, I'm not making things up. If you don't believe me ask this boyfriend of yours. Lin Xiaono immediately turned red. Her grandfather was talking nonsense there. How could she still have the nerve to confirm it? Lin Zhengqing turned his head to look at Yi Beiyan again and asked, by the way, what's your name? Yi Beiyan hurriedly returned. Yi Beiyan. Lin Zhengqing said in a voice that only he and Yi Beiyan could hear. I'll tell you, you're the first male student that Shan Yao brought back. You have to work hard. Yi Beiyan. Lin Xiaono was on the side and saw her grandfather mysteriously saying something to Yi Beiyan. While Yi Beiyan's expression was awkward, she hurriedly went up and pulled Yi Beiyan and headed out. Grandpa, I'll come back to see you next week. God knows what else Grandpa would say in the later part of the day. Remember to bring Yi Beiyan along next week. Hearing Grandpa shouting behind him, Lin Xiaono almost fell over, hurrying out of the room. Seeing his parents in the courtyard, Lin Xiaoyao hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, you don't say anything. We have an emergency at school. We'll go back first. Yan Shirlan looked at her daughter who left in a hurry. Hey, this child, Lin Xiaoxing said softly. It's not because you said this and that to Xiaono's classmates. I said it's still not for Xiaono's good. What if she, anticipating that his wife was going to speak at length again, Lin Xiaoxing hurriedly smiled and said, I know you're doing it for Ono's good. Let's keep an eye on her together in the future. That's more like it. Over here, Lin Xiaono and Yi Beiyan hurriedly left the sanatorium. Phew. Lin Xiaono let out a long breath and said to Yi Beiyan, my mom and grandpa's words made you laugh. Yi Beiyan said with an envious tone. How come? You're quite happy. At least you have a family to manage. Lin Xiaono smiled and asked, your parents don't care about you? Yi Beiyan shrugged helplessly. I've been alone since I can remember. Hearing Yi Beiyan say this, Lin Xiaono stopped. I'm sorry. Yi Beiyan laughed. It's okay. I've long gotten used to it. At this time, Yi Beiyan's cell phone rang. A look as Su Jigang called. Answering the phone, Yi Beiyan hurriedly asked, is there something else going on at the hospital? Su Jigang on the other side of the phone returned. Yes, the hospital's director found the ward. The hospital's director he found the ward. You tell them to wait. I'll be there in half an hour. Yi Beiyan finished and also hung up the phone hurriedly without waiting for Su Jigang to speak. The hospital side might be looking for trouble again because of the unpaid bills. Let's hurry to the city hospital. Chapter 15, You're Still Great. Yanhai City Hospital. Inside the ward, Su Jigang looked at the doctors and nurses standing neatly in 2 rows, and his head was 2 sizes too big. Su Jigang said with a face full of embarrassment, "It's been transferred to the VIP ward, so please return. There are still a lot of patients waiting for your medical treatment." The hospital director stood in the first place and said with deep apology, "This time it was a mistake in our work. We must have your understanding." Su Jigang spread his hands. "I've said I've already understood you guys. We still have to wait for the forgiveness of your other 2 friends." The hospital director insisted. Su Jigang wanted to persuade again, when his cell phone rang, and Yi Beinian's urgent roar came from it. "The hospital kicked you/sister out again?" Su Jigang on the other end of the phone could feel Yi Beinian's anger, and hurriedly explained, "The hospital moved my sister to the VIP ward." "Which room?" "V808. Seeing Yi Beinian hanging up the phone, Lin Xiano carefully followed behind him. He was so scary when he was angry just now. Lin Xiano acted as an invisible person and followed Yi Beinian all the way to ward V808. Seeing Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyi standing at the entrance of the ward, the hospital director hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm the hospital director Sha Xiangrong. Please ask Mr. Yi and Ms. Lin to forgive our hospital's previous work mistakes." After more than 10 years of being the director of the city hospital, today was the day when Sha Xiangrong had the lowest voice. Yi Beinian did not intend to pay attention to the hospital director. He looked at a ward full of people, his brows knitted slightly, and asked in a cold voice, "What are you all crowding here for? Don't the patients need to rest?" The hospital director was chilled by Yi Beinian's voice and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I'll shout for them to leave." After saying that, he hurriedly waved his hand to all the people in the room. "All go out quickly." Swish swish swish. In less than a minute's time, only Sha Xiangrong was left in the room wearing white coats. Yi Beinian walked straight to the far side of the sofa and sat down. Sha Xiangrong smiled fawningly and poured a cup of tea from the coffee table, handing it over to Yi Beinian and said, "I also ask you to forgive our hospital for the morning's facts and that it was negligence on my part in management that allowed the 2 security guards to be so ostentatious and domineering." Yi Beinian sneered. The thin lips under the sunglasses lightly hooked, did not pick up the cup of tea. "You say, if the patient now has any good or bad, you launch 2 security guards can restore your hospital's reputation on the internet?" Su Jigang on the side suddenly realized, pointed at the dean and said, "I said how to suddenly change the ward in free treatment. It turns out to be trying to salvage the reputation." Sha Xiangrong's forehead was sweating. At this moment he was like a prisoner being interrogated, but he had no way to defend himself. There was a brief silence in the ward before Sha Xiangrong said, "It was the director of the hospitalization department who failed to manage the situation properly." Yi Beinian got up and walked to Su Jigang. "Take care of you/sister. We're leaving first." After saying that, he walked straight towards the ward door. After walking a few steps and realizing that Lin Xiano wasn't following him, he stopped and looked back at Lin Xiano, asking, "You're not coming back?" Lin Xiano hurriedly nodded his head and jogged to follow. Seeing that Yi Beinian was about to walk out of the hospital room, Sha Xiangrong clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Please." The video of their hospital trying to push a patient onto the road had almost spread throughout Long Yuan country in one afternoon. If he didn't take care of it, this hospital director of his was considered to be at the end of his days. Yi Beinian stopped his footsteps. "The mistake that your hospital made is not something that can be rounded off by just telling a lie. Only if your hospital actively solves the problem can you get the understanding of the public opinion. As for the patient's side, haven't you already explained? As for the later, as the patient's family side, we will only tell the truth." After saying that, Yi Beinian straight out of the ward, kneeling on the ground. Sha Xiangrong froze for a long time. His eyes suddenly lit up. Looking back at Su Jigang, excitedly said, "I know what to do." After saying that, he got up and walked to Su Jigang in front of him, excitedly holding his hand and said, "In the future, if the media asked about this morning's events, please tell the truth is." Su Jigang looked at today's performance of almost crazy hospital director, froze and nodded. His boss had said that everything was just truthful. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xiano followed Yi Beinian with small broken steps and asked, "That dean has said that it was the director of the hospitalization department who was negligent in his work, so why did you still say that he was lying?" Yi Beinian stopped and said with a smile, "You think 2 security guards would be so arrogant if it was their first time dealing with an unpaid patient?" Lin Xiano thought about it and hurriedly took out his cell phone to check online. Sure enough, there were other patients online who owed money and suffered the same treatment. Only their text hadn't been read by a few people and hadn't caused a buzz on the internet. Lin Xiano gave a thumbs up to Yi Beinian and said with eyes full of admiration, "Still, you are great. You saw the problem at once." Yi Beinian just laughed. These few years of doing the system's tasks accustomed him to deep thinking, and also gave him a keen insight. Moreover, things like hospitals, those who know a little bit about the human world know. Yi Beinian looked at the time. It was already more than 3 p.m. "Let's go." Find a place where we can have lunch and dinner together. Yes. Lin Xiano smiled and answered sweetly. The two of them chose a Sichuan restaurant nearby and walked in. When the waiter had just finished serving the food, Yi Bianian hadn't even eaten a few bites when he heard an electronic tone. Ding! Temperament Transcendence System refreshes the mission. Someone fell on the 13th floor canopy in the Star Ocean neighborhood next door. Please rescue the host as soon as possible. Reward 1 point of physique, 10 points of transcendent observation, transcendent driving technique A, $1,000. Yi Bianian put down his chopsticks and asked, Star Ocean cell is around here? Lin Xiano smiled and replied back, it's on the right-hand side of this store out the door. You eat first, I'll be right back. Why are you going? Haven't finished eating yet. To do a mission. Yi Beinian walked out while dropping a sentence, leaving behind a confused Lin Xiaoyi. When Yi Beinian rushed to Star Ocean's cell, many people had already gathered around under the high floor. Oh my god. That man heard that he broke up with his girlfriend, was in a bad mood, drank too much and fell out of the window. He still seems to be unconscious. I feel like that awning is going to fall at any moment. It's so scary. Everyone should just stay away. In case it falls down, call the police. The crowd took out their cell phones and dialed up. Yi Bianian tilted his head to see that the drunken man was still moving restlessly on the awning. He quickly ran upstairs. Lin Xiano, who had eaten a few mouthfuls of rice, became more and more curious the more she thought about it, put down her chopsticks, and also headed next door to the Star Ocean neighborhood. Just after crossing into the neighborhood, she saw Yi Bianian who rushed/entered the building. While wondering what he was running up for, she saw the man on the awning. Ah! Lin Xiano covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. Chapter 16, Spider-Man crosses over? Yi Beinian rushed to the 14th floor, kicked open the door of the man's house that fell on the awning, and went straight to the windowsill. When Yi Beinian's head appeared by the window, the crowd gasped in shock. Ah! What's that man up to? It can't be that he wants to save someone alone. That's a distance of almost 2 meters, the crowd said, only to see Yi Beinian upstairs shaking the sturdiness of the balcony a few times with his hand. It was at this time that someone downstairs exclaimed everything. The canopy is going to break. Ah! The crowd exclaimed in shock at the sight of the faltering canopy. The crowd standing downstairs hurriedly dispersed in all directions and could only watch the upstairs situation from afar. Yi Beinian then looked down at the man on the awning. At this moment has a leg drooping outside the awning, as if he can always survive with the awning. At this moment, Yi Beinian cannot afford to think more. He directly will be bent knees hooked on the balcony, the body down slowly hanging upside down, and then stretch out the long arm. The whole person will be pulled into a straight line. The crowd downstairs to see the scene. Quiet. Even do not dare to speak loudly, for fear of affecting the upstairs Yi Beinian. Saving someone like this was also too scary. Standing downstairs, Lin Xiaoyao's heart was directly in her throat. She didn't dare to shout downstairs. She could only clasp her fists and tilt her head inwardly praying. You can never be careful. Suddenly, there was a crash. The canopy fell from the 13th floor. There was another gasp from the crowd downstairs, some even covering their eyes. He caught him. Lin Xiano's miserable face, however, revealed a smile. Yeah, he caught him. There were cheers downstairs. Next, the crowd only saw Yi Beinian lifting the man with both hands easily, bending the whole body upward with force. When the body bent into a U shape, directly the drunken man was clamped under his armpit. The other hand grabbed the edge of the balcony, and the whole person flipped into the house with a force. Seeing the drunken man saved, downstairs instantly resounded with applause. People are talking. Is this Spider-Man crossing over? Ouch. That scene just now was so thrilling that I forgot to take a picture. No way I'm going to stand guard and take a picture with the hero. I want a picture too. Yi Beinian rescued the drunken man into the house and directly threw him on the bed. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check and receive by the host. Yi Beinian turned around and walked out when he heard that the mission had been completed, afraid that he would be surrounded again and cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Beinian directly walked to the other side of the building and took the elevator downstairs. Downstairs, Lin Xiano, like everyone else, stood guard at the entrance of the building and waited for Yi Beinian to come out. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Yi Beinian's silhouette, he suddenly saw the exit of the building on the other side, and quickly took out his cell phone. Hey, where are you now? Yi Beinian's teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. At dinner here. Ah, how are you all gone? Lin Xiano, I'll be right over. When Lin Xiano returned to the table where they had eaten before, he heard Yi Beinian say, I thought you couldn't wait to leave first. Lin Xiano skimmed his lips and sat down. I went to the next neighborhood and just watched the sensational scene of a certain hero rescuing someone by hanging upside down from a golden hook. Yi Beinian laughed unnaturally. You've seen it all. Saying that, he took a bite of food and put it in his mouth. Lin Xiano, on the other hand, sat opposite Yi Beinian. One hand propped up her jaw. Her big watery eyes kept staring at him. Yi Beinyan hooked his lips and smiled. Did you suddenly realize that I'm very handsome? No, it's especially handsome, but I'm curious how you knew that someone in the next neighborhood was in danger while eating your meal. Lin Xiano asked suspiciously. Yi Beinyan. This he really couldn't answer. Only after a long time did he say, if I say that I can foresee danger, do you believe me? Lin Xiano returned without thinking. Believe? Why? It was Yi Beinyan's turn to be curious. A woman's sixth sense. Intuition. Yi Beinyan. Yi Beinyan and Lin Xiaoyi had just returned to the entrance of the school after finishing their meal, and from afar, they saw a group of people gathered there pointing their fingers. This car modification is not too cool. Look at the lines. Look at the wheels. This engine is completely up to the sky, down to the ground, to the road that is going to second the era. Yi Beinyan and Lin Xiano are not the kind of people who are curious, and walked towards the school through the crowd. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd. Xiao Yi. Lin Xiano turned around to look. Chen Haoyang walked down from a tie-red car and asked with a smile. Xiano, see how cool I modified this car? Lin Xiano hooked her lips and smiled. It matches your temperament quite well. Yi Beinyan stood on the side looking at Chen Haoyang in a pink suit, and then matched with his flirty red car. It was indeed quite a match. Lin Xiano, this really hit the nail on the head. Yi Beinyan held back his laughter, clenched his fist and put it to his mouth and coughed lightly. Chen Haoyang thought that Lin Xiano was praising himself, and climbed up the pole, saying with a smile, why don't I take you for a ride? Lin Xiano shook his head and refused. No, I'm too tired today. At this time, Chen Haoyang heard the chatter of the crowd behind him. Why is Goddess Lin Xiano with this person? This you don't know, right? These 2 days the two of them have been together a lot. It's become a hotspot on the campus forums. I'm really curious as to what this kid's identity is. Chen Haoyang inwardly grunted coldly. Following the poor brat to press the road was not tiring. He turned his gaze to Yi Beinyan. Yi Beinyan, I wonder how is the driving skill? Yi Beinyan said honestly. I haven't driven for years. He hadn't touched a car since he crossed over 5 years ago. Chen Haoyang said with a provocative tone. That means you can drive. Why don't we go to my car club and find a venue to compete? Not interested. Yi Beinyan put his hands in his jacket pockets and turned around to leave. The gang of brothers behind Chen Haoyang yelled. Cut. How can you wimp out before you've even competed? How can this be good enough to stand beside our school goddess Lin Xiano? That's it. That's it. Lin Xiano with a little bit of anger. Do not compare, where's so many? Before he could say the words nonsense, he heard Yi Beinyan say, good. Lin Xiano quickly pulled Yi Beinyan to the side, whispered, Chen Haoyang in his car club, car skills but one of the best. It is said to have trained abroad for half a year. Yi Beinyan laughed, shrugged his shoulders and said, it's okay, just compare it casually. There's nothing you can do if you're not as skilled as others. Lin Xiano laughed. You're quite open-minded. At this time, Chen Haoyang shouted, are you going to compete or not? Yi Bei gave a young laugh. Compare. You tell me how? Chen Haoyang glanced at Lin Xiaoyao, leaned on the hood of the car, thought for a moment and said, in order to avoid people saying that my car has the advantage to take advantage of, we will use this car then, he said and patted the car. Chapter 17, The Great Hidden City. When they arrived at the racing venue, the center of the field had long been filled with obstacles. There were also water bags and lamps at the sharp corners. Chen Haoyang pointed at the venue and said proudly, let's cross the obstacles and compare the accuracy. Let's see who can press the most lamps and water bags, and whoever passes through our restricted gate in the shortest time will win. How about it? Before Yi Beinyan could speak, Lin Xiano hurriedly shouted, you're using this for racing competitions and training. Yi Beinyan isn't a racer. It's not fair. Yi Beinyan gave Lin Xiano a look of calmness and said with a smile, it's fine. I'll add one more. We escort each other to sit on each other's co-pilot. Hiss. A sigh rang out from the surroundings. This Yi Beinyan is completely newborn. That's right. When Chen Xiao raced, I didn't even dare to sit on that co-pilot. I sat once. Then that roller coaster is still stabbing/exciting. I think that moment my person is gone. From now on, I'll have a shadow of a doubt about sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Xiano's palms were sweaty and her hands were clenched, but she didn't say anything else, only because these days had probably understood Yi Beinyan's temperament of saying one thing and not another. Just hope. Hope what she didn't know anymore. Chen Haoyang laughed. No problem. He would definitely scare Yi Beinyan into wetting his pants. I'll go first. Chen Xiao chuckled. Chen Haoyang and Yi Beinyan sat in the car one after the other. You'll have to sit still in a while, and don't scream too loudly, or it'll affect my driving. Chen Haoyang looked like he was bound to win and flirted. Yi Beinyan put on his helmet and laughed lightly. That's what I'll say to you as well. With a roar of the car's engine, the car rushed out at an extremely fast speed. A cheer went up on the field. Go Young Chen! Go Young Chen! There were even girls who worshipped Chen Haoyang dancing as cheerleaders. only to see Chen Haoyang pass through the various obstacles with great speed. When he turned around the corner, he immediately made a beautiful drift, and the wheels made a twittering sound when he slid sideways. The water bags and glass tubes were almost half pressed. After one lap, the car came to a steady stop in front of the crowd. Yoo-hoo! Took 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Worthy of being Chen Xiao. This is breaking his own record. It's incredible. Chen Haoyang stepped down from the car. Seeing Yi Beinian, who was blithely comfortable on the co-pilot, he smiled and asked, "How does it feel to sit up there?" Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. "Average. The brakes aren't quick enough, and the braking point isn't grasped enough." Crowd, Chen Haoyang immediately grimaced. This was indeed his shortcoming. "I'm somewhat looking forward to your performance." Yi Beinian took the helmet off his head and handed it to Chen Haoyang. "Wear it." Chen Haoyang laughed lightly. "I'm not like you. I'm afraid of even riding in a car." Ha ha ha. The other people in the crowd laughed along. Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders and threw the helmet on the grass at the side. "This is something you don't wear yourself." The two sat on the car. Yi Beinian said to Chen Haoyang with a smile, "Sit tight." Chen Haoyang said in disbelief, "Just drive yours properly." Lin Xiano shouted, "Go Yi Beinian." Yi Beinian sat in the car and smiled as he gestured towards Lin Xiano to cheer. 10, 9, 8. The referee shouted the countdown. Yi Beinian in place has been added to the car gas pedal to the end. The car issued a burst of roar. With a start, the car flew out like an arrow off the string. The sudden acceleration made the unprepared Chen Haoyang's face change greatly, shouting, "Slow down. You drive slowly." Yi Beinian ignored it, and his speed did not slow down in the slightest. When the first sharp turn was made, Chen Haoyang felt like he was going to be thrown out, and hurriedly grabbed the handlebar above his head. "See, can already turn." Yi Beinian, still no sign of turning, shouted, "Turn, turn, stop, stop, stop. If you don't turn, the car will crash on the side of the mountain." Yi Beinian scolded. "Shut up." Seeing the turning point, Yi Beinian slammed the steering wheel, a dashing sideslip. Tail. Chen Haoyang felt that he could be accounted for here in minutes. The water bags and lamps were crushed without a single pull. Due to the friction between the wheels and the ground, clouds of white smoke rose from the ground along the way. After the last sharp turn, seeing the crowd standing in front of him, Yi Beinian did not show the slightest sign of braking. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. Chen Haoyang's hands gripped the handlebars above his head. His face, as white as paper, closed his eyes and shouted, "Quickly brake! Quickly brake!" The crowd of onlookers saw that the car was going to crash over, so they were scared to scatter and dodge away. Seeing the distance is just right, Yi Beinian put a sharp brake. The car steadily stopped and the crowd just stood on the edge of the position. Chen Haoyang is still stunned, yelling in the car, and even cursed, "How do you drive? I still want to live a few more years." It wasn't until Yi Beinian got out of the car that Chen Haoyang gasped for air and calmed himself down. The crowd all looked at Yi Beinian with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Beinian looked at the referee and asked, "How much time?" The referee then remembered that he hadn't pressed the stopwatch yet, and looked at the time, which was only 4 minutes and 30 seconds. "Geez, what an amazing speed this was. About a little over 4 minutes. The referee said uncertainly. After saying that, he excitedly walked to Yi Beinian. "Do you want to join our team? That way this year's National Racing Championship would definitely be their teams." This record had already broken the world record. The other members of the team also gathered around and chimed in. "Right, join our team." Yi Beinian waved his hand. "No, it's not my hobby." Crowd, "They treat this as a profession, but people aren't even hobbies. This is too much of a blow. Is this the legendary Great Hidden City?" Yi Beinian walked straight to Lin Xiano, looked at her, who was still dumbfounded, stretched out his slender hand in front of her. "Hi." Only then did Lin Xiano come back to her senses from the shock, and hugged Yi Beinian, saying excitedly, "You've completely become the male god in my heart." Chen Haoyang in the car clenched his fists. He had to admire Yi Beinian's car skills. Now looking back at his every break and turn was as if he had drawn the trajectory in advance. Not a second more and not a second less. He got out of the car. Legs weak, walked to the side of the vomit up. Luo Tao rushed over, patted Chen Haoyang's back and asked, "Chen Xiao, you're okay?" Suddenly smelled a flavor, and then saw a puddle of water on the ground. Exclaimed, "Chen Yongyu." Chen Haoyang, face ugly, whispered, "Shut up, take off the jacket to me." Oh. Luo Tao numbly took off his jacket and handed it to Chen Haoyang. Chen Haoyang tied the jacket around his waist. Luckily, the suit pants/legs were wide, or else he wouldn't be able to see anyone in the future. Chapter 18, Piloting a Robot. On the way back, Lin Xiano sat in the cab gesticulating excitedly one by one. Yi Beinian looked at Lin Xiano's excited appearance and said with a smile, "Is it that exciting?" That hug just now really surprised him. Lin Xiano excitedly said back, "Of course I am. You don't know that watching you drive is much more exciting than watching that F1 car." By the way, what level of racing license do you have? Transcendent A/class. What's a Transcendent A/class? I've only heard of racing S/class and super class. It should be similar to super level. Oh, although Yi Nian didn't know how powerful the system rewarded superlative A/class was, he only knew that when he sat in the car. Information about that car's starting acceleration time, braking distance, total mass, maximum engine speed and so on entered his brain. Then the prejudgment of the field, which point to brake and which point to turn was displayed in his mind like a computer screen. At that moment he felt as if he was a driving robot. When the two returned to the school, it was already past 8 in the evening. People came and went in the school, and when they saw Lin Xiano they all took the initiative to come forward and greet him. Good evening, oh no, good evening, senior sister, good evening, school sister oh no. Yi Bianian smiled and said, there are quite a lot of people today, that's for sure. School will start tomorrow, and almost all of the students have arrived at school. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Xiano slapped her head and said, it's over, we're going to broadcast live tonight, I still have to get ready, let's go first. After saying this, she rushed towards the girls' dormitory with wind-like speed. Yi Bianian looked at her disappearing figure and hooked his lips and smiled. Lin Xiano returned to the dormitory and saw that her roommates had all arrived. A few people casually chatted for a few moments and then hurriedly turned on the computer. She waved her hand towards the camera. Hi, hello everyone, I'm Anchor Xiao Yi. The format of today's live broadcast is you ask and I answer. Everyone can ask any questions they have. Immediately, a question from Drill Fan Angel with broken wings popped up on the screen. Xiao Yi, you were pushed and beaten by the security guards at the hospital last time. Are you alright? Lin Xiano smiled sweetly. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. It's just that my cell phone had a close contact with the earth. Then the Iron Fan Cosmic Enemy asked a question. What kind of boy does Xiao Niaoyi like? Just asked the live broadcast room immediately exploded. This is also too direct. It'll definitely make Goddess Ono unhappy. It's over. It's over. I still have questions to ask. Heavens, let me explode in place. Seeing that the crowd in the live broadcast room was talking a lot, Lin Xiano didn't get annoyed and smiled. I like the kind of man who is extra manly and has everything under control at all times. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Yanyan, Zheng Jingjing, and Guan Weiwei looked at each other and laughed silently. The live broadcast messages instantly refreshed at a rapid pace. Extra man. Is it the kind of man who wore sunglasses and carried security guards with both hands in the hospital last time? I guess so. But, what kind of man is in control? Give me an example. I don't know. Can Ono tell us more about it? Lin Xiano skimmed his lips and flirted with the screen. I've gone a bit far today, so it seems everyone doesn't have any questions to ask. Does this mean I can get off the air early? There. Yes, don't go off the air. I'm knocking out the questions. The new fan solved the problem asked question, 5x plus 7y equals 28. Find the maximum value of xy. Lin Xiano thought for a moment, casually drew a few lines on the white paper he had prepared beforehand, and said to the camera, it should be 28 out of 5. The problem solver quickly asked, how did you do that? Oh no, I've been thinking about it for a day. Other people in the live broadcast room were also talking. My god, is this the difference? I'm still clueless after reading this question, and Ono's answer is out. Oh no, YYDS. Ono smiled and said to the live broadcast, in fact, you can think about it differently. 5x plus 7y is greater than or equal to 2x. As she was talking, Lin Xiano's cell phone on the table rang, and when she saw that it was Principal Chow calling, she thought, it's over. She hurriedly said to the screen, excuse me, I'm going to take a call first. Picking up her cell phone, she hurriedly ran out. Picking up the phone, Lin Xiano smiled. Hello Uncle Chow. Chow Wenmao on the other end of the phone snorted coldly. Don't be playful with me? How come I didn't see the advertisement I asked you to make? It's not. Lin Xiano's brain spun rapidly. It's not that the billboard isn't ready yet. I knew you were looking for this excuse. I've already asked the hostel manager in the girls' dormitory, Xiao Zhang, to send it over to you. After saying that, Chow Wenmao directly hung up the phone. At this time the hostel manager, Auntie Zhang, walked over and handed Lin Xiano a group fan. This is what Principal Chow just asked me to hand over to you. Lin Xiano took the fan. He saw a girl in a lake blue dress on it, and in the background was the view of the entrance of the University of Smoky Sea, with the words University of Smoky Sea written on the side. Lin Xiano took a closer look. Isn't the girl on this fan herself? She accepted the fan with a facial twitch and revealed a fake smile. Thank you Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang, the hostel manager, smiled and said, you're welcome. Do a good job of publicizing our school. I still have things to do over there, so you should hurry back to the live broadcast. Looking at Auntie Zhang's back as she turned to leave, Lin Xiano gave a helpless gave a cry. When he returned to the computer table again, Lin Xiano had an extra group fan in his hand. Sorry everyone for waiting so long, let's continue solving that question just now. At this time, a sharp-eyed fan said, did everyone see the fan that Zayano was holding in his hand? Of course, the girl on that is Ono, and behind her is Smoky Sea University. I also want the same fan. What's the point of having a fan? You might as well take the Smoky Sea University to witness a real person. At this moment, the boys' dormitory 201. Du Yajun had been in the habit of watching Lin Zayano's live broadcasts, and when he saw Lin Zayano solving the problem in less than a minute, he exclaimed, worthy of being Zayano, just excellent. Saying this, he handed his cell phone to Yi Beinian who was writing and drawing at his desk. Boss Yi, look at Lin Zayano's greatness. Yi Beinian only responded with one word, oh. After saying this and seeing that Yi Beinian ignored him, he looked down at Yi Beinian's manuscript paper and asked with a smile, Boss Yi, what are you drawing? How can I not understand it either? Yi Beinian laughed. It's strange if you can read it. Oh. Du Yajun saw that Yi Beinian was still wearing sunglasses and asked suspiciously, Boss Yi, can you see clearly with sunglasses? It was a big night. Still wearing sunglasses, Wu Feiyang and Yuan Kaiwan, who were playing the game, also turned around and looked over. They had never seen Yi Beinian with his sunglasses off. Only then did Yi Beinian stop his pen, turned back and swept his gaze quickly over the three of them, smiling and said, I can see I've gotten used to it over the years. Chapter 19 Military training wearing sunglasses is cool? It was almost lights out time when Yi Beinian washed up and laid down on his bed. When the dormitory lights went out, he took off his sunglasses. Alas, with doing missions, these eyes of his had somehow turned red. All he had to do was to gaze into someone's eyes for more than 3 seconds and that person would be able to go back to a certain point in time that he wanted. What happened at that point in time was played back in his and the other person's mind like a movie. That's why he had to bitterly put on his sunglasses. It was night. Yi Beinian had just gone into a sweet dreamland when an electronic tone suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The Temperament Transcendence System mission is refreshed. World-class Detective Mainline mission has been opened. The Branch Line mission is being refreshed. Please save the teenager who is about to fall into the drunken heart lake. Reward 10 points of extraordinary observation and $10,000. Yi Beinian, who was sleeping in a daze, was startled by the sudden sound and bounced straight up from the bed. So much so that his foot knocked on the railing at the end of the bed. Asterisk. He was 1 meter 9 in height, and this bed was only 2 meters, so he could only put his legs on the railing at the end of the bed when he slept. Yi Beinian's speechless forehead. It seems that tomorrow's class will have to find the teacher to apply. See if he can change a bed. If he can't, he can customize his own bed. There is also this system today. What wind? Released in the middle of the night task, but also let a person sleep not sleep Yi Beinian pulled on the quilt and lay down again. When he closed his eyes, the words drunken heart lake suddenly flashed in his mind. Why is it so familiar? Miso. Yi Beinian sat up again. Isn't that the lake in the center of the school that Lin Zayano said before? Numbly put on his jacket. Yi Beinian directly jumped out of the window, followed by 2 voices in the silent night. Thud. Snap. Yi Beinian looked down at his own one bare foot that stepped on the ground, coming out in a hurry, wearing slippers. One shoe left his foot when he jumped. He hurriedly put on the other slipper not far away and ran towards the center of the lake. I hope he still has time to save people. When Yi Beinian ran to the edge of the lake, he saw a male student slowly walking towards the center of the lake. The water had already submerged to his chest/mouth. Yi Beinian rushed forward to pull the students who continue to move forward. Students, further forward will be dead. But the male student's gaze is dull. His feet still do not stop. Yi Beinian was helpless. Snap. A slap on the male student's face, but it still didn't wake him up. Asterisk. Yi Beinian cursed, raised his hand and slashed at the male student's neck, directly knocking him out, picking him up and walking directly out of the center of the lake. Ding! The side mission to save the boy who fell into the water has been completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check and receive by the host. Yi Beinian then remembered what the system said before about the mainline mission worlds no. 1 detective. There was another side mission coming after it. Combined, the system quests he had done in the previous years had been laying the foundation, just like in that game. It turned out that he hadn't been out of the novice village for the past few years. Careful Yi Beinian found that the railing around the drunken heart lake was still locked properly during the day, and just now it had been completely open. Could there really be any ghosts and monsters? Yi Beinian looked at the hands of the wet classmates. Headache forehead. This midnight, will he how to deal with helpless? Yi Beinian had to carry the hand in the hands of the burden back to the dormitory. Yi Beinian gently placed the male students on the stool, let him lie on his desk. Suddenly, sharp-eyed Yi Beinian found the male student's fingernail crevice has remnants of white powder foam, but there was not much left of the touch water. Yi Beinian shook his head helplessly. Only his extraordinary powers of observation could see it. Walking into the restroom, he took a shower and changed into dry clothes. When he came out, that male student still had no signs of waking up. Yi Beinian climbed back to his bed and continued to sleep. He also suited to admire his 3 roommates. This big movement of asleep than a pig is still heavy. At most, when there is a sound, the snoring sound is lowered by a drop. I don't know how long. The entire dormitory suddenly resounded with a cry of alarm. Ah! Yi Beinian, who was sleeping soundly, heard another exclamation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong again? Yi Beinian habitually put on his sunglasses, looked down towards his desk and realized that the male student had actually woken up. This exclamation of his woke up the other 3 pig housemates at the same time. Who are you? How did you come to our dormitory in the middle of the night? Yeah, who are you? Are you sleepwalking? Yi Beinian's 3 roommates asked. The male student looked confused and mumbled. I don't know. I suddenly felt cold and woke up. And realized I was here. You don't remember anything else? Yi Beinian asked as he frowned at that male student. That male student gently shook his head. Du Yajun picked up his nearsighted glasses from the bed and put them on, slowly climbed down from the bed, walked to that male student and tugged at the wet clothes on his body. You're wet. It's strange that you're not cold. Which dormitory? I'm from dorm 205. Achoo! The male student replied and sneezed. Du Yajun immediately jumped away, covering his nose and mouth. You hurry back to the dormitory to take a hot shower. Don't catch a cold, he said with a big yawn and stretched. We're going back to sleep too. After that male student left, Yi Beinian lay in bed tossing and turning. The next day, Yi Beinian got up early in the morning, and came to the drunken heart lake, and frowned tightly when he saw the railing that was restored as if it was on the periphery. Everything last night seemed like a dream. 8 o'clock in the morning. All the freshmen stood neatly on the playground. Principal Chow Wunmao spoke eloquently in front. Classmates, today is the first day of your enrollment and your first lesson. Practice has proven that participating in military training activities can strengthen your body and sharpen your will. For the next 7 days, everything you do will be at the mercy of Instructor Gu. Everyone welcome. Pa pa pa. Loud applause rang out from the freshman team. Seeing the instructor standing in front of them wearing a camouflage uniform, the students murmured, this instructor looks not much older than us. The key is a beautiful woman. That's nice. Should still be a gentle beautiful instructor. Ha ha ha. Gu Dandan was just about to speak, when she realized that a few students were mingling, pointing at the few students who had just spoken, and snapped, you, and you out of the line. Wu Feiyang shrunk his neck and stood out, and the other few students who had been ordered to stand out of the line followed. Gu Dandan said sternly, you few are punished to stand for an hour. Hiss. There was a sigh of relief from the team. Anyone who was not convinced can come out of the line and stand with them. At once everyone was silenced. Seeing that the students were silent, Gu Dandan shouted, all of you, stand at attention and at ease. Military training is not only for everyone to exercise their bodies and sharpen their wills. The main thing is to strengthen discipline and develop a good habit. What's the point of our military training if we don't demand it harshly? Saying that, she suddenly noticed Yi Beinian standing in the line, her willow eyebrows lightly raised. That student. It's cool to wear sunglasses in military training? Chapter 20. Inquire about all the rumors at Drunken Heart Lake. Originally stood in the team. The matter was not a matter of concern. Yi Beinian was suddenly named. Inwardly a long sigh. He knew that wearing sunglasses in military training would definitely be lectured by the instructor, so he had already made a complete speech. Yi Beinian replied forcefully, /instructor. My eyes just finished surgery. Can't see the wind. Well, then wear it well. Thank you, instructor. Hearing Yi Beinian's powerful reply, Gu Dandan complimented. Hear that. In the next 7 days, I want every one of you to have such a loud voice when answering my questions. Gu Dandan repeated the question. Do you hear me? Hear that. All replied in a loud voice. After that, they stood in formation in the morning and military posture in the afternoon. When the afternoon military training was over and they returned to the dormitory, Du Yajun directly flopped down on his bed and said in a depressed voice, Mama. I'm about to hang up. Yuan Kaiwan also sat on the stool with an innocent look and shouted, I feel like I'm about to evaporate. They then looked at Yi Beinian, who was standing in the dormitory with a calm demeanor, and asked suspiciously, Boss Yi, aren't you tired? Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. Not bad. At this time, Wu Feiyang, who walked out from the restroom, said with a lifeless face, I'm finished. How can I tease a girl with my handsome face? When he said that, the crowd realized that Wu Feiyang's face was sunburned into a yin and yang face. Put. Du Yajuna couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're not talking about some gentle and beautiful instructor. Yuan Kai Literary said in Wu Feiyang's tone. Wu Feiyang sat on his butt/chair in front of the desk, slapped the desk and said hatefully, she definitely did it on purpose. The punishing sun keeps shining on one side of her face. Du Yajun teased, who let you? A military posture cannot stand well. An hour alive by you stand into 4 hours. Oops. No, I have to go and put on a whole face mask. By the way, buy some sunscreen, Wu Fei Yang said and headed out. Yuan Kai Wen pointed at Wu Fei Yang who went out. He's still coming for real. Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders. Everyone loves beauty. He didn't even need to take off his sunglasses. He must have a pair of panda eyes now, no matter what. First look for Zayano to understand the things that happened before the drunken heart lake. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed a call to Lin Zayano. Lin Zayano is sitting at the table to wear contact lenses. Just put on one eye, was about to wear the other. Smooth Eyes looked down at the caller ID. A look is Yi Beinian's. Hurriedly pressed the answer button. Picked up the phone softly said, "Hey." Seeing Lin Zayano's abnormality, Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Yanyan, Guan Weiwei several people hurriedly surrounded the past. Yi Beinian's magnetic voice rang out on the phone. "Busy? Please have dinner. There's something I want to find out about you." Lin Zayano smiled and replied back. "Good. See you later." Just hanging up the phone, Zhang Jingjing compared her chubby hand to a cell phone on her ear. Following Lin Zayano's example, "Hello, okay, see you in a minute." Lin Zayano got up and tickled Zhang Jingjing furiously. "Still learning from me?" Zhang Jingjing smiled and begged for mercy. "No more. I won't learn anymore. Go on your date." Only then did Lin Zayano let Zhang Jingjing go, sat down at the table and blinked back and forth in the mirror with both eyes, and said in a depressed voice, "It seems that one of my contact lenses has not been worn yet." Zhang Yanyan laughed. "If you haven't worn it, hurry up and wear it. Are you planning to wear a contact lens out on a date?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Jingjing and Guan Weiwei laughed along. "But just before I answered the phone, I took out the contact lens piece." The laughter in the dormitory came to a screeching halt. Zhang Jingjing hurriedly said, "Then hurry up and look for it." After saying that, she attached herself to the floor and searched everywhere. Guan Weiwei and Zhang Yanyan also searched. "Don't look for it. If you find it, it will definitely be full of holes already," Lin Zayano said and took off the contact lens from his other eyeglass. From the closet, he took out the long dusty framed glasses and set them on the bridge of his nose. Lin Zayano held up his glasses with his hand and asked, "How is it?" "Beautiful. A beautiful person looks good with anything." When Lin Zayano came out of the dormitory, Yi Beinian was already waiting at the apartment entrance. Lin Zayano hurriedly ran forward and said with a smile, "Waiting for a long time, right?" Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders. "Not for a few minutes. Let's go." After walking a few steps, Yi Beinian looked at Lin Zayano sideways. "Your eyes are nearsighted? I really didn't realize it before." "Oh, I've been wearing invisible before," said she. Pulled up Yi Beinian's sleeve and quickly walked towards the outside of the school. Yi Beinian asked suspiciously, "What are you in a hurry for? While the eyeglass store is still open, I'm going to get an invisible." Arriving at the eyeglass store, Lin Zayano smiled at the boss and said, "Boss, get me a pair of seasonal throw contact lenses with 400 myopia in my left eye and 450 in my right eye." The owner of the eyeglass store looked up at Lin Zayano and Yi Beinian. "Not testing your eyesight?" "No test. This is what I just measured last month." "Alright, you guys wait a bit, I'll go get it." After saying that, the store owner walked towards the inner room. Lin Zayano looked around the eyeglass store and pointed at the promotional poster for pupils on the wall and said, "These pupils look good, don't they?" Yi Beinian repeated, "Pupils." Why didn't he think of bringing a pupil to cover the weirdness of his eyes? You wouldn't not know about the pupil. It's... Lin Zayano was just about to explain when Yi Beinian smiled and said, "I know." At this time, the owner of the eyeglass store came out from the inner room and handed Lin Zayano the contact lenses. A total of 128. As Lin Zayano rummaged through his wallet in his bag, Yi Beinian took out his wallet from his pocket, drew out a 200 denomination and handed it to the owner. "Ugh, I'll do it. How can I let you pay?" Lin Zayano said hurriedly. The boss took the money and said with a smile, "It's normal for a boyfriend to pay you something," said. Smilingly, he went to make change. Lin Zayano, on the other hand, shyly lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. "You're welcome. There's something else to trouble you in a while." He looked up at the boss again and asked, "Boss, are there any pupils that are close to normal eyeballs?" The boss hurriedly ran inside and took a few small glass bottles. These were closer, and wearing them wasn't so solid. Yi Beinian attached himself and looked carefully at the pupils on the table and asked, "Zayano, which one do you think is better?" Lin Zayano froze and looked at Yi Beinian. She didn't hear it wrong. He was going to wear pupils. Wouldn't that be taking off his sunglasses would allow him to see his true face? Yi Beinian waited for a long time and didn't hear Lin Zayano's voice, got up and looked at her, asked with a smile, "Which one looks good?" Only then did Lin Zayano come back to her senses, went up and looked, picked a bottle and said, "I think this one suits you, then this one." After paying, Yi Beinian and Lin Zayano walked out. Lin Zayano asked curiously, "What did you say you were looking for me for earlier?" I want to inquire about all the previous rumors about Drunken Heart Lake. Chapter 21, Sherlock Holmes reappears. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Bianian doubtfully. What are you inquiring about that for? Yi Bianian seriously returned. I think it might be man-made. Man-made, Lin Xiano exclaimed, hurriedly covered her mouth and asked in a low voice. How do you know? Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows. Guessed, not sure yet. This is not looking for you to understand the situation. Lin Xiano stopped and stared at Yi Bianian for a long time. Yi Bianian was extremely unnatural by her look and coughed lightly, asking, what's wrong? You said before that racing is not your hobby. Could it be that your hobby is to be a detective? Sort of at the moment. The system gave the task. He could only move towards this goal, but it was quite interesting to think about it. Hearing Yi Bianian's answer, Lin Xiano hurriedly said, you asked me about what happened at Drunken Heart Lake. You can be considered to have asked the right person. I'll tell you. Originally, when Lin Xiano first entered the school, he also heard rumors about Drunken Heart Lake. Lin Xiano grew up under the influence of her grandfather's scientific research, and never believed in any demons or ghosts, only science. So she just entered the school, forced a few roommates, and the drunkenness of the lake guarded a few days, but did not have any harvest. But the next year there was a freshman died in the lake strangely. The police didn't find any traces either. After that, Lin Xiano brought his roommate to guard the lake for a few more nights and still had no luck. Meaning that those who died in the lake in the past were freshmen who had just joined the school? Lin Xiano pursed his lips and thought for a while. Pretty much. As far as I know, the 5 that died were all freshmen. Yi Bianian asked with a puzzled frown. Why don't the police care? Lin Xiano shook her head helplessly. There aren't any clues. Immediately after that, she added, and I also heard that there were students at the school during the day, so they had to salvage the body at night. The salvage crew found a tower of nearly 30 centimeters or so at the bottom of the lake. For this reason, the principal specially asked a feng shui master to look at it, saying that it was an evil object suppressing/pressing the bottom of the lake. After that, no one dared to go to the lake in the middle of the night anymore. You didn't go there after that either? Lin Xiano scratched his head. I wanted to go after that, but there was no one to accompany me. Jingjing and the others won't go even with a knife to their necks, so I'm all alone. And have to give up. Why don't the two of us keep watch these nights? Still really guard? Could it be that you used to be a fake guard? No, I mean before is before, now is now. Do not know the fear of it. Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows and shrugged. Then I have to guard it myself. After walking a few steps, Lin Xiano looked like he had made a great determination and said firmly, I'll join you. Then he revealed a fawning smile and grabbed Yi Bianian's arm. If there's anything at that time, you must protect me. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. Aha! Returning to school after eating, Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyu returned to the front door of the school. He stood at the school entrance and stopped, fixing his eyes on the school gate. Lin Xiano, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around to ask, why aren't you walking? I think I just ate too much. Why don't we walk around to the back door again and go back? When Lin Xiano heard this, he was overjoyed and said with a smile, I can't wait. He quickly changed to a good and serious expression and explained, I mean I have to eat too. Yi Bianian saw through it and didn't say anything, smiled, then let's sneak around a bit more. The two of them walked on that street on the side of the school, chatting casually. Suddenly a voice came, Yi Bianian. The two turned around to look. It was a girl wearing a pink dress, her face flushed like a red apple, looking very cute. The girl hurriedly walked to Yi Bianian and smiled sweetly. You're also strolling around the neighborhood. Yi Bianian looked at her and asked suspiciously, you are? The girl smoothed her hair behind her ear and explained with a smile, my name is Sun Qian. I'm in the same class as you. You probably didn't notice me during military training today. Yi Bianian looked like he suddenly realized, saying, oh, I really didn't notice. Hearing Yi Bianian's words, Sun Qian pursed her lips, looked at Lin Xiano standing beside Yi Bianian, and exclaimed, Xiano's schoolflower is also here. That exclamation was as if Lin Xiano had just emerged from the ground. Lin Xiano smiled awkwardly and said, oh, I never thought I'd be so famous. Yi Bianian looked at Sun Qian and asked, you're walking? But without waiting for Sun Qian to answer, Yi Bianian continued, you continue walking, we'll go back to school first. After saying that, he continued to walk forward. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Bianian who was walking away, nodded politely to Sun Qian, and jogged after him. Sun Qian looked at the faraway Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyu's back and stomped her feet on the ground fiercely. Since childhood she was the center of attention. She would never allow anyone to ignore her. Lin Xiano caught up with Yi Bianian and flirted. I see that Sun Qian Beauty seems to want to talk to you more. You just sent people away with a few words. Yi Bianian directly said back, lazy. Lin Xiano pretended to be old-fashioned and said, you shouldn't hurt a beautiful woman's heart like this. Yi Bianian. The two of them strolled to the back door of the school. Looking at the school door that was obviously half shorter than the front door, Yi Bianian asked. Is there a doorman at this back door? Lin Xiano hurriedly replied. Of course there is, and it's a very dedicated doorman. Dedicated, Yi Bianian repeated. Lin Xiano smiled mysteriously. You'll know in a moment. Yi Bianian followed Lin Xiano, just stepped into the school gate, and immediately walked up to a man with a slightly bald head and a face that looked less than 60 years old. He stretched out his hand and said to Yi Bianian and Lin Xiao, students, your student ID cards. Lin Xiano watched Yi Bianian spit blood on his tongue/head and took out his student ID, cupping his hands and handing it to the doorman with a smile. Teacher in, please check. And Jiang looked at it and gave it back to Lin Xiano. Yi Bianian also took out his temporary student ID and handed it to Jiang. And Jiang looked at it and handed it back to Yi Bianian. A smile then appeared on his face. You guys go, Lin Xiano said smilingly. See you later, Mr. Un. After walking a distance, Lin Xiano mischievously said to Yi Bianian. See, isn't it very dedicated? The doorman at the front door almost doesn't care who comes out and who goes in. This Mr. And used to be a chemistry teacher? Yi Bianian asked. Lin Xiano stopped and exclaimed. How do you know? There are traces of chemical burns on his hands, as well as traces of touching chemical reagents. The main thing was that the chemicals seemed to have been recently glued on. You observe so meticulously. Sherlock Holmes reappears. He used to be a chemistry teacher in our school indeed. I heard that he retired a few years ago and automatically volunteered to guard the gate at the school, saying that he had feelings for the school. Chapter 22, He's walked through a ghost gate. Then Lin Xiano lamented. Mr. And is really a good teacher, so teachers and students respect him. Yi Bianian asked. What year did Mr. N retire? About 7 or 8 years ago. I can ask Principal Chow about the exact time, Lin Xiano said as he took out his cell phone and was about to call Chow Wenmao. No need to ask. I'll just ask casually. Alright then, Lin Xiano hesitantly asked as he and Yi Bianian parted. We'll be at night. Yi Bianian was a bit confused by Lin Xiano's question. Lin Xiano looked around and lowered his voice as he continued to ask. Go to the lake to keep watch at night? Yi Bianian looked at Lin Xiano's expression and smiled. Not tonight first. In a few days. According to his inference, having just planned a murder, the murderer should also be waiting now. Oh, bye. Turning around, he ran towards the girls' dormitory. Lin Xiano clearly felt relieved. Looking at Lin Xiano's escape, Yi Bianian shook his head helplessly. It seems that the rumors of the drunken heart lake are really deep/into people's hearts. He had to go to the police station tomorrow to learn about all the cases in Drunken Heart Lake. Returning to the dormitory, Yi Bianian saw Wu Fei Yan lying on the bed applying a face mask. Yi Bianian went up and patted Wu Fei Yang's body. Share your mask with me. Wu Fei Yang got up and hurriedly tore off the mask on his face, and asked in surprise, You want to put on a mask too? Yi Bianian bristled. My panda eyes aren't much better than your yin and yang face. When Wu Fei Yang heard this, he laughed and said, Ha ha ha, this is called a brother in distress. Yi Bianian. Wu Fei Yan turned around and took a few masks from the inside of the bed and handed them to Yi Bianian. A few more for you. It's going to take a few days to recover. Yi Bianian took the mask, said, Thank you and walked straight into the restroom. Inside the restroom, Yi Bianian slowly took off his sunglasses, looked at himself in the mirror, and gently stroked his own very weird eyes in the mirror. Alas! Yi Bianian sighed softly, looking again at those panda eyes piled up with those red eyeballs. It looks so funny. The corner of his mouth lightly hooked. After Yi Bianian put on his pupils, he stood in front of the mirror and looked left, right and left a few times, and nodded his head in satisfaction. This looks much more normal. Just don't know if the memory replay function can be blocked. Suddenly Yi Bianian had a bright idea and walked out of the bathroom with a smile. He looked at Wu Fei Yang lying on the bed and shouted, Fei Yang, look at my tan. Wu Fei Yang gave Yi Bianian a sideways glance and said in disbelief, Much better than mine. He turned his head upright again and continued to rest his eyes. Yi Bianian, look again. Yi Bianian slapped hard on Wu Fei Yang's body. It hurt so much that Wu Fei Yang sat up directly and turned his head to look at Yi Bianian. Dude, you're this. Just halfway through. He seemed to find a new continent like staring at Yi Bianian's handsome face. *******. Lean. You take off sunglasses. Confirming that the pupil blocked the function of his eyes, Yi Bianian cheerfully shrugged his shoulders and said, The eyes are almost recovered, so you can take off the sunglasses. Wu Fei Yang froze and looked at Yi Bianian and said, I thought you were stonewalling the instructor. After saying that, he laid back on the bed and tore a mask and overlapped it with the mask on his face before and put it on his face. Seeing this face of yours makes me even more groundless. I'd better keep applying the mask. Yi Bianian. At this time, Du Yajun and Yuan Kaiwan walked into the dormitory together. We just came back from outside and inquired about a weird news that is. When his eyes saw Yi Bianian, his eyes instantly opened round. Excitedly walked to Yi Bianian. Boss Yi, you took off your sunglasses, and also put on a face mask. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yuan Kaiwan followed suit and laughed. Yi Beinian followed suit with a light laugh and asked, "Did you just say you heard something weird?" Du Yajun then remembered half of what he had said before and hurriedly said, "Right, it's that boy who came to our dormitory last night without any knowledge of God. He said today that he only remembers that he tumbled in through the school entrance, and he doesn't remember anything that happened after that." Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. "He said all of this last night? What's so spooky about it?" Du Yajun hurriedly said, "What's weird isn't this, it's that he's all wet." The guys reasoned around. Him being so wet can only be from taking a dip in the lake. Yuan Kaiwan lamented. "He's walking through a ghost gate." "I don't know, but I think." Yi Beinian slapped on Du Yajun's back. "Don't you think? Lights out soon. Hurry up / go to bed." Right. Early to bed. Tomorrow still have to be beautiful instructor folded / grinding ah. The next morning after military training, Yi Beinian hurriedly finished lunch, took a car and went straight to Chenglai District Police Station. Yi Beinian just stepped into the door of the police station. Wang Xian, holding a stack of files, and did not recognize Yi Beinian, shouted towards him, "Come to the person, what is the matter?" "Come to the police station of course to report a case." "Security, follow me." Wang Xian held a stack of files and led Yi Beinian into the office. Sitting on the seat, he said, "Wait, I will organize this place before making a statement." "No need. I'm looking for your Captain Wang." Wang Xian, who was organizing the files on the table, stopped and asked suspiciously, "You know our Wang team?" Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. "You've followed me for a few days. Why don't you recognize me?" Wang Xian was shocked. "You are?" Yi Beinian took out sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. "It is you." Wang Xian looked at the familiar face that could not be familiar again, so shocked that he took a few steps backward. His body has been against the table. There is no way back. Yi Beinian laughed. "Am I that scary?" Wang Xian stuck to the shui edge and slowly moved out, grinning. "I'll go find our Wang team." Turning around, he ran outside. Arriving at Wang Jiangwo's office, Wang Xian pounced on Wang Jiangwo's desk at once. Wang Jiangwo slapped the desk and shouted, "What's the matter, panic?" Wang Xian lay on the table, panting heavily, pointing to his office. "That Yi Beinian is here." Wang Jiangwo stood up violently. "Yi Beinian? It's that Yi Beinian who's single-handedly a security guard in the hospital, single-handedly saved a person on the 13th floor, and raced a car like the wind." Wang Xian nodded repeatedly. "It's him." Wang Jiangwo frowned and asked, "What is he doing here?" "I don't know." Listening to Wang Xian's strange accent, Wang Jiangwo got up and kicked him in the ass/share. "Go invite Yi Beinian over." Chapter 23, Taking off the police uniform with regret. Wang Xian brought Yi Beinian to the door of Wang Jiangwo's office and turned to leave. Yi Beinian had just crossed into Wang Jiangwo's office. Wang Jiangwo then greeted him with a cheeky smile. He, Yi Beinian, long time no see." Yi Beinian also didn't see any outsiders and sat down on the chair next to him, rubbing his jaw as if he was seriously considering for a while before saying, "It hasn't been more than a few days." Wang Jiangwo first rose, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I heard that you're here to report a crime?" "Aha!" Wang Jiangwo shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. "What kind of case can happen at your place?" "Drunken Heart Lake." Yi Beinian just said 3 words. Wang Jiangwo made a silent gesture, hurriedly walked over to close the door, paced back and forth in the room, looked at Yi Beinian for a long time. "You said that the Drunken Heart Lake has another murder?" Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. "Almost. It was saved by me." Wang Jiangwo took a long breath and sat down, tapping his fingers on the table back and forth, making a thud sound. A long time before he asked, "Do you think it is man-made or?" As a name Long Yuanhua criminal/police, he behind a few words cannot speak. Yi Beinian, your home Wang Jiangwo's meaning, seriously replied, "I think it is man-made. That's why today I purposely came to look at the past case records." Wang Jiangwo frowned. "You should know that outsiders can't just look at case records." "I know. What if I say I have clues?" "Even if you have a clue, it won't work." After a while Wang Jiangwo tone softened. "You really have a clue?" Yi Beinian shrugged. "Aha! Although you can't look at the file, but discussing the case with the informant didn't say no. You said you saved the victim from the lake?" "Aha! That night." Yi Beinian roughly told the story of how he saved the victim, of course not mentioning the system's hints or anything. After listening to Yi Beinian's statement, Wang Jiangwo pondered for a while and asked, "You found the clues?" Yi Beinian nodded. "Aha! It's only my speculation for now. I still need some information to verify it. Next I'll ask and you answer." Wang Jiangwo, who the hell are they? Criminal/police officers? Don't all the Drunken Heart Lake cases happen shortly after the school season starts? Yes, almost always within a few days of school starting. The first case was 7 or 8 years ago? 7 years ago to be exact. And every year since then, people have died at Drunken Lake during the school season? Not always. There was a 2-year gap between the first case and the second. And every year after that, wasn't the autopsy clean as well? It's just a pure drowning death. Wang Jiangmo sighed. Yes, so it became a headless case. He got up and stood by the window, his hands propped up on the edge of the window, looking down at the ground, his face full of regrets. If this case is not solved, I'm going to take off this police uniform next year with regrets. Yi Bianian got up and patted Wang Jiangmo on the shoulder to show his comfort, then walked towards the door. Seeing Yi Bianian walking out, Wang Jiangmo hurriedly asked, "Didn't you say you have a clue?" Yi Bianian did not look back and waved backward. "When there is news, the first to contact you. In a moment I'll send you a person. You help me check the relevant information of this person." After saying this, he directly opened the door and walked out. Wang Jiangmo stood there frozen for a long time and laughed softly. This brat. I hope to solve the case as soon as possible to give the families of the deceased an explanation. Yi Bianian deliberately let the cab parked at the back door of the school. Getting out of the car, Yi Bianian put his hands into his pants pockets and slowly wandered into the school. He just entered the school gate and found that In Jiang, the gatekeeper, was seriously wiping the school gate. Yi Bianian took out his temporary student ID, looked up and shouted, "Mr. Show you my student ID." And Jiang stepped on the ladder and looked down at Yi Bianian. "You're the Yi student who passed by here yesterday." Yi Bianian was surprised. "Yeah, I can't imagine that, mister. And has such a good memory. Do you remember every student who passed by here?" And Jiang laughed. "Pretty much. The key is that there are few people who go through this back door every day. There are only a few. So I remember them. Teacher An often scrubs this back door. I'm just bored and looking for something to do." "Oh." And Jiang no longer paid attention to Yi Bianian and continued to wipe the door. "Teacher An no longer does chemistry experiments?" And Jiang was so shocked that the rag in his hand fell to the ground. Looking down at Yi Bianian, who was still standing there. "Why are you still here?" Yi Bianian shrugged. "I just didn't leave." He hurriedly bent down to pick up the rag on the ground and stood on his tiptoes to hand it to In Jiang, who was standing on the ladder. "Does Mr. And still do chemistry experiments?" Yi Bianian continued to ask. "I stopped doing chemistry tests after I retired." "Oh, that's really a pity." "A pity for what?" "It's really a loss for the chemistry community if Mr. Such a good chemistry teacher no longer does chemistry experiments." Hearing Yi Bianian say this, and Jiang immediately walked down from the ladder smilingly. Come, I'll take you to see my award certificate." Saying this, he rubbed his dirty hands on his clothes and pulled Yi Bianian towards the janitor's office. Yi Bianian feigned doubt and asked, "What is Mr. And taking me to see?" And Jiang smiled as if he finally had someone's approval. "Oh, look at my certificate." Walking into the janitor's room, Yi Bianian saw a variety of trophies and certificates on the cabinet directly opposite the doorway, and even a group photo. Yi Bianian swept through the dates one by one, as if casually asking, "How come there are no certificates here from the year before you retired?" The smile on In Jiang's face instantly disappeared. "I didn't win any awards for some things that year," Yi Bianian said in a regretful tone. "Oh, that's a pity." And Jiang picked up the last trophy he was awarded, stroked it back and forth, and lamented, "Yes, this incident is the regret of my life. Does Mr. And live here all the time? Not going home?" And Jiang's hand that was stroking the trophy stopped, as if he remembered something. Only after a long time did he say, "My home is far away, and I only go home during the summer and winter vacations." Afterwards, Yi Bianian casually asked to connect with another sentence from the east. "Teacher An, my afternoon military training class time is almost up. I'm leaving first." Looking at his wrist, Yi Bianian greeted while running in the direction of the playground. "Teacher An, we'll talk again some other day." And Jiang smilingly responded, Good. After running towards the direction of the playground for a while, Yi Bianian stopped. "It seems like it's time to keep watch at the lake tonight. Hopefully there will be a harvest." Yi Bianian picked up his cell phone and made a call to Lin Xiano. The phone just connected. Yi Bianian listened to Lin Xiano's sweet voice, smiled and said, "Go to bed early tonight. We'll go to the lakeside to keep watch after 10 o'clock at night." Chapter 24, Too Handsome Will Have Too Many Fangirls. Trouble. Girls 306 Dormitory. Lin Xiano put down the phone. Zhang Jingjing. Several people immediately gathered around. Guan Weiwei opened her dancing eyes and looked at Lin Xiano fixedly. "Are you really going to go to the lake guard with Yi Bianian at night?" Lin Xiano returned without a bottom. "When? Of course." Guan Weiwei, Zhang Jingjing, and Zhang Yanyan glanced at each other. "Are you guys going together?" Lin Xiano thought that more people were bold and shouted for a few more people to go. Guan Weiwei smiled and waved her hand. "We'd better not go. You and your male guide can pitch black night. Can't see anything. Beauty." Hearing that pitch black night, Lin Xiano was a little scared in her heart, and hurriedly said, "Well, don't say it." After saying that, she directly jumped onto the bed, pulled the quilt over her head, and shouted under the quilt, "Sleep, sleep." At 9:45 in the evening, Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano met at the green belt next to the Drunken Heart Lake. Lin Xiano saw Yi Bianian take off his sunglasses. Surprised, tiptoe, small face to his front, fixed eyes on Yi Bianian. In an instant, the two people's breaths mingled. After looking for a long time, Lin Xiano finally rested her eyes on Yi Bianian's sexy thin lips before realizing that it was an extremely ambiguous position between them. Shyly lowered her head, and said in a low voice, "With such a handsome face, why do you wear sunglasses all day long?" Looking at such a cute Lin Xiano, Yi Bianian's throat knots rolled, but his face did not turn red and his heart did not jump as he returned. Because people who are too handsome will have too many fangirls. Trouble, Lin Xiano. But his pair of skin really does have such capital. Lin Xiano bristled and didn't say anything. The two tiptoed to the back of the green belt and slowly squatted down. Lin Xiano asked in a low voice, "Do you think that person will show up?" Yi Bianian kept an eye on the surroundings of Drunken Heart Lake at all times and said softly, "According to my speculation, something should happen today." 10 minutes later, Lin Xiano squatted there, switching his 2 feet back and forth, constantly rubbing his calves. Yi Bianian's gaze rested on Lin Xiano's legs and softly asked, "Legs are numb?" Lin Xiano gently nodded her head. Yi Bianian directly took off his jacket and spread it on the grass. "Sit down." Lin Xiano shook her head. "Or not, so you can't wear your clothes." Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled, patting his thigh. "Why don't you sit on my lap?" Just after he finished speaking, Lin Xiano sat on her but on top of Yi Bianian's jacket and smiled awkwardly. "I'd better sit here." She moved herself to the side. "You sit too." Yi Bianian squatted for a long time. His legs were also a bit uncomfortable, and he didn't politely sit directly on the side of Lin Xiano. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, smelling the burst of fragrance coming from her body. Yi Bianian tilted his head and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, hooked his lips and smiled. "The moon is really good tonight." Lin Xiano's originally fearful heart instantly turned into a deer in the headlights. Hearing Yi Bianian say this, she nodded her head gently with a red face. "Aha! Until the beginning." Her eyes did not dare to look towards Yi Bianian. Yi Bianian looked at Lin Xiaoyi and asked suspiciously, "You're afraid of me?" Although he still had 20% of his transcendent aura, he had always controlled it well. It shouldn't scare her. Lin Xiano hurriedly turned her gaze to Yi Bianian and denied, "No, no. Just after finishing, Yi Bianian placed one hand in front of her lips and whispered in her ear, "Shoo, puff, puff." Such an intimate gesture made Lin Xiano's heart beat wildly. She even felt that her heart could jump out of her mouth in a minute. She only felt her face rolling. I. Yi Bianian hurriedly whispered, "Shoo, someone's coming." Lin Xiano hurriedly closed her mouth. Following the direction of Yi Bianian's gaze, she saw a male student wearing a school uniform walk over from the opposite side. He was carrying a plastic bag in his hand, and his entire person looked particularly dull. His walking posture fell, like a puppet, mechanically moving forward, almost to the lake. His hand in the plastic bag fell to the ground, also do not know to pick up. Straight stepped on the steps to the center of the lake. Lin Xiano covered her mouth and looked at the scene in front of her with horror. She didn't even dare to breathe. Seeing that person mechanically walking down the steps one step at a time, Yi Bianian hurriedly walked over. "Can't let him touch the water." Seeing Yi Bianian leave, Lin Xiaoyi hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Ugh, wait for me." She looked around in the hazy moonlight. A cool wind came, not anxious to tighten her arms. Trembling voice said, "I'm afraid." Yi Bianian, who had just taken a few steps, hurriedly turned back when he heard her shout, directly picked her up, turned around and hurriedly ran towards the male student. That male student's feet were just about to step into the lake water when Yi Bianian just arrived. He hurriedly put Lin Xiano down, knowing that he couldn't wake up that male student even if he shouted. Yi Bianian pulled him with one hand and slashed his other hand directly at his neck, knocking him unconscious. Ding! The side mission to save the boy who fell into the water has been completed. Rewards have been issued. For the host completing the double Save the Falling Teenagers branchline mission. Special award for the Transcendent Guitar Playing level. Yi Bianian. This branchline mission even came with a double reward. At this time, Lin Xiano stepped forward and tightly grasped Yi Bianian's sleeve, looked around and timidly asked in a low voice, "How did you knock him out?" Yi Bianian let out a laugh. "If I didn't knock him out, did I let him go feed the fish in the lake?" Lin Xiano. "But what about this?" Yi Bianian laughed, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Team Wang, come to the side of Drunken Heart Lake to claim the victim." Before waiting for the other party to speak, he directly hung up the phone and looked at Lin Xiano and spat out only one word. "Wait." Lin Xiano. On the other side, Wang Jiangwo was lying on his own bed, staring blankly at the phone that had been hung up, repeating, "Go to the Drunken Heart Lake to claim the victim." Suddenly, he thought of something. Is this the murderer has committed another crime? Wang Jiangwo immediately got up and dressed nimbly. Sleeping confused Wang Jiangwo's wife Ding Hong heard sparse dressing sound. opened the bedside lamp, asked, whose phone in the middle of the night? Ah, Wang Jiangwo side dressing. Hey, a smile. You hurry to sleep. I go to the institute a trip. There is a backlog of cases may be broken. Set out of the bedroom, stood in front of the dressing mirror while organizing the clothes and hats and made a call to Wang Xin. Immediately call up Qian Xianlin. Location Smoky Sea University Drunken Heart Lake. Wang Xin heard Wang Team's urgent tone, although there were many questions in his heart, but still decisively returned. Yes. Wang hung up the phone, stood in front of the mirror, put on his police cap and walked to the door to change his shoes. As he was about to go out, Ding Hong's voice sounded behind him. Old Wang, pay attention to safety. Got it. Chapter 25. Yi Beinian is the school grass deservedly. Yi Beinian and Lin Xiano were sitting on the steps by the lake, while the knocked-out male student was lying beside them. The two of them waited straight for more than 20 minutes before several people from Wang Jiangwo rushed over. Seeing Wang Jiangwo, Wang Xin, and Qian Xianlin coming over, Yi Beinian got up and stretched and said to Lin Xiano, let's go. He attached himself, lifted the male student in his hand, and walked in Wang Jiangwo's direction. Lin Xiaoyao followed behind him, and seeing Wang Jiangwo's several people in the distance, he muttered in sudden realization, it's all been arranged. Why are you still calling me? Yi Beinian smiled and said, how boring for me to guard here alone. Of course I brought you along because men and women don't get tired of working together. Lin Xiano, hearing him say this, her heart was joyful. Walking over to Wang Jiangwo's few people, Yi Beinian directly threw the male student in his hand to Wang Jiangwo, extract the white powder in the crevices of his fingernails, as well as go to the top of the back door of the school to find the same powder, and then bring the back door janitor back for interrogation. Lastly, as a reminder, don't contact me during class time. After he finished, he didn't say another word and walked straight in the direction of the apartment. Seeing Yi Beinian leaving, Wang Jiangwo hurriedly asked, what are you doing? Yi Beinian turned back, raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders. Of course I'm going back to the dormitory to sleep. He then looked at Lin Xiano who was frozen in place. You're still not tired? Lin Xiano looked at the three Wang Jiangwo people and then at Yi Beinian, and hurriedly nodded. Oh, jogging. He followed Yi Beinian, leaving behind Wang Jiangwo's trio to look at each other in dismay. Watching Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyi leave, Qian Qianlin frowned and asked, Team Wang, what next? Wang Jiangwo thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, do as he says. The next day's military training. Yi Beinian was not wearing sunglasses, and the girls on the entire playground gathered around and talked. Hey, you guys look. Yi Beinian who took off his sunglasses is simply handsome. I always thought that he used sunglasses to cover up because he was too ugly. Do you guys think Yi Beinian is more handsome or is Chen Haoyang, the recognized schoolboy of the third year, more handsome? That Chen Haoyang is just handsome, while Yi Beinian has the looks and the temperament, and is perfectly in line with the look of the male god in my mind. I think Yi Beinian should be the number one schoolboy of our Smoky Sea University. Yes, Yi Beinian is the number one school grass deservedly. Seeing the girls looking towards them here and there, Wu Fei Yang smashed his fist on Yi Beinian's shoulder and flirted. I think you'd better put on your sunglasses. You already have a schoolgirl, so don't attract butterflies. Yi Beinian raised his foot and kicked Wu Fei Yang in the ass/shaft. ******Q. At this moment, Du Yajun patted Wu Fei Yang's shoulder. Look, there's a pretty girl looking at you. Wu Fei Yang looked in the direction Du Yajun pointed. There was a long, white and chubby girl with a pair of nice dimples on her round face and a pair of big, watery eyes that were dribbling around, making the whole person look adorable. Wu Fei Yang waved at the girl and silently shouted, "Hi!" The girl returned a sweet smile to him and then turned her head to chat with the girl next to her. Wu Fei Yang smashed Du Yajun's shoulder hard and said smilingly, "I'll definitely get this one." Du Yajun covered his aching shoulder and grinned. "So you like chubby ones? Chubby is not very cute. Too skinny doesn't feel good in the hand. Ha ha ha, what's her name again?" Du Yajun said proudly. "You're asking the right person. She's Luo Shanshan from the physics department." He, a freshman with a bad family background, had to find out the details of the school's faculty and students first. Wu Fei Yang patted his chest/boobs and said with conviction, "Don't worry, buddy, I promise to take her down in January. Dude supports you in spirit." Yi Beinian, Du Yajun, and Yuan Kaiwan said in unison. Halfway through the morning military training, Luo Shanshan, who was standing in military posture, felt listless and touched down her forehead. Lily beside her asked, "Are you not feeling well somewhere? It doesn't look too good." Luo Shanshan whispered, "I feel as if I have a slight fever." "Then hurry up and give the instructor a word. Take a vacation and get some rest." Lily had just finished speaking, but she realized that Luo Shanshan's body slowly collapsed. "Ah!" Lily screamed and hurriedly supported Luo Shanshan. Instructor Gu Dandan rushed over and asked, "What's going on?" Lily rushed back. "Shanshan seems to have a fever and fainted. Quick, have a classmate take her to the infirmary." Gu Dandan said hurriedly. Just as she finished speaking, Wu Fei Yang hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, I'll do it. Wu Fei Yan lifted Luo Shanshan and didn't move. With an embarrassed face, he called out to Du Yajun. They shouted, 1, 2, 3, up. They carried Luo Shanshan in the direction of the infirmary. Lili looked at Luo Shanshan who was carried far away, and then looked at the classmates who were full of stifled laughter. She helplessly propped up her forehead. Tomorrow, if we let Shanshan know what happened today, she will definitely want to sleep for a long time without waking up. During the free break time of military training, Yi Bianian sent a message to Lin Xiano. To thank you for accompanying me last night, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Within seconds, he received Lin Xiano's reply. Okay, carat omega carat. After military training at noon, Yi Bianian had just finished military training when he saw Lin Xiano standing on the curb at the entrance of the playground, holding a cup of milk tea. The students who came out from the playground saw Lin Xiano talking. Look, isn't that the school flower anchor Lin Xiano? Who is she waiting for? She's also holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. Who is she going to give it to? I want to drink the milk tea in her hand so badly. I just want to be the cup of milk tea in her hand. Lin Xiano saw Yi Bianian come out and hurriedly went forward to hand it to him. Thirsty, aren't you? Yi Bianian aha. He took the milk tea, took a sip, and said with a smile, the same one as last time? You drank it last time. Didn't you say it was just right? When the students saw Yi Bianian standing with Lin Xiano, one by one, their hearts felt like they had a knife stuck in them. The boys covered their hearts. My goddess. The girls each revealed a jealous look. The boy god I just met was abducted just like that. Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano were walking side by side, casually chatting. Suddenly another strange yet familiar voice came from behind them. Yi Bianian. Both Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano heard that it was the same Sun Qian from yesterday. Lin Xiano saw that Yi Bianian didn't hear it and didn't remind her. She didn't want to remind her at all from the bottom of her heart. Yi Bianian, on the other hand, heard it and was lazy. Sun Qian held a thermos cup in her hand, looking at Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyao who were walking away. Her pink fists clenched. Viciously, she said, Lin Xiano, we'll see. Chapter 26, and Zhang of the Duck's Hard Mouth. At this time, Yi Bianian's cell phone rang, and when he saw that it was Wang Jiangwo calling, he frowned and answered the phone. I'll be here in a while. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Jiangwo to speak, he directly hung up the phone. Yi Bianian stopped and regretfully said to Lin Xiano, I still have things to do. Lunch may. Lin Xiano also saw that Yi Bianian's caller ID was Wang Jiangwo, and quickly said, It's okay. I'll treat you to a big meal some other day. Said Yi Bianian hurriedly walked towards the school gate, just walked a few steps behind Lin Xiano's voice. Yi Bianian. Yi Bianian stopped his steps and turned back to look at Lin Xiano. Lin Xiano pursed her lips and hesitated with red eyes. That mister, and he really, an amiable teacher suddenly turned into a suspect. Her heart really does not feel good. She would rather what ghosts and monsters really live at the bottom of the lake. Yi Bianian walked back to Lin Xiano's side again, gently swept her into his arms and said softly, Come back and I'll tell you everything. Have a good meal first at noon. Lin Xiano nodded. Aha! Changlai District Public/Security Bureau entrance. Wang Xian saw Yi Bianian get out of the car from afar and hurriedly stepped forward. You finally came. Yi Bianian asked as he walked inside the Public Security Bureau. How's the trial going? Wang Xian pinched his sore head. Tried all morning. Refused to admit it. How's the white powder test? The white powder on the victim's hand and the white powder on the back door of Smoky Sea University are the same. Both have hallucinogenic ingredients. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. It was the same as he guessed. Walking into Wang Jiangwo's office, Yi Bianian sat down on the sofa in a self-conscious manner. He repeatedly tapped his 5 fingers on the coffee table and said after a long time, Bring me a copy of the information from the investigation of Anjiang. Wang Xian who followed him hurriedly ran out, and not long afterward walked in with a folder in his hand. He handed the folder to Yi Bianian. Yi Bianian casually flipped through it a few times and asked, Where's Team Wang? Wang Xian shrugged helplessly. Fighting with Jiang in the interrogation room. Where's Mrs. And that little granddaughter of hers? Xian Lin is questioning Mrs. And in the conference room, and the little girl is letting a female police officer take her to play in the bureau's back garden. Yi Bianian got up and walked straight to the back garden. I'll go see the little girl. Wang Xian looked at Yi Bianian who was talking and laughing with the little girl in the garden, scratching his head with a big head. How come this came not to help interrogate Jiang, but went to tease the little girl? Alas! Wang Xian sighed helplessly. He'd better go and report to Team Wang. Over here. Yi Bianian looked at the butterfly hair card on top of the little girl's head and complimented. This hair card is so beautiful. Who sent this? It's so discerning. The little girl was only 7 or 8 years old, tilting her head and touching the hair card on top of her head. This is a gift from my grandmother. I have so many other beautiful hair cards at home. Then your grandfather must have given you many gifts too. The smile on the little girl's face disappeared as soon as Night Banyan's words were finished. She beamed. Grandpa rarely comes home, and when he does, he's mean to Grandma, and when he's done, he locks himself in a hut and never comes out again. It's not good to lose your temper randomly. You tell brother how Grandpa usually ferocious Grandma. Brother give him a word so that he can control his emotions a bit in the future. Grandpa calls Grandma a, and sometimes he even beats her. The little girl said and cried. Yi Banyan rubbed the top of his head and said softly, don't cry. Let this sister take you to the park next door to swing. The little girl clapped her little hands, with teardrops hanging on her face, and squealed happily. Yeah, we can go swinging, she said and pulled the policewoman's hand. Sister, quickly take me. Yi Banyan nodded to the policewoman with a smile. The policewoman led the little girl outside. Looking at their backs, Yi Banyan hooked his lips and smiled. Children are good to coax. Once again came to the interrogation room. Yi Banyan familiarly pulled a chair and sat next to Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo looked at him and did not say anything. Yi Banyan looked at Jiang, who was sitting across from him with his eyes closed, and asked with a smile, Mr. N is good. Only then did Jiang slowly open his eyes and said in surprise, why are you here, Mr. Yi? Yi Banyan shrugged his shoulders. I'm also surprised that Teacher N is also here. Yi Banyan just finished his sentence. How is Mr. N's relationship with Mrs. N over the years? And Jiang laughed. My wife and I have a very good relationship. Even though we get together less and leave more, we are still very much in love. Yi Banyan snorted coldly. So in love that when we meet, we beat her up and call her a. Hearing Yi Banyan say this, and Jiang's originally cheeky face turned sinister. This is that woman slandering me. Yi Banyan revealed a light laugh from his nostrils. Shouldn't you call this the original form? Yi Banyan got up and walked towards Jiang's heel, walking around him twice. And Jiang, on the other hand, looked at Yi Banyan with a wary look. His gaze moved with his movement. If his neck could turn, he would definitely stare at Yi Banyan 360 degrees Celsius without any dead angle. You, what are you doing? Teacher, and you'd better admit it. Yi Banyan said sternly. Recognize. What do you want me to admit? Seeing that Jiang still looked like a duck with a stiff upper lip, Yi Banyan looked at his watch. He didn't want to take the afternoon off and be reprimanded by that beautiful instructor. He said softly, since Teacher N doesn't admit it, then I'll recall memories for Teacher N. 8 years ago, you were tutoring a student in chemistry at home, and you instantly became furious because you found out that your wife was having an affair with a male student in the bathroom. From then on the tutorial class also stopped. You didn't declare your chemistry achievement because of this incident. Of course, the awards are no longer yours. And Jiang didn't even look at Yi Banyan and said without thinking, let's pretend that there is such a thing. What does it have to do with the drunken Heart Lake case? Of course it has something to do with it, because the first dead person was that male student. If he died, it must have something to do with me? Hold your horses and listen to me. You may have been deliberate for a year, or maybe the moment you researched the hallucinogenic drug, you got up the idea of killing the male classmate. You asked the male classmate to go to your home to get you a copy of the information, promised to leave the back door of the school for him, which has a chat log, but when he arrived the door could not be knocked on. The male student had no choice but to climb through the door and then died in the lake. And Jiang retorted, I fell asleep that day, so I didn't open the door. This can be his death on my head. Yi Banyan laughed. Mr. Don't forget that you haven't wiped the school door today. A sentence said and Jiang closed his mouth and slowly lowered his head. With that, Yi Banyan took out a bag from his pocket, which contained a small amount of white powder. You recognize this, right? This was seized from your house, and it matches the white powder on the nail slits of the victim last night and on the back door of Smoky Sea University. Chapter 27, The First Show of the Frontier. Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian were both surprised, looked at each other. They had never even been to Jiang's home to search Wang Xian just wanted to speak. Wang Jiangwo gently shook his head and used his mouth to signal Wang Xian to just listen. And Jiang saw the white powder in a plastic bag on the ground and slowly lowered his head. I plead guilty, Wang Xian exclaimed. And, Wang Jiangwo, on the other hand, the surface of the calm, but inside the 10,000 grass flew over. This is his 7 years with the case, just like this was solved. This is a case he has been following for 7 years, and it was solved just like this. Ding! The host has completed one of the detective's mainline missions, the first shine, rewarding the host with stem cell matrix reconstruction technology and $100,000. Stem cell matrix reconstruction technology. What the hell? Yi Banyan do not understand. When he heard that there is $100,000, it seems that he promised to invite Lin Xiaoyao. Big meal is considered to have landed. Since this case is considered to be solved, Yi Banyan straight to the outside. You record statements. I want to go back to school. That. Wang Jiangwo just said 2 words. Yi Bianian directly interrupted him, pointing to An Jiang. What are the doubts? Look for him for answers. At this time, behind him, An Jiang shouted, I have doubts. Yi Bianian turned back to look at An Jiang and laughed. Teacher An is trying to ask why I have doubts about your head. An Jiang nodded. Remember when I asked you if you have been doing chemical experiments lately? If you answered yes, maybe I wouldn't have suspected your head. But your answer was that you stopped doing chemical experiments after you retired. But at the time, your hands showed signs of recent chemical burns. This is called, and Jiang sighed and added, this is called wanting to cover your tracks. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and nodded. Yi Bianian got off the bus and returned to the school, and just as he stepped through the school's entrance, he saw Lin Xiaonyao carrying a lunchbox in her hand, standing on the side of the road where she had just entered the school, pacing back and forth. Xiano, Yi Bianian shouted with a smile. Lin Xiano snapped back, saw that it was Yi Bianian. A sweet smile appeared on her face, hurriedly ran towards Yi Bianian and handed him the lunchbox in her hand. Here, Yi Bianian was puzzled. You definitely haven't eaten. I'm really a bit hungry when you say that. Yi Bianian took the lunchbox, walked towards the flower bed behind him, sat down on the stepping stones, opened the lunchbox and took a big bite. Lin Xiano also sat down beside him, one hand propped up on his jaw, looking sideways at Yi Bianian who was wolfing down his food. Even eating was so pleasing to the eye. However, she still reminded, eat slowly, there's still a while before class starts. Yi Bianian swallowed a mouthful of rice and said, I'm not afraid you'll wait too long. Lin Xiano smiled and said, it's okay, you eat slowly. This way he could still stay with him for a little longer. Yi Bianian really ate much slower. At this time, the students coming and going on the main road of the campus were looking towards Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyao from time to time. Some students even took out their cell phones to secretly take pictures and uploaded them to the campus forum. Yi Bianian finished the last bite of his meal, placed the lunchbox on his side and said, what do you want to know? Ask, is the murderer really Mr. Un? Yi Bianian nodded seriously. Lin Xiano stood up in miso, her hands clenched, pacing back and forth. Yi Bianian on the other hand, his gaze turned back and forth with her silhouette. For a long time she stopped and asked, how did you suspect Mr. Un? Yi Bianian raised his slender fingers. First, I saved a male student before, the one who was rumored to be wet and appeared in our dormitory by the school before. I found that there was white powder in his fingers, only that it had already been soaked in the water with very little left, so that made sure that it wasn't a ghost or monster's work. Second, the back door is shorter than the front door. Students who return late can only tumble in through the back door. Third, Mr. On had been doing chemistry experiments. Especially when the students were on vacation and had just started school, he could test his results. Fourth, he said he would no longer do experiments after he retired, which would only mean that he was desperately trying to hide something. Fifth, he diligently wipes the school gates every day, effectively destroying evidence. After hearing this, Lin Xiano's mouth opened into an O shape and she couldn't close it for a long time. Yi Bianian snapped his fingers in front of her. Hey! Lin Xiano only seemed to come back to her senses. But why are all the dead ones freshmen? Yi Bianian shrugged. There are always those few who aren't afraid of death who don't take the rumors of Drunken Heart Lake seriously. Alas! Lin Xiano let out a long sigh. Yi Bianian got up, his hand gently placed on her shoulder. Are you alright? I'm fine, just some emotions. Yi Bianian stretched out his wrist and looked at the time. Let's go. It's almost time for class. The two walked side by side. Lin Xiano suddenly asked, next week's welcome party, do you want to put on a show? Yi Bianian smiled awkwardly. Better not. It's not like I have much talent. I think you can get a lot of little red flowers just by standing on the stage and doing nothing. Yi Bianian teased. Do nothing. I'll go up there and sell smiles. Lin Xiano pretended to think seriously for a while and said firmly, I think your idea is really good. After saying that she laughed and ran away. Good for you. Still making fun of me. Yi Bianian said and chased after her. The two of them giggled for a while before stopping. What's the little red flower? Yi Bianian asked. It's the selection of outstanding programs for the annual welcome party, and the one with the most little red flowers is the best program. Lin Xiano stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Yi Bianian's ear. Whispering to you there are bonuses. Sounds like it's great. Then I'll enroll you first. It's a deal. After saying that, Lin Xiano hurriedly ran towards the teaching area. Yi Bianian helplessly smiled and shook his head as he walked towards the playground. In the afternoon, midway through the military training break, Yi Bianian swept around and didn't see Wu Fei Yang and asked, how come Fei Yang didn't come to the military training this afternoon? Du Yajun sked. He was in the school infirmary with his sweetheart for his bravery. Yi Bianian. At this time, the school infirmary. Wu Fei Yang stared at Luo Shanshan on the bed, anxiously pulling the school doctor who happened to pass by and asked, why isn't she waking up here? The school doctor looked at Luo Shanshan lying on the bed and smiled. That depends on whether she is willing to wake up or not. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wu Fei Yang muttered. What do you mean she's willing to wake up or not? No way. I think it's better to send her to a big hospital, said he as he was about to call the 120 emergency number. Luo Shanshan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes and sat up as soon as she heard that she had to be sent to a major hospital. She looked around and feigned a look of confusion as she asked, "Why am I here?" Seeing Luo Shanshan woke up, Wu Feiyan was overjoyed and quickly said, "You fainted. I was the one who hugged you and sent you to the infirmary." Luo Shanshan, who already had a slight fever, heard Wu Feiyan change the word hold to send when he spoke, and her face turned even redder. Chapter 28 Drunken Heart Late Closing Report. Luo Shanshan lowered her head with a red face and whispered, "Thank you." She had actually woken up at noon, and it seemed like Wu Feiyan happened to go to the restroom at that time. Lily briefly described what happened after she fainted. At that moment, her whole body was so bad that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She could only pretend to be asleep all the time. She was really embarrassed to face Wu Feiyang. Wu Feiyang scratched his head and smiled nervously. Hey, no need to thank you. Later he asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll order food." Luo Shanshan did not look at him and whispered, "I'm not hungry." Wu Feiyang hurriedly got up and said, "Are you still uncomfortable anywhere? I'll go call the doctor." After saying that, he was about to walk towards the medical room. Luo Shanshan hurriedly pulled Wu Feiyang's hand. "I'm fine." Looking at Wu Feiyang's puzzled gaze, Luo Shanshan added, "Really?" Wu Feiyang looked at his pulled hand and smiled. "It's good that you're fine." Luo Shanshan followed his gaze before she was shocked to realize that she had pulled Wu Feiyang's hand and hurriedly let go. "You hurry back to military training. I'll rest some more." After saying that, Luo Shanshan directly lay down and faked a nap. Wu Feiyang looked away, then turned around and walked out. Only after hearing the person beside her leave did Luo Shanshan slowly open her eyes. At this time, the nurse from the school infirmary came over, handed Luo Shanshan the thermometer and said with a smile, "This boyfriend of yours is so good to you." Luo Shanshan denied with a red face, "He's not my boyfriend." The nurse smiled, "Oh, not should be soon too." Luo Shanshan, Changlai District Public/Security Bureau. Wang Jiangwo sat at the head of the table and announced, "We've gathered everyone today because our team has solved the backlog case." Just after he finished speaking, the police officers sitting in the room all knew what the case was, and each one of them clapped their hands excitedly. Wang Jiangwo pressed his hand to signal silence. Next let Wang Xian read out the Drunken Heart Lake case report. Wang Xian held the document in his hand and read it out. The perpetrator, and Jiang, because on September 5, 2013, he found his wife and a male student, that is, the first victim had an affair, and hold a grudge, but also because of this matter affects the results of his awards, and all the anger will be spread on the male student. In response, he changed the direction of his research, and a year later, he developed a hallucinogenic drug and succeeded in killing the male student. The pleasure of revenge/feeling plus his second year of research in the hallucinogenic drugs added to the water component, but also because of the center of the lake there is a tower to suppress/rumors of ghosts and monsters, so that he is more unscrupulous to commit crimes, because the dead generally soak in the lake for a long time, such as fishing up. The water that is the drug has long since disappeared, so all these years we solved the case without any clue. To be Wang Xian read out the case report. The entire conference room is quiet. A needle can be heard. It was only after a long time that someone exclaimed, "This modus operandi is so tight. No wonder the camera on the side of Drunken Heart Lake is broken at every critical moment. Criminals aren't scary. It's the criminals who are cultured." When the crowd finished talking, Wang Jiangwo said, "What objections or shortcomings do you have to this closing report?" None. The crowd shook their heads. If there are none, this case is closed. Wang Xian will submit this report to the bureau and make a request to close the case. Yes. Wang tilted his head and let out a long breath. Finally we can give the victim's family an explanation. When all the people in the conference room have left, Wang Jiangwo looks at Wang Xian who is organizing the documents and asks, "You said that we didn't search in John's house. Where did the white powder in Yi Banyan's hand come from?" Wang Xian shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. No, I have to make a call and ask." Wang Jiangwo just took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Wang Xian hurriedly discouraged. "Didn't Yi Banyan say not to call in during class time?" Wang Jiangwo hurriedly put down his cell phone and slapped his head. "Look at this brain of mine. How could I forget about this?" Then he paced back and forth in the conference room at a loss for words. Wang Xian laughed. Yi Banyan said not to make phone calls, but he didn't say he wasn't allowed to send messages. Wang Jiangwo laughed and ran over to Wang Xian and slapped him on the head. Slapped him on the head. "Ha ha, you're still smart." Wang Xian depressed, touching his head. muttered in a low voice, how could I still get a beating after coming up with a good idea? Ugh. Wang took out his cell phone and hurriedly sent a message to Yi Beinian. At this time, Yi Beinian happened to be military training free time, heard a short message too, took out his cell phone and looked at it, hooked his lips and smiled. Slender fingers knocked a few times on it and sent it out. On the other side, Wang Jiangmo and Wang Xin, two people lying on the conference table, four eyes staring straight at the phone. Seeing the cell phone screen light up, Wang Jiangmo hurriedly picked it up, opened it, and almost didn't vomit blood. Wang Xin looked at Wang Jiangmo and quickly asked, Yi Beinian, what did he say? Wang Jiangmo threw his cell phone to Wang Xin, look for yourself. Wang Xin took the phone and saw a row of words written on it that's a random line caught on the side of the road. This, a chemistry big shot doesn't recognize the medicine he developed? This is too out of the ordinary. Wang Xin marveled. Ding dong. The cell phone prompted another message, so Wang Xin hurriedly opened it and looked at it. Wang Jiangmo also came around. Seeing Yi Beinian returned another message. A person in extreme panic will not recognize carefully. Wang Jiangmo, Wang Xin. I remembered. He walked around Anjiang twice before, so that's what he was hitting on. This means hi. Wang Xin exclaimed while giving a thumbs up. Wang Jiangmo patted Wang Xin's shoulder and walked out of the conference room with a sigh. After school in the afternoon, Lin Xiano, Zhang Jingjing, and Zhang Yanyan walked into the school cafeteria as usual. Just stepping through the doorway of the cafeteria, they attracted countless gazes. Lin Xiano had long been used to being the center of attention. The three of them hit the rice and found a seat. After eating for a while, Zhang Yanyan whispered, did you guys find out that the eyes around us are different today? Zhang Jingjing asked, what's different? Zhang Yanyan shook her head. I don't know. I always feel different from usual. At this time, Guan Weiwei, who was late for the restroom, came over with her lunchbox, placing the lunchbox on the dining table. She hummed softly, of course it's different. What's wrong? Lin Xiano asked as he ate. You guys might as well check out the school forum. I was just passing by and heard those classmates whispering about what old cows eat young grass. What a pretty face is good. Being a few years younger is no big deal, as long as you have money. Your boyfriend is in kindergarten. Lin Xiano, who was still relatively calm, directly sprayed out a mouthful of rice when he heard the last sentence. Chapter 29, We Like Being a Light Bulb. Lin Xiano slammed the table and said angrily, and an old cow eats young grass. I skipped a grade to go to college, and now I'm afraid I can't find anyone younger than me in the entire university. Guan Weiwei hurriedly said, keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. After eating a few more mouthfuls of rice, Lin Xiano put down his chopsticks. No, I'm going to find that young grass and talk about my life now. Looking at Lin Xiano's true intention to leave, Zhang Yanyan hurriedly said, you're really going to go? Lin Xiano shrugged. Of course. Zhang Jingjing flirted without lifting her head. It's fine to chat about raw people. Lin Xiano. Ha ha ha. Guan Weiwei and Zhang Yanyan laughed out loud. Humph. Not to be poor with you guys. I'm looking for tender grass to treat me to a big meal. After saying that, she walked out with her hands behind her back. The students who heard Lin Xiano's conversation, each and every one of them watched in disbelief as Lin Xiano left the cafeteria. Luo Tao, who was sitting not far away, hurriedly took out his cell phone and walked out of the cafeteria to dial a call to Chen Haoyang. Young Chen, the situation has changed. That's it. Chen Haoyang's grumpy voice rang out on the phone. That's a hair What's there to say quickly? Luo Tao quickly said in one breath. It is that we spread rumors such as the old cow eating young grass Lin Xiaoyao in the mouth directly after knowing that she went to find young grass to chat about life to go. Asterisk. Chen Haoyang on the phone stormed out in anger, followed by the sound of a wine bottle being shattered. Frightened, Luo Tao hung up the phone in a hurry. The people who were getting high in the Blue Night Bar's private room saw Chen Haoyang's anger, and each of them timidly didn't say a word. Chen Haoyang held back the anger in his body and sat down on the sofa with one but/fart. Lin Hong, who was on better terms with Chen Haoyang, sat down next to Chen Haoyang and waved his hand to the crowd. You guys continue to get high. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Someone shouted, come on, get high. Instantly the entire barroom resounded with the sounds of singing and paddling again. Lin Hong patted Chen Haoyang on the shoulder and asked, what's all the fuss about? Chen Haoyang clenched his fists and did not speak. I know. Isn't it that what's his name Lin Xiano again? If you want me to say it, you should just overpower her and make her kneel and sing conquests to you. Chen Haoyang turned his gaze to Lin Hong and looked at him steadily for a long time. Lin Hong was creeped out and laughed. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Haoyang said firmly, I think you're right. Lin Hong used his middle finger to push his big black framed glasses upwards from the bridge of his nose, and picked up the wine on the table. If you think you're right, don't look so sad. Come out and have fun. Chen Haoyang laughed. picked up the wine on the table and touched Lin Hong's glass, then tilted his head back and drained the glass in one gulp. Lin Hong quipped and laughed. Ha ha, this is the Chun Hao Yang I've known since childhood. On the other hand, Lin Xiano came out of the cafeteria and made a call to Yi Beinian. The phone just connected and Yi Beinian's magnetic voice rang out from inside. Hello, Lin Xiano, who was still high and mighty just now, didn't know what to say all of a sudden, and hurriedly said, have you eaten? Have you eaten dinner? I've eaten. Have you? I just ate that little bit. I was so thunderstruck by something that I didn't eat much. Then I'll take you to the nearby night market for a snack? Zhang Jingjing, who had secretly followed Lin Xiano out, heard the conversation between them with her side ear, and directly leaned over Lin Xiano's ear and shouted, Yi Beinian, is there any share for us to eat a midnight snack? Lin Xiano hurriedly turned around and looked. At some point Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Yanyan, and Guan Weiwei were standing behind her. She hurriedly covered the mouth of her cell phone's microphone and said in a petulant rage, you guys even followed me out and eavesdropped on my phone call. The culprit trio hurriedly hid far away. Zhang Jingjing smiled cheekily. You keep calling. Lin Xiano skimmed his lips and said to the phone, hey, who was that just now? Your roommate? Yi Beinian asked. Aha! Then call them together, and I'll call a few more from our dormitory, and we'll have a midnight snack together. Good. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiano glared at Zhang Jingjing's few people. Yi Beinian said to invite everyone for a midnight snack. Zhang Yanyan had an embarrassed expression. Will this delay your date? It's a bit bad, isn't it? She said and shook her head. Lin Xiano laughed. You guys said you wouldn't go. Don't renege. Zhang Yanyan, Zhang Jingjing, and Guan Weiwei had just taken 2 steps in front of them, when the 3 of them turned back and said in unison, but we like being a light bulb. It's the kind where you just eat and shut up when it's time to shut up. The kind that tells jokes when the atmosphere is awkward. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiano helplessly held his forehead. Damaged friends. On the other hand, Yi Beinian was finishing his meal and had just stepped through the door of the boys' apartment when he received a call from Lin Xiano. He had just walked into the dormitory when he was pulled by Du Yajun and sat by the computer. Yi Beinian asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Du Yajun hurriedly said, Boss Yi, take a look at the school forum. Only then did Yi Beinian shift his gaze to the computer. He only saw that there were 3 hot posts on the campus forum, and all 3 were about him and Lin Xiano. One of them had a big bold headline school flower anchor Lin Xiaoyo's old cow eats young grass, and then a few pictures of him and Lin Xiano together were attached at the bottom. Yi Beinian carefully looked at the photos, pointed to one where he was sitting on the edge of the flower bed eating a boxed lunch with Lin Xiano propping up her head with one hand, and sked. This is the best one. Yuan Kaiwan said breathlessly. Who asked you to look at the photos? Look at the comments below. Oh, only then did Yi Beinian look at the comments while reading. Lin Xiaoniao Jr. sister. The old cow eats young grass to pick up freshman brother. If you're pretty, you have capital. As long as there is money. Boyfriend in kindergarten. Looking at Yi Beinian who was reading with great interest, Wu Fei Yang frowned and said, Boss Yi, they are bullying Lin Xiaoyao. Are you not going to do anything? Yi Beinian said thoughtfully. You mean I should do something? After saying that, he turned back and crackled on his computer, got up and said, alright, Dance Fei Yang and Du Yajun and Yuan Kaiwan looked at each other. When Yi Beinian left his chair, the 3 of them hurriedly gathered around the computer. They saw Yi Beinian replying under the comments. 1. The old cow should be me. Xiano is just a small shoot. Not even grass. 2. Pretty is capital. This sentence is too right. If she wasn't pretty, I wouldn't have seen her at first glance in the crowd. 3. I also want to go back to kindergarten. But the years are not forgiving. Who has the medicine to return to childhood? 4. Let's all go to bed. After reading these messages, Du Yajun, Wu Fei Yang, and Yuan Kaiwan gave a thumbs up. Boss is boss. Bull. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows and said, in a while, we'll have a late night snack with Xiano and a few of their dormitory. My treat. Chapter 30. Lin Xiano who gets drunk after 1 drink. Du Yajun touched his newly full belly and said with a frustrated tone, Boss Yi, in the future, if there's this kind of good thing of inviting people to dinner, can you say it earlier? He also good to keep his stomach. The corner of Yi Beinian's mouth rose. This was just decided. Wu Fei Yang walked to Du Yajun, put his arm around his shoulder and smiled evilly. Why don't you stay in the toilet for a bit longer and go out after releasing. We'll wait for you. Du Yajun slapped off Wu Fei Yang's hand on his shoulder. Go. I'll believe you. You're a bad old man. Yi Beinian stretched out his wrist, looked at the time and said with a smile, it's almost time. Let's go out. By the time Yi Beinian several people walked out of the school gate, Lin Xiaoyi several people were already waiting outside. Yi Beinian took a big stride forward, revealing a bright smile. How come you guys are still ahead of a few of us? Lin Xiaono laughed. We just arrived as well. Zhang Yanyan hurriedly walked up and exclaimed. We were right in front of the cafeteria when Xiano just called you, she said and bumped Lin Xiano with her shoulder. Why don't you hurry and introduce us? Lin Xiano glared mischievously at Zhang Yanyan and was about to introduce him when he heard Zhang Yanyan look at Yi Bianian and say, this should be Yi Bianian. This real person is much better looking than the photos on the forum. Saying that, she bumped Lin Xiano again. Right, Xiano? Lin Xiano laughed awkwardly at Zhang Yanyan's familiar personality, and hurriedly introduced Yi Bianian one by one. This is Zhang Yanyan, Zheng Jingjing, Guan Wei Wei. Yi Bianian nodded to them one by one and said in a gentlemanly manner, hello guys, then pointing to the few roommates behind himself, he said, this is Du Yajun, Wu Feiyang, and Yuan Kaiwan. Du Yajun, Wu Feiyang, and Yuan Kaiwan shouted politely in unison. Good day, senior sister, Zhang Yanyan said directly. Don't be schoolmates, just call us by our names. The group arrived at the night market. The aroma was immediately overwhelming. Du Yajun exclaimed, wow, this night market is quite big. Zhang Jingjing hurriedly said, that's for sure. The night market on this side of our school is famous. Which one should we eat at? Yi Bianian asked as he looked at Lin Xiano sideways. Lin Xiano nodded her head with a look like you're asking the right person. Come with me. I know which one is good. Saying this she walked straight ahead. Zhang Yanyan looked at Yi Bianian and said with a small smile, in terms of eating well Xiaoyou ranks first. No one dares to admit second. Zhang Jingjing and Guan Weiwei also followed and nodded seriously. Lin Xiano, who had walked a few steps, stopped and turned back violently, looking at Zhang Yanyan. You're bad-mouthing me again. Zhang Yanyan hurriedly waved her hand seriously. No, absolutely not. I was praising you. Lin Xiano hummed lightly. No wonder. Yi Bianian just hooked his lips and smiled. He could tell that Lin Xiano and Zhang Yanyan had a good relationship. Lin Xiano brought everyone all the way to the entrance of a restaurant called Fresh Barbecue Restaurant. While walking in, Lin Xiaoyi said, roasted quail is the specialty of this place. The skin is crispy and the meat is firm. Click a tier that is really worth it. And, Lin Xiano said in front of him with relish. Zhang Yanyan and Zheng Jingjing, Guan Weiwei several people looked at each other and covered their mouths and laughed. Du Yajun gulped. Hearing you say that, it seems like I'm getting hungry. Wu Feiyang followed suit and flirted. I'm getting gluttonous from hearing that. Yuan Kaiwan bristled. My stomach is growling. The crowd found a seat and sat down. The waiter came over with a menu. What would a few of you like to order? The crowd all threw their gazes at Yi Bianian, meaning that you're treating, so it's better for you to order. Yi Bianian looked at Lin Xiano. You understand. It's better for you to order. Lin Xiano was also not polite. Without looking at the menu, he said to the waiter, roasted quail come with 8 servings, another lobster tail potato noodle, 100 skewers of fresh meat barbecue, 2 more small seafood with salted juice, and then add a cold dish. After saying a big string, Lin Xiano looked at the crowd again. These few of us are almost enough. Crowd. The waiter quickly smiled and said, enough, enough. Wu Feiyang laughed. Eating barbecue. Isn't it necessary to drink a little wine? Lin Xiano quickly said, let's have drinks for us girls. Yuan Kaiwan laughed. Drink a small amount. It's okay. Turning to the waiter, he said, bring 8 bottles of beer. Lin Xiano. Zhang Yanyan whispered to Lin Xiano in a side ear. Just don't drink it in a while. Lin Xiano nodded and shook his head again. Zhang Yanyan. It didn't take long for the waiter to directly open 8 bottles of beer and refill the cup in front of each person. Yi Bianian raised his glass and said, come on, everyone is meeting for the first time. I'll toast everyone. The crowd all raised their glasses and shouted with smiles. Cheers. Lin Xiano also followed suit and raised his glass, shouting, cheers. Xiano, do you want to change your drink? Zhang Jingjing and Guan Weiwei said in unison. It's fine, just 1 cup. Lin Xiano said, tilted his head and gulped it down. Zhang Yanyan couldn't even stop him in time, so she could only helplessly hold her forehead. On the other hand, Zheng Jingjing and Guan Weiwei had a subtle look on their faces. Du Yajun beside Zheng Jingjing asked suspiciously, what's wrong? You guys will know in a moment. Zheng Jingjing smiled awkwardly. The crowd ate for a while with a cheeky smile. Suddenly Lin Xiano dropped her chopsticks, moved her stool in front of Yi Bianian, and said with a smile, where did you get such a handsome man? So handsome, said his head also rubbed on his arm, like a well-behaved cat. Yi Bianian, who was eating a kebab, froze for a moment, looked at Lin Xiano, and then looked at her roommates who were covering their faces, and said, she's drunk? Zhang Yanyan nodded her head gently. Aha! Cough. Hearing this, Wu Feiyang, who had just taken a sip of wine, choked, pursed his lips and endured for half a day, but he couldn't help it, and hastened to sidestep his face. Put. Asterisk. Du Yajun beside him jumped away in a hurry, but as a result, he was still not spared. Cough. Wu Feiyang waved his hand as he coughed. Dude, I'm sorry. I really couldn't hold back, he said and pointed at Lin Xiano, marveling. She gets drunk in one cup. Zhang Jingjing hurriedly helped Du Yajun dry the stool. Du Yajun said thank you and sat down. Lin Xiano rubbed Yi Beinyan's face. You're not wearing a mask. Yi Beinyan helplessly covered his small hands and softly said, you're drunk. Lin Xiano tootled his horn, shook his head and looked at Yi Beinyan, and suddenly snapped, I'm not drunk. You're the one who's drunk. Yi Beinyan revealed a doting smile. Good. You're not drunk, it's me who's drunk. Lin Xiano smiled again. You look so pretty when you smile, like a spring flower, she said as she got up and spun in place. Yi Beinyan hurriedly got up and held Lin Xiano down in place, saying to the others, she's drunk. I'll take her back first. Saying this, he bent down and carried Lin Xiano on his back and walked out. Chapter 31, I won't let you leave me behind. The crowd looked at Yi Beinyan's back as he carried Lin Xiano away. Zhang Yanyan suddenly shouted, Yi Beinyan, remember to settle the bill. Yi Beinyan, who was walking forward, suddenly had a footstep, hooked his lips and smiled, carrying Lin Xiano towards the cashier and settled the bill before walking out. Du Yajun looked at Zhang Jingjing and asked in a low voice, aren't you guys worried about Sister Xiano? Before Zhang Jingjing could say anything, Zhang Yanyan directly said, what's there to worry about? We're relieved that Yi Beinyan took her away. Wu Feiyan laughed, ha ha, don't worry, we'll just keep eating. Come on, cheers. On the other side, Yi Beinyan carried Lin Xiano on his back and slowly walked forward. Lin Xiano lay on Yi Beinyan's back and behaved a lot. Her little face was pressed against his back, her mouth muttered, it's so comfortable. At this time Lin Xiano's cell phone rang. Drunk and confused, she let go of one hand to touch the bag. Yi Beinyan was afraid that Lin Xiano would fall down, so he hurriedly put her down and supported her with both hands. Lin Xiano, on the other hand, didn't even look at who opened the phone and pressed the answer button. Fei Yin Sherlan's voice came from inside the phone. Xiano, where are you? Yi Beinyan had to hold Lin Xiano up without saying a word. Lin Xiano hemmed and hawed, sputtering, where are we? Ha, I don't know. You dead ninny. Why don't you go back to school this late? I want you to control. You've been minding me since I was a kid. I can't do this or that, and you won't let me talk to my boyfriend. Humph, how much have you been drinking? You damn ninny. You dare to talk back. Mom is calling to tell you that your grandpa's scientific research data was stolen and he had a heart attack in a hurry. Lin Xiano waved his hand with the cell phone and said with a haha laugh, my grandpa was faking it. Pa! The cell phone fell to the ground, and Lin Xiano didn't care. Fei Yin Sherlan's voice was still coming from the cell phone that had fallen to the ground. It's real this time. Hello? Xiano, do you hear me? Yi Beinyan held Lin Xiano with one hand and went to pick up the cell phone with the other. Hey, Xiano, do you hear me? Banquet Sherlan's voice came from the phone again. Yi Beinyan picked up the cell phone and saw that Lin Xiano really couldn't say a complete word, so he had to say into the phone, Auntie. Xiano heard it. There was a short silence on the other end of the phone. Who are you? Fei Sherlan asked in a deep voice. Auntie, I'm Yi Beinyan. Before Fei Yin Sherlan could finish, Lin Xiaoyao on the side suddenly laughed out loud. I like Yi Beinyan. Fei Sherlan on the other end of the phone immediately roared. Yi Beinyan, didn't you say? At this time, Lin Xiano directly pressed off the phone and said with dissatisfaction, it's so noisy. Yi Beinyan, I hope you remember tomorrow what you did today. Lin Xiano suddenly heatedly smiled, drooped his head, and stretched out his hands towards Yi Beinyan. I want to take an airplane. Yi Beinyan's head was full of question marks. Repeating, take an airplane? Lin Xiano directly jumped on Yi Beinyan's back. Yi Beinyan, feeling the softness of his back, Yi Beinyan belabored. Look at the thin and skinny, but I can't imagine it's quite material. Carrying Lin Xiano to the school entrance, and thinking that Zhang Yanyan and several people were still eating, Yi Beinyan turned around and walked into a hotel near the school. Can only go to the hotel first to rest. In the hotel, the front desk waitress checked in for Yi Beinyan, and her eyes swept towards Yi Beinyan and Lin Xiano from time to time. Yi Beinyan awkwardly explained. Drunk. The waitress nodded. Understood. Yi Beinyan. Sir, room 1314. Yi Beinyan took the room card. This waitress definitely did it on purpose. Just walked into the room. Yi Beinyan wanted to put Lin Xiano on the bed, but Lin Xiano tied herself tightly to Yi Beinyan like a monkey. This is difficult for Yi Beinyan. Ding. The daily tasks of the temperament transcendence system have been refreshed. Room 201. Block 5. Next door to the fancy neighborhood. The old man is critically ill. Please send him to the hospital as soon as possible. Reward 50% of extraordinary temperament and $30,000. Grass. How is it that at this time, the system is still handing out tasks? This instantly felt a bit distracted / lacking. No matter what, let's go save people first. In this way Yi Beinian rushed out of the hotel with Lin Xiaoyi on his back, looked at the front desk, froze, and quickly took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Quickly go and check if there is anything missing in room 1314. Yi Beinian carried Lin Xiano all the way to the door of room 201, building 5 of the Flower District. Without making a stop, he directly kicked on the door. Clang! The security door was kicked open. Based on years of mission experience, Yi Beinian rushed straight to the master bedroom. Seeing an old man lying on the bed with weak breath, Yi Beinian tried to put down Lin Xiano, while Lin Xiano hugged him tighter. Unable to help, Yi Beinian directly wrapped the old man in a blanket and said to Lin Xiano behind him, "Hold yourself tight." Oh. Lin Xiano behind him heatedly giggled. "I won't let you leave me behind." Yi Beinian smiled heartily, bent down to pick up the old man and rushed outside. Fortunately, this neighborhood is diagonally across from a hospital. Yi Beinian holding the old man rushed into the hospital, shouted, "Doctor, quickly save people." Other people in the hospital looked at Yi Beinian with gaping eyes. This back, front hold, this is also good. Some people even took out their cell phones to take pictures and posted them on the internet with the caption, "Hercules reappears." Hearing the shouts, the doctors and nurses hurriedly pushed 2 hospital beds over. Yi Beinian hurriedly placed the old man on the hospital bed. The nurse put her hand on Lin Xiano and tried to put him on the bed. And lying on Yi Beinian's back asleep, Lin Xiaoyi just was touched, beeped and shouted, "I don't want to go down." The nurse was a little confused for a moment. Yi Beinian smiled awkwardly. "Just rescue that old man." Seeing the dumbfounded medical staff, Yi Beinian explained again, "This one on his back is drunk." After saying this, he was about to walk out. A nurse shouted, "You're a patient's family member, right?" Yi Beinian turned back and shook his head. "I'm not." "Want to pay the bill?" Yi Beinian guessed that the old man should be an old man living alone. At this time another nurse said, "This is Grandma Zhang from the next neighborhood. His son is always abroad. He paid a large sum of money at the hospital." Yi Beinian nodded. "That's good." Ding, the task is completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check and receive by the host. One by one, the people around gave Yi Beinian a thumbs up. Good man. A girlfriend who is drunk and still doesn't forget to save others. Such a good guy / Hercules. I hope there are a few more. Yi Beinian left the hospital amidst the crowd's praise. At this moment, Yi Beinian's cell phone rang, and when he answered the call, Du Yajun's voice rang inside. "Boss Yi, where are you now?" Yi Beinian did not return to Du Yajun's words. He just asked, "Have you guys finished eating?" Finished eating, now heading towards the school." "Well, you tell Zhang Jingjing and the girls to wait for me at the entrance of the girls' dormitory." Chapter 32, Helping a dude to dig up a wall. When Yi Beinian carried Lin Xiaoyi to the entrance of the girls' apartment, Zhang Yanyan and several people were already waiting there. Seeing Yi Beinian coming from afar, Zhang Yanyan smiled. "You're carrying Xiaoyao on your back where you've been sneaking around." Yi Beinian revealed a puzzling smile. "Just sat around for a while." Zhang Yanyan returned a meaningful, "Oh." She reached out and gently patted Lin Xiano's back and said softly, "Xiano, let's go back to the dormitory." Yi Beinian hurriedly whispered, "Shoo, she's asleep." Zhang Yanyan raised her eyebrows. "I'll give a word to the hostel auntie. You send her straight to the dormitory." Guan Weiwei and Zhang Jingjing both nodded their heads in succession as well. "Right, don't toss her awake." That would have to toss the 3 of them. By the time Yi Beinian returned to the dormitory, it was almost time for lights out in the dormitory. Yi Beinian directly dropped himself on the bed and closed his eyes to fake sleep. At this time, Du Yajun came to Yi Beinian holding his cell phone, pushed him and asked, "Boss Yi, is this person you?" Yi Beinian opened his eyes and looked sideways at the picture of a man holding a person in his arms and carrying a person on his back, scrambling to find a doctor in the hospital. Asterisk. Yi Beinian sat up at once. He had only gone back to school for a short while, and this was how long it took for someone to upload his hospital's every move online. Du Yajun, Yuan Kaiwan, and Wu Feiyan gave Yi Beinian a thumbs up. Boss Yi, carrying his girlfriend on his back and still not forgetting to save people. Boss Yi, bull. Boss Yi is a model for our generation. Yi Beinian feigned anger. Are you guys getting too high and still don't want to sleep? Wu Feiyang hurriedly went up / on the bed to lie down, and laughed. I'm rushing into dreamland, dreaming about my Luo Shanshan. Du Yajun snorted lightly. Cut. Cut what cut? I see you chatting with that Zhang Jingjing very high tonight. Yuan Kaiwan followed suit and chimed in. Yeah, I think so. You and her keep whispering there. Wu Feiyang teased. Why don't you take her down? Go. Don't talk nonsense. How is it possible? How is it impossible? How do you know how charming you are if you don't try? Boss Yi, don't you think so? Yi Beinian closed his eyes and returned after a while. This can be possible. Wu Feiyang got even more energized and directly rolled over onto the bed, looking at Du Yajun and said, You see, Boss Yi even said it can be. Du Yajun also had a good impression of Zhang Jingjing. and the key was that he was still chatty. Yuan Kaiwan hesitated. But what if the other Zhang Jingjing has a boyfriend? That's fine. If there's a boyfriend we'll help do to dig up the wall together. This is not good. Yuan Kaiwan threw the quilt over his body. Wash up and go to sleep. Let me say that people Zhang Jingjing just pretend that she doesn't have a boyfriend. And Du can't catch up with her. Du Yajun sat up from the bed. What if I can catch her in 3 months? As far as he knew, Zhang Jingjing really didn't have a boyfriend. Yuan Kaiwan said casually. You can chase me down and I'll clean the dormitory for 3 months. Du Yajun firmly returned. Okay, if I can't catch her I'll clean the dormitory for 3 months. Yi Beiyan and Wu Fei Yang Miso sat up from the bed. Do not suspect that the matter is big, laughed and said. This bet is good. We can all hear you bet. Du Yajun, Yuan Kaiwan. The next day, Lin Xiano woke up to a sharp ringing of the phone. Without opening his eyes, he smoothly touched his cell phone, and only slowly opened his eyes after not touching it for half a day. Lin Xiano looked at the 3 faces that zoomed in front of her eyes and let out a shriek. What are you guys doing? Zhang Yanyan laughed. You're awake. Lin Xiano looked at the strangely laughing trio, narrowed her eyes with a threatening tone, and asked with a smile, what do you guys want? Guan Weiwei hurriedly said, we're not doing anything, we just want to know, what do you remember happening last night? Lin Xiano lay on the bed, her eyes gurgling, her mouth saying, I remember last night we ate barbecue, then we toasted together, then, she slapped her head and looked at Zhang Yanyan several people, crying with a sad face, I don't seem to remember. Zhang Yanyan feigned a sigh, it's over, the type that breaks down after 1 drink. Lin Xiano hurriedly sat up, grabbed Zhang Yanyan's arm and asked, did I do something really embarrassing? Zhang Yanyan touched her jaw, purposely selling her words, and wheedled, it's not much, it's just that Yi Beiyan is not allowed to know what happened after he left on your back. Lin Xiano exclaimed, he left on my back first. Zhang Jingjing hurriedly said, that of course, that would you rub someone Yi Beiyan's face like a cotton. I guess he was afraid that you would make some kind of social death event, so he took you away first. Lin Xiano thoughtfully, oh, right, where's my cell phone? Help me find it. Guan Weiwei handed her cell phone to Lin Xiano. It was Yi Beiyan who called just now. Lin Xiano just took the phone, and then the phone rang again, and when he saw that it was his mom calling, Lin Xiano quickly picked up the phone and said in a sweet voice, Mom, good morning. Then I heard my own mom on the phone like a lion roaring voice, early you a ghost, you a dead girl still learn people drink, and, you also smack me too your love, you just with that Yi Beiyan know how long, even yelled like him, Lin Xiano. She hurriedly moved the phone away and shouted at, Mom, I'm going to be late for class, I'm hanging up first. Saying this, she directly hung up the phone. Lin Xiano fell headlong on the bed, covered her face and said, it's over, I have no face to see others. She had already successfully brainstormed what stupid thing she had done last night from her own mom/s mere words. Zhang Yanyan, Guan Weiwei, and Zhang Jingjing asked in unison, what's wrong? Lin Xiano was just about to explain when her cell phone rang again. Once she saw that it was Yi Beiyan calling, Lin Xiano scratched her messy hair twice and said with a beep, what to do? Zhang Yanyan took a look at the cell phone thrown next to him and asked, you really aren't going to answer it? After a while, she reminded, if you don't answer the phone, it will be disconnected. Lin Xiano hurriedly picked up the phone but didn't say anything. Yi Beiyan's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Xiano, you're awake. Lin Xiano gave a soft gave a sound. Yi Beiyan asked with concern, are you alright? Lin Xiano hurriedly straightened his back, pretending not to know what happened last night and said, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Your mom called last night to say that your grandfather's scientific research data was stolen and he had a heart attack. Lin Xiano, why didn't mom just say that when she called? She just cared about lecturing her. Chapter 33, Be calm when things go wrong. Never panic. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiano got up sharply and prepared to start washing up. At this time the cell phone had a ring. Lin Xiano just picked up the phone. Inside there was Banquet Sherlan's anxious voice. Look at me angry at the right thing to forget. Your grandpa's information was stolen. Remember the heart attack. You quickly come to see him. I know. Be there in an hour. Smoky Sea City Nursing Home. Wang Jiangwo, Wang Xin, and Qian Shenlin looked around inside and outside academician Lin Jinqing's research room again, even using a magnifying glass. For a long time, the three got up and shook their heads in unison, still without any suspicious clues, locked academician Lin's scientific research room and walked out. Standing in the doorway of the academician assistant Chung Housey said, I was organizing the information, a little tired, so I lit a cigarette and smoked it there. Suddenly the back of my neck was hit by something. I fainted. An hour later, I woke up and realized that the important information of academician Jean had been stolen. It was my fault for looking after it. Cheng Haoxi pounded his chest. As soon as I realized the theft, I rushed to report it to the police. And you guys came. Wang Jiangwo frowned. Wang Xin take the witnesses at the scene to have their injuries examined and then take statements. Qian Xianlin, have someone guard the scene and don't let anyone in. Wang Xin and Qian Xianlin said in unison. Yes. After Lin Xiano washed up, he called his class teacher Chu Yushi to ask for a vacation, and hurriedly rushed to the Smoky Sea City Sanatorium. When he arrived at the sanatorium, Lin Zhengqing had just awakened. Lin Xiaoyao knelt down by the bedside and said with red eyes, Grandpa, you've been sick twice in 3 days. You've almost scared my granddaughter out of a heart attack. Lin Zhengqing had a kind smile on his face. Had. Grandpa just heard that the information was stolen for a moment shocked, and then thought about it. It's not very important. Right. The body is the important thing. Be calm when things happen. Never panic. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiano then broke into a smile, hearing your cheerful laughter. I'm relieved. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Xiano asked as he peeled an apple. Grandpa, what information did you lose? Is it important? Lin Zhengqing thought for a moment. It's important even if you say it's important. Saying it's not important isn't important either. Grandpa, you're making me dizzy. Let's put it this way. Grandpa's research has hit a bottleneck, and maybe all those theories are wrong. So let's just say it's not important, but it's just maybe. Lin Xiano nodded knowingly. Oh, after sitting and chatting with his grandfather for a while, Lin Xiano got up and said, Grandpa, I still have class, so I'll go back to school first. You're going back to school without telling your parents? No, just tell them later. In her heart, she said. I just hurriedly withdrew to avoid it. Watching Lin Xiano rush out, Lin Zhengqing shouted, Bring the Jibinian along to see me at the weekend. Lin Xiano's feet lurched, looked back at Lin Zhengqing and asked doubtfully, Why did Grandpa name Yi Beinian? He. Grandpa quite likes that kid. Lin Xiano raised his eyebrows, nodded, sighed, and walked out. If only Mom liked Yi Beinian as much as Grandpa did, but now she should hurry up and withdraw, as long as she didn't run into her mom. Changlai District Public Security Bureau. Wang Jiangwo held an emergency meeting, only because the academician's research information that is the lifeblood of the country. Wang Xin, you give everyone a description of the scene, Wang Jiangwo said as he sat at the first place. Wang Xin stood up, walked to the projection screen, pointed to a photo on the screen with a laser pointer and said, When we rushed to the scene, there was only one cigarette but that hadn't been extinguished yet, and this one, or the witnesses at the scene smoked it before. The entire research room only had the fingerprints and footprints of academician Lin and his assistant, and no third persons was found. There was only one suspicion, that a window was wide open, but no footprints were found outside the window. Wang Xian pointed to another set of photos and said, This one is the on-site witness's neck injury examination report, caused by a heavy object. When Wang Xian finished his introduction, Wang Jiangwo said, Let's talk about the understanding of this case, and this has to be solved in a short period of time. Because the stolen information is related to the national scientific research, and the upper pressure is tight. Wang Jiangwo finished. Half a day no one said anything. Dang. Wang Jiangwo slammed the table, said angrily, How are all mute? Regardless of whether it's right or not. First talk about it, analyze it. Qian Xianlin hurriedly said, There are no clues indoors. Perhaps we can call up the surveillance of the entire sanatorium, or the surveillance around the sanatorium. This injury on the neck of the witness at the scene. It looks like it's caused by a heavy object, and look for suspicious people in the vicinity. Wang Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully. Where are the others? The female police officer in the team. Mu Lingji said, Send someone to pay close attention to the area around the sanatorium. The person who stole the information must have done it for money. Then there will be a deal. I guess the information must not have been traded by now. This is a good idea. Wang Jiangwo agreed, turning his head to look at Wang Xin. Wang Xin, write it down. That's how we'll carry it out in the back. Yes, Team Wang. Then hurry up. Action. The entire conference room's team members hurriedly got up and quickly headed out. After school at noon, Yi Bianian made a call to Lin Xiano. The phone just rang once and was answered by Lin Xiano in seconds. Lin Xiano's sweet laughter rang out on the other end of the phone. Hi. Sounds like you're in a good mood. Your grandfather should be fine, right? The person is awake. I just don't know when the case will be solved. This is at least Grandpa's heart and soul. Lin Xiano said inside. Don't worry, you have to trust the police. It shouldn't take long to solve the case. We can only wait for news. Also, your mom didn't murder you, right? Lin Xiano feigned ignorance and asked, Why would my mom be mean to me? She then laughed out loud and said, But I didn't see my mom when I went back. The tone of her voice carried a few points of smugness. Yi Bianian guessed that Lin Xiano probably knew what he was talking about. He knew but didn't say anything. It's nothing. I'm just asking. Oh, at this time, someone shouted, "Isn't that Sister Ono? Let's go over and ask her." Instantly, 4 or 5 students surrounded Lin Xiano. One of them held a cell phone and pointed to the picture on it and asked, "Junior Sister Ono, is that you?" Lin Xiano took the phone without thinking and took a look, her eyes instantly glaring too big. "Junior Sister Ono, is this you?" The question of one of the students pulled back the 10,000 horses inside Lin Xiano. Seeing that the person in the photo didn't show their face, Lin Xiano coughed lightly. "This shouldn't be me." The student took the phone. "I told you, how could this person be Ono-san? Junior Sister Ono wouldn't look like the person in the picture." Lin Xiano hurriedly asked, "What happened to the person in the photo? I heard that this person Yibanian was carrying on his back was drunk and was yelling in the hospital about not getting off Yibanian's back." Lin Xiano. Chapter 34, Boss, are you feeding this dish to pigs? Lin Xiano listened to her classmates leaving while talking. She instantly had the urge to drill a hole in the ground, and slapped her head. "I'm turning the corner of disgrace." Suddenly, Yibanian's voice came from her cell phone. "Hey!" Lin Xiano picked up the cell phone, blinked his eyes, and saw that it still showed that it was on a call. "Why haven't you hung up yet?" Lin Xiano said in shock. A voice came from the cell phone, and another voice came from behind her. Lin Xiano turned around to see Yibanian shaking his hand with his cell phone in his hand, looking at himself with a smile. Lin Xiano. She slowly lowered her head with a red face and stared at her toes. "You heard it all?" Yibanian's teasing laughter came from above her head. "Aha!" Hearing the laughter, Lin Xiano raised her head in feigned anger. "How did you run to the hospital behind my back?" Yibanian shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "There's no way. Certain people simply can't pickpocket." Lin Xiano saw Yibanian's teasing look and jumped onto Yibanian's back in a flash. "Can't pickpocket down? Is it like this?" Yibanian laughed. "Right, the kind that can't be shaken off." Lin Xiano's pink fist lightly hammered on Yibanian's back. "You're still laughing." At this time, someone from the group of people who had just asked Lin Xiano's words earlier suddenly turned around, pointed at Yibanian and Lin Xiano, and shouted, "Look, you guys, Lin Xiano's figure really looks like the person on Yibanian's back yesterday." The crowd turned back. "What's really similar? The person on Yibanian's back is her. Lin Xiano just blinded us all." Instantly, the crowd rushed towards Yibanian and Lin Xiano. Lin Xiano looked up and saw that the group of classmates each looked like they could eat her alive as they rushed ferociously. She was so anxious that she wanted to get off of Yibanian and shouted, "Quickly put me down! Run away!" Yibanian hooked his lips and smiled. "You can run as fast as I can." After saying this, he turned around and ran directly outside. In this way, Yibanian carried Lin Xiano and ran wildly in front of him, while 7 or 8 people chased after him for a whole school trunk road. Looking at Yibanian and Lin Xiaoyu figure disappeared in front of the school. A group of people all panting. Some sat on the side of the road, some directly lying on the ground. "Egu, I'm exhausted. Why are we chasing them? They ran, so we chased them. We couldn't outrun Yibanian, so we chased them this far. Don't look at who Yibanian is. He can easily carry one on his back and hold one in his arms. Which one of you can do it?" On the other side, Yibanian carried Lin Xiano on his back and ran for a while and asked, "Are they not chasing after us?" Lin Xiano looked back. "Ha, they really didn't chase over. Quickly put me down." Yibanian half squatted and Lin Xiano jumped down. Lin Xiano looked at Yibanian and asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Yibanian immediately pretended to be paralyzed with fatigue and leaned against Lin Xiano and said, "I'm exhausted. I'm carrying you on my back for a 100-meter sprint." Lin Xiano anxiously stomped her feet and said, "What then?" Seeing a convenience store in front of her, she hurriedly said, "You hold on to the tree and stand for a while. I'll go buy a bottle of water." Lin Xiano will Yibanian support in front of the tree is going to run away. Yibanian pulled her down with a hefty smile. "I'm fine. Are you really okay?" Yibanian spread his hands and raised his eyebrows. "Aha!" Lin Xiano came closer to look at Yibanian. Face not red, breath not gasping. "Looks like he's really fine." After a while she added, "I almost forgot. You're different from ordinary people." Yibanian, why were you afraid of them just now? Yibanian asked. Lin Xiano smiled awkwardly. I just lied. Even if they catch up with you, they won't do anything to you." Lin Xiano nodded seriously. "It seems like, hey, I'm not afraid of anything with you." Yibanian, we don't mean that. At this time, Lin Xiano's stomach rumbled. She smiled awkwardly. "I haven't eaten at noon." Yibanian looked up and pointed to a store. "Go eat at his place. The flavor is great." The two of them headed towards a store called Shu Cuisine Restaurant. At this time, several people from Chen Haoyang walked out from the back door of the school. Chen Haoyang was wearing sunglasses. His hands were in his pants pockets, looking up at the sky. "Why does it feel different from usual today? It always feels weird somewhere." Luo Tao followed suit. I feel the same, Zhang Zhe asked. Is it because the guard at the back door has changed that it feels weird? It seems like it. What about that, Mr. Pong Liang said. Zhang Zhe looked around and whispered. You guys don't know yet. I heard that Mr. and seemed to have committed some crime and was arrested. Shay, what would such an honest person commit? Suddenly the sharp-eyed Luo Tao saw Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano's backs and shouted. Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano went into that Sichuan restaurant. Chen Haoyang looked in the direction of Luo Tao's finger and just happened to see a glimpse of their silhouettes. Let's go eat too. A group of 4 people walked towards the Shu Cuisine restaurant with great vigor. On the other side, the 2 of them, Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyi, walked into the store and found a seat. Lin Xiano looked around and asked, You often eat at this place? Yi Beinian nodded. Well, it's very much like home. Where is your hometown? Yi Beinian shook his head. I don't know. I haven't had any memories of my hometown since I can remember. Lin Xiano nodded. A person's memory sense of smell lasts the longest, followed by the sense of taste. At this time, the store owner walked over with a lean and refined look. Smiling, little Yi brought his female classmates over today. What do you want to eat? Yi Bianian smiled and said, the usual, sliced boiled pork, mapo tofu, and a side of kung pao chicken. The shopkeeper laughed. Alright, you guys wait a bit. At this time, Chen Haoyang's few people had just found a seat. Luo Tao Pa. With a slap on the table, he shouted, Boss, order. The boss hurriedly shouted, Coming. Chen Haoyang pretended to see Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaodio and shouted, Xiaodio, you're eating here too. Lin Xiano turned around, and when he saw that it was Chen Haoyang, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. How come you, this noble gentleman, also came here to eat? Chen Haoyang didn't hear the irony in Lin Xiaoyo's words and said, Today is Luo Tao's treat, so I can only come to this kind of low consumption place. Luo Tao. He was lying Q again for no reason. Lin Xiano tried to squeeze out a smile. Have a nice meal. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to Chen Haoyang and turned her head to talk to Yi Beinian. It wasn't long before the dishes were served. Lin Xiano sniffed close to her nose. It really smells good. I haven't come to eat here before. Picking up his chopsticks and taking 2 bites, he praised. It's so delicious. Clang. The sound of a plate being dropped, immediately followed by an angry roar. Boss, are you feeding this dish to pigs? Lin Xiano. Chapter 35 Chen Haoyang encountered your big-tailed wolf immediately turned into a sheep. Lin Xiano clip a chopstick dish, to put into the mouth. By the sound of feeding the pig shocked, the hands of the dish clang sound, fell into the plate in front of her. The dish juice splashed a few drops on her white coat. Lin Xiano hastily pulled out a few pieces of paper on the table to wipe. The more she wiped, the bigger the marks became. Yi Bianian frowned. White is not good for wiping clean. Lin Xiano sighed. We can only take it to the dry cleaner to see if it can be dealt with. At this time, store owner Jian Yuanzhong hurriedly ran to Chen Haoyang's table and apologetically said, How many of you are not satisfied with that dish of ours? Chen Haoyang poked his chopsticks in the plate a few times and grunted coldly. Still satisfied. Don't you taste your dish? Is it for human consumption? He had just seen that Yi Bianian was familiar with the boss, and anyone who got close to him, he had to embarrass them. Jian Yuanzhong hurriedly said, Which dish is not good? I'll have the kitchen redo it for all of you. Chen Haoyang used his chopsticks to order the table of dishes one by one. This, none of these can be eaten. This, I didn't offend a few of you. Jian Yuanzhong was worried. He could sort of see that these few people were purely here to pick a fight. Luo Tao said angrily, Could it be that you've offended all the people who say the food in your store is difficult to eat? Next to him, Yi Beinian finally couldn't hold back. This dish is for people to eat. As for the other species should be blessed with no food, he said and stuffed a chopstick of the dish into his mouth. Many of the people sitting in the store were also regular customers of the Shu Cuisine restaurant, being disturbed from their meal. This time when they heard Yi Beinian say this, they all laughed out loud. Some people even shouted, Boss, they're table dishes that mapo tofu to me over. I pay the bill. Others added, That fish is good. Take our table. Don't waste it. A few times a table of dishes was divided by the crowd. Lin Xiano, that's fine. Yi Bianian said loudly, because they didn't even move their chopsticks. They said the food was hard to eat. Chen Haoyang was punctured by Yi Beinian's sentence. His face immediately became a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly explained, The dish is about color and flavor. This doesn't even look good. Where is the appetite? Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. No appetite. Now Chen Xiao can go to those 5-star hotel to eat. The other customers in the store also chimed in. Right. You guys can go now. Hurry up and go. Don't affect our meal. Hurry up and go. I'm already tired enough after half a day's work, but I also encountered this crap. Bummer. In the end, Chen Hao Yang and the others walked out of the Shu Cuisine restaurant in a grayish manner. Lin Xiano turned around and looked at Chen Hao Yang through the window and said with a low chuckle, I found that as long as Chen Hao Yang encounters you, the big-tailed wolf immediately turns into a little sheep. Yi Beiyan just laughed softly. As long as Chen Hao Yang did not go overboard, he, Yi Beiyan, would turn a blind eye. Suddenly Lin Xiano remembered something and hesitated. That. Yi Beiyan laughed. What do you want to say? To me still hesitant. After a while Lin Xiano looked like he had made up his mind and said in one breath, Grandpa asked you to go with me to see him on the weekend. After Lin Xiano finished speaking, Yi Beiyan feigned a deep look and didn't say a word. Grandpa said he quite likes you kid. Lin Xiano explained again. Yi Beiyan returned a word without any expression. Oh, Lin Xiano was depressed. Was he happy or not? Using chopsticks to pick at the dishes in the bowl, Lin Xiano whispered, If you don't want to go, I can tell Grandpa. Yi Beiyan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, It's not like I said I'm not happy to go. Lin Xiano. Again, he was fooled by this God control expert. 2 days later, Changlai District Public/Security Bureau. Wang Jiangwo scratched his head with a big head. Their people had been guarding around the nursing home for 3 whole days. Not to mention people, not even a ghost shadow was seen. The deadline given by the higher-ups for solving the case was coming up, and there was still no progress at all. Wang Jiangwo's head was 2 big heads. Wang team, I think our current approach is too passive, always waiting for the fish to take the bait. But what if the fish never take the bait? Wang Xin said. Wang Jiangwo looked at Wang Xin suspiciously. You have other methods? Wang Xin laughed. Team 1 you forgot someone. Wang Jiangwo was puzzled. Ha? Wang Xin tapped the table. Yi Beiyan always felt that this kid is a born detective, able to see what we can't. Wang Jiangwo thought for a moment. We can let him try. I'll give Yi Beiyan a call. At this time, Yi Beiyan had just finished dinner and was casually walking on the campus road. Ding! Temperament Transcendence System World-Class Detective Mission Refresh. Solve the theft of academicians' research data. Rewarded with 10 points of extraordinary observation power and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow! The system is hemorrhaging money. Wait a minute. This academician research data loss? It can't be the one of Grandpa Ono, right? While Yi Beiyan was thinking, his cell phone rang. A look as Wang Jiangwo called. Is it for this case to find him? Yi Beiyan picked up the phone and smiled. Team Wang, what are the instructions? What instructions? Not instructions. I am trying to ask you to do a favor. Wang then roughly described the case. After listening, Yi Beiyan nodded. Are you in the office now? I've come to take a look at the relevant information. Wang Jiangwo on the phone quickly rejoiced. I am. Do you want me to send a car to pick you up? Or don't? Your car is too eye-catching. Ha ha. 10 minutes later, Yi Beiyan rushed to Changlai District Public/Security Bureau. Just as he entered, he was pulled into the conference room by Wang Jiangwo. Wang Xin played all the information about the data theft to Yi Beiyan with a slideshow. That's all the information we know, Wang Xin said with a sigh after reporting. Yi Beiyan closed his eyes and leaned his body lazily on the back of the chair behind him. That means there's only one witness at the scene so far. One cigarette but no more information. He looked like he was asking Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xin, and like he was talking to himself. Wang Xin just wanted to speak. Wang Jiangwo patted him, meaning for him to keep quiet. Based on his many years of experience, he knew that Yi Beiyan's current state was one where his thoughts had entered the case. At this moment, Yi Beiyan's head was rapidly replaying to restore the state at that time. But there was always something wrong somewhere. Did you find the physical evidence of the witnesses at the crash/impact scene? No. Yi Beiyan was not asking questions. The conference room could only hear the 3 of them breathing lightly. After a long time, Yi Beiyan asked again. How long does it take to drive from your public/security bureau to the sanatorium? Wang Xin was puzzled. What does this have to do with? What does the case have to do with it? These words were interrupted by Wang Jiangwo before he could say them. It takes about 30 minutes to get there. Just as Wang Jiangwo finished speaking, Yi Beiyan opened his eyes. I seem to have found a hint of a break, but tomorrow I still have to go to the scene to confirm it. Chapter 36 Thieves shouting to catch thieves. Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xin hurriedly came forward and asked, What clues? Yi Beiyan opened his mouth, wanted to explain, looked at the 2 of them, and then changed his tone and laughed. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Wang Jiangwo's eyes jumped. You don't say? Yi Beiyan raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't it be meaningless to say it? Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xin both had the heart to vomit blood. The 2 looked at each other. Wang Jiangwo laughed. Then tomorrow at 9 o'clock we will wait for you at the school gate. Yi Beiyan shook his head. You guys go first tomorrow. Lin Xiano and I will check on academician Lin tomorrow, and go check out the scene on the way. Wang Jiangwo, Wang Xin. It turns out that checking out the scene was just in passing. The next day, Yi Beiyan wore sunglasses and appeared in front of Lin Xiano with a big bag. Looking at Yi Beiyan, Lin Xiano asked. Why are you wearing sunglasses again? Yi Bianian laughed. Doesn't this look cool? Lin Xiano nodded approvingly. It is indeed quite cool. There looked at his hands. Why do you have this big bag? Yi Bianian raised the things in his hands high. Of course I have to bring some nutrients or something to see a patient, right? Lin Xiano shrugged. Fine. As you wish. Arriving at the sanatorium, Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano went straight to Lin Jingqing's room. Seeing that Lin Jingqing was playing Taijiquan, Lin Xiano smiled and said, looks like Grandpa is recovering well. Lin Jingqing said as he punched, that's natural. Grandpa is still waiting to see you get married and have children and hold a great-grandson for fun, he said and saw Yi Bianian behind Lin Xiano. Bianian is here. Come in. Grandpa has some good tea here. Come and try it. Yi Bianian bowed and said with a smile, good day Grandpa. Seeing the things in Yi Bianian's hands, Lin Jingqing laughed. Yo, this is still something you're holding. What a good boy. Lin Xiano couldn't bear to look at him inwardly. Grandpa, can we be a little euphemistic? Feel more than her own granddaughter are close. Lin Jingqing directly pulled Yi Bianian to sit on the sofa in the house, and saw Lin Xiano frozen at the edge. Girl, quickly go to burn some hot water. Make tea for us. Lin Xiano skimmed his lips and walked out. Seeing Lin Xiano walking out, Lin Jingqing praised. I'll tell you, Xiano making tea is a masterpiece. Before the summer vacation specifically learned the art of T.O. Yi Bianian nodded. Xiaoniao also knows tea art. It's really out of my expectation. That's right. You'll know in a moment. Not long after, Lin Xiano walked in with a pot of water and sat down on the opposite side of the coffee table. She rinsed the teacups one by one with water before pouring the tea leaves into the teapot. After touching the heat of the pot several times in a row, Lin Xiano poured the water into the teapot. Yi Bianian watched carefully and asked, there's a temperature requirement for brewing tea? Lin Xiano nodded and said with a smile, each type of tea brews at a different temperature. For example, green tea requires 80 to 85 degrees, while the white tea we are drinking now requires a water temperature of around 90 degrees. Lin Xiano poured the water into the teapot and then poured the tea onto the tea tray. Yi Bianian asked, why is this being poured again? Lin Xiano smiled cheekily. What about making tea? It's usually 1 course of water, 2 courses of tea, 3 and 4 courses are the essence. Yi Bianian laughed. So drinking tea is still so elaborate. Lin Jingqing said nothing and watched Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano as they asked and answered. The second pot of tea was brewed and Lin Xiano poured a cup for Lin Jingqing and Yi Bianian. Lin Xiano handed the cup of tea to Yi Bianian and said with a smile, take a sip to reminisce. There will be a sweet flavor at the throat. Yi Bianian gently took a sip, savored it, and marveled. It really does have a sweet aftertaste. Grandpa, you and Yi Bianian will drink the tea first. I'll go boil another pot of water. Lin Xiano got up and walked out. Lin Jingqing hemmed and hawed. Had. See, my family Xiaoyao is not bad. Yi Bianian nodded his head and laughed. Not bad indeed. Taking a sip of tea, Yi Bianian asked again. Grandpa's research materials were stolen? Lin Jingqing let out a long sigh. Yes. Very important? Lin Jingqing revealed a cloudy smile. The research has encountered a technical bottleneck. So just lose it. I may not see this technology come out in my lifetime. After a while he added. But it's a pity to say it's not important. After all, it's my 10 years of hard work. Grandpa, can you tell me which aspect of my research? On the regeneration of human organs. Isn't it similar to the stem cell matrix reconstruction technology? Lin Jingqing exclaimed. Yes, that's the one. Only that word of yours is a bit more specialized. Ha ha ha. Yi Bianian pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Lin Jingqing. This is for Grandpa. I think some of the information inside should be useful to you. Lin Jingqing took the flash drive and said doubtfully, what is this? Yi Bianian laughed. Open it and you'll know. After saying this, Yi Bianian got up, bowed and politely said, the scenery in the courtyard looks good. I'll go to the courtyard to take a look. Lin Jingqing hurriedly said, go, turn around more with Xiano. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled, walking out of the room. Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian had long been waiting outside. Please come this way. Wang Xian made a gesture of invitation. The three of them came all the way outside the research room. Wang Xian handed Yi Bianian shoe covers and gloves, and the three of them put them on before walking in. Yi Bianian carefully surveyed around inside before saying, it's really quite clean. There are only traces of 2 people. He walked to the open window again and asked, was it this window that was opened before? Yes. Wang Jiangwo returned. Yi Bianian turned around and walked outside. Let's go look outside the window. Wang Jiangwo hurriedly followed up. We didn't find anything before. Plus it rained heavily last night. Any clues were all washed away. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. Boredom. It's okay to go take a look. When the three of them almost arrived outside the window, Yi Bianian said, you guys just stand here. I'll go over and take a look. Yi Bianian slowly walked over, carefully looked around and hooked his lips and smiled. That smile made Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian look very weird. Seeing Yi Bianian come over, Wang Jiangwo quickly asked, "How is it?" "There are clues. Call academician Lin's assistant who was also that scene witness over. I have something to ask." Not long after, Chang Haoxi was brought over by Wang Xian. When Wang saw him come over, he politely said, "Assistant Chang, we want to know more on our side." "Trouble you," Chang Haoxi said with a good-natured look. "It's fine, as long as it helps. It doesn't matter how many times you yell at me to solve the case." Yi Bianian looked at Chang Haoxi, skimmed his head and pointed at the research room and said, "Assistant Chang, right, let's go in and talk." Then he looked at Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian. "You guys wait outside." After saying that, Yi Bianian took the lead and walked in. Seeing Chang Haoxi walk in, he smoothly closed the door. After taking a few steps forward, Yi Bianian looked back at Chang Haoxi and laughed. "You're a thief shouting to catch a thief." Chapter 37 Small-Scale Shock Others. Chang Haoxi laughed. "Young man, you can't make wild guesses on the basis of a passion to solve a case." Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. "Nonsense speculation? Then I'll run through it for Assistant Chang." Assistant Chang should have moved early to steal the information of the mind. The first transfer of information. In order to make a camera from outside the hospital into the assistant only once into the illusion of the research room, you chose to go out from the window, and afraid of leaving traces outside the window, you deliberately wear shoe covers, and tiptoe walking, so the traces outside the window look not at all footprints, but a small pit, and the wound on the back of your neck is the one you hit yourself. That's why the wound is on the right side, and the right side of the wound is a bit more serious. I think you should have destroyed the stolen goods that hit the back of your neck by now. After listening to Yi Bianian's words, Chang Haoxi's forehead was sweating profusely, but he said stiffly, "See how you say it like it's true. It's a pity that you're imagining everything." Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows and let out a light laugh. "All of this is indeed my imagination." Saying this, he slowly removed his sunglasses and gazed into Chang Haoxi's eyes. Chang Haoxi curiously also looked back. At the same time, Yi Bianian slowly released 50% of his transcendent aura. He purposely took off his pupils and put on his sunglasses today, just because he was afraid that this Chang Haoxi would have a stiff upper lip and deny it. In less than a minute, Yi Bianian led Chang Haoxi to reminisce about the crime. Chang Haoxi's entire appearance looks terrified. Ask a person what it would be like to go through the same thing that he or she was afraid of day and night. Now he is back into the plot of the crime, coupled with Yi Bianian 50% extraordinary temperament to bring him that fear of pressure. The whole person is still on the verge of collapse. If it was not for the fact that Chang Haoxi's heart was built much higher than others, he would not have used his transcendent temperament. Yi Bianian asked softly, "Do you still not confess?" Chang Haoxi trembled back. I plead guilty." Yi Bianian put on his sunglasses, put away his transcendent aura, opened the door and walked out. He looked at Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian who were standing outside the door. "Go in and take a statement." Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian looked at Yi Bianian suspiciously and slowly walked into the research room. What they saw was Chang Haoxi standing there, eyes closed and trembling/shaking, his mouth constantly shouting, "I plead guilty, I confess." That look was like he was repenting for what he had done. Wang Jiangwo gently patted Chang Haoxi's shoulder and asked softly, "Assistant Chang, are you alright?" Only then did Chang Haoxi open his eyes and slowly came back to his senses, looking at Wang Jiangwo, Wang Xian and the two of them before closing his eyes again and sighing, "I plead guilty." Both Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian revealed a look of surprise. Yi Bianian, who was taking a taxi to go back to school with Lin Xiano, suddenly heard an electronic tone. Ding! The host has completed one of the detective's mainline tasks, has reached a small range of shocking others. Rewards have been issued. Yi Bianian touched his pocket. There is really more than one car key inside. Just don't know where the system big brother threw the car for him. Seeing Yi Bianian sitting in the car without saying anything, Lin Xiaoyi asked without words, "What program are you going to perform at the welcome party next week?" "Haven't thought about it yet," Yi Bianian casually returned. "The rehearsal will be next Wednesday. You should at least prepare a program to report first, or else report a guitar solo. What about a song?" "I'll go back and find a guitar to practice on first. As for what song, I'll say it myself on stage then." Lin Xiano, "I see. You call this mystery." Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. In reality he himself didn't know what to play. He had to go back and think about it. On the other side, the two people, Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xian, who had finished recording their statements, had a look of self-shame on their faces. Wang Jiangwo got up and said to Wang Xian, "You go back and make a closure report. And by the way, send someone to Chang Haoxi's residence to look for academician Lin's stolen research materials." After saying this, he got up and headed out. Wang Xian asked suspiciously behind him, "Where are you going, Teen Wang?" Wang stopped and looked back at Wang Xian as if he was looking at an elm. Of course I'm going to report the results of the case to Academician Lin. When he reached the door of Academician Lin's room, Wang Jiangmo knocked on the door a few times. Enter. Lin Jingqing's understated voice came from inside. Wang Jiangmo slowly pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Lin Jingqing sitting in front of the computer, Wang Jiangmo politely said, Academician Lin, your data theft case has been solved. Hearing that the case was solved, Lin Jingqing was unmoved, still staring earnestly at the computer. Wang Jiangmo thought that Lin Jingqing did not hear, and said tentatively, Academician Lin, the case. Lin Jingqing waved his hand and said impatiently, I know, my side is still busy. Could it be that Academician Lin doesn't care who stole your information? Only when he heard Wang Jiangmo say this did Lin Jingqing remove his gaze from the computer. Listening to you, that person is familiar with me? Wang Jiangmo didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, it's Assistant Chang. Lin Jingqing was first shocked, but finally revealed a look of relief and asked, he didn't say why he stole the information? Wang Jiangmo hesitated. He said. Lin Jingqing laughed. What's there to say directly? At my age, what haven't I experienced? He said that by stealing your information, he was trying to step on your shoulders and research stem cell human organ regeneration technology before you. He's not willing to be an assistant all the time. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Jingqing's vicissitude face. Ha ha, if he is interested in researching, just ask me directly. Would I not give it to him? After saying this, he leaned his body back and gently closed his eyes. There was a look of deep pain and regret on his face. After a long time, he opened his eyes again and said to Wang Jiangmo, do you know what I am most worried about at this age? Without waiting for Wang Jiangmo to answer, and perhaps not even waiting for the answer he wanted, he followed up with, I'm already at this age, and I'm most worried that I'll lose my human being, while my own research is fruitless and halfway through. Lin Jingqing turned his head and stared at Wang Jiangmo. Do you understand my feelings? Wang Jiangmo nodded seriously. I understand. Up to this level of Lin Academician, they are no longer pursuing personal reputation. They are not afraid of difficulties. They are willing to dedicate themselves. They have devoted themselves to their work, and they are painstakingly pursuing to be able to make a greater contribution for the country and for the people. Academician Lin, you busy yourself with the rest, we'll take care of it. Wang Jiangmo said respectfully. Lin Jingqing had a cheerful smile on his face. Good. Go on. Go. After saying this, he turned his head to stare at the computer again, murmuring excitedly, in a few days, the academics I've been studying for more than a decade will be released. Wang Jiangmo did not disturb him and gently bowed and retreated. Chapter 38. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Back at school, Yi Bianian sent Lin Xiano to the entrance of the girls' apartment. Yi Bianian hooked his lips at Lin Xiano and was about to turn around and leave. Lin Xiano hurriedly pulled Yi Bianian back. Bianian, wait for me. After saying that, she hurriedly ran into the apartment. At this time, Yi Bianian's cell phone rang. Without looking at him, he picked up the phone. Wang Jiangmo's voice rang inside. Yi Bianian, how did you suspect Chenghaosi? Yi Bianian laughed. You guess first. If you can't guess, look for me for the answer after 3 days. Wang Jiangmo. At this time, Lin Xiano walked out with a guitar on his back. Yi Bianian saw him come out and said directly to the phone, that's it. After 3 days, you can contact me again. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Lin Xiano walked up to Yi Bianian and casually asked, who made the call? Yi Bianian shrugged. Wang Jiangmo, it was me who accidentally solved the case of your grandfather's data theft. He had some doubts and asked me. Lin Xiano excitedly hugged Yi Bianian. Jumping and jumping. Grandpa's case is solved. Or you solved it. You're too good. Yi Bianian saw the surrounding students casting strange gazes and hooked his lips into a smile. You'd better keep a low profile and look around. Lin Xiano turned her head to look around. The surrounding students were looking at the two of them like gorillas. Her red face hurriedly took the guitar off her shoulder and shoved it into Yi Bianian's arms. The guitar lends you. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Turning around, she ran into the apartment. Looking at her fleeing appearance, Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. She is so cute every time she is shy. Back to the dormitory. The dormitory? The three guys do not know what to be busy to go. All are not in. Bored, Yi Bianian took out his guitar and casually played a few times. He realized that as long as he thought of any song in his head, he could play it casually, and he played it like a thief. Is this the transcendental guitar playing level? Suddenly, Yi Bianian thought of what he should perform at the welcome party. At this time, Du Yajun walked in humming a little song. Seeing Yi Bianian holding the guitar, he took the guitar from him and played on it haphazardly, humming a tune in his mouth and twisting his body constantly. Yi Bianian could not bear to look at him and flirted. Why are you so happy today? Are you? Wu Feiyang, who had just walked into the dormitory, picked up his mouth and said seriously, you are sick. Du Yajun turned around and kicked Wu Feiyang's ass/share. You're the one who's sick. Dude, I played an afternoon game with Zheng Jingjing at the internet cafe today. I tell you, She adores me, said Du Yajun slash with a hand on top of his head. He made a handsome pose. Yo, progress so soon. Wu Fei Yang clenched his fist and lightly hammered on his chest slash mouth. Go for it, buddy, spiritually support you. Yi Bianian tapped on Du Yajun's shoulder. I'm also supporting you in spirit. Then he took out a card from his pocket and put it on the table. Here is $10,000. Lend you. When you find a girlfriend, you have to carry some money with you when you go out. It's not a good idea to go out to AA with others every time. Yi Bianian knows that Du Yajun's family is not in good condition. If it is not because of the bet with Yuan Kevin, even if he likes Zhang Jingjing, it is unlikely that he will go after her. Du Yajun pursed his lips and smiled gratefully. Still, bossy is good. Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows and said, I have to charge interest for borrowing money. Du Yajun said sincerely, well, I won't borrow without charging interest. I recently researched a game. A company wants to buy the rights. I'll pay you back if I sell it. Yi Bianian gently nodded. Aha! Wu Fei Yang walked up to Yi Bianian, tiptoeing around Yi Bianian's shoulders, his right hand fingers rubbing together. Boss Yi, I'm a bit short-handed too. Borrow some. Yi Bianian slapped his hand away. Go! You're the only one in our dorm who's rich, and you're still in a tight spot. Although Wu Fei Yang's family is not special money, but his parents have a small company. The pocket money in January is also quite a lot. Ha ha ha. I'm just saying, Wu Fei Yang said with an awkward smile. After a while, he looked at Du Yajun, like he was cutting meat, and said heartily, that, if you are short of money, I can also lend you. Big deal, big deal. I'll spend less every month. Wu Fei Yang's big spending problem. The dormitory several people these 2 weeks is considered to have seen. Du Yajun revealed an awkward smile. No need, no need. Your pocket money in January is just enough for you to spend. Wu Fei Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. I used to go to high school. My mom gave me 5,000 yuan of pocket money in January. I couldn't make it every month. Now that I'm in college, it's hard for me to fight for $10,000 of pocket money in January. But it's only been half a month and I'm left with $2,000. Hearing Wu Fei Yang's complaints, Yi Bianian and Du Yajun silently returned to their own computers, pretending not to hear. Wu Fei Yang. At this moment, Yuan Kaiwan walked into the dormitory with a not-so-good look on his face. When Wu Fei Yang saw Yuan Kaiwan come in, he looked like he had met someone to confide in and pulled him in. How do you think I'm going to survive the rest of the half month? Yuan Kaiwan hurriedly said awkwardly. Let me go to the restroom first. Wu Fei Yang inhaled his nose and frowned. What's that smell? Why does it smell so bad? Looking at Wu Fei Yang's hand that wouldn't let go, Yuan Kaiwan exclaimed. I haven't even wiped my ass/fart yet when I took a. Wu Fei Yang quickly popped away and covered his nose. What's the situation? Yi Bianian and Du Yajun also looked at Yuan Kevin with a surprised expression. Yuan Kaiwan frowned and waved his hand. Let me take a shower first. Wu Fei Yang hurriedly made way. Not long after, Yuan Kaiwan walked out of the restroom, wiping his wet hair with a bath towel. Yi Bianian, Wu Fei Yang, and Du Yajunlian hurriedly surrounded him. Wu Fei Yang raised his eyebrows wistfully and flirted. Tell me, what's the situation? Taking a and still having to come back for a shower. Yuan Kaiwan frowned. Can you not say anything? Du Yajun immediately retorted seriously. No, how can a good thing like you making a fool of yourself not be shared with us? Boss Yi didn't even agree in the first place, right? Boss Yi. Yi Bianian also nodded seriously. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Yuan Kaiwan cried and laughed as he glared at the three of Yi Bianian. You bunch of losers. Then he skimmed his mouth and sighed. I was reading in the library today, when I suddenly had some stomach discomfort, so I rushed/entered the toilet. When I was done, I realized I didn't bring any toilet paper. I felt all over my pocket and only found $10 bills. At that moment, a classmate walked in. I asked him if he had any paper, and he said no. I then asked him if he had $10 bills. I asked him if he had 10 pieces of paper, thinking that at least 10 pieces would be good for wiping his ass. When he said yes, I excitedly handed out 10 pieces under the door. When I saw the 10 dimes in my hand, 10,000 horses flew through my mind. Chapter 39, You're like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Hey, what do you guys say about that classmate? He's not a big pitiful bastard. Yuan Kaiwan asked in an exasperated manner. Yi Bianian, Du Yajun, and Wu Fei Yang looked at Yuan Kevin with 6 eyes. Blinking and blinking, none of them opened their mouths to speak. Yuan Kevin sighed in frustration and continued. In the end, I squatted in the toilet for 10 minutes. My legs were numb, and still no one came in, so I had to come back like this. There was a moment of silence in the dormitory, followed by a pfft, a sound. Du Yajun took off his glasses, wiped the tear water in the corner of his eyes, and said with a smile, I just couldn't hold it in. I can't hold back my tear water. Wu Fei Yang also propped his cheeks with both hands and laughed out a pig squeal, but said with his mouth, I wasn't laughing. I was moving my face muscles. Yi Bei-nian, on the other hand, patted Yuan Kai-wan on the shoulder a few times, stifled his laughter and shook his head. Brother, it's hard for you. You didn't think to give any of us a call to send you paper? You're punking yourself. Yuan Kai-wan. On the other side, Wang Jiangwo called one of his own CID officers into the conference room. Sitting in the first place, he reclined on the chair. His fingers kept tapping on the conference table, making a thud 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 sound. After everyone was seated, Wang Xian got up and said, Team Wang, everyone is here. Only then did Wang Jiangwo sit up straight and crossed his fingers with both hands. As you all know, just this morning, the case of the theft of academician Lin's information was solved. In order to allow everyone to improve themselves, all the information involved in the case is now provided to everyone. But everyone has to give me an answer within 2 days. And that's why Chung Haosi will be used as the first suspect. Just finished. Sitting next to Wang Xian coughing furiously. Wang Jiangwo blared at him and said sternly, go out and cough if you're not feeling well. Come back in after you've finished coughing. Wang Xian stood up, pursed his lips, yes, then turned around and walked out. Wang team is really bull. Well, Yi Bei-nian threw him the problem to the entire criminal investigation team. It didn't take long for the conference room crowd to walk out. Wang Jiangwo was the last one to walk out of the conference room. Saw Wang Xian standing in the doorway, and said in a cold voice, come with me to the office. Wang Xian Gray followed Wang Jiangwo to the office. Wang Jiangwo behind him closed the door. Why did you just want to laugh and hold it in? No, absolutely not. I am envious of the wisdom of the Wang team. This is called brainstorming, Wang Xian said and gave a thumbs up. Wang Jiangwo blared at Wang Xian, okay, don't pat the horse's ass. I still don't know that little bit of yours. After saying that he waved his hand, go and get busy. Wang Xian nodded and walked out. Almost to the door Wang Jiangwo shouted behind him, why don't I apply to the bureau again and let you go to detective school for further study? Wang Xian paused with a moment of frustration on his face before revealing a bright smile. Good, if it doesn't work this time, I'll have nothing to do with this school at all. Wang Jiangwo said in a serious tone, you have to realize that as a criminal/police officer, 2 cases were solved by a student. Isn't this a slap in our criminal/police officer's face? He said and slapped twice on his vicissitudes of face. Wang Xian frowned and nodded seriously. I'll prepare properly. After saying that, he walked out. Wang sighed. The Criminal Investigation School is a dream school for all criminal investigators, but it's also notoriously strict. It's not something you can get into if you want to. Time quickly came to Wednesday afternoon, Smoky Sea University's annual welcome party. Due to the large number of students and teachers, specially rented from the school nearest to the big theater of the Horizon Entertainment Company, backstage at the theater, the makeup artist was smearing Yi Bei-nian's face. Yi Bei-nian looked at himself in the mirror and smiled awkwardly. I'll just play a guitar for a while. Is it necessary to toss like this? Lin Xiano on the side tilted her body, looking at Yi Bei-nian, with a cheeky smile. Even though you're handsome, you still have to put on makeup. It's called stage effect. Yi Bei-nian shrugged helplessly. Alright. When the makeup was finished, Yi Bei-nian looked at his red face and was embarrassed. Lin Xiano walked over with the program list at this time. Your program is the 6th, mine is the 7th. I'll hurry up and do my makeup too. Seeing Lin Xiano leave, Yi Bei-nian pulled out a few sheets of paper from the nearby draw box and wiped them on his face until he looked more natural. Not long after, Lin Xiano wearing a lake blue dress came over. A head of yellow hair has become black, softly draped behind. The top of the head of a few butterfly haircard with her footsteps gently shake, as if the moment will dance. Yi Bei-nian looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. Lin Xiano walked to Yi Bei-nian with a smile on her face, lifted the hem of her skirt and turned around, asking, beautiful or not? Yi Bei-nian nodded. Beautiful. You're like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. He even had the urge to pull her away. Her beauty he didn't want others to see. Lin Xiano smiled cheekily. I'm performing the butterfly dance. I need to bring a bit of fairy spirit. So I wore a wig. Yi Bei-nian said casually. The usual you would be beautiful if you also had such a beautiful black hair. Lin Xiano. Tomorrow she would dye her hair back. At this time, Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Yanyan and Guan Weiwei walked in. Seeing Lin Xiano's attire, Zhang Yanyan flirted. Xiano, tonight you're superb. Guan Weiwei sked. Once you look at the city, then you look at the country. That's your kind of thing. Zhang Jingjing, on the other hand, skimmed her lips and said, Sister, I don't have a boyfriend yet. You don't want to make such a big gap between the whole thing. Lin Xiano. The three of them then turned their gazes to Yi Bei-nian and looked up and down several times. Zhang Yanyan sighed. Do you two want the entire Smoky Sea University to perish today? Yi Bei-nian let out a word in confusion. Ha, Guan Weiwei explained. Of course it's a collective suicide of self-shame. Lin Xiano hurriedly pushed the three of them outward. The program is about to start. You guys hurry up and find a seat and sit properly. Not far away, Chen Haoyang watched the interaction between Lin Xiano and Yi Beinian's side. His fists clenched. Seeing Chen Haoyang in a bad mood, Luo Tao hurriedly said, Chen Xiao, in a moment you'll crush him hard on stage. I don't believe that he's good enough to go on stage after you finish playing. Chen Haoyang hooked his lips and smiled. That's true too. He was a guitarist from elementary school, and had long since reached the level of performance grade. In order to make Yi Beinian make a fool of himself, Chen Haoyang purposely lined up his program with Yi Beinian's, and changed the solo to a guitar solo. The welcome party opened with the dance Hello, Smoky Sea. The beautiful dance showed the youthful posture to all the teachers and students, and showed the audience the love for the city of Yanhai and the University of Yanhai. Chapter 40, Yi 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 Wild Combination. Very nice. The second program was a chorus. By the time the fifth program was performed, the host on the stage had just finished reporting the program, and Lin Xiano was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Seeing the host walk down from the stage, Lin Xiano hurriedly pulled her back and asked, Isn't Chen Haoyang a soloist? The host shrugged helplessly. He temporarily changed the program, saying that he hadn't practiced his solo. Lin Xiano bit her lips tightly. This Chen Haoyang was obviously doing it on purpose. She looked at Yi Beinian who was waiting to go on stage. She hurriedly walked up and whispered to Yi Beinian, In a moment, no matter what, you just play normally. Yi Beinian smiled and nodded. At this time, Chen Haoyang on the stage finished his guitar solo. Cheers rang out from the stage, and the crowd murmured. This guitar playing is completely at a performance level already. My ears are pregnant from listening to it. Worthy of being our Smoky Sea University's multi-talented schoolboy. At this time, the host walked up and announced in a clear voice, The next program is a guitar solo brought by freshman Yi Beinian. Everyone welcome. The host had just finished announcing the program when noisy voices rang out from the stage. How was this program arranged? Back-to-back guitar solos. Chen Haoyang's guitar in front of him has already played at a superb level. Is this Yi Beinian coming up here to be funny? Alas, some people are born to be cannon fodder. Ignoring the comments under the stage, Yi Beinian appeared on the stage holding his guitar and wearing a white shirt with a black vest. Instantly, the entire theater went quiet. Yi Beinian attached himself to the elevated sound mic and said, The track I'm playing is a song Skewer. After saying this, he directly played. He was holding the guitar. His quiet appearance was like a trance dream. His long and slender fingers ruffled the strings, and the throbbing notes flew out like flowing water. A song that is currently on fire resounded through the entire theater. From Junior to Yen Wuxie to Treading Waves and so on, the whole 20 songs seamlessly. The teachers and students under the stage were mesmerized, and each of them didn't dare to be too loud for fear of affecting Yi Beinian's playing. They hummed the familiar songs softly along with the melody of the guitar. After the song, Yi Beinian said to the elevated mic, My performance is over. Thank you all. Pa pa pa. The entire theater resounded with thunderous applause. The students murmured, I heard it from the beginning to the end. It was awesome. The articulation was natural and smooth. Awesome awesome awesome. If there are 10 levels of guitar playing, then Yi Beinian is 120 in my heart. Looks like my rusty guitar is coming back. Guitar ceiling. It's so damn handsome. I'm mesmerized. At this moment, some students on stage excitedly shouted, Yi Beinian YYDS, Du Yajun, Yuan Kaiwan, and Wu Feiyang also followed and shouted, Boss Yi is mighty, YYDS, Yi Beinian YYDS again. Yi Beinian one more song. Yi Beinian retreated from the stage amidst the applause. When the host came on stage, the applause still didn't stop. The host laughed softly, A song Skewer made my ears pregnant, and next everyone's eyes are going to be pregnant again. And that's Lin Xiano's solo butterfly dance for you all. Lin Xiano stunned everyone when she appeared on stage in a long light blue dress. With a slight bow to the stage, she made a dance move. As the music started, Lin Xiano on the stage was seen dancing. She danced like a beautiful butterfly fluttering and twisting like a graceful willow. The beauty of it was mesmerizing. While everyone was watching mesmerized, the music suddenly stopped. The sudden change caused Lin Xiano's dance to stand still on the stage. A dance without music is like a person without a soul. At this moment, the host hurriedly came up. Sorry, there seems to be a problem with this song. At this time, the stage was also in a mess. Seeing such an awkward scene at the fun part, some students even shouted, Is the program still going on? What's going on? Even this can go wrong. Lin Xiano was also embarrassed. The host was in a dilemma and finally said to Lin Xiano, Why don't we move on to the next program? At this moment, Yi Beinian walked onto the stage holding his guitar. No, I'll do the music. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian who walked up. His heart warmed, and smiled faintly at him. Instantly the whole theater boiled again. This combination is too nice. Is this even the heavens wanting to hear Yi Beinian play another song? Ha ha ha, one more song has come true. The guitar tune Butterfly Dance rang out on stage while Lin Xiano danced along. Perhaps the tune was too pleasing to the ear. Lin Xiaono's dance was even more graceful than before. After the dance, the entire theater was so silent that only the slight breathing of people could be heard. Suddenly, someone blew an ear-piercing whistle. Instantly, it was as if people had just woken up from a dream, and they applauded one after another. It's so beautiful, so shocking. For a moment, I actually had the illusion of a butterfly fairy falling into the mortal world. Yi Beiyan and Lin Xiaoyi are a perfect combination. Yi-Yi's combination. YYDS. Yi Beiyan and Lin Xiaoyi bowed to the stage in unison and retreated. Just as they walked backstage, Lin Xiaono jumped at Yi Beiyan at once and hugged him tightly. Thank you. Yi Beiyan also hugged her back, gently patting her on the back. It's okay. He knew that she was at a loss for words on stage at the time. Lin Xiaono tilted her head back with red eyes and looked at Yi Beiyan, saying, "You're so good to me." If it wasn't for him, she would have been embarrassed on stage today. Yi Beiyan looked at Lin Xiaono and said seriously, "Because you're worth it." Lin Xiaono, seconds abashed, hastily bowed his head, did not dare to look directly at Yi Beiyan. In his heart, however, he was bubbling with beauty. Suddenly a voice came, "Just got off the stage. You two are making love to each other." Lin Xiaono hurriedly jumped away from Yi Beiyan's embrace, saw Zhang Yanyan and several people in the distance, and asked, "How come you guys didn't watch the program?" Zhang Jingjing shrugged her shoulders and said, "Since the two of you got off the stage, the program behind us was tasteless, so we came out." At this time, Du Yajun ran in, holding Yi Beiyan's cell phone in his hand. He handed his cell phone to Yi Beiyan. "Boss Yi, your cell phone has been ringing all night. Life-snatching chain buckle." Yi Beiyan took the cell phone and looked. It was Wang Jiangwo calling. There were more than 20 missed calls straight away. As for that, want to know an answer so impatient? Yi Beiyan was speechless. What he does not know is that Wang Jiangwo promised the whole team to give the answer on Wednesday afternoon, and he could not say the answer. That kind of awkward scene. At this time has been 9 p.m. Yi Beiyan to Wang Jiangwo back to the phone. Just after ringing, the phone was answered. Wang Jiangwo's complaining voice came from inside. "My ancestor, why did you just pick up the phone?" Yi Beiyan said sincerely. "Sorry, tonight's welcome party. I have a program. The phone is kept in the classmates there." Chapter 41, Smartness Goes Astray. "I've waited for your answer on my side until the flowers are all gone." Yi Beiyan, "You guys didn't figure it out?" Wang Jiangwo on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Shame on you. We didn't find any suspicions pointing the finger at Chenghaosi. Think about it, the physical evidence at the scene. The physical evidence at the scene is only a cigarette butt." Yi Beiyan's somewhat speechless forehead. "Yes, is this cigarette butt? Think about it. How long does it take for a normal cigarette to spontaneously combust? And how long does it take for you guys to travel from the bureau to the sanatorium?" It didn't take long for Wang Jiangwo's mumbled voice to ring out from the cell phone. "A cigarette takes about 8 minutes to spontaneously combust, and it takes half an hour for our car to travel from the bureau to the sanatorium. That means..." He paused for a few seconds. "That means Chenghaosi is smart but not smart enough." "Ha ha ha," Yi Beiyan gently said. Chenghaosi wanted to make a scene of being attacked, but he was 100 times too close. Wang Jiangwo on the other end of the phone suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you ever heard of a detective school?" "No." "Wang Jiangwo, do you want to join the detective school?" Yi Beiyan did not hesitate. "No." Wang Jiangwo was surprised. "You don't even understand how you don't want to." "Oops. I'll find you some other day to meet and discuss in detail." Yi Beiyan coped. "Okay." Hanging up the phone, he saw that Lin Xiaono and the others had already left. He still went back to the dormitory to wash his face first. This face full of foundation was too unbearable. After washing his face, Yi Beiyan lay on the bed and played with his cell phone, playing in tired. He slowly fell asleep. Du Yajun, Yuan Kaiwan, Wu Feiyang returned to the dormitory, saw the sleeping Yi Beiyan, all in the dormitory light hand activity. Seeing Du Yajun turning on his computer, Yuan Kaiwan asked in a low voice, "You're still not sleeping?" Du Yajun hemmed and hawed. "Just now I discussed with Zheng Jingjing, play a game before going to sleep." Yuan Kaiwan nodded, washed up and quietly climbed into bed. Wu Feiyang hugged his cell phone and lay on the bed with a silly smile on his face. Instantly the dormitory was filled with only mouse sounds and keyboard sounds. 30 minutes later, a game ended. Du Yajun's screen received a message from Hedgehog Cat, "Quick, start another game. Lights out soon. Hurry up and go to bed, or you'll affect your roommate's rest. The one in our dorm hasn't returned yet. He's probably out with the one in your dorm." "Our dorm? Who's there?" "We're all here." "Yi Beiyan is in the dorm? We all thought Ono went out with him. Can you ask him if he knows where Ono is?" "Good." Du Yajun got up, walked to Yi Beiyan's bedside, and softly shouted, "Boss Yi." Yi Beiyan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Du Yajun sideways. "What is it?" "Zheng Jingjing asked me to ask. Do you know where Lin Xiaono went?" Yi Bianian rubbed his eyes. I don't know. After saying that, Yi Bianian picked up the cell phone thrown beside him and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock immediately. I'll call and ask, Yi Bianian said and dialed Lin Xiaoye's phone. An electronic tone came from the cell phone. The number you have dialed is turned off. Yi Bianian sat up in misery and frowned. Xiaoyao's phone is turned off. Du Yajun smiled and said, maybe she's already gone back to the dormitory. I'll ask Zhang Jingjing again. With that, he turned towards the computer. You just call and ask, Yi Bianian said. Du Yajun, who had just walked to the computer, hurriedly took his cell phone from the bed and dialed the number. Has Xiaoyao returned to the dormitory yet? No. That. Yi Bianian directly snatched the cell phone. When did you guys separate from Xiaoyi? Just that would be when you called. A few of us continued to go to watch the program. Xiaono said she waited for you for a while. Then I didn't see her anymore. Yi Bianian frowned. But I didn't see her at all after I called. The shocked cries of Zhang Jingjing, Zhang Yanyan, and Guan Weiwei came over the phone. Let's look for people we know and ask them to see if anyone has seen Xiaono. Don't let anything happen. Zhang Yanyan's anxious voice came over the phone. I'll go back to the theater to take a look. Yi Bianian finished handing his cell phone to Du Yajun and headed out. But the lights will be out soon. Du Yajun shouted behind him. It's fine. I'll go take a look. I'll be back soon. Yi Bianian threw down a sentence and his silhouette disappeared in front of the dormitory. Earlier during the casual conversation, Lin Xiaono had said that she usually rested after 10 at night. Also said something about early to bed and early to rise is good for the body. Thinking of this, Yi Bianian had a bad premonition. He took 3 steps and flew to the entrance of the Grand Theater of the Heavenly Domain Entertainment Company. When he arrived at the backstage, he saw an old man in his late 60s organizing the clothes for the show. Yi Bianian hurriedly went forward and asked, Grandpa, may I ask if you have seen a girl wearing a lake blue fairy dress with a butterfly haircard on her head? The old man who was organizing his costume returned. Remember, the dance was really pretty. By the way, she hasn't returned her costume yet. Are you her classmate? Remember to call her back when you see her. Yi Bianian politely nodded. Good. Turning around, he was about to walk inside and look for more. The boss shouted, Classmate, there's no one inside. Why are you going in? I'm looking for someone. Are you sure there's no one inside? Harm. Why would I lie to you? I locked the doors one by one. Oh. Yi Bianian turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and asked, May I ask if there's surveillance here? The boss laughed. Of course there is. Can you let me take a look? Yi Bianian was afraid that the old man refused, and then continued. I just asked the girl, she did not go back to school. I do not know where to go. The old man laughed. Of course you can look. The monitoring is mainly to prevent thieves. Yi Bianian followed the oldest master to a humble hut with an old desktop computer. The old master smiled and said, All the surveillance in this backstage can be viewed on this computer. Thanks. Yi Bianian sat down in front of the computer and carefully looked at every single surveillance, especially the one where he made the call. He saw that while he was on the phone, Zhang Jingjing, Du Yajun and a few others left, and Lin Xiaono was waiting for him next to him. At that moment, Lin Xiaono took a call and walked out of the theater backstage. Yi Bianian said thank you to the old man and walked out of the theater backstage. He didn't leave until the lights in the theater backstage went out completely. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Bianian answered the phone, and immediately Zhang Jingjing's urgent voice rang out from his cell phone. Did Yi Bianian find Lin Xiaoyi? No. I saw in the backstage monitoring of the theater that Xiaoyi answered a call and walked out directly. That's so. Could Xiaoyi have gone home? Do you have the phone number of Xiaoyi's parents? Could he have gone home? Chapter 42, Be respectful when you see my brother Yi in the future. Zhang Jingjing on the other end of the phone frowned back. We don't have contact information for Xiaono's parents. Yi Bianian sighed inwardly, but his voice was unusually calm. It's possible that something happened to her family and she went back. Hanging up the phone, he felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. The reason he had given to Zhang Jingjing's few people was not even believable to him. No matter how anxious she was, Ono wouldn't even change her performance clothes and go straight back home. Yi Bianian suddenly realized that habit was a terrible thing. In these few days together, he had long gotten used to Lin Xiaono circling around him, and the sudden loss of her news made him feel unusually irritated. Standing in place, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the cold night air, then aimlessly continued to walk forward, looking up at the street lamps shedding soft light, but his mood was quiet. Get out! A roar was exceptionally loud in the silent night. Yi Bianian looked for the sound. Across the road in front of the Blue Night Bar, a group of people surrounded a teenager beating. Yi Bianian, who had no intention of caring about other people's business, glanced at them and continued on his way again. Give me my paycheck for this month. Get lost, you still want your paycheck. Yi Bianian frowned. Why was this voice so familiar? Then he took a closer look. his eyes were slightly cold. Wasn't this his little/brother Su Jigang? Dashing across the road at breakneck speed, he arrived at the entrance of the Blue Night Bar. What is it? Yi Beinian's voice had a slight coldness in it. The crowd of Blue Night Bar looked at Yi Beinian, and one of them said in a cold voice, "Kid, it's best to stay out of your business." Seeing that it was Yi Beinian, Su Jigang shrunk his body and did not speak. He had disgraced the boss again. Yi Beinian did not pay attention to those people, and kicked Su Jigang's ass. "I'm asking you," Su Jigang hurriedly whispered. "I want my money from this month's part-time job." Only then did Yi Beinian turn his gaze to the people at the Blue Night Bar. "Do you hear me? My brother wants his paycheck." The man in the lead laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that, guys? They still want money. Ha ha ha." The crowd looked at Yi Beinian and Wu Jigang as if they were watching a joke. The leader of the group continued. "Humph, you spilled wine on Lin Xiao. You're lucky you weren't crippled, and you still want money." Yi Beinian lowered his head and straightened his cuffs. Without any tone of voice he said, "I'm in a bad mood today. You'd better pay the money as soon as possible, so we can all live in peace." "Yo, what do you want if you don't pay? Come on, ha ha ha. Brothers, let's teach them how to behave." In an instant, 5 people surrounded Yi Beinian. Someone clenched his fist and attacked Yi Beinian's face directly. Yi Beinian's head gently sidestepped and sneered. "You guys are asking for it." After saying that, he smashed his fist on the face of the person who threw a punch at him, and kicked the others to the ground with a swift 2-legged wheelbarrow. Everything came too fast. Before the bar's fighters had time to react, they were all knocked down and lay on the ground wailing. Yi Beinian slapped the leader's face. "We'll leave after we get our paychecks." The man sat on the ground and backed up. I'll call out to our manager to deal with this immediately. He brought these people can be some hands, but was less than a minute all knocked over. Most of all, he grew up obsessed with martial arts, but he didn't even see how he struck. What path? Thinking this way, his eyes revealed a touch of joy. Yi Beinian raised his feet and walked into the bar. Su Jigang hurriedly followed him, just stepped into the bar. Inside, the person holding a bottle in his hand smashed to Yi Beinian's head. Su Jigang, who followed behind, exclaimed, "Boss, be careful," only to see Yi Beinian a flash. The bottle in the air traced an elegant arc, smashed into the opposite side of a man. With a muffled sound, the bottle cracked, and the man's head immediately had blood mixed with wine flowing down. Yi Beinian spread his hands and laughed. "None of my business." Immediately after, another group of people surrounded Yi Beinian, intending to rush up and beat him in a group. At this time, someone at the door yelled, "All stop." At that moment, the crowd stopped their hands. "Yes, Brother Ma." The person who shouted was none other than Ma Shuai, who had just received a punch at the door. Ma Shuai covered his sore face and walked in, saying to the person beside him, "Go call the manager to settle this brother's wages. This Blue Night Bar is the manager in charge." But in reality, everything is Ma Shuai's decision. Someone beside him whispered, "Brother Ma, are we just going to swallow this loss?" The one who spoke was Li Hang, who had just smashed Yi Beinian with a bottle. Ma Shuai directly kicked Li Hang. "Otherwise, what else do you want? I'm telling you, just us people are not enough for him to stuff his teeth. The main thing is, by the time the bar is smashed to pieces, they still have to cover their own pockets." Not long after, someone took an envelope and handed it to Ma Shuai. Ma Shuai smilingly went forward and handed the envelope to Yi Beinian. "Will you see if it's enough?" Yi Beinian took it, weighed it in his hand, and threw it to Su Jigang. "See if it's enough?" Su Jigang hurriedly opened it and looked at it. "Enough, enough." Without saying a word, Yi Beinian turned around and walked outside. Ma Shuai bowed and smiled all the way to send Yi Beinian to the entrance of the bar. Seeing Yi Beinian walking away, Ma Shuai suddenly thought of something and hurriedly ran forward and shouted, "Please wait." Yi Beinian stopped and raised his eyebrows. "Something's wrong?" Ma Shuai hurriedly said, "Can you teach me those moves you just made?" Saying this, he waved his hands and feet around a few times. "Some other time, but how can I find you?" Freshman Yi Beinian from the Computer Science Department of Smoky Sea University. "Okay, big brother Yi, I'll look for you some other time." Looking at the disappearing figures of Yi Beinian and Su Jigang, Li Hang walked over to Ma Shuai and gave a thumbs up. Brother Ma is awesome, able to bend and bend, grasping the enemy's information so quickly. This is waiting to give him a fatal blow. Ma Shuai slapped on Li Hang's head. "Fatal your ass. Be respectful when you see my brother Yi in the future." Li Hang touched his aching head and froze in place. "Big brother Yi, what is this situation?" Ma Shuai, who was walking in front of him, suddenly stopped and looked back at Li Hang. "The bottle of wine you just broke will be deducted from your paycheck." Li Hang. On the other side, Su Jigang silently followed behind Yi Beinian. Yi Beinian in the front suddenly stopped and looked at Su Jigang, who was following behind. "How come you're working in a bar and got kicked out?" I didn't serve the wine well and spilled it on the guest's body, and because of that drove you out of the bar?" Su Jigang clutched the envelope in his hand tightly and gently nodded. Aha! Under the light, Yi Beinian suddenly saw that Wu Jigang's hand was unusually red/swollen. Pulling it up to take a closer look, his ink brows lightly frowned. What happened to your hand? Chapter 43, My Yi Beinian's little brother is not just letting anyone bully him. Hearing Yi Beinian's question, Su Jigang hurriedly hid his hand behind his back. Nothing is fine. Nothing. The hand will be so red? Su Jigang stammered, half unable to speak. Yi Beinian coldly said, I hate it when people lie to me. Only then did Su Jigang pursed his lips and said, This is what Lin Xiao punished me for just now in the bar booth. He then roughly recounted what happened in the private room. It turned out that since Su Jigang's sister was discharged from the hospital, he had found a job as a waiter at the Blue Night Bar. When he applied for the job, he was promised a daily settlement of $150 a day, but he didn't get a penny for almost half a month of work at the Blue Night Bar. He thought that if he didn't get paid daily, he could get paid monthly, which would be a stable job, and he would be able to support his sister. Just today, he was carrying a tray of wine, just entered the private room, because the lights inside are too dark. Do not know who tossed him a foot. End of the wine spilled all over the body of a called Lin Xiao. Seeing the wine spilled on the guest, Su Jigang hurriedly said, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a blow to the face. A moment later, he received a slap on the face. A woman dressed in provincial fabrics shook her hand, which was sore from hitting Su Jigang, and said, You don't even look at who this is? Can you get away with a word of apology? Su Jigang's face was on fire/spicy pain, but he didn't say a word, and lowered his body to a level that couldn't be lowered any further and said, Why don't I send it to the dry cleaner to help you wash it? Ha ha ha. The entire private room began to laugh. Hearing Su Jigang's trepidation, Lin Hong swept the woman beside him into his arms, picked up her jaw and said, Dry cleaning. What do you say we give his errant scratch a good wash in the ice today? The woman took the initiative to come up with her red lips and kissed Lin Hong on the mouth, saying delicately/charmingly, This is interesting what Mr. Chen said. It didn't take long for someone to walk in with a bucket full of ice. Lin Hong pointed at the ice bucket and said, If you want to be done for the day, stick your hand in. Su Jigang hurriedly said, Young Chen, spare me. There's still my 8-year-old sister at home that I need to take care of. Lin Hong looked at Su Jigang, exhaled a smoke ring and said, Oh, there's a sister at home to take care of. Su Jigang nodded his head repeatedly. He thought Lin Hong would let him go, but his next words made him feel like he had met the devil today. How about this? You put your hand inside for 10 minutes, and today's matter will be cancelled. Lin Hong said and shouted towards the people around him, You guys say Lin Xiao I'm merciful. The entire private room chimed in. Merciful. Young Chen is too cheap for this brat. Seeing the hesitant Su Jigang, Lin Hong snorted coldly. I'll give you a minute. It won't be so cheap if your hand isn't in the ice after a minute. Su Jigang hesitated for a moment and stuck his hand into the ice bucket. Instantly, the bone-piercing cold attacked him, and he felt only 2 words, cold and pain. He felt like his fingers were going to fall off. He was going crazy, but he didn't utter a sound, inwardly cursing Lin Hong's ancestors. When he couldn't help but take out his hands, Lin Hong gave a look, and the 2 bodyguards next to him forcefully held down Su Jigang's hands. I do not know how long. The Blue Night Bar manager Zhu's sister walked in, smiling to Lin Hong said, Lin Young, this is only recently recruited. Clumsy, so I give you this, and then shouted a few beautiful girls. You see how? Lin Hong flicked his cigarette ash onto the table and raised an eyebrow. Since Sister Zhu has spoken, then let that kid go. The 2 bodyguards holding Su Jigang down then loosened their hands. Su Jigang instinctively took out his hand that had lost consciousness. Looking at his hand that was as red as it was bleeding, his entire body trembled. Seeing that Su Jigang was still frozen there, Xu Min hurriedly pulled him outward and said to Lin Hong with a smile, How did I recruit such a cutie? Walking out the door, Xu Min hurriedly said, You hurry up and go. If I go a little later, that hand of yours will be ruined. Saying that, she turned around and shouted, Brother Ma, drive this klutz out. Su Jigang looked at Yi Beinian, lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, You'll see what happens after that. Yi Beinian said in an inaudible tone, How does the hand feel now? Su Jigang laughed, It's fine, now the hand is hot, just feel some pain. Well, hurry back, your/sister is still waiting for you at home. Give me your phone number. I have something to find you to do in a few days. Yi Beinian suddenly had the intention of sprouting a business, just for the sake of his voice. Boss. Su Jigang heard that his boss had something to arrange for him to do. His whole body was overjoyed, and he said seriously, Don't worry boss, I promise to fulfill the task you arranged very well. Yi Beinian nodded. Hurry back. This was how much he trusted him and didn't ask what things he was allowed to do. Looking at Su Jigang's distant figure, Yi Beinian walked back again, not in the direction of the school, but in the direction of the Blue Night Bar. Yi Beinian stepped into the Blue Night Bar again, the opposite of what just happened. Immediately someone greeted him. Boss Yi, why are you back again? Just now. Brother Ma had shouted all of them together and sent out a message that when they see this Yi Bei Nian in the future, they should be respectful, more respectful than they were to him. Yi Bei Nian put his hands in his pants pockets and said as he walked in, "What? I can't come." The man wiped the sweat from his forehead. "You can come. Of course you can come." Yi Bei Nian walked to the door of each private room and pushed the door open one by one to take a look. At this time, Ma Shuai, who heard Yi Bei Nian returning, rushed over. "Brother Yi, are you looking for someone?" Yi Bei Nian pushed the door as he said, "I'm looking for someone called Lin Hong." When Ma Shuai heard this, it was bad. He must have come to retrieve the scene for the brother who had just come to retrieve the scene. But what kind of person is Lin Hong? That is one of the top 10 enterprises in Smoky Sea City. The young son of Lin's enterprise, not to be messed with. Yi big brother, this matter should not give little brother a face. Just like this past. Yi Bei Nian stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly. Let me tell you, my Yi Bei Nian's little/brother isn't to be bullied by just anyone. At this time, a person in the aisle passed by and just happened to overhear Yi Bei Nian and Ma Shuai's conversation. He walked into the box and hurriedly came to Lin Hong, whispering, "Young Lin, there's a man outside looking for you," as if he wants to avenge his little/brother. I see that even Marshal Ma is treating him with respect. I wonder what the background is. Lin Hong finished his glass of wine in one gulp and said loudly, "No matter what his background is, his background in this smoky sea is still bigger than mine." The man nodded his head and said, "Yes, in this smoky sea, no one dares to say first when Lin Xiao says second." Lin Hong got up and walked outside. Let's go see how powerful a character is." The crowd followed Lin Hong out of the private room. Seeing Yi Bei Nian in the aisle, who was still pushing the door one by one, and Ma Shuai, who was trying hard to persuade him, Lin Hong shouted, "I heard that someone is looking for me." Chapter 44, When I Get Angry. Sometimes even I am afraid of myself. Yi Bei Nian stopped his footsteps about to walk into a private room, looked back at Lin Hong at the end of the aisle, raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you Lin Xiao?" Lin Hong pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his hand and said arrogantly, "The person you are looking for is this young master." Yi Bei gave a young laugh and slowly walked towards Lin Hong. Ma Shuai advised from the side, "Brother Yi, let's calm down. There is something to discuss. In his territory, if something happens to Lin Hong, he cannot explain." Yi Bei Nian walked forward without turning a deaf ear, walked to the front of Lin Hong, brother and sister, good arm around his shoulders, without saying, pulling him toward the package room to go. "Go, I'll have a good chat with you. You let go of me." Lin Hong tried to struggle a few times, but couldn't break free. Seeing that Yi Bei Nian didn't directly go up to beat people up, Ma Shuai's lifted heart let go. Just after walking into the private room, Yi Bei Nian let go of Lin Hong. Lin Hong, who had just been restrained, immediately jumped out of his skin and threw the wine glass on the table at Yi Bei Nian. "Who the hell are you? How dare you hook up with this young master?" Yi Bei Nian wiped the wine from his face and sat down on the sofa in the center with a good temper. The woman wearing hot/spicy clothes on the sofa said angrily, "This is your..." Before the word "sitting" was finished, Yi Bei Nian lightly glanced at her. She hurriedly closed her mouth, got up and stood on the side with trepidation. Just because that glance just now made her back go cold, Yi Bei Nian crossed his legs and said in a harmless manner, "And the clothes have been soiled by you. Come and tell me what's wrong with this?" Lin Hong pointed at Yi Bei Nian and laughed. "Did you all see that? Pretending to be a grandpa in front of me, Lin Hong, and asking what happened to this. Ha ha ha." The crowd in the private room followed and laughed. Ma Shuai whispered from the side, "Lin Xiao, you should speak less." Lin Hong snorted lightly. "You Ma Shuai is afraid of him, but I'm not." Yi Bei Nian revealed a good-natured smile, his body lazily leaning on the sofa behind him. "How about this? I Yi Bei Nian also do not take advantage of you. Hand in the ice bucket for 10 minutes. Clothes dirty, this matter is settled. As for this face dirty, just hand in hot water for 10 minutes. Hiss. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. This person dared to speak to Lin Xiao like this. Lin Hong laughed. "You're Yi Bei Nian. That's not a bad idea to think of." After saying that, Lin Hong turned his head to look at Ma Shuai, still not quick enough to go prepare the ice bucket and hot water. Ma Shuai looked at Yi Bei Nian. "This." Yi Bei Nian raised his eyebrows. "Lin Xiao has given the word. Why don't you go?" "Ugh." Ma Shuai glanced at Lin Hong, who was not afraid of death, sighed and walked out. Lin Hong looked at Yi Bei Nian, who was sitting in the center, inwardly sneering. "There will be you crying in a while." Not long after, Ma Shuai walked in carrying a bucket of ice and a bucket of hot water and placed it directly on the table. He looked at Yi Bei Nian and Lin Hong. "Can the two of you look at my face?" "Scram!" Yi Bei Nian and Lin Hong said in unison. Ma Shuai shrunk his neck. Okay, both Ma Shuai, couldn't afford to mess with them. He had no choice but to greatly stand on the side and stop saying anything. Only then did Yi Bei Nian get up and walk over to Lin Hong. smiling, "Young Lin, let's start. It's not too early. Let's finish early so we can go back and have a good night's sleep." Lin Hong looked at Yi Beinian as if he was looking at an idiot, hooked his lips and smiled, waved his hand to signal the bodyguards. "Start." Instantly, 2 bodyguards came forward and tried to control Yi Beinian. Yi Beinian did not look at them. One punch at a time, the 2 bodyguards directly flew out a meter away. "Ah!" Women's terrified cries were emitted from the private room, and one of them ran out in fear. Lin Hong revealed a horrified look as he stepped back and shouted, "All of you!" The remaining 3 bodyguards surrounded Yi Beinian, each clenching their fists tightly, but none of them dared to go forward. Yi Beinian didn't want to waste time here. Stepped forward sharply and knocked the 3 to the ground with 2 punches and a kick. Some people braced their arms and tried to get up, struggled a few times and fell down again. Ma Shuai on the side covered his face and watched everything through his fingers. Worthy of being Big Brother Yi? Simply too handsome. Seeing Yi Beinian step by step towards himself, Lin Hong looked at the several bodyguards who fell to the ground and timidly said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Beinian did not say much. His hand speed is extremely fast. Grabbed the collar of 175 Lin Hong's height, carried him to the ice bucket heel, and directly shoved his hand into the ice bucket. Lin Hong struggled and shouted, "Let go of me!" But Yi Beinian, whose face could not be seen to be happy or angry, did not have the intention of letting go. Immediately after that, Lin Hong let out a pig-killing cry of pain. "Ah!" In less than a minute, Lin Hong shivered his lips and begged for mercy. "Please, spare me. Whatever you want, whatever I can do will be given to you. Please spare me." Seeing Yi Beinian indifferent, Lin Hong looked sideways at Ma Shuai and shouted, "Brother Ma, quickly, help me beg for mercy." Ma Shuai frowned in embarrassment, with an expression of knowing why he didn't listen to me just now. However, he still stepped forward and said to Yi Beinian, "Brother Yi, you think it's almost ready? It's not good for anyone if this gets big." Lin Hong's face was livid, his body trembling/shaking terribly as he hurriedly concurred. Yes, my little/brother. How long did you guys just put his hand in the ice?" Lin Hong hesitated. Yi Beinian was not in a hurry. "You think slowly. I'm not in a hurry." Thought just Yi Beinian that little/brother hand put in the ice for 6 minutes. Lin Hong a shiver, hurriedly said, "You have the heart to repair me here, but also care about your horse." Just after finishing, Lin Hong realized that he had missed his words and hurriedly closed his mouth. Yi Beinian frowned and asked, "What did you say?" If he guessed correctly, Lin Hong should be talking about Lin Xiaoyao, but Lin Hong closed his mouth tightly and stopped speaking. Yi Beinian's eyes were slightly cold as he lifted his arm and replaced it directly into the hot water next to him again. In an instant, Lin Hong's entire body twisted, his forehead sweating in pain, shouting, I say! Only then did Yi Beinian let go of him and said sternly, "Say it." Lin Hong immediately took his hands out of the hot water bucket, looking at the reddish 2 scratches. He, Lin Hong, was surprised that he would be folded/grinded so badly. He lowered his eyebrows and inwardly viciously belched. "Yi Beinian, we'll see. I'll definitely double back." Raising his head, he said with a fawning and flattering look, "It was Chen Hao Yang who sent someone to capture Lin Xiaoyao." Yi Beinian's eyes were slightly cold as he looked at Lin Hong. "I hope that every word you say is true. Otherwise I don't know what will happen to you." After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he released all his transcendent temperament and turned back to look at Lin Hong coldly. "When I get angry, sometimes even I am afraid of myself." After saying that, he walked out in a hurry. Yi Beinian just left. Lin Hong sat down on the ground at once, muttering, "My mama." He just looked so scary. He felt at that moment as if there was a fierce beast standing in front of him that could tear him to pieces in minutes. Chapter 45. Of course we can't let him have a good time. Ma Shuai went forward and patted Lin Hong's shoulder, who was spread out on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. He had just felt Big Brother Yi's heart-stopping pressure as well. Some people just won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. What Ma Shuai didn't know was that due to Lin Hong's proximity to Yi Beinian, coupled with his gaze looking straight at him, the pressure on his heart was even greater. Ma Shuai stood in the aisle and shouted, "Come a few people to send Lin Xiao back." Immediately, 4 or 5 people personally walked over. In the end, Lin Hong was carried out of the Blue Night Bar, only because his legs were too weak to walk. Yi Beinian went straight to the dormitory after coming out of the Blue Night Bar. To the apartment building, he directly from the window quietly into the dormitory of Chen Hao Yang. Seeing Chen Hao Yang lying on the bed, Yi Beinian's heart was only half released. As long as Chen Hao Yang was there, it proved that Lin Xiaoyao was safe for the time being. Yi Beinian quickly opened the door to Chen Hao Yang's dormitory, quietly walked out, and then forcefully slammed the door from the outside. Chen Hao Yang, Luo Tao, Pang Liang, and Zhang Jia were woken up at the same time, each rubbing their eyes and looking up at the direction of the door. Zhang Jia asked vaguely, "What happened?" Who knows? It seems like the door slammed. Could it be that the door was left open at night and the wind blew it shut? Maybe. Chen Haoyan let out a big yawn. All go to sleep. The next day, which was the Thursday of Yi Banyan's second week at Smoky Sea University, the class teacher, Xia Jun, was ranting on the podium. After 7 days of military training, I've also seen how my classmates have changed in these 7 days. Together with yesterday's welcome party, I believe that you will fall in love with Smoky Sea University, and spend 4 years here that will be unforgettable for you. Especially yesterday, Yi Banyan's performance really amazed the whole school. At this moment, although Yi Banyan was in the classroom, his mind was all outside. He was guessing that Chen Haoyang might be afraid of arousing suspicion that he would choose the lunchtime to go to Lin Xiano. In order not to scare the snakes, he gave Zhang Jingjing, and the girls said that Xiano has something at home, and will only return to school tomorrow, so that they will give Xiano a leave of absence by the way, and told Team Wang and the others to always monitor the surveillance at the school entrance and notify him when they found Chen Haoyang leaving. Yi Banyan, seeing that Yi Banyan didn't react, Du Yajun, who was sitting beside him, hurriedly bumped him and whispered, "Boss Yi, the homeroom teacher is calling you." Only then did Yi Banyan react, and hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Present." Xia Jun laughed. "Yi Banyan, are you traveling in outer space?" Yi Banyan's voice was loud and clear, reporting to teacher, "I'm thinking about what to say so that you can agree to change a longer bed for me." Xia Jun, ha ha. The class laughed, then a smile leaked out on Xia Jun's face. "It's indeed a bit difficult for you to sleep in a 2-meter long bed at 1 meter 9. I'll report the situation to the school in a while." "Thank you, teacher." About halfway through the class, the cell phone in Yi Banyan's pocket suddenly vibrated. Yi Banyan hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a look. It was a message from Wang Jiangwo. Chen Haoyang came out from the front door of the school. "Teacher, I have a stomach ache. Take a leave of absence," Yi Banyan said as he covered his stomach, a pained expression leaking from his face. Xia Jun, who was writing seriously on the podium, looked back at Yi Banyan and saw that he didn't look like he was faking. "Don't feel well, hurry up and go rest." Yi Banyan covered his stomach and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. He hurriedly followed the route provided by Wang Jiangwo, and before long, he was far behind Chen Haoyang. On the other hand, inside a humble villa, Lin Xiano paced back and forth in her room anxiously. She woke up with a start in the morning and realized that she had appeared in this strange room. No matter how hard she tried, the person at the door should not say a word, and she even wondered if there was anyone outside or not. Suddenly her stomach rumbled. Lin Xiano shouted outward, "I'm hungry. Are you guys trying to starve me to death?" Then she slapped hard on the door again. "Starving to death." After tossing and turning for a few minutes, just as Lin Xiano was about to give up, the door opened. Seeing that the person who walked in was Chen Haoyang, Lin Xiano asked sternly, "Chen Haoyang, did you send someone to grab me here?" Chen Haoyang looked at Lin Xiaoya with a smile. "Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Xiano snorted coldly. "Thanks to you, I didn't sleep well. I knew you were bored here alone, so halfway through the class, I pretended to have a headache and came out, just to see you in a hurry." Seeing Chen Haoyang's fiery/hot eyes, Lin Xiano stepped back. "What did you arrest me for? Don't you know what I grabbed you for?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know. I've been chasing you from high school to college. Even the college entrance exam volunteers are copied from you, but you even treat me as heir every day. And you're still fighting with that freshman, Yi Banyan, in a hot/hot relationship," Chen Haoyang said as he walked towards Lin Xiano's heels, while Lin Xiano backed up like a frightened rabbit. It didn't take long before Lin Xiano was cornered. Lin Xiano shielded his hands in front of his chest/front and made a defensive stance. "What do you want to do?" Chen Haoyang smiled evilly. "You say if you become my Chen Haoyang's woman, will he?" Yi Banyan, "Look at you," he said and pounced on Lin Xiano, who hurriedly dodged away. Bang! Chen Haoyang directly hit the wall, touching his sore forehead. Chen Haoyang unexpectedly let out a crazy laugh. "Ha ha, this is what makes it fun." Saying this, he rubbed his hands, his eyes glowing. "Good boy, you can't hide today. It's better for us to enjoy this good time." Lin Xiano was horrified. Her hands beat haphazardly. "Get away from me, Yi Banyan, come and save me." "Xiano, I do love you. Just obey me," said Chen Haoyang as he violently pounced on Lin Xiano. Lin Xiano clenched her hands into fists, closed her eyes and fought chaotically. "Get away. Stay away from me. Ooh, Yi Banyan, where are you?" Just when Chen Haoyang was about to touch Lin Xiano, his clothes felt like they were being pulled tightly, preventing him from advancing half a step. Chen Haoyang sensed that something was wrong and slowly looked back. Then his pupils were extremely dilated and he said in shock, "Yi Banyan." And Lin Xiano opened her eyes and saw Yi Banyan, who was tugging at Chen Haoyang's collar, tears bubbling in her eyes. "Yi Banyan, you're finally here." Yi Banyan threw Chen Haoyang smoothly. only to see Chen Haoyang draw a perfect parabola in the room. Dang! With a bang, he smashed on the ground and fainted. Lin Xiano flung herself into Yi Beinian's arms, her pink fists hammering lightly on his back. Ooh, why did you just come? Yi Beinian gently stroked/touched on her back. I'm sorry, I came late. Luckily you came, otherwise, I won't let anything happen to you. After crying for a while, Lin Xiano looked up and asked, how did you find me? Yi Beinian turned his gaze to Chen Haoyang. I followed him to find me. What about Chen Haoyang? Yi Beinian hooked his lips in a smile. Of course I can't let him have a good time. Daring to hit Xiaoye's attention, he would let him know his Yi Beinian's methods. Chapter 46, It's a pity the person you met was Yi Beinian. Lin Xiano patted his heart, walked to Chen Haoyang, looked at the unconscious man, and kicked him in the span. I was scared by you. Hiss. That kick. Yi Beinian looked painful. Lying on the ground, Chen Haoyang seemed to feel the pain. His body moved, a pained look on his face, and in the end, he still did not wake up. Yi Beinian brought Lin Xiaoyi to the villa downstairs and asked thoughtfully, hungry? Lin Xiano deflated and nodded. Yi Beinian picked up his cell phone and made a call. Not more than a few minutes later, Su Jigang walked in with large bags in his hands. He placed the bags on the table. Boss, sister-in-law, you guys take your time to eat. Su Jigang delivered the food and turned around to walk out. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian and then Su Jigang's back. You guys, this is not reasonable time-wise. Knowing that she had been kidnapped, it wasn't as if the food had been brought in so quickly. Seeing Lin Xiano's doubt, Yi Beinian opened the bag and took the food out. Smiling, come on, eat first, I'll tell you later. When Lin Xiano saw that the food box was Xiaolong Bao, her hungry front and back couldn't care about anything else, and she hurriedly ate it with a big mouthful. Yi Beinian unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Lin Xiano. Smiling dotingly, eat slowly. Lin Xiano's mouth was stuffed to the brim, saying indistinctly, I'm starving to death. She didn't know when she woke up in the morning, she had been knocking on the door, smashing the door, in short, all kinds of tossing and turning. Lin Xiano, who ate with relish, found that Yi Beinian had been looking at himself, picked up a bun and put it in front of Yi Beinian's mouth. You also taste it, it's delicious, open your mouth. Yi Beinian smiled pleasantly and slowly bit into the bun. Feeling Yi Beinian's lips touching his fingers, Lin Xiano retracted her hand like an electric shock. Her face was scarlet as if she was drunk. Unconsciously pinning her hair behind her ears, she lowered her head and asked, delicious, isn't it? Yi Beinian smiled evilly. All delicious. When Lin Xiano reacted, she turned her back with a red face and said in a petulant rage, ignore you. Ha ha ha. Yi Beinian let out a bright laugh when he saw Lin Xiano's shy appearance. When he glanced sideways, he saw a few figures standing at the entrance of the villa with his remaining light and shouted, you guys can come in now. Wang Jiangwo walked into the villa, saw the food on the table and teased, letting us come half an hour late, combined with the fact that you're trying to get this little girlfriend of yours to eat. Yi Beinian did not speak, just shrugged his shoulders and smiled. When Lin Xiano heard what Wang Jiangwo said, he secretly glanced at Yi Beinian, but inside he was secretly happy. Yi Beinian's slender fingers tapped a few times on his cell phone, looked up and said to Wang Jiangwo, people are upstairs, the evidence I've sent you, notify his parents. If you want to go private, let's take out sincerity. He looked at Lin Xiano gently again. Had enough? Lin Xiano, who hadn't reacted yet, froze and nodded her head. Let's go, Yi Beinian said and pulled Lin Xiano towards the outside of the villa. Watching their silhouettes disappear in the doorway, Wang Jiangwo smiled helplessly. When did he become a brat's follower? Who made them less skilled than others? He turned his gaze to Wang Xin inside. Fight for it, Wang Xin. When Wang Jiangwo and the others arrived at the upstairs room and saw Chen Haoyang lying on the floor, Wang Jiangwo frowned. Let's see if we can wake him up. Wang Xin went forward and gently slapped Chen Haoyang's face a few times. Hey, wake up, wake up. Chen Haoyang still didn't have any reaction. Wang Xin looked up at Wang Jiangwo and shook his head. Check and see if there are any injuries on his body. Wang Xin checked everywhere on Chen Haoyang's body. No, bring him back to the bureau. I believe he will wake up in no time. Notify his parents to come to the bureau. Yes, coming out of the villa. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian curiously. How do you know Chen Haoyang's parents will go private? Yi Beinian's inked eyebrows lightly raised. The Chen family, that's a dignified one. Would they let their successor be covered with such a dark background? Lin Xiano nodded thoughtfully. Oh, after a while, she stopped and said in an exasperated voice. This is simply too cheap for him. Yi Beinian turned back to look at Lin Xiaoyi, holding her arms tightly. It's also for your own good to go private. I don't want anyone to point fingers at you at school. Besides, if your parents or grandpa see this news, will they be able to bear it in their hearts? Lin Xiano pursed her red lips. I know. Thank you for thinking so much for me. Suddenly, Yi Bianian said in a cold voice. And, by the way, let you have a long memory. What time is it? Whose call is it? Answer it and head out. Seeing Yi Bianian ferocious her, Lin Xiaoyao somewhat timidly returned. You don't get angry. At that time someone called and said he was the parent of a classmate in the class, and wanted to find out about his situation in school. So seeing Lin Xiaoyao like this, Yi Bianian smiled helplessly and used his hand to gently scrape the bridge of her nose. Did you grow a memory this time? Lin Xiaoyao obediently nodded her head. Yi Bianian smiled like a spring breeze, used his hand to gently rub the top of Lin Xiaoyao's head. Well, everything is in the past. Fool! Seeing that Yi Bianian wasn't angry anymore, Lin Xiaoyi mischievously spat her tongue/head. On the way back, Yi Bianian gave Lin Xiaoyao a stare. You didn't go back to the dormitory last night. I told Jing Jingjing and the girls that you went home. I know what to say. On the other side, Chun Haoyang woke up leisurely. He opened his hazy eyes and looked around before looking down and realizing that he was handcuffed and bound to a stool. He immediately shouted, "Where is this? Let me out! Let me out!" Immediately, someone pushed the door in and yelled, "What are you yelling about?" At this time, Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xin walked in. Wang Jiangwo said in a cold voice, "Chen Haoyang, you kidnapped and attempted rape. The evidence is overwhelming. What else do you have to say?" Chen Haoyang suddenly realized something, thought for a moment, and said aloud, "I just invited Lin Xiaoyao to my villa to discuss a study problem. Is this considered kidnapping? And that attempted rape is even more nonsense. Inviting someone would have someone pretend to be someone else and knock them out and bring them to your abandoned villa. My villa is not abandoned. It's just that I seldom go there and didn't let anyone clean it." Wang Jiangwo looked at the cleverly spoken Chen Haoyang and hooked his lips into a smile. The psychological defense is very high. He said, "It's a pity that you met Yi Bianian." He looked at Wang Xin again and said, "Wang Xin, don't ink with him. Show him, so that he can die." Wang Xin looked like you finally finished teasing people, picked up the cell phone on the table, got up and walked over to Chen Haoyang, and put the phone towards the interrogation chair. Look for yourself. Chapter 47, remember to make up for the shortfall. The cell phone was playing the image that he was planning to plot against Lin Xiaoyao. He looked at the location was taken from the window. That proved that Yi Bianian arrived even earlier than him. Wang Xin said in a cold voice, "What else do you have to say?" Chen Haoyang's face turned white and said incoherently, This is a frame-up." Organizing his language, Chen Haoyang looked at Wang Xin and said, "Right, this is framing. I want to see my lawyer." Wang Xin raised his eyebrows and said, "I think it's better for you to see your parents." At this time, a police officer pushed the door in and said, "Chen Haoyang's parents are here." Wang Jiangwo looked at Chen Nan and Mrs. Chen standing in the doorway and said with a smile, "You guys talk first, tell us later if we want to settle this publicly or privately." After saying this, Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xin walked out, and closed the door in the process. Chen Nan went straight to Chen Haonan who was sitting on the interrogation chair. Snap! A slap was thrown on his face. Instantly, 5 fingerprints appeared on Chen Haoyang's face. Chen Nan said angrily, "You ungrateful son, what woman can't you get? And you're still learning to go strong." Chen Haoyang covered his painful face and exclaimed, "Dad, you don't ask anything and come in with a slap." "I still need to ask. Just now the officer has shown us all the details of your crime. Do I ask you if someone forced you?" Chen Nan said the second slap was about to be thrown down. Mrs. Chen hurriedly stopped him. "Hubby, let's solve the matter at hand first. As for educating our son, let's go back and talk about it." Chen Nan immediately shook off Mrs. Chen's hand. "It's all because you're spoiled. If this matter spreads out, how can our Chen family still stand in the smoky sea?" Mrs. Chen didn't dare to say anything else. She knew the seriousness of this matter. Looking at his panting father, Chen Haoyang hurriedly said, "Dad, I just heard the officer say that we can settle the case privately. Why don't we?" Before Chen Haoyang finished speaking, Chen Nan interrupted. "How can that be? Hasn't the police been alerted by now?" Mrs. Chen hurriedly said, "Why don't we ask around?" Chen Nan let out a long breath. "That's the only way." He came to Wang Jiangwo's office and said, "Officer, did you just say that this matter of my son can be settled privately?" Wang Jiangwo, who was wearing a police uniform, turned back and handed Chen Nan a business card. "This is the boyfriend of the person in question. If there's anything you can contact him directly. This Yi Bianian, let him and Wang Xin run to the villa in civilian clothes," said what does not count as a case. Chen Nan hastily took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, officer." While he was turning around, he turned back and asked, "Then my son, wait until you have dealt with the matter with the person in question within 3 days and then come back to pick him up. If it is not handled well, we will deal with it according to the law." Good. We will definitely handle it well." Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyao just stepped into the school gate. Yi Bianian's cell phone rang. Took a look at it was an unfamiliar call. hooked his lips and smiled, did not answer it. Lin Xiano asked, "What are you staring at your cell phone and not answering it? What are you giggling about? If I'm not wrong, this should be Chun Haoyang's father calling." It wasn't until the ringing was almost over that Yi Bianian answered the call, yelling into the phone with feigned annoyance. "Who is it? What are you calling about?" Chen Nan on the other end of the phone froze, then smiled fawningly. "I'm Chen Haoyang's father," Yi Bianian muttered as if recalling. "Chen Haoyang? Oh, you're the father of that bastard Chun Haoyang's bastard." It was the first time for Chen Nan to be scolded like this to his face, but he still smiled and returned. "I am. You see, when you are free, let's talk," Yi Bianian said in a bad mood. "No time for now. My girlfriend is in shock. I can't spare the time. At least I have to wait for her to fall asleep." "Yes, I know. We'll wait for you at the cafe diagonally across from your school." "Aha!" Saying the word Yi Bianian directly hung up the phone. Lin Xiano blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Bianian. "I'm your girlfriend?" Yi Bianian laughed. "Isn't this something you have to make them hemorrhage money and say to them?" "Oh, I thought." Yi Bianian brought his face to Lin Xiano and asked with a smile, "What did you think? Don't you like it when I call you my girlfriend?" Lin Xiano hurriedly said, "Of course I like it." Yi Bianian gave a meaningful "oh," gave a sound. Lin Xiano blushed and stomped her feet. "I'm ignoring you." After saying this, she ran towards the dormitory. Yi Bianian shouted behind her, "Go back and remember to get a good night's sleep." Lin Xiano didn't look back and said back, "I know," until Lin Xiano's figure disappeared at the intersection of the girl's apartment. The smile on Yi Bianian's face gradually disappeared. Daring to hit Xiano's idea, he had to make Chen's company drink a pot of water today. On the other hand, inside the cafe, Mrs. Chen took a sip of coffee and asked, "Hubby, why don't you just leave this kind of thing to a lawyer or a secretary? Why do you have to be here to deal with this?" Chen Nan explained, "How can I leave my son's affairs to others? Besides, the less people know about this, the better." In reality, their business was already internally divided, and Chen Haoyang couldn't let anyone else know anything about this matter. Otherwise it would add to the near-bankrupt Shen's woes. "Don't say anything when people come in a while. I'll talk to that what's-her-name Yi Bianian." "I know." Yi Bianian came to the entrance of the cafe and made a call. "I'm here." At the entrance, not a minute later, a middle-aged man came out from inside. He had a wide and rounded body. A pair of small smiling eyes showed shrewdness. "Yi Bianian. Right, let's go in and chat," Chen Nan said and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Bianian was directly early in his seat. Looking at the door, he said, "Say, what are you guys going to do?" Chen Nan quickly pulled out a check from his body and handed it to Yi Bianian. "This $500,000. You see." Before Chen Nan finished, Yi Bianian snorted coldly. "You went to send out the caller, ah?" Chen Nan and his wife looked at each other, and finally his heart crossed. "What requirements do you have on your side to put forward?" Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows. "Didn't my side say before that it depends on your sincerity?" "We are very sincere. Please also give a number." Yi Bianian laughed. "Could it be that Mr. Chen intends to give me a check number to be filled in by me?" Chen Nan hesitated. You see that we have sincerity, but your side at least must also have sincerity. We can continue to talk. The check figure is filled in randomly. It is the previous Chen's enterprise also did not have this boldness, let alone now." Yi Bianian looked at Mrs. Chen, who had an eager face next to him, and smiled. "Use that small newspaper under your name to exchange for your son." Chen Nan thought about it. That newspaper was in a huge deficit and was worried about getting rid of it. He quickly smiled and said, "No problem." Yi Bianian got up. "Success." He straightened and organized his clothes, then added, "Remember to make up for the shortfall." Chen Nan, Chapter 48. This young man is not simple. Seeing that Yi Bianian was about to leave, Chen Nan anxiously said, "Although that newspaper office is not worth much, it should at least have a market value of $5 million. Yi Bianian got up and snorted coldly. "You think academician Lin Jingqing's granddaughter is easy to bully?" Yi Bianian could not be blamed for moving out Lin Zhengqing. Only then could he tiger Chen Nan. "Alright, you guys think about it yourselves. If you can call and yell at me to go through the handover procedures directly. I still have classes in the afternoon, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, Yi Bianian turned around and was about to leave. Just walked 2 steps. Yi Bianian turned back and looked at Chen Nan and Mrs. Chen Xiaoxiu and said, "Make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise this is spread out." He didn't finish the latter words, so he took a big step outside. Chen Nan stared blankly at Yi Bianian as he left. This young man was not simple, more sophisticated than him, a man who had fought in the business world for most of his life. Xiaoxiu looked at her husband's thoughtful look and asked in a low voice, "Who is that Lin Zhengqing he was talking about?" Chen Nan frowned. "Lin Zhengqing. The name sounds so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere today." After a short while, he suddenly said, "I remember. I saw it on the news today." He seems to have researched some matrix reconstruction technology. Saying this, Chen Nan hurriedly took out his cell phone and searched for the words Lin Jingqing. Sure enough, the words Lin Jingqing were already on the hot list. The words academician Lin Jingqing releases successful development of stem cell matrix reconstruction technology were highlighted in red, making them particularly eye-catching. Chen Nan continued to scroll down. It was mentioned that the invention of this technology is equivalent to the future of the human body, which organs are sick. You can use this technology to regenerate. For example, if a patient has a problem with his lungs, he can get his stem cell matrix, create a new lung like 3D printing, and then transplant it into the patient's body. Then look at the comments below. Just one morning, the message below has reached 10,000 plus. With this technology, my mom's heart disease is not saved. My daughter's kidney failure is saved. Academician Lin is no less than the most beautiful striver of our Longyuan country. At 80 years old, he has still made such a great contribution to humanity. Live to old age. Research to old age. Academician Lin is awesome. No one is 18 forever, but some people are 18 forever. Boom! Instantly, Chen Nan felt as if his ears were making a buzzing noise. Clenching her hands tightly, she trembled/shook her lips. This rebellious son even messes with everyone. If this matter is spread out, the spittle of the entire nation could drown our entire family. Xiao Xiu hurriedly asked. Then what should we do? Chen Nan said helplessly. What else can we do? Give them the newspaper? Of course. At this time, Xiao Xiu, who was looking at her cell phone, suddenly exclaimed, Hubby, look at the internet. Academician Lin has sent another message. Chen Nan hurriedly opened his cell phone and saw a video published above. In the video, Lin Jingqing said, the stem cell matrix reconstruction technology was developed by a young man surnamed Yi. I, Lin Jingqing, am only helping him to announce it. Due to the fact that he himself is attending school, I will not publish his personal information on my side. I was able to see the birth of this technology in my lifetime, and my heart is very comforted, and also very happy. Watching the video, Xiao Xiu was not too sure and asked, do you think the young man surnamed Ji that Academician Lin spoke of is the Yi Beinyan just now? Chen Nan pondered for a moment and leaned his body towards the back of the chair. According to the current network of relationships between them, 8/9 is not far off. After a while, he let out another long sigh. Alas, why is it that all the outstanding ones are other people's children? Our son only knows how to drive his car and play with his friends all day long, and then cause trouble for me. Xiao Xiu hurriedly lowered her head. She was afraid that her husband would come up with something like you're the one who spoiled him again. Suddenly remembered something, she raised her head. Eyes shining said, Husband, since sure that ye be in biotechnology so powerful, while others do not know, why not dig him all our company? Hearing his wife's words, Chen Nan slapped the table. His small eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. You finally said something useful. After saying this, he pulled Xiao Xiu and walked out. Xiao Xiu trotted along on her high heels and asked suspiciously, what is this for? Of course I'm going out to call Yi Beinyan. The cafe is crowded. Xiao Xiu nodded repeatedly. Out of the cafe, Chen Nan hurriedly dialed Yi Beinyan's phone and said sincerely, Yi Beinyan. Oh no, Mr. Yi, we agree with your proposal. Tomorrow we will contact you to do the handover of the newspaper. There are other things we would like to discuss with you. Although Yi Beinyan was puzzled that Chen Nan had figured it out so quickly, as well as the other things that came out of his mouth, he didn't bother to think about it and directly replied back, okay, ding. System daily task refreshed. Save the little boy who fell in the middle of the road. Reward +1 for all indicators of extraordinary temperament. And a set of villa. Yi Beinyan, who was waiting for the traffic light on the side of the road, hurriedly said to the phone, I'll meet you tomorrow to talk in detail. I still have things to do here. After saying that, he didn't wait for Chen Nan to speak and directly hung up the phone. According to his experience in doing system tasks over the years, he knew that generally this task is released in a hurry. That is to say, the thing released is happening or will happen immediately, and the place where the incident happened is not more than 1 kilometer away from him. Yi Beinyan hurriedly looked around. At this time, the crosswalk at a young mother riding a motorcycle drove by, but sitting in the car behind the little boy somehow fell off. The young mother did not even realize that her child fell in the middle of the road, still riding the car to go. A car was right behind the motorcycle. It all happened so fast that the driver couldn't brake in time. Ah, the child fell. Ah. The people around them exclaimed when they saw this scene. It was such a tense scene when Yi Beinyan saw it. He rushed to the middle of the road at a speed of 200 per hour, blocked in front of the little boy, pushed the car's hood with both hands, coupled with the driver's emergency braking on the car. Suddenly the tires smoked and emitted ear-piercing noises. In the end, the car dragged 2 long traces on the ground, moving forward half an inch, while Yi Beinyan's heel was close to the little boy sitting on the ground. Ding! The daily task of saving the little boy who fell in the middle of the road has been completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check with the host. The driver of the car hurriedly got out of the car and asked with a palpitating heart, "Is the child alright?" At this time, the little boy climbed up from the ground, a cute smile on his childish/tender face. "Uncle, are you Ultraman? Yi Bei Nian." The driver saw that the little boy was fine and laughed, patting Yi Bei Nian's shoulder. "This uncle is Ultraman. He has great strength and saved you and me," he said, making a fist gesture. Chapter 49. I am the owner of the car. At this time the passers-by gathered around and talked. Double-handed stroller. This is something only Superman has done. You're Superman. Luckily the child is fine. This mom is too careless. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Good people have a safe life. At this time the traffic police came over, asked Yi Bei Nian's sentence, then asked the driver. Yi Bei Nian took advantage of this and hurriedly walked away. Just a few steps away, he heard a childish/tender voice behind him shouting, "Uncle Ultraman ran away." The crowd hurriedly looked toward Yi Bei Nian. Hearing the voice, Yi Bei Nian accelerated his steps and disappeared quickly within the people's field of vision. The people looked at Yi Bei Nian's disappearing back inside, doing good deeds without leaving a name. What a traditional virtue of our nation. Yi Bei Nian had already arrived at the school entrance. Because the incident was too close to the school, he purposely took a detour intending to enter the school from the back door. When he just walked to the side of the school, he saw a bunch of people surrounding an open-air parking lot not far away. Yi Bei Nian gave a sideways glance, then continued to walk forward without any concern. At this time, a voice suddenly came. "Hey, handsome, take a picture for us." A group of people saw that Yi Bei Nian didn't react. A woman with colorful dress and tall figure ran to Yi Bei Nian's front and blocked his way. "Hey, Yi is shouting at you. Are you deaf?" Yi Bei Nian frowned unhappily. "Get out of the way." At this time, a girl came over with a smile, looked at Yi Bei Nian and said, "Handsome guy, take a picture for us." Saying this, she handed her cell phone to Yi Bei Nian. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person, let alone just taking a picture. Yi Bei Nian nodded and took the cell phone. Chen Ying skimmed her lips. "Letting you take pictures for us is looking up to you." Yi Bei Nian shrugged his shoulders and sneered. "This honor is not needed." "Chen Ying, you," Lin Yi hurriedly persuaded. "Ying, stop talking. Come over and take pictures." Chen Ying grunted and walked to the middle of the group. Yi Bei Nian's face twitched as he watched them gather around a dusty Rolls-Royce Phantom to take pictures. "So much dust. You guys take pictures too?" Chen Ying said condescendingly. "What do you know? Not everyone has the chance to take pictures with this luxury car." Yi Bei Nian sneered. "Listen to this tone as if this car is yours?" Chen Ying stood up her chest and said, "I still have the chance to know the owner of this car, while you will live at the bottom for the rest of your life." Yi Bei Nian swept towards Chen Ying's chest. "Are you recognizing the owner of the car with your airfield?" Chen Ying was furious. "You," Lin Yi hurriedly said. Ying, stop it. We still have to visit your brother's school." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Ying hooked her lips and smiled. "I'm not going to generalize with you, bumpkin." Yi Bei Nian raised his eyebrows. When a few people stood back up, Lin Yi said to Yi Bei Nian, "Please take a picture for us." Yi Bei Nian half squatted and looked at the camera and shouted, 1, 2, 3 inch. When he counted to 3, he crouched his body further down and clicked the photo. He handed his cell phone to Lin Yi. "See if it's okay?" 4 or 5 girls rushed to gather around, all wanting to see if they were beautiful in the photo. Chen Ying said suspiciously, "Ha, why don't I have a face?" Yi Bei Nian, who was standing next to her, said softly, "Do you have a face?" At once, Chen Ying's face turned green with anger. Xian Chen pointed her finger at Yi Bei Nian and said angrily, "You did it on purpose?" Yi Bei Nian put on an innocent look. "I didn't do it on purpose. I did it on purpose." Chen Ying directly took down the bag on her shoulder and smashed it towards Yi Bei Nian. Yi Bei Nian quickly dodged. The bag smashed impartially on the car behind him, and the chain charm on the bag scratched a mark on the car. "Ah!" the crowd exclaimed. Yi Bei Nian shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said gloatingly, "It doesn't matter to me." Chen Ying's face turned white. "It's you." Before she finished, Yi Bei Nian pointed to the camera not far away and said, "There is surveillance. Who hold to the car is clear." Chen Ying immediately anxious tears are almost down. Pulling Lin Yi asked, "Yi, what can be done?" Lin Yi hurriedly said, "Don't be anxious. I'll ask my brother to see if he recognizes this car owner." Saying that, she took out her cell phone and dialed Lin Hong's number. "Sis, what is it? Hong, do you often come to this area of Smoky Sea University to play?" "Yeah, I know more buddies over there." "Then do you know the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked next to Smoky Sea University?" Lin Hong, who was still feeling superior just now, whispered back, "I don't recognize this." Lin Yi. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi shook her head at the anxious Chen Ying. "You are Gifchen Hao Yang, another call." Chen Yi nodded her head about to call Chen Haoyang. Yi Beinian listened from the side and muttered inwardly, so it's Chen Haoyang's sister. They're really enemies. I'll leave first. You guys take your time to toss. Yi Beinian waved his hand and said with a smile. Chen Ying, who was about to make a phone call, hurriedly pulled Yi Beinian and said, "You can't leave. You are also responsible for this matter," she said as if she was afraid that Yi Beinian would really run away, and directly hugged Yi Beinian's arm. The few friends who came with her also agreed. Right, your responsibility should be half each. Yi Beinian, one by one became a traffic cop. Lin Yi also stepped forward and said, "You stay, no matter if you have the responsibility or not. At least explain the explanation. Ying will also pay out less." Others have nodded. Yi Beinian helplessly held his forehead. What a pain in the ass. He stretched out his wrist and looked at the time. It was almost too late for the afternoon class. He said in a hurry, "You guys go. The car owner won't look for you." If his guess was good, this car was the one sent by the system. He jerked his hand in Chen Ying's arms. "Now I can go, right?" Chen Ying hugged him tighter and said, "No." Yi Beinian looked at the arm that was held tightly in front of Chen Ying's chest, helplessly said, "Let's talk properly. Don't move your hands and feet. Those who don't know still think I'm attacking my breasts." Swish! Chen Ying's face directly reddened to the root of her ears, and hurriedly let go of Yi Beinian's hand. Yi Beinian laughed. Indeed, he still had to take out the killer. Suddenly, Chen Ying cried out, "What to do? This repair costs at least hundreds of thousands of dollars." Yi Beinian was disturbed by the noise of the cries, and said in a cold voice, "I said I don't need you to accompany me." Chen Ying said as she cried, "If I don't accompany you, do you accompany me?" Yi Beinian said helplessly, "I'll accompany you, okay? You guys hurry up and leave." Chen Ying wiped her tears and said, "We can't go. There is surveillance," and then say I'm evading my responsibility. Yi Beinian had no choice but to take out the car keys and press it. "I'm the owner of the car. Said I don't need to accompany." Chapter 50. Why do you drag dead people and me together? Yi Beinian finished raising his eyebrows, pressed again, shrugged his shoulders. "I'm leaving, bye." Then with a dashing turn, he left, leaving behind a crowd of people who were staring blankly, watching Yi Beinian leave. The first one to react was Chen Ying. She pointed in the direction Yi Beinian left and said incredulously, "He means this car is his?" Lin Yi also closed her surprised mouth. It seems so. In her heart, she regretted that she had just treated Yi Beinian a little coldly. Someone like Yi Beinian who could drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. His family's wealth must have far exceeded that of all the families in Smoky Sea City. In this way, the Lin family would not have to flatter the Chen family, and the two siblings would not have to be the followers of the Chen family siblings. She closed her eyes in remorse. Chen Ying said, "Could it be that he's nothing more than a driver and this car belongs to someone else?" She was a bit stubborn and didn't want to admit what she had just seen. At this time, someone said, "Oops, anyway, now that we don't have to pay for the paddling, let's just go around to Smoky Sea University." The others followed and agreed. "Right, let's just go." Chen Ying nodded her head. She somewhat regretted that she didn't record the man just now. In case the owner of the car came looking for her, she would also have an excuse. The group arrived at Smoky Sea University and came directly to the entrance of Chen Haoyang's class. It instantly caused a stir. "Where are these beauties from? They don't look like they're from our school." TSK. "Look at all the name brands on each of them." Someone pointed at Chen Ying and said, "Yeah, especially that one. That outfit costs tens of thousands of dollars." A boy took the initiative to go forward to greet them and asked, "Hi, ladies, who are you looking for?" Chen Ying coldly replied, "We're looking for Chen Haoyang, so you're looking for Mr. Chen." The boy immediately plopped down at Chen Haoyang's classroom door and shouted, "Chen Xiao, there's a beautiful woman looking for him." Hearing that someone was looking for Chen Haoyang, Luo Tao hurriedly walked out, and seeing Chen Ying, he hurriedly said, "Miss Chen." Chen Xiao said that he had a headache in the morning, so he went out of the classroom, and we didn't see him in the dormitory at noon. Chen Ying frowned. Without saying a word, she turned around and left. Lin Yi several people followed behind Chen Ying. Luo Tao skimmed his lips behind them. Being rich is marvelous. Chen Ying walked in front with her eyebrows locked. She had contacted Hao Yang all morning. His cell phone had been turned off, so she came to the school to look for him. Lin Yi could see Chen Ying's concern, and quickly said, "Hao Yang must be fine, or you can ask your aunt and uncle." Chen Ying nodded. "That's the only way." She took out her cell phone and made a call to Chen Nan. When the call was just connected, Chen Ying hurriedly said, "Dad, do you know where Hao Yang is? He couldn't get through on the phone this morning, and I couldn't find anyone else at school." Chen Nan on the other side of the phone coughed lightly, not answering Chen Ying's question, and asked, "What are you looking for your brother for?" Chen Ying said sheepishly, I'm looking for him to ask him to do me a favor." I'll arrange for your brother to do something at the company in the next few days. You find him the day after tomorrow. Oh, Chen Ying said with some discouragement. A few people had just walked to the entrance of Smoky Sea University when Xiao Xiao Xiao, who had been looking at her cell phone and was following them, exclaimed, "Oh my god." The news said that a nameless female body was dug up under a tree in an old mansion. Lin Yi and the others rushed to gather around. Where did you read that? Where's the mansion? Xiao 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 shook her head. It didn't say exactly which mansion. It only said a mansion on 100 Flowers Road that was dug up due to demolition. Lin Yi quickly said, 100 Flowers Road, Ying, didn't you secretly rent a house on 100 Flowers Road before? Will, Chen Ying hurriedly rebuked with an ugly face. Why are you dragging dead people and me together? Feeling that she had acted a little too aggressively, she hurriedly said, it's weirdly oozing. Lin Yi hurriedly apologized in an apologetic tone. I just said it off the top of my head. It seems to be a bit of that. I'm sorry. The look on Chen Ying's face eased off. You know I'm the most timid. Lin Yi snickered. I know. She remembered that when they went to college together in the past, Chen Ying even had to be accompanied by her when she went to the restroom, and she also looked around timidly. On the other side, after an afternoon class, Yi Bian walked towards the dormitory with his textbook in his hand. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Yi Bian. Yi Bian turned back with a smile, and saw Lin Xiano running towards him. Lin Xiano, did you give Grandpa the stem cell matrix regeneration technology? Yi Bian, you're okay. Lin Xiano and Yi Bian both asked in unison. After asking the question, both of them were stunned and then laughed out loud. Yi Bian asked, you haven't eaten dinner yet. Together. Sort of pressurize you. Lin Xiano said happily. Let's go. I know a very delicious Western food restaurant. Feeling that she was acting too excited again, she hurriedly asked, do you like Western food? Yi Bian looked at Lin Xiano's cute appearance. The corners of his mouth spread with a smile. I'm fine with all of it. Then I'll book a seat first. Rushing should be just enough to line us up. Lin Xiano said and tapped on her cell phone. Yi Bian raised his eyebrows. Business is so good. Lin Xiano tapped on her cell phone and bristled. That's right. It's not uncommon to queue for an hour. When the two arrived at the restaurant and sat down, Lin Xiano said, I haven't invited you to dinner for so long. I'm inviting you today. Don't compete with me. Yi Bian laughed. Okay, your treat. At this time, the uniformed waiter came over with a menu. What do you two need to order? Lin Xiano took the menu and ordered. He looked around. This restaurant was a combination of a flower store and a Western restaurant. Being in the middle of a sea of flowers, the scent of flowers was overflowing, and the sense of atmosphere was directly drawn out, and the guests sitting around were all couples. The consumption here should not be low. Sure you treat? Yi Bian asked. Lin Xiano leaned over and lowered his voice and said, I can afford 10 meals. Don't forget. I'm a netizen anchor with millions of fans, and the New Year's money I saved up. I'm a little rich now. Yi Bian raised his eyebrows and teased. Looks like I have to eat more today. It's not easy for a little rich woman to treat me once. Actually, there happens to be something to ask for your help. Ha! At this moment, the waiter came over with the flaming steak. Lin Xiano took the dinner paper and spread it on his lap. Let's talk while we eat when the food is served. The waiter opened the lid on the steak, and a zira sound was heard. Seeing Yi Bian's steak on the table, various snacks were also served. Only then did Lin Xiano pick up his red wine glass and said, Bian, thank you for leaking the stem cell matrix reconstruction technology to my grandfather, allowing him to realize his dream in his old age. Yi Bian smiled faintly. I just gave him a not-so-complete information. Chapter 51, the most important thing is to get up when encountering setbacks. Then I have to thank you as well. Even though Grandpa doesn't say it on his lips, I know that this is his biggest regret at the moment. Lin Xiano said as she tightly gripped Yi Bian's hand on the table and said sincerely, thank you. Yi Bian gripped her delicate hand back. I should. Seeing Yi Bian holding his hand back, his hand was so warm, Lin Xiano realized that she was being a nymphomaniac. She coughed lightly in embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes curved, and slowly drew back her hand. Seeing Lin Xiano's embarrassment, Yi Bian smiled and asked, what favor did you just say you wanted me to do? Hearing Yi Bian ask this, Lin Xiano's hand that was cutting the steak paused for a few seconds before she slightly said with a few twists, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? She was afraid that Yi Bian would refuse, and then said, tomorrow night we have a high school reunion, and it is also required to bring a male companion to attend. But if you don't want to also. Before Lin Xiano finished, Yi Bian asked, what time tomorrow? Lin Xiano flashed a pair of beautiful eyes and let out a cry. Ah, Yi Bian repeated, what time is your reunion tomorrow? Meaning you promised. Lin Xiano was close to standing up and cheering. Seeing Lin Xiano so happy, Yi Bian asked, as for being so happy? That's right, having a handsome guy like you as my boyfriend, I'm definitely doubly honored, Lin Xiano said with one hand propped on his jaw, smiling and revealing a row of white teeth. Oh, you don't know. That Le Zhang Ru Yun from our class fools around with her third-tier star boyfriend every reunion. Tomorrow if you go you'll directly give him a run over. It's not that exaggerated. Lin Xiano nodded his head and smiled heatedly. It definitely is. You'll know tomorrow, he said as he picked up his wine glass and tilted his head back to drink. Yi Bianian hurriedly stopped him. You'd better drink the juice, said Yi Bianian directly took the wine glass from Lin Xiano's hand. Waiter, have a glass of juice. Lin Xiano remembered his previous drunken ugliness, deflated his mouth and did not retort. Yi Bianian took a sip of red and said, by the way, I asked the Chen family to compensate a newspaper. They've already agreed. Lin Xiano nodded. Well, you can make them compensate however you want. You can maximize the benefits for yourself and slaughter hard. She said this with her mouth, but in her heart, she was thinking, I was still saved by you. How nice it would have been if I could have given my body to you in ancient times. Ha! Changlai District Public/Security Bureau, Criminal/Police Team Conference Room. Wang Jiangwo leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed and said, let's run through the case now. Wang Xian, you first say what clues the case has so far. Wang Xian opened the slide, said, 100 Flowers Road relocation. The female body dug out under the tree. The forensic identification of the deceased time for 5 years ago. The neck has obvious bump/strike, but the final cause of death should be asphyxiation. Currently has gone through DNA comparison. The name of the deceased is Xiang Yuhua. Went in the College of Foreign Languages to read a freshman. Has contacted the family of the deceased. Qian Shenlin then added, I looked up the report records from 5 years ago, and the case was closed as a missing person at that time. Wang Jiangwo pinched his eyebrows. What useful clues do you have so far? Qian Shenlin hurriedly returned. According to the deceased's parents recalled, the deceased that night was to participate in a classmate party. To the next day did not come back. The deceased's parents were anxious to call their classmates one by one, did not find anyone, and then called the police. Wang Jiangwo asked, why did the deceased's parents that night did not beat the deceased classmate's phone for confirmation? Because the deceased often night classmates party, will sleep directly in the classmate's home, so the deceased parents did not take it seriously, until the next day at noon to find people in a hurry, and that year asked one by one to attend the party that night classmates. According to some of the clues provided by some people, 1 a.m. Xiang Yuhua went home to go. Wang Jiangwo, when the road surveillance? Chen Xianlin frowned back. The year's surveillance data are retained, but I looked. The deceased about 2 o'clock in the morning has gone back to that neighborhood. How will die in the old house on Baihua Road? Wang Jiangwo let out a long sigh. Re-interview the relevant people back then one by one to see what useful clues there are. Wang Xian and Qian Shenlin said in unison. Yes. The next morning, Wang Jiangwo, Qian Shuelin, and Wang Xian gathered in the conference room again. Wang Jiangwo knocked on the table. Come on, after asking all morning, are there any useful clues? Qian Shenlin and Wang Xian shook their heads deflatedly. No. Wang Jiangwo slapped the table several times and said in a deep voice, do you know? The disappearance case has turned into a corpse burial case, which has become the topic of public opinion in the whole society. Qian Shenlin followed, and everyone is scared. Our neighbor's children to participate in the party parents asked before 9 o'clock at night must go home. Wang Jiangwo stood up. Now everyone feels that our Changlai district's security is poor. That's why we have to solve this case, and solve it beautifully. Qian Shenlin scratched his head and muttered in a low voice. But there are no clues at all now. Besides, it's been so many years. It's already a blessing to be able to solve it. Wang Xian sighed. I don't know how long it will take to close the case. How long? Is this the kind of demoralizing thing a criminal/police officer should say? Wang Jiangwo said and directly slammed the door, looking at Wang Jiangwo who walked out in anger. Wang Xian and Qian Shenlin lowered their heads in shame. Coming out from the bureau, Wang Jiangwo looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the road, and suddenly blamed himself a little. He, the criminal/police captain, was too negligent in his duties. He did not protect the people, and he did not even have the ability to return the truth to them. Hey, Wang Jiangwo often sighed. At this time, the front of a child boy of about 3 years old ran and fell to the ground. The young mother rushed forward, squatting in front of him, said, do not cry, fall down and climb up by yourself. You have to remember that you are a man. Hearing what his mom said, the little boy slowly got up from the ground, wiping his tears with his dirty hands, revealing a cute smile. I'm a man. The young mom gave a thumbs up. That's great, son. Remember to get up from where you fell. The little boy nodded his head vigorously. Looking at the distant figures of the mother and son, Wang Jiangwo muttered, get up from where you fall. Get up from wherever you fall. Then he revealed a bright and enlightened smile. Right. Why didn't I understand such a simple truth? Wang Xian and Chen Shenlin looked at Wang Jiangwo, who was in a diametrically opposite mood in front of them, and the two of them glanced at each other. What's the situation? Qian Qiangshuanlin asked. Wang Xin shook his head. Wang Jiangwo laughed and said, I just went out to understand a truth. What truth? Wang Xin and Qian Shuelin asked in unison. That is to encounter setbacks to get up is the most important. We have a great detective, such a good resource to make full use of. Wang Jiangwo said smilingly, snapping and clicking on his cell phone. Chapter 52, Family Members Can't Say Ah. Ding. Temperament Transcendence System World-Class Detective Mission Refresh. Solve the case of the female corpse under the tree. Rewarded with 10 points of transcendental observation and 30% of Harry Group's shares. Just after class, Yi Bei received the task released by the system in his head. The system has released another task. The case of the female body under the tree. Could it be the female body dug out from under the tree during the recent demolition of 100 Flowers Road that was making a lot of noise on the internet? Honestly, if it wasn't for the demolition, the deceased would have been completely fertilized. And that Harry Group, what the hell? At this time, Yi Beinian's cell phone rang. A look as Wang Jiangwo called. Yi Beinian hooked his lips a smile. It seems that the case clues to come. Yi Beinian picked up the phone. Inside came Wang Jiangwo's brisk voice. Hello, Detective Yi. There is something I want to ask you to come out. Wang Jiangwo's tone made Yi Beinian very surprised. If it was in the past, if he encountered a case that could not be solved, Wang Jiangwo would find it difficult to speak. At least Yi Beinian felt that he was so. Today actually directly called him Detective Yi. Without waiting for Wang Jiangwo to say the specific case, Yi Beinian directly said, Oh, Team Wang is polite. I'll be right over. Yi Beinian just got out of the cab. Wang Jiangwo, standing at the door of the Public/Security Bureau, hurriedly came forward and said with a smile, The case is a bit tricky this time. So, Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. I know, but in what capacity do I touch this case this time? Wang Jiangwo laughed, patted Yi Beinian's shoulder and said, I've thought it all out. You'll be the titular criminal/police officer of my bureau from now on. Yi Beinian nodded. That's a good idea. This would make it easier for him to complete the tasks given by the system. After Wang Xin finished recapitulating the case once, the entire conference room fell silent. Wang Jiangwo, Wang Xin, Qian Shenlin's 6 eyes stared at Yi Beinian in unison. For a long time Wang Jiangwo finally couldn't help himself and asked, Beinian, can you find anything? Yi Beinian shook his head. Nothing for now. Wang Jiangwo and the others all sighed inwardly. At this moment, Yi Beinian was heard saying, However, without clues, we can look for clues. Immediately afterward, he asked, Can there be traces of other people's cells shedding on the deceased's body? This has not been examined. I will immediately arrange for forensic identification. Wang Jiangwo finished and glanced at Chen Xinlin, who immediately got up and walked out. Yi Beinian's fingers repeatedly tapped on the desktop. Alright, you guys go and get busy. I'll be alone in the conference room to read the information. Wang Jiangwo and Wang Xin, they knew that sometimes when they were immersed in the middle of a case, they should never be disturbed. The two of them wordlessly exited the conference room. Instantly, only Yi Beinian was left in the large conference room. He repeatedly watched the surveillance on the street back then, as well as the statements recorded by the people involved in the case 5 years ago and 5 years later. One of the people involved was quite familiar to Yi Beinian, and that was Chen Ying, whom Yi Beinian had met in the parking lot yesterday. And her statements from 5 years ago and 5 years later were identical. Afterwards, Yi Beinian watched the street surveillance over and over again for a few times, and finally rubbed his eyebrows and closed his eyes for a long time and thought. Suddenly, a sharp ringing in his hand. A look as Lin Xiano's. Yi Beinian then remembered that he promised Lin Xiano to participate in the reunion yesterday. He quickly picked up the cell phone and asked, Where are you? I'm rushing over right now. Lin Xiano's sweet voice came from the phone. Are you not in school? Yi Beinian said truthfully. I'm at the Shanghai Public/Security Bureau. Lin Xiano asked with a mysterious tone. Is there another stirring case? Let's talk about it when we meet up. Oh, hanging up the phone, Yi Beinian walked out of the conference room. Wang Jiangwo, who had been waiting outside for an afternoon, rushed forward and looked at Yi Beinian with a hopeful look, asking, How is it? Yi Beinian gestured a one-drop gesture. There's that one-drop clue, but it's not too sure. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Beinian directly walked out. Wang Jiangwo shouted behind him, Remember to report tomorrow. Don't forget your duty. Yi Beinian didn't even look back and gestured an OK sign. Looking at Yi Beinian's departing back, Wang Jiangwo said, Alas, people are just different. Our 3 ignorant cobblers haven't found a single clue in 3 days. Wang Xin looked at Wang Jiangwo and asked suspiciously, Team Wang, what duties did you just say? Wang Jiangwo had a sly look on his face. Hey, I've assigned him a hanging criminal/police officer. Wang Xin was shocked. And he didn't refuse? After all, He refused to go to detective school before. Wang raised his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders, spreading his hands. Could it be that he figured it out? On the other side, Yi Bianian stood on the side of the road for a while. Lin Xiano pulled up in a cab. She leaned out of the window and reached out and shouted, Bianian, this way. Yi Bianian, who was still thinking about the case in his head, heard the shout and raised his head to look for the sound, then lifted his slender legs and walked towards the car without haste. Lin Xiano leaned on the car window and looked at Yi Bianian, who was walking towards her, and muttered, he looks so handsome when he's serious. Yi Bianian walked to the front of the car. Lin Xiano still tilted her head to look at him. He hooked his lips and smiled. You won't let me get in the car. Only then did Lin Xiano react, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly moved her body inward. Seeing Yi Bianian get on the car, Lin Xiano politely said to the driver, Master, Tang Hui Hotel. Thank you. The driver smiled and answered, Holler. The car traveled a distance. Lin Xiano asked in a low voice, what's the case today? Do you know about the woman's body dug up under a tree during the demolition of 100 Flowers Road? I know. It's rumored to be around our age. It scared us girls so much that one by one we didn't dare to go out at night. Well, I'm there today for that case. How is the case progressing? Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled, mysteriously uttering two words. Secret. Lin Xiano fluttered her big eyes and deflated. Ah, family members can't say ah. After saying this and realizing that it's not right, she hurriedly explained with a smile, you're my boyfriend today. You're also considered a family member. Yi Bianian didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Xiano with a smile on his face and a burning gaze. Lin Xiano was instantly a little weak, and hurriedly threw his gaze out the window. Looking out the window of the car, extremely fast backward scenery, the street, 3 or 2 pedestrians. The evening of the bustling city seems to be exceptionally quiet. Lin Xiano, lying on the car window, unconsciously fell asleep. Yi Bianian realized that the person beside him had no sound, and with a side glance, he even fell asleep. He gently took off his jacket and draped it over her body. Lin Xiano, on the other hand, like a lazy cat, moved, changed a comfortable position to continue to sleep. Yi Bianian smiled dotingly. This can even fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of Tang Hui Hotel. Yi Bianian gently shook Lin Xiano's arm and softly shouted, Xiano is here. Lin Xiano hurriedly opened his eyes, stretched and said, arrived. Prepare to start fighting. Chapter 53, The Pit's Best Friend. Yi Bianian asked with a smile and interest. Attending a reunion is like going to war, Lin Xiano said with an exaggerated look. That's because you don't know. That Le Zhang Ruyun made the reunion messy. Her greatest pleasure is to let everyone surround her. How come? You're still the Netflix anchor. Definitely the center of attention. Lin Xiano smiled awkwardly with a cheeky grin, put her hands behind her back, drew circles on the ground with her toes, and said in a low voice, I forgot to mention that people are child stars. Yi Bianian. Seeing Lin Xiano's slightly lost look, Yi Bianian rubbed the top of her head. When did our school flower anchor become so unconfident? Lin Xiano quickly raised her head and retorted, where did I come from? Even if the child star debuted, she has already gone out of fashion. The main thing is that every time she shows off that boyfriend of hers, it makes people's scalp numb. At this time, a voice came from behind. Lin Xiano. Lin Xiano hurriedly turned around and saw that the person he saw was none other than Le Zhang Ruyun, who he and Yi Bianian were talking about. She looked at Le Zhang Ruyun with his large incisors exposed on his face and smiled cheekily, his mouth emitting a slurred low voice through his throat. Truly speaking of the devil. Speaking of the devil. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. Le Zhang Ruyun's shrill voice cried out, Lin Xiaoyao, it's really you. She shifted her eyes to Yi Bianian again, revealing a look of amazement. And this handsome man is? Lin Xiano smiled cheekily, took Yi Bianian's arm and said, he's my boyfriend Yi Bianian. Yi Bianian also just politely nodded to Le Zhang Ruyun as a greeting. Le Zhang Ruyun's eyes obviously carried a lost look, and hurriedly said, why don't you guys go in? Standing here. Lin Xiano nodded. You go in first. We'll be right there. Le Zhang Ruyun laughed. Then you guys hurry up. Saying that, she took a step and walked into the hotel. Watching Le Zhang Ruyun walk into the hotel, Lin Xiano bristled. Humph. Having a boyfriend and still looking at you unashamedly like this. Yi Bianian stared at Lin Xiano with his head sideways and asked with a smile, are you jealous? Lin Xiano stuttered. I'm not getting into character. Shouldn't I be jealous? Yi Bianian nodded his head in an old-fashioned manner. Should be jealous. Saying this, he stretched out his arm. Then please ask my girlfriend. Can we go in now? Lin Xiano understood, smiled sweetly and took Yi Bianian's arm. Let's go. The two had just walked into the private room, when they attracted the attention of the crowd. Our high school bully is here. Our anchor Xiaoyi is here. Her boyfriend is so handsome. At this time, when Pei Pei walked up to Lin Xiano, took her hand and said with a smile, Xiano, why did you just come? She then turned her gaze to Yi Nian and said with feigned anger, "You don't even say when you're in love. Do you still consider me your best friend?" Lin Xiano laughed. "They just got into a relationship not long ago. They haven't had time to report to you yet." When Pei glared at Lin Xiano, "Don't introduce the introduction yet." Lin Xiano smiled. "My boyfriend Yi Nian." He pointed at Wen Pei again. "This is my best friend, Wen Pei." Yi Nian nodded to Wen Pei. "Hello." Wen Pei blatantly looked Yi Nian up and down. "Hello." After saying that, she attached her ear and muttered a few words in Lin Xiano's ear. Then the two of them covered their mouths and laughed. Suddenly someone shouted, "Xiano, coming late, shouldn't you punish yourself with a cup?" This. Lin Xiano hesitated. Yi Nian hooked his lips and smiled. "Xiao Yi can't drink. I'll drink her wine for her," said, picking up the wine on the table and drying it in one gulp. The crowd applauded and cheered. "Cool." Someone teased. "Xiano, is this boyfriend of yours from the entertainment industry? He's so handsome." Le Zhang Ruyun followed suit and shouted, "If one mixes with the entertainment industry, one can let my boyfriend take him." Crowd. Everyone heard Le Zhang Ruyun's sarcastic tone. Lin Xiano inwardly slandered. "You'll die if you don't talk. All day long you just know how to find fault with my mother." She revealed a sweet smile and shook her head. "No, we're from the same school." Yi Nian followed. "Xiao Yi and I are in the same department. But if I were to mix with the entertainment industry, I would definitely be more than a third-rate star." Le Zhang Ruyun. When Pei tried to lighten the mood and laughed. "Senior or junior?" Lin Xiano looked at Wen Pei and grinned through gritted teeth. "Pitiful BFF ah. He's a freshman." Le Zhang Ruyun laughed and said as if he was joking. "Ha ha ha, Lin Xiano is awesome. Surprisingly found a schoolmate." "That's right, I remembered. Before there were people in your school saying that you're an old cow eating young grass. I didn't believe them. Now it seems to be true." Hiss. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. When Pei realized that she was really talking out of both sides of her mouth and dug a hard look at Le Zhang Ruyun, lowering her head. "Lin Xiano, you." Yi Nian hurriedly pulled back Lin Xiano, who was about to blow up, looking at her with a burning gaze. "I'm the same age as Xiano, and according to the month she's still a bit younger than me." When Pei hurriedly chimed in, "Back in the day, our Xiano was a school bully. She jumped several grades." In order to change the topic, when Pei then added, "Ruyun, why didn't that star boyfriend of yours come today?" Le Zhang Ruyun immediately changed to an extremely proud tone and said, "My family Hyun is usually very busy. Today this should be in the shooting of advertisements." Said took out his cell phone and dialed while saying, "I'm going to give him a call and ask him when he can come." Le Zhang Ruyun, who was walking outside, heard someone whispering, "You guys say it's Ruyun's boyfriend who's handsome or Ono's boyfriend?" "Of course it's Rin Ono's boyfriend." "Agreed. If I had such a boyfriend, it would definitely be one that I burned incense for a year to beg for." Ha ha ha. Walking out of the private room, Lu just as Yun gasped and stomped her feet, immediately pouting into her cell phone. "Dazzle, when are you coming?" "Lin Xiaoyo, that's the anchor. He brought a boyfriend. How dare someone compare him to you? What kind of a thing is he?" Zhang Zhixian on the phone laughed. "I just finished working on my side. I'll be there in about half an hour." Lu just as Yun Tian smiled sweetly. "Waiting for you, oh, honey, muah." Hanging up the phone, Lu Zhang Ruyun smiled and walked into the private room. "My boyfriend will be here in about half an hour." Seeing that the dishes have already been served, and hastily said, "Everyone eat, no need to wait for him." Song Yao, who had always flattered Le Zhang Ruyun, said, "Since the big star is coming, there's no reason not to wait. Don't you all think so?" The crowd followed suit and agreed. "Right, just wait a little longer." A look of embarrassment appeared on Le Zhang Ruyun's face. How embarrassing to have so many people waiting for him alone. "It's fine, big stars are meant to be a bit rehearsed." Ha ha ha. Lin Xiano took his chopsticks and picked them up hard on the empty plate in front of himself, coldly grunting. Show. Chapter 54. Yi Nian, who was sitting next to Lin Xiano, took a sip of tea. Those with rowdy behavior are spoiled by those brainwashed fans. Lin Xiano blinked her big watery eyes and gave Yi Nian a thumbs up with her hand under the table. Crowd. Le Zhang Ruyun immediately got up and pointed at Yi Nian angrily. "What do you mean?" Yi Nian feigned confusion and asked, What do you mean?" "Le Zhang Ruyun, the line where you said there was a row." Yi Nian just took a sip of tea and feigned almost spitting it out, slowing down for a while before saying, "This self-substitution is too strong. You don't think that a small star like your boyfriend making an appearance is considered a rehearsal?" Le Zhang Ruyun bit her lower lip. "You." The crowd coincidentally picked up the wine or tea in front of them and drank it, all unspokenly not saying a word. Lin Xiano forced a smile and whispered to Yi Nian, "It's a shame that you don't become an actor." Yi Nian said without a blush, "I'm kind-hearted and want to leave a way for others to live." Put. Lin Xiano finally couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. "You're too narcissistic." At this moment, Zhang Zhixian walked in. dressed in a suit, walking to the empty seat beside Le Zheng Ruyun. He raised his wine glass and said with a smile, "I'm really too busy. I'm late. I'll punish myself with a drink." Everyone had a look of embarrassment on their faces. "It's good to be here. We can finally start eating. I'm starving to death." Right. Hurry up and serve the food." Zhang Zhixian instantly felt the awkwardness of the atmosphere. If it was in the past, he would have been surrounded by the crowd. He inclined his body towards Le Zheng Ruyun's side and asked in a low voice with his side ear, "What's the situation?" Le Zheng Ruyun's face did not look good either. "Come out for a moment." She finished without waiting for Zhang Zhixian to speak and directly got up and walked out. Zhang Zhixian frowned and followed Le Zheng Ruyun out of the private room. Seeing that she had unpleasantness written all over her face, Zhang Zhixian pinched her nose and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Who bullied you?" Le Zheng Ruyun pouted and said petulantly, "It wasn't that Lin Xiano who brought her boyfriend." Le Zheng Ruyun then told what happened in the private room one by one. After hearing this, Zhang Zhixian's dark eyes revealed a touch of mockery. "Go in, see how your boyfriend I will get back in a while." Only then did Le Zheng Ruyun's face reveal a smile and gave Zhang Zhixian a kiss on the cheek. "My family Xian is the best." Returning to the private room, Zhang Zhixian shouted, "Just now my family Yuner said that your reunion will only be held this once in many years, so today I'll be the host." Saying this, he snapped his fingers. "Waiter, a bottle of 82 Lafite." The crowd all let out hoots of approval. A big star is all about atmosphere. This bottle must cost tens of thousands of dollars. Ru Yun is really lucky. Zhang Zhixian looked at Yi Beinyan, who was silently drinking tea, and said with a smile, "Lin Xiao, now why does your boyfriend keep drinking tea?" "Because." Lin Xiano was just about to defend herself when Yi Beinyan held her hand, leaning his body back lazily. "Because something must keep his head clear." Zhang Zhixian marveled. "Hiss, you still want to drink Lafite until you get drunk." Then he added, "But maybe you haven't drunk Lafite and don't know his price." Yi Beinyan just hooked his lips in a smile and shook his head helplessly. Zhang Zhixian raised his eyebrows and glanced at Le Zheng Ruyun, meaning look, it was subdued and plastered by me. Half an hour later, the waiter brought up the wine and said with a smile, "Sir, your wine is sober." On the occasion of exiting the box, the waiter's afterglow saw Yi Beinyan and opened his mouth wide in surprise. No, he had to hurry to report to the manager. Not long after, Lu Yu hurriedly walked in. Zhang Zhixian saw that it was the manager of the Tenghui Hotel, and quickly greeted, "Manager Lu, why are you here?" Lu Yu glanced at Zhang Zhixian and then at Yi Beinyan and said with a smile, "I can't believe you know Mr. Yi." After saying that, he no longer cared about Zhang Zhixian, came straight to Yi Beinyan's side and bowed with a smile. "Mr. Yi, you finally came." Yi Beinyan glanced at him and politely asked, "Something is wrong?" Lu Yu bent his waist even lower. "I'm really sorry about last time. Since you only consumed 100,600 last time, there is still more than 1900,000 waiting for you to consume." Yi Beinyan laughed softly. "Oh, Yu Tenghui is really interesting. The rest still has to be consumed." Lu Yu hurriedly explained. Because what they gave away was the minimum standard for a card to be consumed at one time." Did not wait for Lu Yu finished, Yi Beinyan directly said, "Forget it. It is not difficult for you, the rest of the watch, to take 3 bottles of Romane Conti. The difference in price I make up. We can drink today." Lu Yu immediately said with a joyful smile, "Good, this will go get." After saying this, he bowed and exited the private room. The crowd was all fixed in place like a stuck machine. Someone was the first to react. "I can't imagine that Xiaoya's boyfriend is so low-key." Taking another look at Zhang Zhixian, everyone instantly agreed with Yi Beinyan's statement that those with rowdy behavior were all spoiled by those brainwashed fans. Lin Xiano lightly tugged on Yi Beinyan's coat corner and whispered, "A bottle of Romane Conti costs more than 100,000 yuan, and you still have to make up for more than 100,000 yuan in 3 bottles. Yi Beinyan raised his eyebrows and said smilingly, "It's okay, I have a rich girlfriend." Lin Xiano exclaimed in shock. Thinking about the money in her bank card being spent like this, her heart dripped blood. The main thing was that it had to be given to Le Zheng Ruyun and her boyfriend to drink. Lin Xiano depressedly pouted and sat on the edge without saying a word. Yi Beinyan looked at her and teased, "Your mouth is almost hanging from the oil pot." "Okay, just kidding. I've been getting a little too much money lately, so it's better if I pay for it." "You made a fortune?" "Pretty much. The cash and items rewarded by the system recently are worth a lot." Not long after, Lu Yu walked in with 3 bottles of red wine. "Mr. Yi, the wine has already woken up. Please enjoy." Yi Beinyan nodded. "Thank you, Manager Lu. It is my honor to serve you." The waiter poured wine for each person seated. When it came to Le Zheng Ruyun and Zhang Zhixian, Yi Beinyan said, "Even if Zhang Big Star and his girlfriend, they have Lafite that I haven't drunk." Zhang Zhixian's face turned red for a while and white for a while. Only Le Zheng Ruyun's face turned red for a while and then returned to normal. Yi Beinyan was inwardly slandering. truly worthy of being an actor since childhood. Lin Xiano sat across from them, her heart was happy, whispering to Yi Beinian, double kill, you're too handsome. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Zhangruyan looked at Yi Beinian and asked with a smile, I see Manager Lu is very respectful to you. I don't know which big family Mr. Yi is from. She thought to herself that if she could climb into a big family, she would be able to struggle for many years less. Chapter 55, you need to bring a real estate license to eat a meal these days. Yi Beinian's dark eyes glanced at Lu Zhangruyan slyly. I've been alone since I can remember. Lu Zhangruyan. She suddenly remembered something and skimmed her lips. She was really stupid. When she first came here, she saw Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyao in a cab. Hiss. The crowd also let out a sigh of relief. Doesn't this mean that he, Yi Beinian, is an orphan? Lin Xiaonao's willow brows knit tightly as she pinched her chopsticks fiercely, glancing at Yi Beinian with heartache before inwardly cursing Lu Zhangruyan 1,000 times. When Zhang Zhixian heard this, he was inwardly happy. He originally thought that Yi Beinian was a rich second generation that he couldn't afford to offend, but it turned out to be an orphan. He. Zhang Zhixian mentioned it as if casually. Mr. Yi was able to be with Lin Xiaono, past her parents, so I guess the conditions must be very good. The car and house and everything should be there. Lu Zhangruyan snorted coldly. If you have a car, you would take a cab to the hotel. Hearing Lu Zhangruyan say this, Zhang Zhixian directly asked provocatively, does Mr. Yi have a car and a house? Lin Xiaono got up and kicked away the chair behind him, saying angrily, what do you two mean? Are my parents that materialistic? Lu Zhangruyan sneered. Isn't it normal for classmates to discuss cars and houses? Yi Beinian saw Lin Xiaono blowing up again and got up and put his arm around her and said with a smile, Xiaono, why are you a bit too tense when you run into my business? Come, let's sit down first. Yi Beinian finished speaking and gently pressed Lin Xiaono down on the seat. Lin Xiaono felt Yi Beinian's hand on her shoulder, as well as his words that were full of ambiguity, and she couldn't help but reveal a petulant look. Afterwards, Yi Beinian slowly sat back to his seat under the attention of the crowd, picked up the red wine glass and shook it in his hand for a moment before saying, I only have one car. It's probably worth $10 million. I'm not sure how much. As for the house, only one set. Seems to be in that what Nanjiang Yuan. At first, everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Beinian say the car. When he said the words Nanjiang Yuan, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They all felt that Yi Beinian belonged to the kind of face that blew bulls all over the place. Nanjiang Yuan, there is an inch of land, and it is full of villas, can be said to be the top of the rich area. A set of the smallest villa is also more than 20 million. Zhang Zhixian heard first shocked, and so Yi Beinian said Nanjiang Yuan a few words, sneered and said, pretend not to be you so loaded. The car is worth how much don't know even if. How to also say their own house seems to be in Nanjiang Yuan. This is to buy a house still don't know the location ha ha. Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders. The car really did not pay attention to its market price. As for the house, also got not long, have not been there yet, said he fished out the villa key from his pocket and threw it on the table. On the key hangs the brightly shining Nanjiang Yuan a few words. Zhang Zhixian. Lu Zhangruyan immediately jumped up and said, you don't just take a bunch of keys with the words Nanjiang Yuan hanging on them and say that you have a house there. In that case, I can go out and pretend to be a pussy tomorrow too. Yi Beinian helplessly let out a low laugh, looked at Lin Xiaoyao and said, these days classmates still have to bring a real estate license to their reunion. Zhang Zhishuan. Lu Zhangruyan. Crowd. A reunion ended in a hail of gunfire just like that. Lin Xiaono and Yi Beinian walked side by side towards the outside of the hotel. Yi Beinian laughed and teased. I didn't believe you when you would say that today's meal was a battle, but now I can kind of see it. It's just a hail of bullets. Lin Xiaono followed with a half-joking, half-serious, if I didn't have you today, I would have died heroically. The two of them walked out of the Tang Hui Hotel laughing and joking. Tang Hui Hotel entrance. Zhang Zhixian and other people far from the door to see a group of people around a car pointing. Curiosity sneak, he went forward to take a look. Walking forward, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was dazzlingly parked in the crowd. Seeing Zhang Zhixian return, Lu Zhangruyan immediately asked, Xian, what's the situation over there? Zhang Zhixian laughed. There's a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked over there. It's simply too cool. After he finished speaking, he happened to see Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyao walking over. He looked at Yi Beinian and said in a slightly mocking tone, that Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance. You can't say it's yours. Yi Beinian lowered his eyebrows and looked coldly at Zhang Zhixian, who was a head lower than him. That glance made Zhang Zhixian feel an unprecedented coldness. There was an overbearing attack on Zhang Zhixian. He did not say anything, but just took out his cell phone and made a call. To the phone, he said, bring it here. Not long after, a person wearing the uniform of Gang chauffeur came over and handed the key to Yi Beinian. Mr. Yi, your car has been parked in front of the hotel. Yi Beinian took the key and smiled back. Thank you. Lin Xiano followed behind Yi Beinian and came to the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was surrounded by the crowd, took out the car key and pressed it. The car made a dripping sound. The crowd of onlookers hurriedly got out of the way. Lin Xiano was shocked. You really have such an awesome car. Yi Beinian raised an eyebrow. As good as fake, he said and walked to the passenger seat, opened the car door and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "May I ask this beautiful and lovely lady, would you like me to take you for a ride?" Lin Xiano revealed a sweet smile. With honor. After saying that, she directly sat on the passenger side. The surrounding smiling Zhang Zhixian and the others all revealed envious looks. Le Zhang Ruyun smiled and walked to the front of the car, looking at Yi Beinian and asked, "Can you take me on the ride?" Yi Beinian returned without any expression. "Sorry, there's no room for you." Starting the car, a beautiful reverse. Yi Beinian stopped directly in front of Zhang Zhixian. He put his hand on the car window and looked at Zhang Zhixian and Le Zhang Ruyun who were standing next to him with a face like paper. "You should know that you need to have the capital to pretend to be a pussy." After saying that, he kicked the gas and drove the car out, giving the crowd a nice tail light. Just drove out for a while. Lin Xiano gripped the handlebar tightly and said, "You'd better drive slowly. We're not in a hurry." Yi Beinian took a look. The pointer on the car showed 80, and laughed. "This belongs to the normal speed. Right, this is downtown." "Oh," then slowed down the speed of the car. Seeing Yi Beinian reduce his speed to, Lin Xiano only loosened the handlebar and asked his doubts. "You obviously didn't drive when you came. I purposely asked the chauffeur to bring the car here in the middle of the day, just so that you could win the battle beautifully today." Hearing Yi Beinian say this, Lin Xiano looked sideways, his eyes burning at Yi Beinian. Chapter 56 Exercising Boyfriend Rights. Yi Beinian, who was looking ahead and driving seriously, realized that there was a pair of fiery eyes beside him that kept looking at him, and flirted. "Why, am I not very handsome?" Lin Xiano did not withdraw her gaze. Cherry Mouth spit out a word. "Yes," then continued, "You're the most handsome person I've ever seen. A 360-degree deathless kind." Saying this, she loosened her seatbelt and got up to give Yi Beinian a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you." Listening to her heartbeat, as if it was about to jump out of her mouth, Lin Xiano hurriedly sat down and cast her gaze out of the window, pretending to look at the scenery outside. Not long after, feeling the car slowly stop, Lin Xiano turned back to ask why it had stopped. Just turned his head, just in time to see Yi Beinian sitting in the driver's seat leaning in, getting closer and closer to himself. Lin Xiano stared at him, listening to his fluttering heartbeat. Issued a "you," looking at Yi Beinian's face that gradually enlarged. Two people's breath mingled. Lin Xiano slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly heard a sound. "Your clothes cover too." Lin Xiano hurriedly opened her eyes and saw that Yi Beinian had pulled over the seatbelt and was tying the seatbelt for himself, and lowered her head and hurriedly pulled the jacket that covered the safety buckle. When Yi Beinian helped her fasten her seatbelt, Lin Xiaoyi took a long breath. "Thank you." She was really embarrassed to death just now, helping Lin Xiano to fasten her seatbelt. Yi Beinian still tilted his body and looked at her with deep eyes, and asked, "May I ask if a boyfriend can exercise the rights of a boyfriend?" Lin Xiano was puzzled. "Ha?" Yi Beinian did not explain, and slowly approached her red lips. At this moment, Lin Xiano also understood Yi Beinian's meaning, panting nervously, and dead pinched the corner of her coat. At this time, a sharp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang in the car. Lin Xiano listened to the familiar cell phone ringtone and awkwardly pointed to his cell phone. "The cell phone is ringing." Yi Beinian helplessly sat back in the driver's seat. Lin Xiano looked at her cell phone with a red face, and once she saw that it was Wen Pei calling, she picked it up. The phone was just connected, and Wen Pei's sharp voice came from inside. "Xiano, your boyfriend drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to take you for a ride, and you didn't call out to me? No righteousness." Lin Xiano awkwardly glanced at Yi Beinian. "It's my first time to sit in one too." Next to him, Yi Beinian said with an unhappy voice, "We're in a two-person world." When Pei heard Yi Beinian say, and immediately chattered a lot. "I can be a light bulb that just rides in the car and doesn't talk." "Xiao Yi, what do you say? I can totally be invisible." Lin Xiano was frozen for a moment by Yi Beinian's sentence, and she didn't even hear what Wen Pei said. Wen Pei on the phone spoke for half a day, not hearing Lin Xiano's voice, and shouted, "Hey, Xiano, are you listening to me?" Only then did Lin Xiano come back to his senses and responded, "I heard you. I'll take you next time." Wen Pei skimmed her mouth and snorted coldly. "Humph, that's more like it." Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiano bit her lower lip and whispered, "It's Wen Pei calling." Yi Beinian said in an inaudible tone, I hear you. This best friend of yours is really timely." Such a good atmosphere had been disturbed by this divine best friend of hers. In order to ease the embarrassment, Lin Xianyan casually found a topic and asked, "That when you just had dinner, you said that there's a villa in Nanjiang Yuan. Can I visit it?" "Well, it's my first time there as well," Let's go over together and take a look. Yi Beinyan opened the navigation and entered Nanjiang Yuan Bishu Blue Sky, then started the car and followed the navigation to Nanjiang Yuan, entered the gate of Nanjiang Garden Villa area. The car curved around, all the way to the top of the mountain. The navigation prompt, the destination has arrived. Yi Beinyan said inwardly, fortunately, the navigation is powerful, otherwise it is really difficult to find. Lin Xiano was surprised. Your villa is actually at the top of the mountain. No wonder it's called Bishu Blue Sky. She looked around again at the lush trees surrounding the villa. She closed her eyes and stretched out her arms, breathing in the air that belongs to nature. Sighing, this place is soothing to the mind and body. Yi Beinyan smiled and said, like it, you can come often in the future. Using the key to open the gate of the villa. The entrance is a 3-story villa. The whole building design is a letter L. Just stepping into the villa. On one side was an oversized swimming pool. On the other side was a garden with exotic flowers and plants. Long pebbles separated the swimming pool from the flowers. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xiano marveled. It's so beautiful. Yi Beinyan nodded. It is indeed beautiful. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Xiano nodded and followed Yi Beinyan along the cobblestones into the interior of the villa. Only luxurious decoration filled the entire interior. Lin Xiano exclaimed, this villa is twice the size of my house. The decoration is too beautiful. Lin Xiano said as she stepped towards the second floor while her eyes looked around to admire it. Suddenly, she stepped on an empty space. Ah! Lin Xiano exclaimed in shock, then fell into a warm embrace. She tilted her head and looked at Yi Beinyan who was hugging her. Smelling the unique smell of his body, she suddenly blushed scarlet. Thank you. Yi Beinyan lowered his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xiano, her shy and cute appearance, and gently stroked his hand over her red apple-like face. May I exercise my boyfriend's rights? Lin Xiano was at a bit of a loss for words, not daring to look directly at Yi Beinyan, her eyes dribbling around. You'll be my boyfriend today. After saying that, she was a little regretful, and hastily changed her words. I don't mean this. What I mean is, after saying half, she didn't know how to explain. Looking at her anxious look, Yi Beinyan laughed and asked, may I ask if my boyfriend can be converted this day? Lin Xiano was puzzled. Turn positive. What? Before the word meaning was even uttered, Yi Beinyan directly attached himself and captured her lips. He kissed the fragrance that belonged to her alone. Lin Xiano's entire body was confused, and she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yi Beinyan, feeling that the person in her arms was holding her breath, but her eyes were staring blankly at herself. Yi Beinyan's kissing action stopped, dotingly smiling. Idiot! Change your breath, close your eyes. Lin Xiano obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Yi Beinyan attached himself and continued to deepen the kiss. After the kiss, Yi Beinyan saw Lin Xiano shyly lower her head and laughed pleasantly. Hearing Yi Beinyan's laughter, Lin Xiano raised her head and pouted. It's just today's boyfriend's right. Yi Beinyan laughed and asked seriously, then how will this temporary boyfriend of mine turn right? Lin Xiano laughed mischievously. At least after the 3-month trial period. Chapter 57, every day is like opening a blind box. Yi Beinyan thought for a moment as if he was serious. It's a bit long, or I'll choose to strike. Lin Xiano hurriedly said, don't how about a 1-week trial period? Yi Beinyan nodded. That's more or less the same. Alright, the trial period countdown begins. Lin Xiano fluttered her big eyes. Are you serious? Yi Beinyan raised his eyebrows. Of course, can't we just become official boyfriends? Lin Xiano muttered in a low voice with her small mouth pouting. Yi Beinyan pinched her pouting mouth and said with a smile, the official boyfriend still has to go through your parents. Hearing Yi Beinyan say this, the smile on Lin Xiano's face disappeared. Don't care about their opinions. Last time Lin Xiano was drunk, Yi Beinyan knew that Xiano had a lot of opinions about her parents, but he couldn't imagine that it had reached this level. Yi Beinyan held Lin Xiano tightly in his arms, his jaw lightly rubbing against the top of her head. Fool, I still envy you for having your parents in charge. That's such a happy thing. They are also doing it for your own good. Lin Xiano tilted her head and said with red eyes, but they control me so much that I can hardly breathe. Since I was a child, I've had to listen to them in every aspect, such as who to make friends with, which university to go to. I've listened to them in everything, including now when I'm looking for a boyfriend. They're still in charge of me, and I've even thought that when I get married, it won't be to the husband I love, but also the son-in-law that they're looking at in their eyes. She poured out the unhappiness in her heart for many years. Yi Beinyan had been listening silently without interrupting in the middle, until Lin Xiano finished. Yi Beinyan said, they love you, only the way of love may not be right. You have to communicate with them more. Speak your mind. I've tried communicating with them a few times, but it all ended up in arguments. The last time you went to see Grandpa, my mom gave you a whole lot of words no matter what. You tell me how embarrassed I was. Yi Beinyan wanted to make Lin Xiano laugh and flirted. I'm not exactly your boyfriend right now. This shows your mom that she has great foresight. Lin Xiano. This joke isn't funny at all. Ever since I was little, my mom intervened early whenever I had contact with my male friends. Looks like I have to thank your mom. If it wasn't for her keeping an eye on me at all times, you wouldn't even know whose girlfriend you are now. Lin Xiano rolled his eyes. Is my vision that bad? Yi Bianian grinned. That's hard to say. Lin Xiano hummed mischievously and stopped talking. You just said that going to that university was also your parents' intention? Yi Bianian asked. Lin Xiano nodded regretfully. Aha! After a while she continued. My childhood dream is to be an actor, who can bring laughter to people on the screen. Not afraid to tell you, I'm actually stealing a major in acting myself, and I'm about to get my diploma. Yi Bianian gave a thumbs up, worthy of being a school bully. After visiting the villa, Yi Bianian and Lin Xiao came to the hill behind the villa. Looking out at the sunset that is gradually sinking/falling in the distance, Lin Xiao puts her hand in front of her eyes and looks at the fire-like sunset through her fingers. So beautiful. Saying this, she pulled Yi Bianian and found a piece of high ground to sit down. The two sat side by side. Lin Xiao suddenly said, it would be great if you brought a guitar. Play a song. Wonderful music plus this scene. How wonderful it would be. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. Didn't bring a guitar. I'll sing a song. Good wow. I haven't heard you sing yet. After saying that she propped up her jaw and prepared herself to be a listener. Yi Bei-young hummed out. And at once, the beautiful song floated throughout the mountains. The fog in the sky came in a careless manner. The river is as quiet as an oil painting. Doves of peace languidly pace pressing rhyme. The heart secretly clears, praying that you are like a valiant Praetorian guard. You're like a valiant guardian of love. The footprints you left in my memories. Is the landscape of my love? I want to send you. I'm going to send you. Yi Bei-nian adapted the tune of the song, echoing the sunset at this moment, giving it a mood of a love song and a feeling of the quietness of the years. After Yi Bei-nian finished singing, he looked sideways at Lin Xiao and realized that she was still immersed in the song with her eyes closed. After a long time without hearing the song, Lin Xiao opened her eyes and looked at Yi Bei-nian. Finished singing? Yi Bei-nian nodded. Lin Xiao sighed with emotion. I only know that you play the guitar well. I never imagined that you sing so well too. Your singing voice completely blends in with nature. It's simply too good to listen to. In short, I'm just running out of words and can't describe how good your singing voice is. Yi Bei-nian hooked his lips in a smile and did not speak. Transcendent guitar level that could be extraordinary. Lin Xiao finished staring at Yi Bei-nian with a deadpan look for a long time and asked, you said that not only do you know how to solve crimes, but you also play the guitar so well. What else do you really know? How many of them surprise me? Yi Bei-nian revealed an elusive smile. You will slowly find out later. Lin Xiao said excitedly, could it be that every day in my future is like opening a blind box? Full of anticipation. Yi Bei-nian. At this time, Yi Bei-nian's cell phone rang, displaying the words Wang Jiangwo in large letters. Yi Bei-nian answered the call. Hey, Team Wang. Wang Jiangwo on the other end of the phone didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, how's the analysis of the case going on your end? Yi Bei-nian glanced at Lin Xiao, hooked his lips and smiled back. Oh, I haven't conducted a systematic analysis yet. I'm accompanying my girlfriend, Wang Jiangwo. His side was on fire with his ass/shaft, and people were still there talking about love. Wang Jiangwo almost spat blood. He was tempted to say talk about girlfriends. Girlfriends will only affect the speed of your crime solving. But he still held back, covered the cell phone microphone, let out a long breath, then let go of his hand and said, you hurry up and sort out the case. We have to solve the case as early as possible. Yi Bei-nian responded. Well, I'll think about it when I'm done here and go back. Do you still have to come to the bureau to look at the case information? Wang Jiangwo asked. In reality, he wanted to call Yi Bei-nian directly to the bureau so that he could keep an eye on him to solve the case in a hurry. No need. All the information is already in my head. All the information would be unforgettable as long as Yi Bei-nian had read it. Wang Jiangwo felt that he had already sidetracked like that, and Yi Bei-nian still said so. He instantly felt a little heartless, but he can't force Yi Bei-nian too fast. In case he leaves, he may have blood pressure on the head. Next year's today is the anniversary of his death. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao asked, Wang team urged you to do the case? Yi Bei-nian nodded. Lin Xiao asked again, what case? After asking she hurriedly covered her mouth and said, I forgot. I can't ask. Seeing Lin Xiao's cute appearance, the corner of Yi Bei-nian's mouth rose. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at Lin Xiao and asked, are you familiar with Chun Haoyang's sister? Chapter 58, he probably only wants to win his girlfriend's smile. Lin Xiao nodded. I know her. She's 2 years older than us and just graduated last year. Why did you think of asking her? Yi Bei-nian didn't answer her question and continued. That means she just happened to be a freshman 5 years ago. Right. What's wrong? I'm just casually asking. She's a relevant witness in my recent case. Oh, At this time, Yi Banyan's cell phone rang. Taking it out, he hooked his lips and smiled, answering the call. Lin Xiano didn't know what the other party said. Yi Banyan just nodded. Location, HM. I'll be there in a while. Hanging up the phone, Yi Banyan got up and stretched out his slender arm. Let's go. Lin Xiano tilted her head and looked at Yi Banyan, placing her delicate hand in Yi Banyan's palm. She asked doubtfully, where to? Yi Banyan pulled Lin Xiano up and said back, to take over your company? HM? The newspaper under the Chen family. There are so many companies under the Chen family. Why did you want to think of that newspaper that isn't very prosperous? I want to change it into a detective company. Besides, the editors of the newspaper have great potential to be detectives. Lin Xiano gave Yi Banyan a thumbs up. Excellent. The two arrived near the cafe that Chen Nan had agreed to. Seeing Yi Banyan and Lin Xiano, Chen Nan happily rose to greet them. His behavior surprised Yi Banyan and Lin Xiano. Quickly, the two of you, please sit down. Chen Nan made an invitation gesture. When all three of them were seated, Yi Banyan introduced Chen Nan. This is my girlfriend Lin Xiano. Chen Nan's sophisticated eyes sized up Lin Xiano and asked, I believe this is academician Lin's granddaughter. Lin Xiano revealed a polite smile. Yes. Confirming his suspicions, Chen Nan looked at Yi Banyan and asked directly, I wonder if you're interested in joining our Chen's Biotechnology Company Limited? Saying this, he pushed a contract in front of him to Yi Banyan. This is the employment contract. Yi Banyan lowered his head and roughly scanned it. It said that he was hired as a research and development consultant for Chen's Biotechnology Company Limited, with an annual salary of $5 million. Lin Xiano also stuck his head over, saw what was written on it and was surprised. $5 million a year. So much. Yi Banyan, on the other hand, calmly pushed the contract back in front of Chen Nan. Is Dong Chen mistaken? The purpose of my coming here today is to trade newspapers. Chen Nan laughed. It's not too late to sign the contract before signing the transfer of the newspaper. Yi Banyan's inked eyebrows flicked up. You mean you won't sign the transfer letter without signing the retainer contract? Lin Xiano frowned. Kidnapping deal. Chen Nan hastily waved his hands. No. The two things don't conflict at all. Except that I 10,000 times sincerely want to employ Mr. Yi, please also consider it. Yi Banyan hooked his lips and smiled. I will consider it. Today's matter is today. Words to this point Chen Nan cannot say anything more, and then again afraid that the other party to what kidnapping deal, he hurriedly said to the lawyer in a suit standing behind him, Xiao Zhang, bring the transfer contract over. The lawyer hurriedly placed the information prepared in advance in front of Yi Banyan. Mr. Yi, take a look at the information. If there's nothing wrong, please sign. Saying this, he handed the pen to Yi Banyan. Yi Banyan looked at the information, took the pen and signed the words Yi Banyan with a big hand. See, Yi Banyan signed. Chen Nan laughed, fawningly smiled and said, newspaper has been traded completed. Now completely belongs to you. Can we talk about the appointment? Yi Banyan organized the information handed to him by the lawyer and looked at Chen Nan with a raised eyebrow. Didn't I just say I would consider it? Chen Nan hesitated. This, you consider considering. An annual salary of $5 million is what many people dream of, equivalent to a newspaper for a year. Do not want to hear any more superfluous words. Yi Banyan directly got up and said, well, not much to say, we still have things to do, so we'll leave first. After saying this, he pulled Lin Xiano outside. Behind him, he left behind Chen Nan who had a face of frustration. Zheng Sheng looked at Chen Nan and asked, do you want me to contact Mr. Yi to lobby again? Chen Nan waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry. Good things come in small packages. Chen Nan still looked like a good talker and sent Yi Banyan and Lin Xiaoyi out of the cafe. When he saw Yi Banyan and Lin Xiano getting into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, his whole face was embarrassed. Looking at the two people and a car that had gone away, Chen Nan then looked down at the Big Ben next to him, and suddenly frustration struck him once again. He also finally realized why a student who had not yet graduated would say the word consider when faced with a job that paid $5 million a year. Zhang Shang also saw this scene and was so shocked that he closed his mouth with his hand, then looked at Chen Nan and said, how do you think such a rich son like him would want a small newspaper office like ours? Chen Nan frowned and frowned. He probably only did it to get a laugh from his girlfriend. After saying that he thought of something else, his fists clenched and he gritted his teeth. This rebellious son, is he trying to get our Chen family killed? After saying that he directly sat in the car. Seeing that his boss was angry, Zhang Sheng hurriedly went around the front of the car and sat in the driver's seat. Go to the hospital, Chen Nan said in a cold voice. Yes. Zhang Sheng didn't dare to breathe and hurriedly started the car and drove in the direction of the hospital. On the other side, the car drove for some distance. Lin Xiano sat in the driver's seat, puzzled and asked, what do you mean by this? Chen Nan just finished as if he thought of something, added, could he be trying to become your superior because he lost the newspaper, so he can squeeze you? Yi Beinyan hooked his lips and smiled, lightly scraped on her nose. What's in your little head? If my guess is right, it should be that they thought that I was the one who provided your grandfather with the stem cell matrix reconstruction technology, and wanted me to save their near-bankrupt company. Lin Xiano nodded thoughtfully, seeing that the direction of the car was not the way back. Lin Xiano asked, where are we going now? Yi Beinyan hooked his lips and smiled. This boss's wife of yours just took over the newspaper. Don't you want to go over and take a look? Lin Xiano's pretty face reddened, and she said shyly, what boss's wife? You're still a temporary boyfriend now. Yi Beinyan, who was driving, gave Lin Xiano a sideways glance and pretended to be serious. Don't think too much. It's just that the newspaper has 50% of your shares. Lin Xiano. Seeing Lin Xiano's shy and embarrassed appearance, Yi Beinyan laughed out loud, reacting that Yi Beinyan was doing it on purpose. Lin Xiano lightly hammered on Yi Beinyan's shoulder. Good. You made fun of me. Yi Beinyan held back his laughter. Absolutely not, boss lady. Lin Xiano feigned anger. Still saying that? Ignore you. After saying that, she cast her gaze out of the window, no longer looking at Yi Beinyan. Chapter 59, Second Y Detective Company. Yi Beinyan's foot slammed on a brake, looked sideways at Lin Xiano and asked with a smile, really angry. At this time, the car following their car also came to a sharp brake. The owner of the car patted his heart and was glad that he was lucky to be far away. He couldn't afford to pay for it if he ran into it. Lin Xiano twisted his head to look back. Behind the car lined up a long line, hastily said, I'm not angry. You hurry to drive. At this time, some impatient drivers in the back have honked their horns. The back of the endless drip 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 sound. You're blocking traffic like this. Hurry up and drive. Lin Xiano urged again. To prove that you're not angry, come give me a kiss. Yi Beinyan pointed to his cheek. Lin Xiano shyly blankly glanced at Yi Beinyan, unbuckled her seatbelt and got up to quickly kiss Yi Beinyan on the cheek, and quickly sat down again. She said with a red face, this is okay now. Yi Beinyan smiled cheerfully. Now I believe it. After saying that he started the car, his foot stepped on the gas pedal and drove forward unhindered. The owner of the car that followed closely behind their cart said, rich people are just good at playing. The car is parked on the main road to play kissing. Yi Beinyan drove the car directly to the entrance of Chen's newspaper office. The two just got out of the car and Su Jigang, dressed in a suit, greeted them, smiling, boss, sister-in-law you're here. Lin Xiano looked at Su Jigang, then looked at the workers at the entrance who were busy changing the signboard, looked at Yi Beinyan and asked, you've been preparing to take over the newspaper office for a long time? Yi Beinyan tilted his head and looked at the center of the just replaced 2Y Detective Company, hooked his lips and smiled. From that day to Chen Nan to ask for this newspaper I started. Lin Xiano exclaimed, you're so sure he'll compensate. This is called knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. When he investigated Chen Haoyang before, he knew all the information about his family like the back of his hand, including the middle dry, outside strong Chen family. Lin Xiano took another look at the new signboard. His face twitched and asked, what kind of name did you come up with? Yi Beinyan raised his eyebrows and said, Second Y is also known as Yi Yi Yi. Lin Xiano smiled sweetly and took Yi Beinyan's arm. You can even think of this. Yi Beinyan lowered his head and said, let's go in. Walking into the interior of the company, Su Jigang snapped his hands and shouted, everyone stop what they are doing. Our new boss is here. The entire newspaper hall instantly everyone stood up. Yi Beinyan swept his gaze around. There were about 100 people. The company's employees all turned their gazes to Yi Beinyan. Wow. I never thought our new boss is so handsome. The key is also young. Young? I just don't know if he can lead us to a new starting point. Still leading us? Don't you see the signboard has been changed? Maybe there will be a big change. At this time, a woman walked over. She looked about 40 years old, wearing a competent professional outfit. She revealed only a professional smile. Good day boss. I'm the manager of Chen's newspaper. No, it's the manager of Second Y Detective Company. Xi Lian. Yi Beinyan nodded politely. Call out the personnel above the director for a meeting in the conference room. After saying that, he turned to Lin Xiano. I'll go make some arrangements. You wait outside. Lin Xiano nodded. Xi Lian hurriedly responded. Alright. She couldn't imagine that this new boss was so thunderous. When Yi Beinyan walked into the conference room, there were already more than 10 people sitting neatly inside. He directly sat at the first place and said to the crowd, from today onwards, I am your new boss. As you can see, the company's signboard has been changed, which means that the content of your work may change in the future. Yi Beinyan had just finished speaking when the people sitting there began to talk. Yi Beinyan did not continue to speak, but only tapped his fingers repeatedly on the desktop. Only after the crowd had almost finished talking did he continue. Everyone should stop having small meetings, so let's talk one by one if there are any problems. At once, the conference room's murmurs stopped. After waiting for a long time still no one opened their mouths. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. What? Just now I heard everyone's discussion was very intense. How come no one is nibbling on the sound? In fact, everyone sitting in the room had many questions, but everyone could not understand Yi Beinian's temperament. They did not dare to speak out coldly. Shi Lian saw that no one spoke, lightly coughed. Boss, I a question. May also be everyone's most concerned about the problem. Yi Beinian nodded. Say, it's that the type of company has shifted. Are we going to have layoffs or a major blood change within? Yi Beinian let out a laugh and did not answer Shi Lian's question. Instead he asked, what do you think is the essential difference between a reporter and a detective? Detective companies in our country are almost all owned by the state. There are very few private ones. Detectives have what business specifically? I'm not very clear. Shi Lian finished. The crowd let out a sigh. One by one, their hearts are slandering. This Shi Lian is also too bold. This is not to tell the new boss that he is very incompetent. Next, Yi Beinian said something that made everyone puzzled. Let's do it this way. Let's all start by saying what are your usual jobs. In this way, the people as open the box. In the Duke and mix to the director level certainly know their work like the back of their hand. The main thing about news nowadays is hotspots, whether it's entertainment, or finance and economics. For example, tracking a star in the entertainment industry. We sometimes guard the door where he lives for 3 days and 3 nights, just for a front page headline. There are also some important deeds of key domestic figures, such as the announcement of academician Lin's research a while ago, and so on. When the crowd had pretty much said it all, Yi Beinian smiled. It seems everyone usually works pretty hard. The crowd nodded their heads. Shi Lian sighed. Doing this line of news, mainly in a new word, so everything has to be in advance. Yi Beinian nodded. Aha! Then everyone understands what the middle detective has to do. At once, the conference room fell into silence again. It's okay, everyone speaks freely. Yi Beinian laughed. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you before someone said, I think it should be tracking, investigating, and analyzing. Yi Beinian nodded. Not bad. So do you guys think there's a difference from what you guys did for a news? The crowd pondered for a moment. It seems like it's not too big in essence. Seems like it is. Yi Beinian saw the crowd's reaction. Then he laughed. So what I want to say to you all is that not only is our company not laying off employees, I'm also going to set up 2 additional departments. One is the defense section, which is usually in charge of our company's security, and this one will be taken up by manager Su Jigang Su. Saying this he pointed at Su Jigang who was sitting on his left-hand side. The other one is the detective training department. This subsequent I will ask a specialized person to be in charge of it. Shi Lian sitting on the side of Yi Beinian was trembling with fear that her position as a manager would not be guaranteed. Yi Beinian saw her worries, looked at her and smiled. Our company is still fully responsible by Manager Qi. Chapter 60, You let Chen Nan come to me. Upon hearing this, Shi Lian said gratefully, Thank you boss, I'll try my best to become a qualified, nope, a super qualified detective agency manager. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. I'll see. Then next, I have some work to arrange. Manager Su will roughly talk about the relevant matters. Su Jigang immediately took out the pre-prepared information and distributed it separately to everyone present. Everyone, digest the information first, Yi Beinian said. At this time, Lin Xiano, who was outside, was so bored that he sat down on an office chair, where he spun around and shook the chair to play. At this time, a man who carried the smell of alcohol, was short and fat, and had a dead fish eye walked straight to Lin Xiano from the doorway. Hiccup! He let out a big hiccup and looked at Lin Xiano with a hefty smile. Is the pretty girl new here? The unpleasant smell of alcohol caused Lin Xiano to cover her nose in a hurry. She raised her eyes to look at the short fat man and did not speak. The short fat man looked at Lin Xiano colorfully. Go, mix with me Fong Wan, definitely let you eat and drink spicy food. Saying this, he began to pull on Lin Xiano's arm. Lin Xiano quickly dodged and frowned. I'm not an employee here. It doesn't matter if you're not an employee here, said he again lowered his voice and looked at Lin Xiano and said, Stay with me for one night tonight, and I'll definitely let you enjoy director-level treatment when you come to our company. He said that he was about to pounce on Lin Xiano. At this time, someone shouted behind Fong Wan, Manager Fong, you can't afford to mess with this one. Fong Wan laughed. What can't you afford to mess with? There are still people in this Chen's newspaper that I can't afford to mess with, he said, directly pouncing on Lin Xiaoyao. Fong Wan had arranged a free position in the newspaper office on the basis of his brother-in-law being Chen Nan, and had been committing crimes in the newspaper office all day long. Seeing Fong Wan come over, Lin Xiano hurriedly dodged, and the two of them chased after each other. Inside the conference room, Yi Beinian said, Afterward I will have everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. All of our detective company's business must remain confidential. Then he said, Just now everyone information also read. Next, that is to use the whole company's resources. Investigate these people 5 years ago connections. He looked at Qi Lian again. Manager Qi, please, it has to be as soon as possible. Qi Lian immediately got up. Yes, boss, we will never let you down. Yi Beinian nodded with satisfaction. Let's call today's meeting to a close. After saying that, he got up and walked towards the conference room. Just as he walked to the door of the conference room, he saw Lin Xiaoyu, who was in a state of blossom at the aisle, running wildly towards him. She directly jumped into Yi Beinian's arms. Beinian. Yi Beinian frowned. What's wrong with you? Lin Xiaoyu pointed in a direction and said, that drunkard is horrible. He wants to. At this time, Fang Wan chased over and saw Lin Xiaoyu hiding behind Yi Beinian, shaking his body, and said in a laughing voice, little cat, don't hide, come out quickly. Yi Beinian looked at the drunken man in front of him and frowned with a face full of displeasure. The unknowing Fang Wan then said, come, accompany me for one night, I'll let you mix in this company. Yi Beinian coldly said, oh, are you so capable? Fang Wan shook his head and stared at Yi Beinian for a while, blinking his dead fish eyes. TSK, this face is not inferior to a woman's, he said, raising his hand to touch Yi Beinian's face. Before he took half a step closer, Yi Beinian gently lifted his slender leg and kicked it. Dang! Fang Wan ruthlessly smashed on the floor 1 meter away. He rolled directly on the ground in pain and raised his head to point at Yi Beinian. How dare you hit lousy? I'll let you. Seeing that he was still going to say rude words, Qi Lian hurriedly chided. Manager Fang, this is our new boss. Fang Wan said in surprise. New boss, said as if reacting to something, and fainted immediately afterward. Qi Lian hooked her lips and smiled. This Fang Wan is good at pretending to be dead. Yi Beinian of course also saw that Fang Wan is pretending, said to Su Jigang, splash water to wake him up. Su Jigang turned around and immediately complied. Fang Wan was lying on the ground, and when he heard that he wanted to splash him with water, he immediately got up and said, I'm awake, no need to splash, don't waste the water. Yi Beinian walked to him, leaned down, hooked his lips and smiled. You're awake? Fang Wan nodded his head smilingly. I'm sober after such a fall. Yi Beinian smiled and added a kick on his chest. But I prefer to splash you with water to wake you up. Fang Wan received another kick on his chest and completely fainted. At this time, Su Jigang, who was unaware that Fang Wan had fainted again, brought the water over. Wow! A sound! A basin of cold water poured directly down. Lying on the ground, Fang Winston slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Yi Beinian's enlarged face in front of him, he was so scared that he backed up. Yi Beinian sneered with interest. What's wrong with Manager Fang? So afraid of me? Fang Wan said as he retreated. Yes, I'm sorry boss, I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai, please be generous, but I have always had a small measure. Yi Beinian finished and said to Su Jigang, throw him out. With a wave of Su Jigang's hand, 2 men followed and dragged Fang Wan outside. Fang Wan shouted, I'm Chen Nan's brother-in-law of Chun Group. You can't do this to me. Yi Bei laughed youngly. You let Chen Nan come to me. All of the faraway employees who saw this scene gave Yi Beinian a thumbs up in their hearts, and everyone had a gloating expression. Yi Beinian looked around and took in everyone's expressions. People like Manager Fang, our company will never tolerate. In the future, if everyone encounters this kind of thing, they can report it directly to Manager Su. Pa pa pa. The entire company hall resounded with loud applause, especially those new employees. Yi Beinian turned his head to look at Qi Lian. Arrange for a suitable person to take over Manager Fang's position. Qi Lian nodded repeatedly. Good. After Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyu left, Qi Lian summoned everyone in the conference room. Qi Lian smiled and said to the crowd present, everyone has just read the information. The boss's side wants those people in the information 5 years ago in the circle of contacts. This is the first task for everyone to take over. It must be beautifully accomplished. Come down and I'll assign it. Entertainment Group is responsible for Lin Yi. Financial Group is responsible for Chen Ying. Real Estate Group is responsible for Han Liang. Qi Lian crackled a whole lot, and finally asked, for my allocation does everyone have any questions? Those present shook their heads. No. At this time, Director Li Fei Li looked at the person in the photo and said, this Chen Ying, I remember, used to be especially close to Xiang Yuhua in our building. It's just that later on, this Xiang Yuhua disappeared, and I haven't seen this Chen Ying since. Qi Lian said in surprise, this is a very useful clue. We can continue to investigate and see what other people are involved. Li Fei responded. Okay. Chapter 61 Man with a Knife. Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyu came out from the company, when Yi Beinian's cell phone rang. When he opened it, it was a group message from their dormitory. Dancing flyer, brothers don't call me single in the future, or my family pay know what's good. I'm successfully off the hook. Yi Beinian looked at the cell phone and unconsciously the corners of his mouth rose. His slender fingers tapped out a line on the screen. I'm also temporarily off the hook. Du Yajun, we don't bring such a solid heart. How did boss Yi say temporarily off the hook? Yuan Kaiwan, who hadn't said anything, burst out. Stupid. Of course, it means that you may be laid off at any time. Du Yajun, Yi boss is not it. Yi Beinyan, don't listen to him, but it seems about right. It's because the other party's parents are very much against it. Wu Feiyang exclaimed, no way. Love is not marriage. And you're meeting the parents? Thinking of the scene when Lin Xiano's mom first met him, Yi Bei let out a young laugh and tapped on the screen, love of daughter. No way. Lin Xiano on the side saw Yi Beinyan unconsciously laughing out loud and asked, what are you laughing at? Yi Beinyan answered truthfully, I'm discussing with a few of our dormitory to temporarily get off the hook. Lin Xiano did not react and asked doubtfully, what temporary? Before the word off the hook could be uttered, that's when her cell phone rang. At a glance it was her grandfather calling. Lin Xiano hurriedly picked up the phone and sweetly smiled and shouted, Grandpa. Lin Jingqing on the other end of the phone responded kindly, hey, good granddaughter, why didn't you bring Yi Beinyan to see Grandpa this weekend? Lin Xiano glanced at Yi Beinyan who was driving seriously and pouted, I don't think you want to see me, but you want to see Yi Beinyan. Lin Jingqing on the phone hemmed and hawed, I want to discuss something academic with him. Lin Xiano spat her tongue/head, wait for me, I'm with him now, I'll ask him first. After she finished speaking, she covered the receiver and looked sideways at Yi Beinyan and asked, Grandpa asked you to go see him. Go. Yi Beinyan gazed ahead, hooked his lips and smiled. Go. Anyway, it's fine now. After saying this, he braked sharply and reversed direction to drive towards the sanatorium. Lin Xiano smiled heartily, let go of the hand covering the microphone, and said into the cell phone, Grandpa, we're coming over right now. Hearing this news, Lin Jingqing said happily, good, Grandpa will wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jingqing seemed like he had instantly become 10 years younger. He hurriedly took the presbyopic glasses from the bedside and put them on, and pressed the intercom at the bedside. Assistant Kai, hurry up and organize the problems I encountered during my previous drilling and bring them over. Kai Qingxue on the other end of the intercom hurriedly responded, okay, Academician Lin. At this time, while driving Yi Beinyan suddenly heard an electronic tone. Ding! Temperament Transcendent System Daily Task Refresh. D-Pin Makeup Trading Company Limited. Someone is chopping people with a knife. Please stop it. Reward Transcendental Level Math God. Yi Beinyan rubbed his eyebrows. This system was really everywhere. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiano and asked, do you know where D-Pin Makeup Trading Company is? Lin Xiano, who had been looking out the window earlier, pointed backward. That's not it. Yi Beinyan hurriedly looked sideways. The rest of his eyes saw the word D-Pin. He hurriedly drove the car to the side of the road and stopped. You wait in the car, I'm going to take care of something. Yi Beinyan hurriedly said. Seeing Yi Beinyan's hasty appearance, Lin Xiano frowned lightly as she asked, what are you doing to go? There's something going on within the D-Pin company. I'm going to go and settle it. I'm going too. Lin Xiano finished. Not waiting for Yi Beinyan to speak, she hurriedly got out of the car. Based on the fact that she and Yi Beinyan had been together several times, she surmised that something was definitely going on. Yi Beinyan. He stepped down from the driver's seat, walked to Lin Xiano and said worriedly, someone is armed with a knife. It's dangerous. Lin Xiano held Yi Beinyan's arm and swayed lightly. Pampered, I do not go to the front, far away from the watch on the line. Can it? Yi Beinyan looked at her big eyes of the Grinch, helplessly smiled. Remember to stand 10 meters away. Lin Xiano nodded her head like D garlic and responded, okay, I promise. Yi Beinyan turned around and hurriedly walked towards D-Pin Makeup Trading Company Limited, while Lin Xiaoyi trotted after him. Arriving at the entrance of D-Pin Cosmetic Trading Co. Ltd., Yi Beinyan looked at Lin Xiaoyo and repeatedly instructed, remember to stay 10 meters away. Got it. You go quickly. Remember to be safe. Lin Xiaono smiled and pushed Yi Beinyan inside. Yi Beinyan smiled happily and hurriedly stepped into the D-Pin Makeup Trading Company. This was the first time he had done a mission where someone cared about his safety. It felt really special/good. When Yi Beinyan rushed to the interior of D-Pin Cosmetic Trading Company Limited, it had long been in a mess. Shouts, cries of pain, and the cocky voice of the knife wielder. 4 or 5 people gathered in a pile, looking fearfully at the man with a knife in his hand. He happened to stab the knife into the abdomen of one of his colleagues, and yelled out menacingly, the boss is surprisingly absent, so I'll just pull a few random cushions anyway, so no one will have a good time. Saying that, he drew his knife and rushed towards the crowd again. The crowd that was originally piled up was scared and scattered all of a sudden. At this time, Yi Beinyan rushed forward and blocked the front of the crowd. The man with the knife looked at Yi Beinyan as an unfamiliar face, and turned his knife on Yi Beinyan, saying, newcomer, there's nothing for you to do, hurry up and get out of the way. Yi Beinyan hurriedly persuaded, what do you have to say? Say it properly. It's not wise for you to do this. Do not persuade, okay? A persuade that person appears to be more emotional. Never all the bad businesses to me. Cannot complete the business will also be? Special/code of a look at the old man is weak and can be deceived, said he agitated and turned the tip of the knife to another direction. Rushed. Yi Bei-nian saw that persuasion is useless, rushed forward to try to hold down the knife-wielding man from the back to the ground. But the man with the knife is too vigilant. Feeling someone close, hastily turned the tip of the knife, aimed at Yi Bei-nian. The knife-wielding man shouted, "None of your business. Don't be so damn nosy. I'm trying to save you. Don't be too impulsive in everything." Hearing Yi Bei-nian say this, the man with the knife said angrily with bloodshot eyes, "I'm ready to die today. First I'll hack the boss to death and then I'll kill myself." Yi Bei-nian continued to persuade, "You put down the knife first. Do you think what happened before is worth your life?" he said slowly approaching the knife-wielding man. "I'm a coward, but they don't know that a dog can jump over the wall even when it's anxious. I want them to know that today." Suddenly sensing Yi Bei-nian approaching, the knife-wielding man who was already red-eyed. Chapter 62, I'm a person who hates to suffer losses. Lin Xiano opened the live broadcast room on the side and came live without uttering a word. The live broadcast room instantly boiled. Why is Xiano live streaming so early today? Yikes! How is this still a chopping scene? Oh no! You have to be safe. Why isn't Ono saying anything? Is she scared by such a scene? Lin Xiano, who was watching the information on the live broadcast, suddenly saw the knife-wielding man on the screen stabbing at Yi Bei-nian with a knife, and his mouth roared, "You're the one who saw death." Seeing such a tense scene, Lin Xiano unconsciously shouted, "Bei-nian, be careful." Her voice resounded throughout the office building of D-Pin Makeup Trading Company Limited, as well as the entire live broadcasting room. Anxiously, she hammered the cell phone in her hand directly to her side with a one-handed grip. There was also a gasp of shock from the surrounding people, each covering their mouths in horror. Just see Yi Bei-nian does not avoid not flash. See the knife is about to stab/slash into his body. He stretched out his slender hand directly hold the knife man's wrist. The result of the knife man to make use of the strength of the milk also failed to let the tip of the knife forward in the slightest. The surrounding people saw that the robber was stopped. A few people hurriedly surrounded and held the knife-wielding man down on the ground. The knife-wielding man was forced to kneel on the ground with one knee, while the other leg was bent with force trying to get up. Struggling. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiano let out a long breath of relief. Although she knew Yi Bei-nian's ability, she still unconsciously cried out in worry when she saw that thrilling scene just now. At this time, Lin Xiano realized that her cell phone camera was facing nowhere, and hurriedly picked it up. The crowd in the live broadcast room had already been so anxious that they were frantically swiping the screen. Xiano, you're killing me. Right, was the knife-wielding man stopped? Is that Bei-nian that Xiao Niao shouted out to the handsome man who saw justice? I think so. I wonder what's going on now. I'm in a hurry. Oh no, say something. Seeing the crowd of people in the live broadcast who were concerned about the situation over here, Lin Xiano was moved to point the camera at Yi Bei-nian's side, then turned it back to himself, his eyes moistening as he said excitedly, "He's fine. The thugs have been stopped. Thank you everyone." The attentive fans in the live broadcast room heard Lin Xiano use the word he directly, and someone asked, "Xiano, is that your boyfriend? It looks like you care about him a lot." Right. I sensed something was wrong from that startled cry of hers. That guy is tall and handsome. He's practically my dream boyfriend. Being asked by the crowd like this, Lin Xiano shyly bit her lower lip and smiled sweetly, before saying after a while, "We've also just finalized our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend." Instantly many male fans in the live broadcast room burst into tears. "Ah, heavens ah, let me face the wall for a while. My goddess ah, my dream was instantly shattered. We don't want to eat this wave of dog food." The first fan on the list named our song directly left a message. "Goodbye, take care of yourself. I won't be coming back. Thanks again for your company and good luck, Lin Xiano." She couldn't have imagined that by announcing a relationship in the live broadcast room, there would be people who just wanted to see themselves while watching the live broadcast. Instantly, no one in the live broadcast room uttered another word. At this time, someone also saw Lin Xiano's embarrassment in the camera and changed the topic. "Xiano, are you still live streaming today?" After a while, she continued to leave a message. "I'm talking about speaking live." Lin Xiano guffawed. "There's still something going on today. I might be late when I go back to school, so the live broadcast has been rescheduled for next week." "Good, I'll wait." Seeing someone respond in the live stream, others followed with messages. "I'll wait too. I still have a puzzle here that I want to laugh at you to solve." "Oh no." Lin Xiano quickly smiled at the screen and said, "If you have a problem, you can send it to my mailbox. I'll definitely reply when I see it." On the other side, the knife-wielding man had already been subdued, and then the nearby police arrived and took him onto the police car. Ding! The daily task of stopping the knife-wielding man has been completed. Reward has been issued. Yi Bei-nian walked up to Lin Xiano and asked, "What's going on?" seeing Yi Beinian standing beside her. Lin Xiano hurriedly said to the screen, "I'm off first, bye." After saying that, she turned off the live broadcast, seeing Lin Xiano beaming and scowling from the moment she turned off her phone. Yi Beinian smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" Lin Xiano, who had her head lowered, raised her eyes to look at Yi Beinian. She wanted to say that you just scared me to death, but when she got to the edge of her mouth, she changed her words and said, "I just announced in the live broadcast that I'm in love with you. Guess what?" Yi Beinian smiled and shook his head. "Guess not." Lin Xiano stomped her foot and said in petulant anger, "My list 1 fan is gone." After saying that she then said, "I'm really convinced that I'm just a problem-solving anchor. Can't I fall in love?" Yi Beinian gently smiled and placed his hands on her shoulders. "I thought it was something. I'll be your fan from now on." Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinian with surprise. "Are you telling the truth?" Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. "Of course, and is no. 1. Lin Xiano jumped up at once. Her legs wrapped tightly around Yi Beinian's body, tightly embraced Yi Beinian's neck, burying her head in his neck. "Beinian, you're so nice." The worry she just had, coupled with this worry and joy, suddenly made her nose sour. Yi Beinian looked at her childish temperament. Spoiled lightly laughed, "How still crying nose?" Lin Xiano didn't raise her head. "How could I? Quickly go to the old grandpa it." "Good." Yi Beinian knew that Lin Xiano would be red-eyed, and it was not good to raise her head for others to see. Yi Beinian held her and walked out from D-Pin Makeup Trading Company. The crowd had taken out their cell phones and carted the shots. They all could not have imagined that the man who had defied the danger and subdued the thugs the moment before was so gentle at this moment, making it inconvenient for them all to go up and disturb their two-person world. Yi Beinian kept holding Lin Xiaoyi and walked to the car, opened the door and gently placed her on the driver's seat. Hooking his lips, he smiled. "All right, no one's here now. You can come down now." Only then did Lin Xiano slowly raise her head up, seeing that there was indeed no one there. Before she let go of Yi Beinian, Yi Beinian reached out to fasten her seatbelt for her. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Xiano quickly kissed him on the lips, then sat up straight as if nothing had happened. "Quickly send the car and drive away. Grandpa is still waiting for us." Yi Beinian favored a smile, gently scraped at the tip of her nose, dragging out his voice and said, "Good." Waiting until Yi Beinian just sat in the driver's seat, he looked at Lin Xiano sideways and said very seriously, "I'm a person who dislikes suffering losses. What should I do?" Lin Xiano opened her big innocent eyes and said doubtfully, "Ha?" Yi Beinian frowned. "I was just stolen kissed by someone. It's a big loss." Hey! Chapter 63, the people chasing him could form a soccer team. Swish! Lin Xiano's face instantly turned red, looking down at her knees with lowered eyebrows, not uttering a word. Yi Beinian stretched out his long and slender arm to gather Lin Xiaoyo towards himself, lowered his head to capture her red lips and kissed her. Lin Xiano first froze. Not long after Eliam also responded to Yi Beinian. A kiss ended. Yi Beinian still tilted his body. His fingers gently stroked/touched Lin Xiano's thin lips. His starry eyes, as clear as a spring, were full of smiles. Only after a long time did Lin Xiano look at Yi Beinian and said coyly in a low voice, "Hurry up and go. Grandpa is still waiting for us." Only then did Yi Beinian sit up straight, fasten his seatbelt, start the car and drive in the direction of the sanatorium. When they arrived at the sanatorium, the security guard at the entrance was warm and tight when he saw Lin Xiano and Yi Beinian. Not only did they not make any inquiries, the security guard even sent the two of them some distance towards the courtyard. Lin Xiano laughed. "You don't need to send us, we know the way." The security guard looked at Yi Beinian and smiled honestly. "Okay, just walk a little further in and you'll be there." After saying that, the security guard folded his body and walked backwards. Looking at the back of the security guard, Lin Xiano asked suspiciously, "Don't you think the security guard is a bit too attentive today?" Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "It seems to be a bit." When they arrived at Lin Jingqing's residence, they saw his old man standing far away from the courtyard entrance. Seeing Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyi, Lin Zhengqing greeted him smilingly. "Alas, you guys finally came, making this old man of mine wait so well." Lin Xiano smiled and went forward to hold Lin Jingqing's arm. "Grandpa, how did you know we're here? You even purposely waited here." Lin Jingqing immediately narrowed his eyes into slits with joy. "Your grandpa, I'm a clairvoyant." Lin Xiano bristled, looked at Yi Beinian, and did not speak. Lin Jingqing pulled Yi Beinian's hand and said with a smile, "Go, my new research project. There are several difficult points that I don't quite understand. Let's explore." Yi Beinian, this. Lin academician, what project you research? He was tempted to say that it was just a system delivery. In reality, he wasn't even a layman. Lin Jingqing seriously returned. "I'm researching cancer immunization vaccines." Yi Beinian was in deep admiration. "I can't imagine that academician Lin has his heart set on the people. As far as I know, there are more than 10. 000 people diagnosed with cancer in our country every day. So, I want to use the rest of my life to make a small contribution to the people's health. Yi Beinian was inwardly criticizing. Is this what we call a small contribution? Lin Xiano on the side looked at Lin Zhengqing adoringly. Grandpa, you are simply too great. Lin Zhengqing lightly grunted in feigned anger. Alright, just say don't kiss ass. Saying this he picked up a stack of information on a chair in the room and walked over to Yi Beinian. This is some difficult problems I've encountered. You give me a little bit of advice. Yi Beinian took the information and looked at it. Those words individually he recognized, but together that was the words knew him. He did not know the words ah. Yi Beinian smiled awkwardly. Lin academician, I have not dabbled in this area. I may not be able to give you any reference. Seeing Lin Jingqing's disappointed eyes, Yi Beinian ghostly then added, but I can go back and take a good look at the information in this area and study it. Hearing Yi Beinian say this, Lin Jingqing's heart instantly rekindled hope. Good. You can go back and study it properly. Yi Beinian nodded. At this time, a sharp cell phone ringtone sounded. Yi Beinian took a look. It was Su Jigang calling, and said politely to Lin Zhengqing, Academician Lin, I'm going to take a call. Lin Zhengqing nodded. Only then did Yi Beinian press the answer button and headed out of the house. Yi Beinian's low voice asked, what is it? Only then did Su Jigang on the other end of the phone say, there's a major discovery on the company side. That Chun Yingying and the deceased Xiang Yuhua liked a boy. Well, check further down. It's best to find out what kind of interactions there were between them that night. Good. After hanging up the phone and walking back inside, Lin Xiano asked with a smile, what is it? Yi Beinian answered truthfully, it's that there's progress in the previous case. Good thing. Although the two were exchanging a few normal sentences, their eyes' love unconsciously flowed out. Lin Jingqing sat there looking at his granddaughter and then at Yi Beinian. For a long time he asked smilingly, are you guys in a situation? Lin Xiano blinked her eyes. Her hand directly took hold of Yi Beinian and smiled sweetly. Beinian is now my boyfriend. Don't tell my parents they don't know yet. Lin Zhengqing looked behind them and smiled awkwardly. Probably can't do what you want. Lin Xiano had just finished speaking when Fei Shiyun, who had walked to the door, asked in an inaudible tone, what is it don't tell us Hearing his mother's voice, Lin Xiano hastily drew back the hand placed in the crook of Yi Beinian's arm as if electrocuted. Hastily turning back around, she exclaimed, Mom and Dad, when did you guys come? Yan Shiyun snorted coldly, we just arrived, but we won't be hearing important information. Lin Xiano instantly lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Yi Beinian stepped forward and directly swept Lin Xiano into his arms. Auntie, Xiano and I have already established our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. I hope you can give us your blessing. Yan Shiyun glared at Yi Beinian. Didn't you say last time you came that you weren't going to chase my family's Xiano? Yi Beinian shrugged his shoulders. I only said it was temporary last time. Yan Shiyun still wanted to speak. Lin Xiano raised her head violently and yelled at Yan Shiyun. I'm your daughter, not a mannequin. I'll have my own preferences too. Mom and Dad, I've grown up. After saying this Lin Xiano reddened her eyes and pulled Yi Beinian to run outside. Xiano. Yan Shiyun wanted to chase after her. Lin Xiaoxing hurriedly pulled her back. You let the child go by himself. Yan Shiyun looked at Lin Xiano's back, then looked at Lin Xiaoxing. Uneasy, but, Lin Xiaoxing sighed. Maybe we can try letting go, so the child feels happy and we won't be so tired. Feast Shiyun frowned and didn't say a word. At this time, Lin Zhengqing walked over and snorted coldly. Nonsense. Yi Beinian is such an outstanding talent. The people chasing him should be able to form a soccer team. You guys are still here. Ugh, my heart Saying this, he covered his heart with a pained look. Banquet Shiyun hurriedly defended. I didn't dislike him. It's just that as soon as I heard Xiaoyo say that he was going to hide it from us, my heart didn't feel pain for a moment. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxing at the side suddenly thought of something and asked suspiciously, Dad, what do you mean by an outstanding talent like Yi Beinian? Lin Jingqing pointed back and forth between Banquet Shiyun and Lin Xiaoxing and said angrily, you two are confused. Chapter 64, The Waves Push the Front Waves. Banquet Shiyun and Lin Xiaoxing were both cloudy and confused. Lin Xiaoxing shrunk his head and timidly asked, Dad, can you make it clearer? Humph. Lin Jingqing snorted coldly and glared at Lin Xiaoxing with slanted eyes. Who do you guys think the young man's surname G is that I was talking about the other day? Lin Xiaoxing and Banquet Shiyun looked at each other, and both of them said in unison, Dad, you can't be talking about Yi Beinian. Humph. What did you guys think? Boom. Lin Xiaoxing and Yan Shiyun both stood there straight as if they were struck by lightning. It was only after a long time that Lin Xiaoxing was the first to react, his face full of incredulity as he asked, he would have such achievements at such a young age? What did you guys think? He was the one who gave me the stem cell matrix reconstruction technique before. It's really the latter waves pushing the former waves. Bravo! Lin Zhengqing said with a satisfied smile on his face. Lin Xiaoxing hurriedly paused and said, Dad, why didn't you say so earlier? What era do you think it's in? And what kind of thinking do you guys still have? Banquet Shiyun smiled awkwardly and said, we're also afraid that Xiano will suffer when she marries in the future, so that we can keep an eye out for that silly girl in advance. Lin Xiaoxing stood there for a moment and turned to walk out. Behind him, Lin Zhengqing shouted, where are you going? I'm going to chase after Xiano and the girls. Alright, they should have all left long ago. Then, what about that? Let's have a family dinner some other day. Hearing his dad say this, Lin Xiaoxing was like eating a tranquilizer, smiling back. Good. On the other side, Xiaoyi pulled Yi Beinian and ran out of the sanatorium, straight to the car parked in the distance. Yi Beinian saw that she was eager to sit in the car and quickly pressed the car open. Lin Xiano red eyes, pulling hard on the car handle, pulled several times in a row, but could not open the door. Yi Beinian gently swept her into his arms from behind and softly said, relax. He could feel that Lin Xiano, under the harsh discipline of her parents for years and years, had already resisted the arrangements they had made for her in her heart. Lin Xiano turned back and hugged Yi Beinian, burying her face in front of his chest, and said in a muffled voice with a sobbing tone, why don't they ever ask me how I feel? Yi Beinian gently patted her back with his hand and softly said, they are also concerned about you, it's just that the method may not be right. I also sometimes comfort myself like this, but I feel like I've been pressurized by them. I feel like there's less and less fresh good air around me to breathe. Why don't you have a nice talk with your parents someday? I don't want to. They always think I'm a child's mind and don't listen to me at all. I'll accompany you. Hearing Yi Beinian say this, Lin Xiano tilted up her watery eyes and looked at Yi Beinian and asked, really? Yi Beinian nodded his head affirmatively. He smoothly pulled open the car door and lightly rubbed the top of her head. Don't think too much. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow will be a good mood again. Looking at such a warm-hearted Yi Beinian, Lin Xiaoyi broke into a smile and nodded heavily. Aha! The next day, Yi Beinian just woke up and heard his cell phone ringing. When he answered the phone, Su Jigane's voice came from inside. Boss, I stared at Chen Yingying for a day yesterday, and I always felt that she seemed to have something particularly heavy on her mind, and it seems like she's in a hurry to find Chen Haoyang. Yi Bei gave a young continue to keep an eye on everyone's every move. Yes, the first class in the morning was math and logical thinking. Yi Beinian didn't have the heart to listen to the class at all. Closing his eyes and thinking about all the information he had seen in the public/security bureau, he always felt that something was wrong somewhere. His mind went through the information again like a movie. While he was thinking, the math teacher on the podium, Situ Yi, heavily tapped the blackboard eraser and looked at Yi Beinian who had his eyes closed and angrily said, Yi Beinian. Hearing the teacher call out to himself, Yi Beinian hastily opened his eyes. Teacher, you called out to me? Is my class that boring? Letting you start chatting with the god of the week in the first class in the morning. Why don't I set up a bed for the back of the classroom so you can chat properly? Yi Beinian. The surrounding students have also long seen him there with his eyes closed for a long time, and then heard the teacher say this. They all laughed out loud. Yi Beinian said in a hurry, Teacher, I closed my eyes as not sleep, but seriously listen to your class again. Situ looked at Yi Beinian who was full of words and snorted coldly. Listening to the lesson with your eyes closed? Yi Beinian nodded seriously. Right, good. Since you said you're listening, I'll come up with a question and you give me the answer. After saying that, Situ turned around and blah 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 listed an arithmetic question on the blackboard. Turning back to Yi Beinian, he said, solve it. Yi Beinian took a look at the question. His mind was like a computer screen. He started to do the math, and the formula ended with the root 75. Wow, is this the transcendent level math god? Awesome plus. Situ looks at Yi Beinian. Come up and solve it. The whole class looked as if they were watching a good show. Only Yi Beinian's roommate and Sun Qian looked at Yi Beinian, their faces covered with worry. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. I've already figured out the answer. It's root 75. Situ looked at Yi Beinian for a long time before he slowly turned over his lesson plan and looked at the top which also did say root 75. He said doubtfully, you've seen this question before and memorized the answer? Yi Beinian shook his head. No, this is what I just calculated. Hiss. The class let out a sigh of relief. There were those who admired and those who didn't believe. Situ also looked at Yi Beinian with a look of disbelief. You just calculated it? If you don't believe me, you can ask me a new question. Situ did have doubts in his heart. Good. I'm working on a question. But in his heart, he was thinking, I'll obey you if you can make this question. Simply because this question was one that he had pondered over for 2 hours yesterday before solving it. When Situ just finished the question, in less than a minute, Yi Beinian directly said the answer. And this minute or Yi Beinian himself graded for 40 seconds. Afraid of too fast shocked the class. Situ heard the answer and couldn't help but burst out. Wow, chow. How did you calculate it? Yi Beinyan side talk does not feel the solution to the problem said again. When he finished speaking, the whole class suddenly quiet. For Yi Beinyan, who had a keen sense of hearing, he even heard that some people had stopped breathing. 10 seconds later, Situyi applauded and said with a smile, "Your solution is too good. It's even easier to understand than the method I thought of yesterday." The whole class followed suit and applauded. The ones who worked the hardest were of course Yi Beinyan's 3 roommates. Du Yajun applauded as he bumped into Yi Beinyan. "Boss Yi, you're deeply hidden." Situyi also excitedly walked to Yi Beinyan. "I still have a few math problems that I can't figure out, so let's meet up some other day to discuss it." After saying that, he changed his words. "No, it should be me asking you for advice." Chapter 65 Awesome Plus. Yi Beinyan waved his hand without blushing and said, "We are learning from each other." Hiss. The 2 teachers and students who had just been at swords drawn were blowing up at each other in a few minutes, causing the entire class to fall in shock. Du Yajun gave Yi Beinyan a thumbs up from under his desk. Boss Yi is knowledgeable, talented, literate. One word bull. Yi Beinyan, Sun Qian, who was sitting in his front row, had a look of adoration and kept looking back at Yi Beinyan, getting Yi Beinyan's answer. Situyi cheerfully walked up to the podium. Everyone should learn from student Yi. People with their eyes closed are actually listening to the class attentively, and their brains are thinking at a rapid pace. And some of our students that can be really chatting with the Duke of Zhou, possibly chatting with their saliva coming out. Ha ha ha. The whole class laughed out loud. After that, the class continued normally for another 10 minutes or so, and when he heard the bell ring, Situyi said, "That's all we have for this class." He looked at Yi Beinyan again. "Remember, we just made an appointment to study together." Oh. Yi Beinyan smiled and nodded. "No problem." Only then was Situyi satisfied and walked out of the classroom. Watching the teacher go out of the classroom, the students gathered around. "Beinyan, you actually made the arrogant Situyi bow down and said something about learning from you. Awesome plus. Right. You answered that difficult question in less than a minute. It can be said to be a myth in the math class." At this time, Du Yajun stood on his tiptoes and put his arm around Yi Beinyan's shoulder. "Flirting, Boss Yi. I really want to increase my height by 10 centimeters. Put on a mask and pretend to be you, and accept the admiration of the crowd as well." Ha ha ha. Yi Beinyan laughed. You suddenly thought of something in his head, excitedly gripped Du Yajun's shoulders. This time you've helped me a lot." Under the puzzled gaze of Du Yajun as well as the crowd, Yi Beinyan walked towards the outside of the classroom and looked back at Du Yajun. "Remember to take leave for me in the next class." Du Yajun nodded blankly and muttered, "What the hell?" Yi Beinyan exited the school gate, came directly to the parking lot, and drove straight to the Chenglai District Public/Security Bureau. Arriving at the Public/Security Bureau, Yi Beinyan went straight to Wang Jiangwo's office, knocking on the door a few times. Without waiting for the person inside to respond, he straightly pushed open the door and walked in. Wang Jiangwo, who was making a phone call with his back turned, heard someone come in, and reprimanded with a face full of displeasure, "Who let you in?" Turning back, he saw Yi Beinyan. His face immediately showed joy, and hurriedly hung up on the phone and said, "I have something on this side. I'll call you later." Said, no longer say more, directly hung up the phone, hurriedly walked to Yi Beinyan in front. "You came, is not the case has new progress?" Yi Beinyan shook his head. "I just thought of a suspicion. I want to look at the previous surveillance again." Hearing that there was a doubt, that proved that the case was expected to move forward. Wang Jiangwo hurriedly took out the key to the conference room from the drawer and said to Yi Beinyan, "Go, I'll take you to see it now." The conference room information has not moved at all. After Yi Beinyan had read the information before, Wang Jiangwo directly took the conference room key in his hand. Sitting in the conference room, Yi Beinyan read the information about Xiang Yuhua and Chen Yingying over and over again a few times. This time, his previous suspicions were even affirmed. After reading it, Yi Beinyan muttered, "Strange." Wang Jiangwo hurriedly asked, "Where do you have doubts?" Yi Beinyan, who was carefully watching the surveillance data, did not answer Wang Jiangwo's words. Yi Beinyan dragged the surveillance video with his mouse until he saw a car walk into the alley where Xiang Yuhua disappeared that night. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Check out the owner of a van with the license plate Chang'e KN 948. Seeing Yi Beinyan hang up the phone, Wang Jiangwo hurriedly came forward and asked, "You think this car is suspicious?" Yi Beinyan frowned. "Everything still has to wait for the destination of this car." "Right, then call up the surveillance of this car in the whole city that night." Wang Jiangwo nodded repeatedly. "Good. I'll immediately arrange for someone to retrieve all the surveillance of this car." "How long will it take?" "The surveillance from 5 years ago. It will probably take at least 3 to 4 hours to retrieve it." Yi Beinyan frowned. "So long. Then I'll go back to school first. I still have class in the afternoon." Wang Jiangwo nodded his head repeatedly. "Okay, I'll send you a message when it's all found." "Good." It's best to find out who owned this car back in the day. If it's been scrapped, it's best to find out whose name the vehicle was under when it was scrapped. Good. In the afternoon, Yi Bei-nian, who was in class, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate in his pocket, quietly took it out, and saw that it was from Su Jigang. 5 years ago the car was at a car rental agency named Tianyi, and at the time it was scrapped. It was in Chen Haoyang's name. Yi Bei-nian hooked his lips and smiled. I can't imagine that Su Jigang's ability to do his job is quite strong. This speed is much faster than the public/security bureau. Getting such an answer, Yi Bei-nian, more sure of his own guess, slender fingers under the table quickly knocked out a line of words. Check what entanglements Xiang Yuhua and Chen Yingying had back then. Remember to keep an eye on Chen Yingying. Okay. Yi Bei-nian had just put his cell phone into his pocket shortly before it vibrated again. He quietly mimed his cell phone out again and saw that it was Wang Jiangwo, who hastily opened the message and looked at it. The screen reads, the vehicle 5 years ago monitoring has been found. The owner of the car is the beginning of the Tianyi car rental agency. The back and then turn the car sold to the Chen Haoyang. Yi Bei-nian returned, good. I just know. I'll come over after school. Wang Jiangwo on the other end of the phone froze and looked at the cell phone in his hand, muttering, this case is getting more and more lost. In the afternoon, just after class, Yi Bei-nian went straight to Chenglai District Public/Security Bureau. Sitting in the conference room, Yi Bei-nian looked at the van in the city as if it was intentionally going round and round, and finally drove into the alley where Xiang Yuhua disappeared. The car drove into the alley and drove out again not long after. At this time, Yi Bei-nian's cell phone rang. Just connected. Inside rang Su Jigang's excited voice. Boss, you guess what is the relationship between Xiang Yuhua and Chen Yingying? Yi Bei-nian raised his eyebrows. I don't really like guessing. Su Jigang stuttered. Boss, you probably wouldn't have guessed how. Xiang Yuhua and Chen Yingying are actually BFFs and like the same man at the same time. Named Han Liang. Han Liang looks like of course he likes Xiang Yuhua very much. After Xiang Yuhua disappeared, Chen Yingying launched a fierce pursuit of Han Liang. After that the two of them got together. Su Jigang spoke eloquently about gossip. Yi Bei-nian listened to him blather for half a day before he finished, hooking his lips and smiling. You continue to monitor Chen Yingying. Alright, boss. Hanging up the phone, Yi Bei-nian said to Wang Jiangwo next to him, can you interrogate Chen Yingying again? Chapter 66, effective. Even look at men with the same vision. Yi Bei-nian had just finished speaking and felt that the word interrogation was not the right word to use. He hurriedly changed his words and said, what I mean is to find her to understand something. No problem. I'll inform her to come over now. With that, Wang Jiangwo took out his cell phone to make a call. Yi Bei-nian said, press the speakerphone. Although Wang Jiangwo was puzzled, he still opened the speakerphone without hesitation. Not long after, the phone was connected, and a beautiful female voice came from inside. Hello, who is it? Wang Jiangwo quickly and politely back. Hello, I am Chenglai District Public Security Bureau of Wang Jiangwo. We would like to learn about 5 years ago on the phase of some of the situation of Yuhua. You can come to a bureau? Wang Jiangwo finished speaking for half a day, but Chen Yingying did not say anything. He looked at Yi Bei-nian and tentatively said into the cell phone, hello, are you listening? Only then did Chen Yingying on the opposite side seem to wake up as if from a dream. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just busy with something else. Can you repeat it? Wang Jiangwo, I said, I want to ask you to come to the bureau to ask something about some things related to Xiang Yuhua who disappeared 5 years ago. Wang Jiangwo patiently repeated, no problem, I'll be there in a while. Chen Yingying answered nicely. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwo said cheerfully, this Chen Yingying is quite cooperative. Yi Bei-nian said meaningfully, you'll know when you come in a while. Wang Jiangwo originally thought that Chen Yingying would arrive in half an hour at most, but as a result, he and Yi Bei-nian waited for nearly an hour before Chen Yingying slowly arrived. Just walking to the conference room, Chen Yingying looked at Wang Jiangwo with a smile and said loudly, sorry, I'm late. When she saw Yi Bei-nian beside Wang Jiangwo, she exclaimed, it's you. Wang Jiangwo looked at Yi Bei-nian and Chen Yingying with a smile and asked, you guys know each other? Yi Bei-nian sat there and did not say anything. He just looked at Chen Yingying with a smiling face. Chen Yingying had a cold face. Don't know each other. Wang Jiangwo. After mixing in the police world for so many years, the smooth Wang Jiangwo quickly reacted and laughed. Then let me introduce. This is our officer Yi Bei-nian. Chen Yingying condescendingly nodded to Yi Bei-nian. Yi Bei-nian still maintained his previous look. The whole Chen Yingying immediately felt a little uncomfortable in her heart and said with an angry face, what are you looking at me smiling all the time? Yi Bei-nian raised his eyebrows. Of course I smile when I see a beautiful woman. Is it normal for me to see you crying? Chen Yingying hurriedly retorted. Your smile is not normal at all. After saying that, she felt that it was wrong and hurriedly changed her words. What I mean is that there is no way you can smile at someone like that. Yi Bei-nian pretended to be puzzled, looked at Wang Jiangwo sideways and asked, is my smile not normal? Wang Jiangwo shook his head. Didn't think so. Yi Bianian looked at Chen Yingying again and asked with a smile. Look, one team said that my smile is normal. Does it mean that you have a ghost in your heart to feel that my smile has changed its flavor? Chen Yingying hastily retorted. You're the one with a ghost in your heart. After saying that, she added with an unhappy face. What do you guys want to ask quickly? I still have things to do over there. I heard that you and Xiang Yuhua are very good girlfriends. Faced with Yi Beinian's sudden reversal of questioning, Chen Yingying's face revealed a strange expression before easing down extremely quickly. We are very good girlfriends. I heard that she was very good friends with Han Liang, your current boyfriend. At the time, Yi Beinian said without any tone. Chen Yingying suddenly became agitated and said, who said they were boyfriend and girlfriend? Han Liang didn't even like her at that meeting. Wang Jiangwo. There was a catfight. Yi Beinian smiled, but at that time, Han Liang didn't seem to like you either. That's what he said when he was just questioned. Wang Jiangwo. Obviously they didn't question Han Liang, and the name Han Liang was the first time he had heard of it. Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not make a sound and tried his best to be an onlooker and listener. Chen Yingying instantly sat paralyzed on the sofa, muttering, he even said that. Yi Beinian took in Chen Yingying's expression. After a long time, Chen Yingying straightened up. I'm sorry, remembering the past has evoked some sadness. Saying this, she also pretended to wipe a few tears. After all, Yuhua and I are like sisters. Yi Beinian smiled and nodded. Well, it's a very good relationship. Even look at men in the same way and like the same man. Chen Yingying lightly bit her lower lip and did not speak. At this time, Yi Beinian opened the projector. The mouse tapped on the computer. The screen immediately projected an image of two girls walking hand in hand through the mall. Yi Beinian loosened his grip on the mouse and said, do you still remember this image? Chen Yingying stared at the screen as if she was trying to remember. For a long time, as if she just remembered, she pointed at the screen and laughed. This was 1 year when I had a birthday. Yuhua had to drag me to the mall to let me pick my own birthday gift, she said with a happy look, then sighed. Ever since she died, no one has ever dragged me to go shopping properly for a birthday gift. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. Didn't they all say she was missing 5 years ago? How do you say she died after this? Chen Yingying was nervous and didn't know what to say. Her mind was spinning. Wasn't it just a few days ago that her body was found? I didn't know she was dead before either. Yi Beinian gave a meaningful oh. Oh. He picked up the mouse again and flicked on the computer, releasing a video. The video was of two young girls walking down the street together. Only both of them were in back view. When the video finished playing, Yi Beinian looked at Chen Yingying. Is this video familiar? Chen Yingying smiled back. This is me and Yuhua playing together on the street. Yi Beinian looked at the screen, frowned and asked, but how can I not tell which one is you and which one is Yuhua? Chen Yingying laughed. Our backs are very similar. You just need to look closely and you'll realize which one is me and which one is Yuhua. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's so. I looked at the two of you like a back. Chen Yingying nodded. Well, people who are not familiar with us think we are the same person. So you put on Xiang Yuhua's jacket to create the illusion that she walked into the homecoming alley. Yi Beinian said, pulling up the previous surveillance where Xiang Yuhua ended up disappearing. Boom! Chen Yingying's face turned white. After talking for half a day, it turned out to be waiting for her here. She suddenly remembered that before the police station, her own brother Chen Haoyang repeatedly instructed, what they say you flatly deny. There is no evidence pointing to you. Thinking of this, Chen Yingying's tone became firm. You can't say this nonsense. That person is clearly Yuhua. Chapter 67 The Human Epidermis Shedding DNA. Listening to Chen Yingying's sophistry, Yi Beinian was not in a hurry to refute it and said with a smile, I'll analyze it now. Where did you just come here from? Is it your place of residence? Or the company? It takes at most half an hour to come here, but you spent an hour. Why? Chen Yingying nervously pinched the edge of her wool skirt with both hands. Didn't I already say that when I first came here? I have something to do. Let me guess. What business do you have? Looking for your good brother Chen Haoyang? Yi Beinian had a smiling look on his face, not at all like he was interrogating, but the questions he asked were sharp and incomparable. Being asked 2 questions in a row by Yi Beinian, Chen Yingying became like a cat with open teeth and claws. What? I can't have something to look for my brother? Of course you can. I guess you're looking for Chen Haoyang should be about coming to the bureau today. I don't need to report to you guys about what I'm looking for my brother for. Chen Yingying said, looking sideways at Wang Jiangwo, who was at the side without saying a word. What do you think, Team Wang? Wang Jiangwo, who was listening intently, was suddenly asked, and hastily laughed. No. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. It's true that we can't control your personal matters, but what if it involves Xiang Yuhua's case? Yi Beinian said and picked up his cell phone and pressed on it. Said, Chen Haoyang just happens to be a classmate with me. Maybe I can ask him? The phone was connected. Yi Beinian said directly into the cell phone. Your sister has admitted the case of Xiang Yuhua back then. You Chen Yingying was asked by Yi Beinian before. Her heart's defense had become weak, and at this moment, she heard Yi Beinian say this to Chen Haoyang. She hurriedly jumped up, snatched Yi Beinian's cell phone and shouted, I said it all, but this matter has nothing to do with my brother. Yi Beinian, who had been robbed of his cell phone, just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Chen Yingying picked up the cell phone in her hand and looked at it. Did not call, angrily said. You lied to me. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. If you do not have a weak heart, how to cheat also? There are no other problems. No, then I will go first, Chen Yingying said as she got up and headed out. Yi Beinian instantly got up and stopped Chen Yingying's way. We are now detaining you, suspecting that you are related to the Xiang Yuhua case. As he spoke, Yi Beinian was no longer smiling as before, but had a serious look on his face. Seeing Yi Beinian's sudden change of face, and then looking at Wang Jiangwo, Chen Yingying said in a trembling voice, I want to see my parents. I want to see my lawyer. Yi Beinian sneered. You will see all of these. We are now starting the formal interrogation. After saying this, he walked straight out the door, and when he reached the door, he saw the frozen Wang Jiangwo behind him. Bring her to the interrogation room. After saying that, he walked directly in the direction of the interrogation room. Wang Jiangwo sat next to him and also heard a 1, 2, 3. He got up and looked at Chen Yingying, smiled and said, Miss Chen, please. Chen Yingying faced a burst of white, a burst of red. See Wang Jiangwo, that indisputable look, can only slowly follow behind Yi Beinian, toward the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Chen Yingying sat down on the interrogation chair, her feet involuntarily together, her hands clasping her nails. The long thin nails would be broken by her at any time. All of a sudden, only a few people's slight breathing sounds could be heard in the interrogation room. Yi Beinian also did not speak, sitting there all the time staring at the opposite side of Chen Yingying. After a long time, he spoke. That. Chen Yingying, who was suffering inwardly, suddenly heard Yi Beinian speak and violently raised her head and said eagerly, I won't say anything without seeing my lawyer. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and sneered. You cannot speak, just listen to what I have to say. I will now tell you the entire process of your crime in detail. I didn't kill anyone. Why do you have to say it was me? Chen Yingying slapped her hands hard against the interrogation chair. When I finish, I hope you can still say that. Yi Beinian's eyes narrowed slightly, paused for a few seconds, and continued. It's true that you and Xiang Yuhua were BFFs, but it was only until you met Han Liang, and you both fell in love with Han Liang at the same time. But it was Xiang Yuhua that Han Liang liked. On the night of Xiang Yuhua's disappearance, you had an altercation at a class reunion, and the long-term depression and the conflict that night gave you the idea to kill Xiang Yuhua. You lured Xiang Yuhua to your place, and perhaps after another dispute, you knocked her out in a fit of anger. You then sought the help of your brother, Chen Haoyang, and after discussing the matter, decided that you would put on Xiang Yuhua's clothes and shoes and pretend to be her as you walked into the alleyway home, which also got rid of your suspicion. It also fully explains why Xiang Yuhua's jacket and shoes disappeared. Then Chen Haoyang drove the van and picked you up from inside, and then you and Chen Haoyang buried Xiang Yuhua under the cherry tree in the courtyard of your house. Yi Beinian analyzed and described the process of the case in one breath. After Chen Yingying listened to it, she stared at Yi Beinian with wide eyes, trembling/shaking, and looking at Yi Beinian in horror. This person was too terrifying, as if he was right there at the scene. Wang Jiangwo also looked at Yi Beinian incredulously. How could there be such meticulous reasoning, clear thinking? The entire case was extremely terrifying when thought through. Yi Beinian looked at Chen Yingying and asked in a cold voice, Chen Yingying, what else do you have to say? Chen Yingying, who was still trembling just now, suddenly calmed down. These are all your guesses. Before there is no evidence. Please don't slander me. Beware of me suing you for slander. Is that so? It seems that you are not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. To tell you the truth, nowadays the technology is developed. It is completely possible to detect the human epidermis shedding DNA on the clothes of the deceased. I believe that the above you and your younger brother Chen Haoyang should be the most. Chen Haoyang. Yi Beinian just said half. Chen Yingying covered her face and cried bitterly. My brother has nothing to do with this matter. It was all done by me alone. So you admit to killing Xiang Yuhua? Yi Beinian asked. Chen Yingying removed the hand covering her face, already covered in tears, but her tone of voice carried a ferocity. Xiang Yuhua, she knew that I liked Han Liang, yet she still agreed to Han Liang's quest to be his girlfriend. What did she take me for? So you killed her? Chen Yingying excitedly returned. Yes, I killed her. After saying this, she sat down on the interrogation chair as if she was relieved, and continued. This incident has made it difficult for me to sleep and eat for 5 years, living in constant fear. I'm afraid of the dark, afraid to stay in a place where no one is around, said Chen Yingying, patting her chest/mouth, looking at Yi Beinian and Wang Jiangwo, excitedly said, you guys will never understand how I lived these 5 years. After saying that, she directly closed her eyes and stopped talking. Wang Jiangwo inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, this murder case was a love murder. After recording the interrogation notes, Wang Jiangwo gave a wink to Yi Bianian and the two of them walked out of the interrogation room together. Since we can test the human epidermis shedding DNA on the deceased's clothing, why don't we test it directly? Still having to go around in circles for so long. This sentence Wang Jiangwo did not ask. Chapter 68. I'll bury her under a tree if you say you like her. The deceased had previously attended a class reunion, and the epidermis on the clothing shedding DNA is too large a target. I also before have been wondering Xiang Yuhua are almost home. How will be buried under the tree again? Determined to be the work of their siblings, will also narrow the scope of the test. Only at the same time there is Chen Haoyang's DNA. The whole case, Yi Bianian explains seriously. Wang Jiangwo nodded in realization. Oh, at this time, an electronic voice sounded. Ding! The host has completed one of the detective's mainline tasks, solving the case of the female corpse under the tree. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to check. Yi Bianian smiled and said to Wang Jiangwo, it's late now, so I'll go back to school first. You take care of the rest. The case was solved. Wang Jiangwo returned in a good mood. Good. At this time, the cell phone rings. Yi Bianian picks it up to see that it's an unfamiliar number. Frowning as he walks outside and picks up the phone. Hello, Bianian. I'm Uncle Lin. That's Xiaoya's father. On Saturday we would like to invite you to our home for a casual dinner. Yi Bianian. Why did he suddenly remember to invite him for dinner? Could it be a hongmen banquet? Thinking of the fact that he had already promised Xiano to act as a bridge of communication between her and her parents, regardless of whether it was a hongmen banquet or not, he had to go through the motions. Good, then I'll have to bother you and Auntie on Saturday. Yi Bianian agreed with his mouth full. Lin Xiaoxing didn't expect Yi Bianian to agree so readily and smiled. Then it's a deal. After Yi Bianian left, Wang Jiangwo called to notify Chen Yingying's parents. After all, he had locked up someone's daughter. Not long after, Chen Nan and Xiao Xiu hurriedly rushed to the public/security bureau. Seeing Wang Jiangwo, Chen Nan eagerly asked, Team Wang, what did my daughter commit? Wang Jiangwo got up from his office chair, walked to the water dispenser, and said while pouring water, don't be in a hurry. Sit down first. He poured a cup of tea for Chen Nan and Xiao Xiu respectively, before pulling a chair and sitting opposite the two of them. Wang Jiangwo said seriously, I'll say it later. You two must control your emotions. Don't get too excited. Seeing Wang Jiangwo's serious demeanor, Chen Nan and Xiao Xiu looked at each other and nodded their heads in unison. It's like this. Wang Jiangwo briefly said what Chen Yingying had done. After saying that, the office was silent, and none of the three spoke. After a few seconds passed, Chen Nanman asked incredulously, you mean our family Yingying killed someone? Wang Jiangwo nodded. Xiao Xiu stared blankly. How could that be? Our family Yingying would even be heartbroken for a long time when she saw a kitten or puppy get hurt. Chen Yingying confessed to the murder as well as the motive for the murder. After which we will draw a conclusion to this case by extracting her and Chen Haoyang's epidermal shedding DNA from the deceased. Hearing the words Chen Haoyang, Chen Nan directly stood up and exclaimed, what does this have to do with Chen Haoyang? He could be an accomplice. Xiao Xiu excitedly grabbed Chen Nan. You quickly tell Team Wang that our son and daughter wouldn't do such a thing. You quickly tell him. The distracted Chen Nan was shaken by Xiao Xiu and became even more annoyed, angrily saying, can you be quiet for a moment? Xiao Xiu was so frightened by Chen Nan's scolding voice that she immediately let go of her hand. Before long, she sat down paralyzed, covering her face and crying lowly. Chen Nan looked at Xiao Xiu and sighed. He then turned his head to look at Wang Jiangwo and asked, can I meet my daughter? Wang Jiangwo nodded. So he got up and walked towards the outer interrogation room. Follow me. Chen Nan and Xiao Xiu hurriedly followed. When Wang Jiangwo opened the door, he saw Chen Yingying lying on the interrogation chair asleep. Xiao Xiu hurriedly ran over, cupped Chen Yingying's head with both hands and shouted, Yingying, are you alright? Only then did Chen Yingying open her hazy eyes, and when she saw that the people in front of her were her parents, a sad smile appeared on her face. I'm fine. It's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep like today. Seeing the clanking handcuffs on Chen Yingying's hands, Xiao Xiu gently stroked/touched them and reddened her eyes. Yingying, is it true what Team Wang said? She simply did not want to admit that her daughter had killed someone. Chen Yingying bit her lower lip. Her lips bleeding she did not know. Only after a long time did she gently nod her head. Xiao Xiu instantly burst into tears from the tears she tried to control when she walked into the interrogation room, shaking Chen Yingying's shoulders. You're confused. You're ruining you. Chen Yingying trembled. Mom, I know. I regret it too. Chen Nan, who was standing next to him, looked like he had instantly aged many years. I will find the best lawyer for you. He took another deep breath. Fight for the greatest tolerance for you. Chen Yingying gently nodded. At this time, Qian Shenlin pushed the door and walked in. Team Wang, Han Liang is here. Wang looked at Chen Nan, Chen Yingying, and Xiao Xiao. Chen Yingying closed her eyes and whispered, "Let him in." She opened her eyes again and looked at Chen Nan and Xiao Xiao. "Mom and Dad, I want to talk to Han Liang alone." Chen Nan and Xiao Xiao sighed and walked out. Not long after, Wang Jiangwo pushed open the door and Han Liang slowly walked in. Wang Jiangwo slowly brought the door from the outside again. Han Liang stood in the doorway, staring blankly at Chen Yingying sitting in the interrogation chair. Only after a long time did he slowly walk forward and whispered, "You killed someone." Chen Yingying looked at Han Liang with angry eyes and said word for word, "Yes, I killed her." "Killed your beloved Xiang Yuhua?" Han Liang asked in a trembling voice. "Why? Why? You're still asking me why? Ha ha ha." Chen Yingying laughed madly. Han Liang frowned. "You guys are great BFFs. BFFs. Ha ha ha. It's a pity to have fallen in love with the same man. Do you know how much I regret and hate it now? Especially after so many years. You lie beside me at night and still call out Yuhua's name in your sleep talk." Not waiting for Han Liang to speak, Chen Yingying continued, "I only killed her because you loved her. You killed her. Do you know how stupid I was 5 years ago? You said you liked cherry blossoms, so I planted cherry blossoms for you. You said you loved her, so I buried her under a tree. Ha ha ha." Looking at the nearly insane Chen Yingying, Han Liang's teeth warred with anger, pointing angrily at her. "You're just a crazy person." Chen Yingying raised her eyebrows and laughed loudly. "Look how beautiful the cherry blossoms have bloomed these past few years. Don't you like it? You. At this moment, Han Liang didn't know what to say and closed his eyes sorrowfully. Opening his eyes again, he did not say a word, turned around and walked quickly out of the interrogation room. Looking at Han Liang who walked out in a hurry, Chen Yingying laughed out loud. The sound of laughter sounded so miserable. Han Liang had just walked out of the interrogation room. Chen Nan and Xiao Xiao, who knew why their daughter had killed, had long been waiting outside the door. Chapter 69, Disqualified from Actor Casting. Seeing Han Liang come out, Xiao Xiao instantly pounced on him, tugging hard on Han Liang's clothes, crying, "What kind of mesmerizing soup did you say you gave my daughter to drink? So much so that she ghosted her mind and killed for you, and killed her best friend." Han Liang stood there motionless like a log, letting Xiao Xiao vent on himself. He also regretted 10,000 times now. Had he known this, he would have rather stayed away from them. But everything was too late. Chen Nan stood next to him while his clenched fists unclenched and clenched again, and so on and so forth. He was struggling to control himself from punching Han Liang. At this time, Wang Jiangwo and a few others rushed forward and pulled Xiao Xiao back. Wang Jiangwo advised, "Mrs. Chen, please calm down," he said and gave Han Liang a wink. Seeing Xiao Xiao let go of herself, Han Liang hurriedly walked out of the public/security bureau with quick steps. Seeing Han Liang leave, Xiao Xiao was about to chase after him when Wang Jiangwo and a few others pulled her to her death. "Alright, don't make a scene. Isn't it humiliating enough?" Chen Nan roared with distraction. After saying this, he directly walked outside. Xiao Xiao instantly caved in and stopped making a scene. Seeing Chen Nan walking out, crying, she followed him. Chen Nan walked straight to the car and said to the driver, "You send madam back first." Xiao Xiao grunted behind him and asked, "Why are you going?" Chen Nan frowned. "Of course I'm going to think of a solution." The next day, during lunchtime, Yi Bianian wanted to ask Lin Xiano if she knew that her parents were planning to invite him to dinner. Several calls went unanswered. Yi Bianian looked up at Du Yajun who was sitting next to the computer. "Du, ask Zhang Jingjing what Lin Xiano was doing. Why hasn't she answered the phone?" Du Yajun who was playing the game seriously by the computer reacted half a beat slower and responded, "Okay, I'll ask her. She's also on the game." Saying this, he snapped and typed out a string of words on the computer. Banyan asked why Shanyao didn't answer his call. Seeing that Zhang Jingjing didn't reply to the message, Du Yajun was asking again when his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Jingjing calling, even picked it up. "Why don't you say it in the game but call?" Zhang Jingjing, half a day in the game can't say it clearly. Xiao Yi, she just had breakfast this morning and received an interview invitation from Flying Fish Pictures for a new drama. She didn't even attend class in the morning and went to the interview. She should be busy right now. "Oh, I see. I'll give Banyan a word." Hanging up the phone, Du Yajun turned back and was about to tell Yi Banyan, but Yi Banyan said before he could speak, "I know all about it." Du Yajun repeated doubtfully, "You know? You heard it when you called." Yi Bianian said back. Du Yajun exclaimed, "You could hear it?" His cell phone's external voice wasn't big. Yi Bianian only laughed. Du Yajun froze and turned to look at Wu Feiyang who was next to his computer desk. "I just called. Did you hear what Jingjing said?" Wu Feiyang slanted a glance at Du Yajun. "You think I'm a smooth ear?" Receiving Wu Feiyang's reply, Du Yajun turned his gaze back to Yi Banyan. "Are you sure you heard the call? You don't need me to repeat it?" Yi Bianian shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "No need. His hearing is too good to be helped." Du Yajun. At this time, Yi Banyan's cell phone rang. A look is Xiao Niao called. Yi Beinian raised the corners of his mouth and pressed the answer button, elegantly placed on the ear. Hello? Lin Xiano made a whimpering sound and asked, did you just call me? Yi Beinian did not answer Lin Xiano's question, but also frowned with concern and asked, what happened to you? Hearing Yi Beinian's concerned words, Lin Xiano cried out at once, they cancelled my qualification for the selection. Whoops, Yi Beinian hurriedly said, where are you now? I'm at the entrance of Flying Fish Pictures. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Yi Beinian said to the dormitory people while putting on his jacket, I'll go to the entrance of Flying Fish Pictures to pick up Xiao Yi. Pepsi Du Yajun immediately said, I know about Flying Fish Pictures. The biggest shareholder behind it seems to be the Henry Group. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. Henry Group. If he remembered correctly, he should have 30% of Henry Group's shares. After leaving the school gate, Yi Beinian directly stopped a cab at the school gate and rushed to Flying Fish Film and TV Company. Yi Beinian saw Lin Xiaoyi pacing back and forth in front of Flying Fish Pictures from a distance in the car. Hurriedly getting out of the car, Yi Beinian walked towards Lin Xiano in big strides. Seeing Yi Beinian come over, Lin Xiano immediately jumped into his arms and cried, Beinian, they directly cancelled my chance to participate in the audition. Yi Beinian gently pushed Lin Xiano away from his arms, looked at her red eyes and said, don't be anxious, tell us what's going on. Lin Xiano pouted her stubborn mouth. It's not that Lu Zhang Ruyun. She and I are competing for a role, the second female role in this movie, and that boyfriend of hers found a relationship to cast her. The director directly said that there would be no casting for this role. Yi Beinian cupped Lin Xiano's small face. Two thumbs gently wiped the tears off her face. Let's go in. Lin Xiano looked back at the two security guards at the entrance of Flying Fish Pictures. They won't let me in. Yi Beinian pulled his sunglasses out of his pocket, put his hand in his pants pocket, and naturally raised his arm. Go, look at me. Lin Xiano broke into a smile and took Yi Beinian's arm. She was curious how Yi Beinian would do it. The two security guards saw Lin Xiano come back again and said impatiently, I say little girl, Director Zhang has already said that the role you're going to run for has already been booked. You'd better hurry back. Lin Xiano, you. Yi Beiyang patted Lin Xiano's hand and looked at the two security guards. I've come on behalf of the Henry Group to participate in the casting of the play. The two security guards looked at me and I looked at you. One security guard was the first to react. This way please, he said to the other security guard. Quickly go and bite your dong. Yi Beinian and Lin Xiaoyi followed the security guards all the way to the Flying Fish Film and Television's audition site. Just as they stepped through the door, Lu Zhang Ruyun was performing a rivalry scene with the female one on the stage. As for Lu Zhang Ruyun's performance, the people on the stage were secretly shaking their heads, but the director had internalized it, so no one raised any objections, waiting for Lu Zhang Ruyun to finish her performance. Standing in the doorway, Yi Beinian snapped his hands and said, poor articulation of movements, raw language and demeanor. Overall the performance was a failure. Hiss. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd under the stage, each wondering who this person was. Lu Zhang Ruyun, who was standing on the stage, had a burst of white on her face, and in less than 10 seconds, her face returned to its normal color. She stepped on her high heels from the stage to Yi Beinian. Lin Xiao Niao Yi, holding her arms and laughing, I perform even more failure. Always better than some people do not even have the qualification to participate in the competition. P.S. This book, if it meets the pro's taste, please give a 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 70 Henry Group's largest shareholder. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled as he looked at Lu Zhang Ruyun. Unqualified as an actor, but smooth in his work. Count you have self-knowledge. Know that you are not qualified. At this time, the director came over and looked at Lin Xiano. Aren't you the one who just wanted to participate in the audition? Didn't I already say that there would be no audition for this role? Yi Beinian said in a cold voice. It's not up to you to decide whether to cast or not. Lin Xiano also followed and said loudly. That's right. You also sent out an advertisement for this role's audition before. How can you say that there will be no audition? The director frowned at Yi Beinian. Who are you? Before Yi Beinian and Lin Xiano could speak, Lu Zhang Ruyun eagerly pointed at Lin Xiano with her eyes and said, he's the boyfriend of this Lin Xiano who participated in the role casting. The director snorted coldly. There's no room for you to speak here. Lin Xiano snorted softly. You're casting a second female and you're all engaging in insider fakery. I'll expose this drama of yours tomorrow. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled from the side and did not speak. He didn't want people to talk behind his back that Xiano relied on him to get the role because of his involvement. Lu Zhang Ruyun frowned. She also didn't want her to be criticized just because she got a supporting role. She attached her ear and said to the director, Director Oh Yang, this Lin Xiano is a famous Netflix problem-solving anchor with millions of followers, so let her go through the motions, or let her die. Oh Yang he thought about it and nodded, impatiently saying to Lin Xiano, come on, You act out a scene with the female lead fighting over jealousy because she likes the male lead at the same time. Lin Xiano slowly walked to the center of the stage. Su Nan Yen, the female lead on stage for this play, revealed a polite smile and nodded to Lin Xiano. Let's begin. Lin Xiano eagerly held Su Nan Yan's hand. You look even better in person than on the screen. You've always been my role model. I'm a little nervous about acting opposite you for the first time, she said and let out a long breath. Su Nan Yan smiled and said, you don't need to be nervous, just play normally. Lin Xiano nodded heavily. Aha! At this time, Lu Zhang Ruyun, who was sitting at the bottom of the stage, frowned her willow eyebrows and shouted, stop patting yourself on the back there and start. Hearing her voice, a hint of displeasure appeared on Su Nan Yan's face. Let's begin. Lin Xiano on the stage quickly entered the drama, raising her condescending little face. I like him, and I want his future happiness to be from me. Su Nan Yan was first stunned at her performance, then picked up the drama. But the person he loves is me. Love can be cultivated slowly, said Lin Xiano holding her small face, fluttering her big eyes. My appearance of being loved by everyone will definitely make him fall in love with me. Su Nan Yan revealed a timid and tender look. He won't fall in love with you. Lin Xiano snorted petulantly. Humph, we'll see. Pa 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 pa. Loud applause rang out from the stage. The assistant director, Kai Feiwen, stood up excitedly. Good, great. Just a few short sentences showed the female second's character to the fullest. After he finished, he looked at the somber Ouyang He and asked, can I ask a few questions? Ouyang He impatiently returned. Ask, Kai Feiwen asked smilingly. What do you think of this female number 2 you're running for? Dugu Feier, she dares to love and hate. She loves and hates clearly. There's absolutely no such thing as overnight enmity. She's fastidious, and she can fight to the death for the people she loves. Lin Xiano paused for a moment and then said, I really like this character. It's just that it didn't end well in the end. Kai Feiwen and Su Nan Yan looked at Lin Xiano appreciatively. I also liked this role, but it was only a second female role, Su Nan Yan said regretfully. At this time, Ouyang He looked at Lin Xiano and said, you're performing just fine, only it's not the female number 2 I want yet. Kai Feiwen, this. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was only an assistant director. Lin Xiano looked at Su Nan Yan and smiled sweetly. I'm so happy to be acting opposite you today. She then looked at Ouyang He and Lu Zhang Ruyun. With directors and actors like you, the later stages of this movie are worrying. Saying that she walked to Yi Beinyan. Let's go. Yi Beinyan hooked his lips and smiled. Since this director is not up to the task, change it. Ouyang He looked at Yi Beinyan and laughed. Don't you think it's funny for you to say that? Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha. Lu Zhang Ruyun followed suit and covered her mouth with a snicker, her mouth sarcastically saying, Xiano, you'd better take your boyfriend and leave. In the future, don't say you're an old classmate with me. Lin Xiano's pretty eyebrows rose slightly. Don't worry, you'll just be a familiar stranger to me. Lin Xiano. The security guard standing at the back looked at Ouyang He as well as Yi Beinyan and the others with swords drawn and quietly retreated. He didn't even want to be reminded that the people he came with were from Henry Group's side. That Ouyang He usually did not give them this security guard face. He would like to see his gray face. Retreating to the door, far from seeing the Shi Jiwei rushed this way, and quickly greeted with a smile. Shi Dong, I'm going to see if there is something delayed on your side, so that you can explain to the Henry Group side of the people. Shi Jiwei glanced at the security guard and gave a soft then walked towards the viewing pavilion in large strides. Only then did the security guard follow Shi Jiwei's lead. Shi Jiwei had just stepped through the door just in time to hear Ouyang He's roar. You guys can get the hell out now. That voice caused Shi Jiwei's footsteps to slightly lurch. The security guard hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Director Ouyang, calm down. There's something to talk about. This is. Without waiting for the security guard to finish, Ouyang He directly interrupted. There's a security guard like you talking here. The security guard's every move did not escape Yi Beinyan's eyes, and the corner of his mouth gently rose. Shi Jiwei, who was standing not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly. I didn't know that Director Ouyang had such a big temper. When Ouyang He heard Shi Jiwei's voice, he hurriedly turned back and said with a smile, there was a scene smasher today, so I taught him a few lessons. Shi Jiwei did not pay attention to Ouyang He, came straight to Yi Beinyan, took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Beinyan and said, you are? Yi Beinyan said with a soft smile. Yi Beinyan. Shi Jiwei was astonished. So it's Yi Dong ah. I'm sorry for the delay. Yi Beinyan was puzzled. You know me? Shi Jiwei unconsciously wiped the sweat on his forehead. Last time Henry Group somehow had a big change of blood. The biggest shareholder is a never-before-seen Yi Dong, Yi Beinyan. He had a fawning look on his face. Of course I know. Henry's side specially came over to notify. Yi Beinyan hooked his lips and smiled. How are you sure that I am the Yi Dong that you are talking about? Ouyang He also hurriedly said. Yes, there are many crooks these days. Anyone dares to pretend to be anything. Sure Dong, you can confirm it again and again. Chapter 71, Bringing Her Own Heroine's Aura. Sure Ji-wei glared at Ouyang He. There's a place for you to talk here. He just saw Ouyang He give Yi Beinyan face. He did not hurry to take advantage of this opportunity to perform well in front of Yi Beinyan performance. He looked at Yi Beinyan fawningly again. Henry Group sighed to come. For fear of my side to recognize the wrong person. Will you with sunglasses photo specially projected on the screen of the conference room? So I definitely recognize. Yi Beinyan, how he instantly brainstormed the scenario of honoring the deceased. With a slight twitch on his face, he looked at Shi Jiwei with a raised eyebrow. I seriously doubt the ability of this new drama director. So, Shi Jiwei hurriedly said with a smile, this Ouyang He's ability is indeed not good. I have long wanted to change the director for this drama. There has been no suitable one. Yi Dong, do you have any push/recommended person? Yi Beinyan said softly. I think that assistant director just now is very good. Good. I'll send a letter tomorrow to replace the director of the new drama. After saying that, Shi Jiwei changed his words again. No, I'll only send out an article right across the net to change the director. Ouyang He looked at Shi Jiwei and Yi Beinyan with a dumbfounded expression. He was fired just like that. He looked at Shi Jiwei incredulously. Shi Dong, are you telling the truth? I'm the director of several hit dramas in recent years. Shi Jiwei snorted coldly. Don't you have any idea how your hit dramas came about? Ouyang He's afterglow saw the different shapes and forms of people's faces around him. Most of them looked gloating. His cheeks burned as he said, After saying one word, Ouyang He could no longer stay, lowered his head and hurriedly walked out of the ornamental pavilion. Watching Ouyang He leave with a gray face, Lin Xiano shouted without a fuss, Director Ouyang, how was my performance? You haven't evaluated it yet. The crowd laughed out loud. Lu Zhang Ruyun, who had just been overbearing, quietly backed herself up towards the back of the crowd. Seeing Lu Zhang Ruyun, who wanted to treat herself as invisible, Su Nanyan said in a voice that wasn't too high but not too low, please also ask our director Kai to evaluate how well Lu Zhang Ruyun performed. Instantly, the crowd turned their gazes on Lu Zhang Ruyun. Lu Zhang Ruyun scanned over the crowd and smiled awkwardly. Lin Xiano hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly. Yeah, I seem to remember that she just said that her acting skills were much better than mine. Kai Feiwen had long ago looked at Lu Zhang Ruyun's heavenly acting to get angry, and let out a contemptuous laugh. As far as she's concerned, it's simply an insult to the word acting. Hearing Kai Feiwen say this, Lu Zhang Ruyun gasped. You, suddenly thinking that he was now the director of the crew and had the power of life and death over her. She blinked her eyes, smiled sweetly and said to Kai Feiwen, Director Kai, do you want to watch my performance again? Maybe you'll have a different insight. Kai Feiwen impatiently said, Go away. I already have the best candidate for this role. Lu Zhang Ruyun knew in his heart who Kai Feiwen was talking about. With red eyes, she ran out. Yi Beinyan attached his ear and said to Lin Xiano, I'll go back to the company first. He looked at the crowd again and smiled. You guys continue with the selection. I won't bother you. Kai Feiwen nodded to Yi Beinyan before shouting to the cast. Come, let's continue with the character casting. Yi Beinyan turned around and walked outside. Shi Jiwei hurriedly walked up and made an invitation gesture. Yi Dong, this side of the conference room please. I'll report the company situation to you. No, I still have things to do. After saying that, Yi Beinyan walked straight out. Looking at Yi Beinyan's departing back, Shi Jiwei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and followed out of the ornamental pavilion. Ornamental pavilion. Kai Feiwen pointed at Lin Xiano and shouted, Come set her makeup according to the previously set female number 2. Not long after, Lin Xiano walked out dressed in an ancient costume. Seeing Lin Xiano standing at the center of the stage, the crowd was truly amazed. Kai Feiwen nodded his head in satisfaction. It was very much in line with what he had in mind for Du Fair, beauty, spontaneity, and also the fact that she came out with her own heroine's aura as soon as she appeared on stage, as well as the fact that she had just acted with the courage to love and hate. Good. Kai Feiwen clapped his hands in satisfaction. He then added, I decided to change the plot of the last 10 episodes of the series to give Dekiro Fear a perfect ending. At this time, Su Nanyan walked up to Kai Feiwen and said in a good-natured consultative tone, Director Kai, if the plot is changed, do you think I can play the female number 2, Dugu Fair? Kai Feiwen cupped his jaw, contemplating how the plot would be changed, and hearing Su Nanyan's words, he casually replied, You're still more suitable for the female lead. Su Nanyan continued, Director Kai, I really like that female number 2. Kai Feiwen had just thought of a good plot when he was suddenly interrupted by Su Nanyan's words. He said with some impatience, You don't have the same aura as Dugu Fair. Su Nanyan's face was very ugly, and she gave a soft oh. On the other side, Lu Zhang Ruyun ran out of the ornamental pavilion in tears. Just stepping out the door, the two security guards standing at the entrance held their heads high, eyes watching and nose concerned. Seeing Lu Zhang Ruyun come out, there was no longer the previous enthusiasm. When Lu Zhang Ruyun thought of the two security guards following and bullying her, she was furious and angrily said, "You deserve it, you can only be a small security guard." Baffled by Lu Zhang Ruyun's sudden remark, the two security guards glanced at each other, then one of them smiled and said, certain people only dare to take it out on small security guards. Pathetic, lamentable. You." Lu Zhang Ruyun stepped forward and pointed his finger at the security guard who spoke. That security guard got up and said angrily, "What? When can't you want to come to martial arts?" Lu Zhang Ruyun looked at the security guard who was a head and a half taller than herself. Timidly shrinking her neck, she stomped her foot and said, "I'm too lazy to bother with you bunch of uneducated people." After saying that, she directly stepped on her high heels and left. Looking at Lu Zhang Ruyun's back, the two security guards snorted. Shay. On the other side, Yi Beinyan was still halfway from the school when an electronic tone suddenly sounded. Ding! Temperament Transcendence System Daily Refresh Task. Daxing Neighborhood. A man's life is in danger due to cupping. Please rescue him. Reward, 1 point of fierce god value, 1 point of physique, and $1 million in money. Hearing this voice, Yi Beinyan slammed on the brakes. This special/codeword mission is really all the time. There was no foreknowledge. Every daily mission was an emergency mission. Ugh! Yi Beinyan sighed helplessly. To his surprise, the cash rewarded by the system this time was $1 million. Immediately after, Yi Beinyan frowned. Where was this daxing neighborhood again? He hurriedly took out his cell phone, navigated a bit, and found that this cell was less than 1,000 meters from his current location, and hurriedly drove there. To the entrance of the district, Yi Beinyan frowned. This broken system only said that this neighborhood, but in which a household, tips or even which building is also good. Chapter 72 Transcendent Temperament System Panel Activation. While Yi Beinyan was depressed and entangled, he suddenly saw a stretcher being carried out from a building. Yi Beinyan. Could it be the cupping man lying on the stretcher? Yi Beinyan hurriedly got out of the car and walked towards the neighborhood. Seeing several paramedics were carrying the man towards the ambulance. The blisters on the stomach of the man lying on the stretcher almost filled half the bottle. Yi Beinyan quickly asked around the onlookers, only to learn that the original man himself in the home fire cupping. The results fell asleep, woke up in such a way. A hospital doctor came also helpless, said they must first remove the cupping device before they can be rescued. At this time, a middle-aged woman in her 50s cried out and pulled the doctor. "Doctor, please save my husband." The doctor shook his head. "We have to remove the cupping device before we can administer help. It's better to ask the firefighters to come and see how to remove the cupping device first." Saying this, the doctor turned his head to a few paramedics again, rushed back to the hospital and asked the fire department personnel to come. Yi Beinyan hurriedly walked forward and carefully looked at the injuries of the man lying on the hospital bed. Inside the cupping device, the man's skin was severely bruised and large blood blisters appeared. The doctor also looked again inside. "This bottle has to be removed as soon as possible, otherwise the patient is in danger. Don't bother the firefighters. I can take the cupper off." The middle-aged woman who was about to call the fire department, hearing Yi Beinyan's words, eagerly went up and asked, "You can really take this broken bottle off my husband?" Yi Beinyan looked at the teary-eyed middle-aged woman and nodded seriously. "Auntie, don't worry, I can definitely take the bottle down, without secondary harm to your husband." The middle-aged woman turned her head to look at the doctor. "Should I let him try?" The doctor frowned and looked at Yi Beinyan. "You first tell me how you will take the cupping device off?" Yi Beinyan raised an eyebrow. "It is to cover up the rest of the patient with a soft cloth except for the position of the cupping device. When you pinch and break the cupping device in a while, so as to avoid the glass slag falling onto him." The doctor nodded after listening. "The protective measures are well thought out. But what tool did you take to pinch and break this jar?" Yi Beinyan stretched out his palms and shook them repeatedly. "Of course it's my incredibly strong hands." Hiss. The surrounding crowd let out a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman reddened her eyes. "Child, this is about my old man's life. Yet you are joking here." Yi Beinyan smiled and said, "No joke. I can crush that bottle gently." The doctor on the side said in a cold voice, "You're kidding. You guys watch." Yi Beinyan said as he walked to the garden railing next to him, and under the astonished looks of the crowd, one hand gently pinched and bent the iron railing. He now had to try to prove that he had the strength to bring the bottle down safely. Otherwise this task would be considered a failure. He looked at the middle-aged woman. "Find me a glove, will you?" The middle-aged woman nodded her head repeatedly in excitement. "I'll go get it right now." Seeing that there was hope for the patient he received to be saved, the doctor also hurriedly commanded a few paramedics, "Carry the patient to the ambulance for treatment." Not long after, the middle-aged woman hurriedly ran down from the upper floor, holding a threaded glove in her hand. She handed the thread glove to Yi Beinyan. "Is this okay?" Yi Beinyan took it. "It's okay." He turned around and took big strides to walk to the ambulance. Yi Beiyan looked at the man with a pained expression and said, "When you pinch the bottle, you must not move. You gently nod your head if you hear me." The man gently nodded his head. Several medical staff spread the surgical cloth all over the patient's body, leaving only the cupping device in place. The doctor said to Yi Beiyan, "Trouble." The middle-aged woman also looked at Yi Beiyan with a hopeful look. Yi Beiyan nodded gently to the two of them and put on his gloves. He said to the lying man, "I'm going to start. Don't move." Yi Beiyan gently pinched the topmost part of the cupping device with his index finger and thumb. The people around all held their breath and stared at Yi Beiyan's hand. Without seeing him exerting himself, only a thud was heard, and 2 holes appeared in the bottle at the place of his fingers. Phew! The crowd let out a long breath. "Wait for the large bag on his back to slowly subside before you guys remove the bottle." The doctor and the middle-aged woman rushed forward to see that the big bag was so much smaller than just now. "Great! So in a moment the cupper can be taken off and we can treat your husband's wounds," the doctor said excitedly. The middle-aged woman excitedly said back, "Doctor, thank you so much. It's also thanks to, where's that young man just now?" The doctor turned back to look for Yi Beiyan, but there was still his figure there. The two hurriedly got off the car, looked around, and did not see Yi Beiyan. The middle-aged woman said regretfully, "Yes, where is he? I still have to thank him properly." The doctor complimented. "It's not often that young people do good deeds without leaving their names these days. Good job. It's better to send your husband to the hospital first." The woman nodded and hurriedly got into the ambulance with the doctor. Yi Beiyan sat in the car, looking at the ambulance whizzing past, pleasantly hooked his lips and smiled. It felt good to help people. At this time, an electronic voice sounded. Ding! The cupping man's life has been lifted. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check. The task was completed. Yi Beiyan was just about to start the car. At this time, the electronic voice sounded again. Ding! System initial stage. The host's fierce and vicious value has reached full level. The extraordinary temperament system panel has reached the startup conditions. Whether to start? Yi Beiyan was very good like start. Extraordinary temperament system panel activated. 5%, 20%, 50%, 75%, 100%. Instantly, a panel the size of a flat plate appeared in front of Yi Beiyan. The leftmost side of the panel showed that the system level was primary, and the main mission, world-class detective. The intermediate and advanced missions were not displayed. On the right side of the panel, the first 4 words basic temperament were displayed, and when you clicked on it, the first one was 100% of the fierce and evil value. The first one is 100% of the value of ferociousness and viciousness, while the value of ferociousness and viciousness is composed of 40% viciousness, 20% fierce, 10% cruelty, 10% murderous, 10% brutality, and 10% indifference. At the bottom of the panel, the first one shows system primary skills, observation 10%, reasoning 20%, memory 30%, etc. The second one shows assets. The second shows the word assets. Click to take a look, which lists the only 3 assets he currently has. A villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, 30% of the shares of Henry Group. Cash even wrote less than 1.5 million inch a few words. It seems that his cash is still too little. This system directly 500,000 a grade. Chapter 73, When Things Go Wrong, There Must Be a Demon. The third item at the bottom was achievements, which listed stem cell matrix recycling technology, extraordinary drying technology A/level, extraordinary guitar level, and extraordinary math god. Behind all the items were many small dots, which showed the words to be opened. Yi Beiyan looked at the panel showing the Transcendent Temperament System's primary mainline mission. What exactly are the intermediate and advanced missions? He still has some expectations. At this time, Yi Beiyan's cell phone rang. A look as Lin Xiano called. He hastily picked up, hooked his lips and smiled and said, "Your side finished?" Lin Xiano's sweet voice came from the cell phone. "Well, the director said that he wanted to add a scene for my role as Doug Fair, and the script was changed and sent directly to me." "Quite good. I'm coming over to pick you up now. Let's have dinner together. There's just something to talk to you about." "No need. I'll take a cab and go back. Let's meet at the school. Otherwise you'll have to make another trip when you get back to school. I'm not far from your place now. Just had a little thing over here. You wait, I'll be right over." Yi Beiyan finished and hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Xiano to retort. Lin Xiano looked at the hung-up phone and smiled sweetly. Su Nanyan walked over and said with a smile, "Calling your boyfriend?" Smiling so sweetly, Lin Xiano had a very good impression of Su Nanyan and nodded without making a secret. "Well, he said he's coming to pick me up." Su Nanyan said enviously, "I really envy your sweet love like this." Lin Xiano smiled sweetly. "We haven't been together for long." After saying this, Lin Xiano saw Su Nanyan's hesitant appearance and asked, "You're looking for me for something?" Su Nan Yen hesitated for a moment and said, I want to ask you if you're willing to act as the female lead in the drama Divine Doctor World. Lin Xiano looked at Su Nan Yen in surprise. I really like the female number 2 of this drama, and would like to switch with you. I also like the female number 2 of this drama, Dogu Fair, but the female number 1 can only be played by a first-tier big shot like you. If I were to be replaced by a newcomer, the director would definitely not agree in the first place. Su Nan Yen, the director did disagree. However, the female number 2 in the drama Divine Doctor World was particularly pleasing in the original novel, and the bad ending in the end made many readers feel bad. In the afternoon, the crew just released a change in the director of Divine Doctor World, as well as an adaptation of the original novel to give Dogu Fair a good ending, which has caused a lot of buzz on the internet. Many fans of the original have expressed their anticipation for the new drama after the adaptation. Some even said outright that they watched the drama just because of Dogu Fair. The main thing was that Dogu Fair had a lot of scenes in the drama, and if another adaptation of her scenes was made, by that time, a female number 2 would have more scenes than her, the main female character. Thinking of this, Su Nan Yen hurriedly said, you just have to promise to switch roles with me. I'll convince the director. This, Lin Xiano pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and continued, I also like it a lot before I applied for the role of Dogu Fair. So, hearing Lin Xiano say this, Su Nan Yen's face turned a little ugly, got up and said, I know. Su Nan Yen got up and headed out. The assistant who followed her huffed, you even helped her before and she treated you like this. Outrageous. Su Nan Yen's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Bianian received Lin Xiano and drove directly to the largest Western restaurant in Smoky Sea City. Looking at the delicious steak on the table, Lin Xiano smiled cheekily. I didn't eat at noon and starved to death quickly, she said, picking up the knife and fork. Open to eat. Yi Bianian didn't move, just smiled and watched her eat. Lin Xiano, who was burying her head in bitter food, raised her head and asked, why don't you eat? I'm not hungry. You eat quickly. I'll ask you something after eating. Lin Xiano put down his knife and fork and asked suspiciously, what is it? Yi Bianian didn't beat around the bush. Your parents asked me to come to your house for dinner tomorrow. Do you know? Lin Xiano Miso stood up, shocked. What? Yi Bianian looked around and saw everyone casting surprised gazes at their table. Yi Bianian smiled awkwardly at the crowd. Lin Xiano also realized that she had overreacted, shrunk her neck and smiled, and sat down. The first thing she said when she sat down was, don't you go. Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows. Why don't you go? Lin Xiano pursed her lips. If you go, they'll definitely be shell-shocked and tell you and I not to be together. Then I haven't been seeing your parents? Not going to your house? Yi Bianian held Lin Xiano's hand. You'll accompany me tomorrow. Lin Xiano used her fork to fiddle with the dinner plate for a while. We always have to face it. Up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Let's share the same difficulties tomorrow. Yi Bianian saw Lin Xiano's look and laughed. It's not that serious. Quickly eat a moment to go buy some gifts to bring tomorrow. Aha! The next day, Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano just sat in the car. Yi Bianian's cell phone rang. He saw that it was Lin Xiano's father who called last time, and said to Lin Xiano with a smile on his lips, your father called. After saying that, he pressed the answer button, and incidentally pressed the speakerphone. Bianian, your aunt and I have prepared food and wine at home, just waiting for you to come. Lin Xiaoxing said cheerfully on the phone. Yi Bianian smiled and replied, Uncle, I'll be right there, together with Xiao Yi. Lin Xiaoxing on the other end of the phone paused for a moment and said with a smile, it's good for you guys to come back together. Originally, forget it, wait until you guys arrive. Okay, we'll be there in half an hour. Seeing Yi Bianian hang up the phone, Lin Xiaoyi nervously held Yi Bianian's arm. Look, my dad was hesitant on the phone. He must have prepared a big box of words to convince us not to be together. Yi Bianian smiled and pinched Lin Xiaoye's nose. Don't worry, do you think your boyfriend I am someone who can be convinced so easily? Seeing Yi Bianian's relaxed look, Lin Xiaoyo shrugged her shoulders in a pretense of relief. Looking forward to your performance. The two drove to Time's home, parked the car outside the villa. Yi Bianian carried a few bags of gifts from the car, then followed Lin Xiano into the villa. Lin Xiaoxing and Banquet Shiyun, who heard a commotion outside the door, hurriedly walked out. Seeing Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Xiaoxing and Fei Shiyun had a joyful look on their faces. Feast Shiyun's eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. Quickly, inside please. Lin Xiaoxing took the gifts in Yi Bianian's hands. Why are you still carrying things? Yi Bianian laughed. How can I be so good as to be empty-handed on my first visit? Lin Xiaoxing laughed. That's true. Lin Xiano looked at the three who entered the house one after the other from the back. They even left her own daughter, out to dry. She frowned. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Chapter 74, Mother's son-in-law looks better and better. Lin Xiano just stepped into the living room and saw his grandfather also sitting on the sofa. He hurriedly ran over and said with a playful smile, "Grandpa, why are you back too?" Lin Zhengqing heatedly smiled. "Today the family invited important guests. How could I not be there?" Lin Xiano asked doubtfully. "Important people?" Lin Zhengqing looked at Yi Bianian standing beside her. "Your boyfriend is." Lin Xiano looked at her mom and dad standing on either side of her grandfather, and saw that each of their faces were full of smiles without any annoyance. She was pleasantly surprised. "You guys don't object to us being together?" Lin Xiaoxing smiled and asked back, "Why would we object?" Banquet Shiyun also smiled and said, "You found me such an excellent son-in-law. I can't wait to be happy." Lin Xiano. Whoops, mom and dad don't talk about martial virtues. She thought of sentences for the debate all night last night in order to go home today, but it looks like she won't be able to use a single one of them in the end. And what's with the son-in-law? Ouch, shame on you, Yi Bianian. This upgrade of his is also fast enough. From boyfriend directly to son-in-law. Banquet Shiyun looked at Yi Bianian as the mother-in-law to see son-in-law look better and better. Tisk, before wearing sunglasses did not see clearly. Now look at a word handsome. I can't imagine that my home Xiano is also the association of appearance. Lin Xiano red-faced and stomped her feet. Mom, ha ha, look at her. She's still shy. Yi Bianian looked at Lin Xiano's shy appearance and also laughed. It seemed that without him doing anything, the knot between them should have been untied. At this time, Lin Xiaoxing set a bottle of fine wine on the table and laughed. "Come and eat." A few people had just taken their seats. When Lin Xiaoyao saw the wine and glasses on the table, he quickly said, "Dad, Bai Nian, he's driving. He can't drink." Lin Xiaoxing, I'm happy today still want our family to drink. Seeing Lin Xiaoxing's lost look, Yi Bianian laughed. "It's fine. I'll find a chauffeur later." "A chauffeur?" Lin Xiano asked doubtfully. Yi Bianian just remembered that there was no chauffeur profession here yet, so he explained, "Just find someone to drive the car back in a while. This is a good solution." Lin Xiaoxing said cheerfully and poured wine into each wineglass. Suddenly, Lin Zhengqing covered his heart and shouted, "Agu!" Several people nervously walked to Lin Zhengqing and asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" "Dad, where are you uncomfortable?" "Academician Lin, where are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lin Zhengqing frowned. "My heart hurts." "Dad, did you have another heart attack? Hurry up and send it to the hospital." Lin Zhengqing picked up the cane in his hand. "Xiaoyao used to advise me not to drink first at the wine table." Crowd. Lin Xiano wrapped her arms around Lin Zhengqing's neck and pouted. "Grandpa, are you jealous of Bai Nian?" "Humph." Lin Zhengqing snorted coldly and glared at Yi Bianian who was standing beside him. Yi Bai Nian. He really didn't know what to do in this situation. He awkwardly glanced at Lin Xiano. Lin Xiano gave him a reassuring look and smiled as she continued to pout. "Didn't I not have time to persuade you yet? Besides, my father wouldn't let you drink more." Saying this, she looked at Lin Xiaoxing. "Dad, isn't it?" Lin Xiaoxing nodded repeatedly. "Right. I was going to pour you a little bit. Just taste the wine." Yi Bianian also smiled and said, "Right. You can just drink a little bit." Academician Lin. Lin Zhengqing saw that everyone was surrounding him. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Looking at Yi Bianian he snorted coldly again. Still shouting Academician Lin? Yi Bianian first froze, then smiled and said, "Grandpa." Only then did Lin Zhengqing respond pleasantly. "Hey, ha, eat, eat." On the dinner table, Fei Yanshiyun used her male chopsticks to give Yi Bianian a shrimp and laughed. "I didn't know what you like to eat, so I just made a few random dishes." Yi Bianian laughed. "Auntie don't need to be so polite. I'm fine with all of them. I'm not picky. Not picky is good. No wonder you've grown so tall." After their happy meal, several people sat on the sofa and casually chatted. Lin Xiaoxing gave Fei Shiyun a wink, and Fei Shiyun understood and got up to look at the time. "Yikes, I also made an appointment with your Auntie Zhang to show her daughter a house today." Saying this, she hurriedly ran into the room, picked up her bag, and said while changing her shoes at the door, "Bai Nian, you and Xiao Yi play at home. I'll go out first." Yi Bai Nian nodded with a smile. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxing answered a phone call. Hanging up the phone he said, "There's something going on over at the school. I have to make a trip." Saying this, he picked up his briefcase and hurried out the door. Lin Zhengqing, who was watching the war movies seriously, turned back with a smile and said, "This is awesome, beating the enemy to death. Ha ha ha." Suddenly realizing that Lin Xiaoxing and Banquet Shiyun were not there, he asked, "Xiano, where are your parents?" Lin Xiano muttered. They both had something to do and went out. After saying this, he muttered in a low voice, "Really, Bai Nian came to our house for the first time, and every one of them has something to do." Lin Zhengqing's shrewd eyes narrowed slightly as he got up and walked out on his crutches. "I have to go back as well. I've suddenly gotten a new idea for that research." "Go back and quickly extrapolate again." Lin Xiano. helping Lin Zhengqing into the cab until the car's taillights disappeared ahead. Lin Xiano sighed. Go back. It looked quite enthusiastic before. A meal just finished not long ago, and you and I are the only ones left. After saying that, he turned around and walked back. Walking into the house, Lin Xiano looked at the empty living room and frowned. How come the driver, Uncle Li, and Mrs. Lu are not here today? Yi Bianian embraced Lin Xiano into his arms from behind, placing his head on her shoulder and neck, softly saying, Idiot, can't you see that? The wind from his mouth blew on Lin Xiano's neck. She immediately felt itchy, scrunched her neck and twisted her head to look back at Yi Bianian. What ah? Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled, and without explaining, he lowered his head and directly captured her red lips. After a kiss, Yi Bianian looked at Lin Xiaoyi whose face was like an apple, and laughed. Do you think I should do something? It's not a waste of your mom and dad/s intentions. Lin Xiano also understood at this moment. Her face turned even redder and said, My mom and dad, they're really something. Yi Bianian hooked his lips and smiled. So, Lin Xiano suddenly smiled mischievously. So I'll take you to my garden to have a look. Saying this, she pulled Yi Bianian towards the garden behind the villa. Turning her face, Lin Xiano's face was full of embarrassment. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground. How can there be a daughter who brings her boyfriend to her home for the first time, and her parents rush to flash and send their daughter out? Although she also wanted to think about this, she even shook her head shyly. Will he think he's too casual? While Lin Xiano was torn and depressed, an urgent cell phone rang. Chapter 75, It's good to have him. Lin Xiano picked it up and quickly picked it up with a smile. Mom! Banquet Shiryun's anxious voice came from inside. They said we stole from them. Lin Xiano hurriedly said. Mom, don't be so anxious. What exactly happened? I was shopping at the mall with your Auntie Zhang, and somehow a necklace was in my bag, and they insisted on saying that I stole it, but I only looked at the necklace. I didn't even touch it. I don't know how it got into my bag. On the other end of the phone, Yan Shiryun spoke with a sobbing voice. Lin Xiano immediately became anxious. Mom, don't be anxious. You wait there, I'll come right away. You. Such a thing she had never encountered at all. A moment of brain especially chaotic. Do not know what to say, resulting in some incoherent. Yi Bianian on the side of the phone from her hands. One hand will be embraced into her arms, said gently, Don't worry, there is me. After saying this, he said to the phone, Auntie, where are you now? Xiao Yi and I will come over right away. Lin Xiano froze and tilted her head back to look at the man in front of her. The sunlight poured down from the top of his head and shone into her heart, warming her. It's so good to have him. Hanging up the phone, Yi Bianian pulled Lin Xiaoyo and hurriedly walked outside. Your mother said they are in 10 Mile Commercial Street, the first floor jewelry counter. On the other side, the two of them, Fei Yin Shiryun and Zhang Min, were surrounded by a bunch of people at the jewelry counter in 10 Mile Commercial Street. I said I didn't take this necklace of yours, Feast Shiryun said with a red face. The store manager stepped on her high heels, the corner of her mouth raised in a sneer. You didn't take it? Could it be that this jewelry grew legs on its own and ran into your bag? Maybe someone intentionally put the necklace in my bag. Fei Shiryun said, her voice getting lower and lower, simply because she didn't have any evidence. She emphasized again, I really didn't take it. Suddenly she thought of something. You guys can call the surveillance to see. Next to her, Zhang Min also hurriedly chimed in. Yes, adjust the surveillance. Shiryun doesn't care to take your crap necklace. The store manager held the jewelry box and sneered. A necklace worth over $100,000. You call it a broken necklace? Zhang Min. At this time, two officers in security uniforms walked over. The store manager quickly said, This person took the store's necklace and won't admit it. The security guard coldly glanced at Fei Shiryun and Zhang Min. Come with me to the security room. Yan Shiryun sat on the sofa behind her. I'm not leaving. I'm waiting for my daughter and son-in-law. Zhang Min also sat beside Yan Shiryun with the same hatred. The security guard looked at the two old women who had ridden up, frowning. This is not a place for you to mess around. You guys are not only liable for the crime of theft, but also for the crime of obstructing other people's business and disturbing public order. The store manager hurriedly stepped forward, following the coaxing. Otherwise it's better to send it to public security. Hearing that it would be sent to public security, Fei Shiryun nervously pinched the bag in her hand. Suddenly a voice came out. Send him to public security. Feast Shiryun heard a familiar voice, turned her head to look, and hurriedly ran over. Xiano, Bianian, you guys are finally here. And pointing at the store manager, several people, he said eagerly, they insisted on saying that I stole the necklace, but I didn't. Yi Bianian smiled and advised, Auntie, I believe you, don't be anxious. Lin Xiano pulled Yan Shiryun to the sofa. Mom, come over here and sit down first. Seeing that Yan Shiryun's mood stabilized a lot, Yi Bianian walked to the store manager and security guards and asked without any tone, Which one of you said that auntie stole the necklace? The store manager hurriedly said, the things are in her bag. Do we still need to say? Lin Xiano hurriedly said, in my mom's bag is what she took. The store manager saw a few of them talking to each other and directly said, I think we'd better find public/security. Banquet Shiryun held Lin Xiano's hand and muttered, I don't want to go to the Public Security Bureau. If I go, I'll ask this and that and toss half a day. Yi Bianian turned around and smiled. Auntie, you don't have to go. He took out his criminal/police card and brought it in front of the store manager and the security guard and said, I'm a criminal/police officer on duty in Changlai district. Please bring out the jewelry. The store manager fearfully took out the jewelry box from before. Yi Bianian took out white gloves from his pocket and put them on his hands, took the jewelry box from the store manager's hands, took out his cell phone again and dialed a number. Team Wang, send someone to come to the jewelry store on the first floor of 10 Mile Commercial Street. Seeing Yi Bianian holding the jewelry box in his hand and calling to shout something about Wang team sending someone, the store manager anxiously asked, what are you doing? Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows. Of course I'm asking someone to check the fingerprints on the jewelry box. When Fei Shiryun on the side heard this, she slapped her thighs and laughed. Right, if you want to know how the jewelry box got into my bag, just check the fingerprints. Zhang Min sat next to Yen Shiryun and complimented. This son-in-law of yours is great. He's so young. He's some kind of criminal/police officer. Yen Shiryun hemmed and hawed. He's still a student. Seems like he's just a hanging criminal/police officer. The store manager looked at the security guard and then at Yi Bianian. Oops. I won't trouble you criminal/police. It's just a small matter. You can leave. Hearing the store manager say this, Fei Shiryun immediately got up and said, that won't do. You guys claim that I stole the necklace. To prove my innocence, she turned her gaze back to Yi Bianian. It's better to trouble your colleague to make a trip. Aha! Yi Bianian answered softly. He looked at the store manager and the security guard again. No one here can leave before the matter is clarified. Yi Dong. One could hear the voice before seeing the person. Following the sound, Yi Bianian saw Shi Jiwei standing not far away. Shi Jiwei tried a sound, found that he did not recognize the wrong person, hurriedly walked to the front of Yi Bianian, excitedly said, Yi Dong, it's really you ah. You did not wear sunglasses. I was afraid to recognize the wrong person. Yi Bianian just hooked his lips and smiled. Seeing Shi Jiwei, the store manager took small steps and moved towards the security guard, whispering, how does this young man still know Shi Dong of Flying Fish Pictures? The security guard frowned and whispered, can't you see that he has a flattering look on his face and his mouth is shouting at him? Yi Dong. Shi Jiwei looked around and asked, Yi Dong, what are you? Yi Bianian raised his eyebrows. They said that my mother-in-law stole their necklace, and is here waiting for someone to take it to be tested for fingerprints on the jewelry box. Shi Jiwei looked at the store manager and the security guard. Do you know who the person standing in front of you is? Then he snorted coldly. He is the proprietor of this entire mall. Not to mention this broken necklace. Even if he wanted to close your store, it would be a matter of minutes. Hearing Shi Jiwei say this, the store manager was so shocked that he retreated several steps, and finally stabilized himself, flopped down on the ground, looked at Yi Bianian and said, Yi Dong, this is all a misunderstanding today. Please don't shut down my little store. The crowd of onlookers. What is this situation? Chapter 76, repeating the same old tricks many times. Looking at the store manager who was kneeling on the ground, Yi Bianian turned around and walked to the sofa and sat down. You don't need to kneel me. I'm merely looking for the truth of a matter. I will never close your store for no reason. The store manager remained kneeling there. But, Shi Jiwei laughed. But what but? Yi Dong has said that he won't close your store for no reason. The crowd of onlookers also chimed in. Right. Dong Shi has said that it's definitely right. Yes. I don't think that young man is messing around either. Look into the necklace thing and see who's really Dao Ghost. Right. I don't think that Ji Dong's mother-in-law is a gentle person. And she doesn't look like someone who steals. Shi Jiwei often showed his face in public, and the crowd almost all recognized him. When the store manager heard the crowd talking, he realized that there were a lot of onlookers in the store and got up to push the crowd towards the door. It's fine here. Everyone disperse. The two security guards raised for a moment, and also hastened to help that female store manager together to push the onlookers outward. It's alright. Everyone should disperse. Disperse. Yi Bianian coldly watched their every move without saying a word. When the crowd left, the store manager hurriedly hung the close sign on the door. She and the two security guards looked at each other, and the three of them slowly walked towards Yi Bianian. Yi Dong, we have eyes to see, and have offended your mother-in-law. Yi Bianian said in a nice tone. It's not your fault. Who let that necklace grow its own legs and run into my mother-in-law's bag? We. Yi Bianian said in a slightly colder tone. You guys don't say anything. This must be investigated clearly today. Yen Shiryun got up and followed. Yes, it has to be investigated clearly. Otherwise, what if there are victims like me in the future? That's right. When the time comes, let that person take the due legal responsibility. Lin Xiano nodded along. The store manager and the two security guards' faces became increasingly ugly as they listened to their words, and without a trace, the three of them glanced at each other. At this time, Qian Shenlin stood outside the door in a criminal/police uniform and knocked on the door. Yi Beinian got up and opened the door, handed him the jewelry box, and said to Qian Shenlin in a voice that everyone present could hear, "Please extract the fingerprints on this jewelry box and the jewelry, and check that those people have moved this jewelry." Qian Shenlin took it. Okay. When he was about to turn around and leave, Yi Beinian asked, "How long will it take to get results?" Qian Shenlin said seriously, "If there aren't too many fingerprints on it, the results will be out within an hour." Thud. A muffled sound came from inside the jewelry store. Yi Beinian turned around to see that it was the short security guard who hadn't said anything who had somehow fallen to the ground. Crowd. Qian Shenlin left. Yi Beinian had back to that security guard and asked sternly, "What's going on?" That short security guard hurriedly said, "No, nothing." After saying that he struggled to get up, got up several times but was able to succeed, the taller security guard hurriedly walked to him, whispered angrily, "You are not quick to get up. Lying on the ground for what?" The short security guard lying on the ground said with embarrassment, "My legs are weak." Just after saying that, the female store manager stood still and retreated several steps. It was only until she was unable to retreat and held onto the cash register behind her that she stabilized her body. Yi Beinian hooked his lips and smiled. "Why? Are you also weak in the legs?" The short security guard lying on the ground cried out, "I can't take it anymore." He crawled to Yi Beinian and pointed at the female store manager. "She's the one who sneaked the jewelry box into your mother-in-law's bag when she wasn't paying attention." The tall security guard rushed forward to cover his mouth and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The shorter security guard struggled a few times and peeled off the taller security guard's hand over his mouth. "You don't think the police can't find out if you don't say anything? In another hour, everything will be clear." The tall security guard was instantly disheveled, letting out a sigh and dropping his hands feebly to his side. Only after a long time did he say, "This matter was planned by the three of us together." He then told the story of how the three of them had defrauded the customers. It turned out that the tall security guard and the female store manager were a couple. They pulled the shorter security guard who was on duty with him. The female store manager framed the customer, and then the two security guards appeared in time to terrorize the customer. Usually customers, without any evidence, would hold their breath and voluntarily pay the ticket when they heard that they had to report it to the Public/Security Bureau, and the targets of their actions are the kind that seem to have rich families and don't lack money, and they love to save face afterwards and won't talk nonsense to others. After hearing this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Yi Beinian asked in a cold voice, "You guys sound like you've gotten away with the same old trick many times." The female store manager shrunk her neck and hurriedly whispered, "Not many times." Yi Beinian snorted coldly and asked sternly, "How many times is not several times?" The female store manager was scared and her legs were soft, and she sat on the ground at once. Four or 5 times. In the end a few times? The female store manager hurriedly broke her fingers, muttered in her mouth, and counted. Once, twice, 3 times. The 60-year-old noblewoman that time was the 4th. Young couple 7 times. This time is the 8th time. Yi Beinian raised his eyebrows. "You guys couldn't expect to capsize this time. What is the amount of extortion each time?" The tall security guard lowered his head and said back, "Several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars." Yi Beinian snorted lightly from his nostrils. Not doing good business, but thinking of taking shortcuts. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Qian Shenlin. "Brother Qian, please fold back. Fingerprints don't need to be checked. They've all admitted it." After Yi Beinian made the call, no one in the entire jewelry store let out another sound. After a few minutes passed, Lin Xiano got up from beside Fei Shiyun, walked to Yi Beinian and asked, "What to do next?" Yi Beinian pulled Lin Xiano's delicate hand and sat beside him, raising his mouth and smiling. "One word, wait." Lin Xiano responded with a sticky voice. "Oh." Seeing the sweet interaction between them, Banquet Shiyun covered her mouth and snickered. Zhang Min bumped Banquet Shiyun's shoulder. "What exactly is the status of this son-in-law of yours? Why is he some kind of hanging criminal/police officer at one time, and then Yi Dong at another?" Saying this, she pointed with her gaze to Shi Jiwei who was standing beside Yi Beinian. "Look how respectful that Shi Jiwei is to him." Yan Shiyun shook her head. "I'm not really sure." Zhang Min snorted lightly. "Shay, my daughter has a boyfriend. It's not like she's going to steal it from your family's Xiaoyou, so you're still hiding it and not telling the truth." Banquet Shiyun hurriedly explained. "I'm really not very clear. To tell you the truth, today is only the second time I've met my son-in-law." After saying that, she paused for a moment. "What is your relationship with me? I know I cannot tell you." Zhang Min hemmed and hawed. "That too. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival." Chapter 77, Don't reveal your shortcomings in front of your son-in-law. Banquet Shiryun laughed out loud, and immediately afterward she heard Jiang Min say flirtatiously, with your character, having such an awesome son-in-law, you would have been showing off in front of me long ago. Shoo, don't reveal my shortcomings in front of my son-in-law. Okay, Banquet Shiryun said jokingly. The two men's low, playful laughter fell into Yi Beinyan's ears, and he only hooked his lips in a smile. Not long after, Qian Qianlin folded back, handed the necklace to Yi Beinyan laughed. I just arrived at the door of the Forensic Identification Center. You called, let me run for nothing. Yi Beinyan laughed. I'm really sorry, these few people have already admitted that they did it. So just, Qian Qianlin laughed. Understand, in our line of work, no need to be too troublesome to solve the case the best. Yi Beinyan handed a recorder to Qian Qianlin. This was just recorded. You take them back to the station to make a careful statement. I still have things to do here. Qian Qianlin smiled and looked at Lin Xiano and the others. No problem. After saying that, he looked at the security guard and the store manager. The car is outside. Are you going by yourselves, or should I call out some people to ask you to leave? The tall security guard quickly said, we'll go by ourselves. With that he pushed his wife outside. The female store manager fondly took one step and turned back 3 times, walked a distance, stopped, looked at Yi Beinyan and asked, my store. Yi Beinyan returned without any tone. Don't worry, your store I will let the shopkeeper left behind to liquidate and move out of 10 Mile Commercial Street. He glanced at the several shopkeepers standing far away and hesitated. But, sure Ji Wei sked. Don't but, this is the major shareholder of the Henry Group that will look at your tiny store. What? The female store manager, the 2 security guards, as well as Banquet Shiryun and Jiang Min exclaimed at the same time. Yi Beinyan nodded. You can rest assured on that point. The tall security guard looked at his wife and sighed. Let's go. They had really kicked in the iron plate. To cheat someone's mother-in-law in someone else's territory. Wasn't this pulling out the beard for the tiger? Watching Qian Qianlin several people leave, Yi Beinyan made another call to his secretary Amanda. Amanda's sweet voice came from the phone. Hello, this is Yi Beinyan. Hearing the words Yi Beinyan, Amanda on the other end of the phone spoke fluent dragon language and said excitedly, Yi Dong, you finally contacted me. Hearing that sharp voice, Yi Beinyan quickly moved the cell phone away from his ear, and after a while put it back to his ear. There is something I want to trouble you with by calling today. Yi Dong, you say that, if there is something you can order, you send someone to the jewelry counter on the first floor of 10 Mile Commercial Street to assist them in liquidating their assets. Amanda also did not ask much, immediately returned, boss, this matter I personally go to do. Aha! Yi Beinyan hung up the phone and said to Banquet Shiryun and Jiang Min, Auntie Zhang has given you a fright. I'll send you back. No, you're Auntie Zhang and I have to stroll around some more. Fei Yin Shiryun was inwardly furious. The opportunity the whole family had created together to let them be alone had been screwed up by herself. It was all because that old man Xiaoxing didn't bring his cell phone. Saying that, she pulled Jiang Min quickly towards another store. Jiang Min was yanked by her and shouted, Aya, Shiryun, slow down, watch out for my old waist. Lin Xiano watched his mom leave as if she had fled and shrugged helplessly. Yi Beinyan then looked at Shi Jiwei who had been standing beside him and smiled. Shi Dong, do you have something else? Shi Jiwei was first stunned, then laughed. I have no business, just happened to pass by to see you here. Just, Yi Beinyan politely smiled. If you are fine, then we will leave first. Shi Jiwei nodded repeatedly. Good. Not to delay your date with having a friend. People's mothers-in-law had made an emergency evacuation, but he was still standing here. He thought about how he really wanted to knock a stick/baton on his head. Yi Beinyan and Lin Xiano nodded toward Shi Jiwei and left. Shi Jiwei looked at their distant backs and shook his head as he sighed. Someone with that much status actually used the word you to me. At this time his cell phone suddenly rang, and inside came his wife's Hadong Lion's voice. Let you go buy a diaper, where did you buy it? Shi Jiwei hemmed and hawed. Immediately. I think it's a horse on a donkey. I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, Shi Jiwei slapped his head and remembered that he came out to buy diapers. Ha! On the other side, Yi Beinyan and Lin Xiano had just come out of the shopping street. At this time, a voice he was too familiar to be familiar with came from Yi Beinyan's mind. Ding! Temperament Transcendent System Daily Task Refresh. Rescue kidnapped little boy. Reward, Transcendent Level Logician. Then a system panel floated in front of him, and the task and achievement bars on the panel kept flashing. He checked. The mission bar showed Rescue Kidnapped Little Boy, and the achievement bar was Transcendent Level Logician, except that both were gray and also kept flashing. Lin Xiano looked at Yi Beinyan standing there looking seriously ahead, still pointing in front of him, and asked suspiciously, Beinyan, what are you doing? Yi Beinyan finished checking the panel and looked down at Lin Xiano's puzzled little eyes. It seemed that only he himself could see this panel. He smiled and said, "There's dust." Lin Xiano stared with big eyes. Looking online, "There is?" Yi Bianian wrapped his arms around her and laughed. "It's gone now," said Yi Bianian, but looked around. "Look for any small children in the neighborhood. Looking for kids. How old are they?" The system didn't say how old the child was either. At this time, the sound of a child crying came from not far away. Looking for the sound, only to see a short, fat man struggling to drag a 3-year-old boy to the side of the van drag. The man saw the surrounding people watching, said with a smile, "My son is too naughty." The little boy struggled and yelled, "He's not my father." The man slapped the boy's buttocks. "If I don't buy you toys, you won't even recognize me as your father." The surrounding people pointed. "Kids nowadays are so bad." "That's right. My son didn't want me as his father because he didn't buy him toys. To find a father who buys him toys. Oh, my God. My son threatened to tell his mom where I hid my secret money in order to buy toys." The man chimed in. "Alas, it's not easy to be a father these days." With that, he dragged the little boy towards the van. Yi Bianian stepped forward and shouted, "Wait!" The little boy saw Yi Bianian and shouted in a hurry, "Dad, Dad!" Chapter 78. Bianian's father. Yi Bianian. There is his so young handsome father? The short fat man glanced at Yi Bianian, thought that the little boy's real old man came, hurriedly ran into the van and left. When Yi Bianian wanted to go after him, the little boy pounced on Yi Bianian and cried, "Ding! The task of rescuing the kidnapped little boy has been completed. The reward has been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt." Seeing the short fat man drive away, the surrounding people only realized that what the little boy said was true. An old lady walked up to Yi Bianian. "Why don't you watch the child properly?" Others followed. "How dangerous. Almost got caught by the bad guys." That's right. How can you be a father? Alas, still too young." Yi Bianian. "I'm not this child's father." He again looked sideways at Lin Xiano, who was standing on the side coldly watching him, and hurriedly explained, "I'm really not his father." Lin Xiano raised her eyebrows and bristled. "So what?" Yi Bianian frowned. "You don't believe me?" Lin Xiano didn't have any expression on his face and didn't speak. At this time, a woman rushed over. Seeing the little boy, she swept him into her arms. "Yang Yang, why are you here?" The little boy buried his head in the woman's arms, whimpering and crying, "Mom, I was just almost captured by bad people." The woman instantly became angry when she heard this and pushed Yi Bianian away. "Get up and stay away from my child." Before Yi Bianian could say anything, Lin Xiaoyi hurriedly stood in front of Yi Bianian and said angrily, "Why are you pushing people without asking?" She pointed at Yi Bianian again. "If it wasn't for him, your son would have been captured by someone else long ago." The little boy tilted his head. "Mom, it was this brother who saved me." An embarrassed smile appeared on the woman's face. "Sorry, I was in too much of a hurry." Thought. Yi Bianian laughed. "It's okay. It's good that the child is fine." "Lily," a voice came. The woman looked back, coldly grunted, and turned back. Yi Bianian and Lin Xiano looked up. It was Shi Jiwei. Shi Jiwei was carrying a bag in his hand and said with a smile, "Lily, why did you and your son come over as well?" He also saw Yi Bianian and Lin Xiaoyo next to him. "Hi, Yi Dong, why are you and your girlfriend still here?" Chu Lily snorted coldly. "You can't see your son anymore if people aren't here." Shi Jiwei was shocked. "What do you mean?" Yang Yang jumped into Shi Jiwei's arms. "I came out with my mom to look for you. I couldn't find you, so my mom said she went to buy diapers for my sister. But as a result, my mom and I got separated. And a short, fat, bad guy came along and tried to pull me into his car. Thanks to this uncle." Lin Xiano looked at Yang Yang's cute appearance and laughed. "At a young age, your speech is very organized." Yang Yang raised his little head. "That's right, I'm very smart. Otherwise I wouldn't call this uncle Dad." Lin Xiano teased. "Bei Nian, you already have such a big son." After hearing this, Yang Yang went up and hugged Yi Bei Nian's leg, shouting, "Bei Nian Dad." Yi Bianian. Chu Lily and Shi Jiwei looked at each other. "If I don't have you today, I may never see Yang Yang again. He deserves to shout this, Dad, as long as you don't mind." Lin Xiano squatted down and stroked Yang Yang's little head. With such a cute child shouting Daddy, how could Bei Nian be angry? Yi Bei Nian saw that Lin Xiano loved Yang Yang and said with a smile, "Yang Yang is indeed very witty and smart. I also like it very much." When Yang Yang heard this, he jumped up and down with joy. "Oh yeah, I have 2 daddies now. Ha ha ha." The crowd laughed openly. Shi Jiwei clapped his hands. "No, in order to thank you as well as celebrate Yang Yang having an extra dad, today I'll be the host and we'll have a meal together. How about it, Yi Dong?" Yi Bei Nian glanced at Lin Xiaoyi and saw her nod gently before he said to Shi Jiwei, "Yes, just call me Bei Nian." Shi Jiwei laughed. "Good, then we'll find a place nearby." Chu Lily grabbed the bag from Shi Jiwei's hands and muttered, "Letting you buy a diaper almost lost your son." Shi Jiwei frowned. "You're not going to eat?" Chu Lily snorted. Of course I'm going home to change my daughter's diaper before I come. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xiano and Yi Bianian again. You guys go first, I'll come in a while. Yi Bianian gently nodded. Well, the child is more important. Lin Xiano also smiled. Sister-in-law, you should go now. Watching Chu Lily leave, Shi Jiwei laughed. Let's go to the nearby Juxianjuan for a meal. His family has a few dishes that are famous. Saying this, he pulled Yang Yang forward. After walking a few steps, he realized that Yang Yang had stopped. Yang Yang stretched out his arms and showed an innocent smile towards Yi Bianian who was holding Lin Xiano. Bianian dad. Yang Yang wants a hug. Shi Jiwei was stunned and quickly said, how can you let Bianian dad hug? Yi Bianian leaned down and gently picked Yang Yang up with one hand, while the other hand was still wrapped around Lin Xiano's waist. His mouth said, it's okay. Yang Yang saw that Yi Bianian actually held himself up with one hand. His little hand clapped hard and shouted, Bianian dad is a Hercules. The group walked towards the Garden of Gathering Fragrance with laughter. When they were almost at the entrance of the Garden of Gathering Fragrance, the electronic tones sounded again. Ding! Temperament Transcendence System mainline mission refreshed. Cracked the child organ trafficking gang. Rewarding the Chain Game Company. Palm Game Company. Yi Bianian helplessly held his forehead. This system was really good at showing its presence. Child organ trafficking gangs. At the moment, he really has nowhere to start. It seems that he can only wait and see if there are any clues. Suddenly, he cast his eyes towards Yang Yang in his arms. Perhaps he could start with the person who just grabbed Yang Yang. Walking into the gathering of Fragrance Garden. Since the private rooms were already fully booked, several people found a random seat in the hall. Yi Bianian placed Yang Yang gently on a chair and said, I'm going to make a phone call. After saying that, he walked to the side to make a call. He took out his cell phone and sent a call to Wang Jiangwo. The phone just connected and Wang Jiangwo's tone with flirtation came from inside. May I ask what instructions you have? Yi Bianian laughed. I want to trouble the bureau to check a van's recent track of action. The license plate number is Chang AKS 775. No problem. Any other instructions? No. This van may be related to a case. Please be careful. You can rest assured that my men are doing a good job. When Yi Bianian returned to the table, he saw Chun Haoyang sitting next to Lin Xiano from afar.